look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us. look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Gina.
look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Akhi, I'll try, Akhi, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Akhi, I'll try, Akhi, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise through dirt
ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Through dirt in
so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Akhi, I'll try, Akhi, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now.
to me to compete here.
It's going to be a very exciting experience for me.
I'm waiting for amazing games here.
That's going to be the rampage! Overhead. God, collapse! Welcome to the Riyadh Masters.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are in for another day of the Riyadh Masters group stage, and it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, I was literally just telling you, our production team gave up on us and would just throw us in. And here we are. We've been thrown into the wolves, Jonathan. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mike. We've already started off with the groups in a pretty good tone. Lots of exciting matches yesterday, more exciting matches here today, and I'm keen to see what happens. Every single series counts. I was having a big laugh because right before we went live, what the heck did you say? You said something like, "There's no I in team," and I was like, "Oh!" And then we just instantly cut into us. Yeah, that's perfect.
Producer
it's
just
exactly
came back
what I
and
love.
Guys, I'm back. Oh, I'm back, guys. Like, yeah, it's a bit late, but thank you for coming back. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. So here we are. Obviously, we've got some great series on today. We've got Quest versus Team Spirit to get things started on the sea. Let's bring up the schedule. Why am I even bringing these teams up, Jonathan? I've got a terrible memory. Quest Esports up against Team Spirit to start things off. Of course, Team Liquid up against Bet Boom for our second match of the day. And then after that, we've got 9 Pandas against Xtreme Gaming with the Execration logo, I believe, and then Team Liquid with Shopify Rebellion. Good news, John. Execration, they are still here. So happy days for us.
Yeah, they're somewhat still here. At the very least, the logo's there. You know, they're hanging around in logo form at the very least. But you know, they're having a safe trip wherever they're going. I'm sure, as the first two series are what we're covering, Mike. Yeah, they're used to it. They're used to it. They had a laugh before coming in.
Hey, these guys are experts when it comes to the airport routing and everything. They know every pathway, let me tell you, Jonathan. These guys are fantastic. Still appreciate Xtreme Gaming's new team logo. I do like it. It looks very, very nice. But those are the matchups coming up today, Jonathan. We also have a prize pool I think we can bring up. And there you go, Jonathan. $5 million for the first place spot, which, you know, obviously if you and I were playing, we'd probably be there in the first place spot, John. But alas, we decided to cast instead. So here we are. We get to read out these big numbers. 2.5 mil for the second place, 1.7 for the third. Fourth is, of course, 1.2. And, you know, John, I don't care about anything under $1 million. You know how I am. I'm a big shot, so we're not going to even read out the rest of the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a good chunk of money. You know, everyone gets to go home with a good change of cash in their pocket, even if you get eliminated early. But you do want to be number one. You want to earn at least $1 million, as Mike has mentioned, and we'll see. And your group stage is forming up into the playoffs. And again, every single best of 2 counts. There are only so many games. We've got until Monday, I believe, to play through these groups. So a single draw can kind of determine whether or not you're in the top 4 or the bottom 4. And, you know, you want to start in that upper bracket here, Mike. You definitely don't want to be in the bottom 2.
Absolutely, Jonathan. Absolutely. Anyway, we'll go into it very, very soon. Game number 1, game number 2 should be coming up. Or game number 1 should be coming up very, very soon. Couldn't help but notice as well, Jonathan, if I may just kind of bring this up for a moment, it appears that there's some new emote called Dino Dance going on, which is very, very cute, I might add. I've been appreciating all the Dino dancing that's been happening in the Twitch chats across the streams. You know, back in my day, Jonathan, it used to be all about cat jamming, but now we have Dino Dance, so there's that. Do you like Dino Dance better than cat jam, Jonathan? Is it superior in your opinion?
Superior? I wouldn't say it's superior. I'd say equal on tiering, perhaps. I don't know. There's something about Cat Jam that just resonated in my soul. I mean, the Dino Dance is cool, but you know, it's not an actual cat going just like that. You know, it's nothing like that. But it's up there at the very least, and I'm keen to see how up there we'll get with Quest and Team Spirit, of course. Score lines for both teams in the similar ballpark, both going for draws so far in groups. Quest arguably maybe facing off against much more manageable opponents, although I would say it's hard to say there's any manageable teams left here in our groups, as these are all pretty competitive matches. Quest getting 2 draws, Team Spirit getting 2 draws up against arguably the harder opponents here in EG and Game and Gladiator. So I think that does set a better tone for Team Spirit coming in, but you have to remember Quest has played more games. They've played through the play-ins, and that normally gives a team an advantage because that gives them their warm-up period. So Team Spirit, we've seen them go off to slower starts, but again, all things considered, a 2-0 is not too bad to kick things off here in the groups.
No, it certainly isn't, Jonathan. We are going to get into Game 1 draft very soon. But before we switch over the cameras to the drafting screen, can I just say as well, because you picked on me yesterday, and I wanted the chance to pick back on you. You said to me, I'm underdressed. You made fun of my haircut. You made fun of my beard. You said I looked like I was casting from a bedroom, which theoretically I suppose I am. Now, who's underdressed, Jonathan? I've combed my hair. I put wax and gel and everything else. I trimmed my beard for you. I put on a nice shirt. Now, who's casting from their bedroom, John?
Oh, I've always been casting from my bedroom. I could always just lie down right now if you want me to. You can go solo cast. I've got the bed. You do look better. You do look better. But when you know what looks better than you, Mike? A draft, and that's what the viewers want. And we should no. Don't argue with me. Production agrees. You see? Shout out to Carl. Thank you for backing me up here. Quest going off with the bans on the Bat Rider and the IO. Nothing too surprising. We've seen a lot more of the IO Lesh come back in here. Team Spirit taking care of the Undying, wondering if they still prioritize some of the more annoying supports or maybe an offlaner like, say, the Brood Mother. Could be one of those heroes. Feels like Brood is still a first phase ban. If not banned, then one of the teams will pick it up for sure. So it's down to Spirit whether or not they want to deal with a Brood. And they might have to.
Out. Yeah, Darkseid banned out. Do they want the Brood Mother themselves, Quest? The answer is no. They'd rather the Rubik to come out first, which Rubik has been very popular as of late. Obviously, this hero is basically very dependent on other heroes being really good. You know, it turns out other heroes are pretty damn good at the moment, so Rubik does get picked up once again.
Yeah, feels pretty damn good in lane as well. I think it's normally very hard to trade up against a Rubik plus the off lane. Something like Rubik Tide, Rubik Doom, even Rubik Beastmaster can be really strong. So it's highly oppressive for the enemy safe lane. Of course, there's always the off chance to get a Rubik mid, but outside of Kiyotaka, we haven't seen that too often, so probably not going to get that. As Team Spirit can pick up the silencer. Yes, Mike?
I know I already said this like on day one of the Riyadh Masters, but I still, till this day, remember when Rubik first came out in Dota All-Stars. And let me tell you, John, like I know people like to say Monkey King was the most busted hero when it first dropped. I've got to tell you, for the people out there that played Dota All-Stars and were there when Rubik first got introduced, holy crap, this was a broken hero. It was ridiculous. If I remember correctly, it used the same model as the Gambler, did it not? Or was that different? I can't remember now. That was a long time ago, that one. But I'm just saying, Rubik, when it first came out, my god, you could not tell what the hell was happening. Speaking of not being able to tell what's happening, Primal Beast is here now.
Yeah. Primal Beast is... It's been on the rise. It's felt pretty oppressive. This should be our Malik hero on the off lane coming out here. Request, again, setting up for a pretty strong dual lane of Rubik Primal Beast. Good way to run down, look for the back line, maybe jump the silencer. By the time you onslaught and trample in, global silence won't matter too much, although Pulverize is still pivotal for the Primal Beast to have a lot of space. Team Spirit with their own Mars pickup, just setting up for some comfort here for Collapse. Really big team fights coming out with global silence and arena, and can kind of build up on that foundation of Mars really well. I would say I do prefer what Quest has to open up with. It's hard to discount the Collapse Mars, of course, but it just feels easier to play a Primal Beast game. You know, it doesn't need too much farm. You can go for your Vanguard early on for early durability. You're probably going to need a BKB here, but beyond that, you're going to be pretty happy. You don't have to worry about the Rubik on the enemy team as well, trying to steal Pulverize. So the opening Rubik does make sense here for the side of Quest, and with both sides picking off lanes, it's very likely Broodmother actually gets ignored here.
I mean, that's fair. It still could be a mid-Primal Beast as well from Quest, I would argue. In fact, I say mid-Primal Beast, we actually saw mid-Mars coming out from, I believe it was 9 last night in day 3 games. So I do agree that they should be in the offlane, but you never know. Could be a little bit of some cheeky things going on here. I'd argue the Primal Beast maybe a little bit more likely to be in the mid lane than, say, the Mars. But again, we saw the Mars mid yesterday from 9, which did look very, very good. There's your Storm Spirit ban out from Quest. So Quest do seem to believe it is going to be the standard offlane Mars, and just ban the Spirit Brothers out. I'm sure the next ban will be Earth Spirit from Quest Esports, because, you know, he's such a great mid laner.
Mike. Yep. Very, very funny. Ha ha ha.
I mean,
it's not coming back. It's not it. Give up. Give it a month.
Can we just have the other spirits become, like, supports then? Because that would make it fair. If the other Spirit Brothers were all supports, then I would be happy.
I mean, you're acting like they can't be. I remember Motivate Trust running Pos 4 Storm. Pos 4 Embers was a thing. A dead team, Mike. A dead team. It's
A long
gone.
time ago.
But there was some magic there.
Yeah,
Team
there was.
turn to ban.
Snap by gonna
Snapfire
be
ban.
banned up. enough.
It's been a high priority now. You know, we've seen a lot of snap mids. It's just really hard to shove it away from the mid lane, get some early spikes. Plays really well with a lot of early engagements with the Kizzes, and then you have the scaling as a universal type with your level 20 talent. So it's been a pretty high priority ban and pick for a lot of teams. Laurel in particular has been running it quite a fair bit. His mid pool has been a little bit more limited in comparison, just basically a Lesh, Puck, and Snap coming out from him, at least in this group stage here for Riyadh Masters. So just taking away the comfort in the Spirit Brothers, taking away the busted Snap, and the side of Team Spirit focusing much more on our TA 2000 heroes, Jug, Faces Void, and Naga, all out the picture. Something like PL could still slide in if they really wanted an Ilu type here for Quest, but we haven't seen too much PL in this tournament either. Although TA 2000 has run it a couple of times. There's stuff like, I suppose, an Ursa down the line for Quest. They wanted that. The matchup against Mars is a little bit more awkward, very kiteable. The Ursa is, but you do enjoy going up against tanky heroes. So if you can just pin down the Mars in lane, then it can be an easy rundown lane as well. If you time your spell usage right there in the Ursa.
That could be. Team Spirit. They're still thinking about this third pick. Should just be a support pickup, at least for now.
Radiant team pick.
And they are going to go for the Shadow Demon, which has been popular as of late, to say the least. See, Shadow Demon Disruption Save always going to be pretty damn good, but the laning stage, I think, is more what you're picking up Shadow Demon for these days, just the Shadow Poison. Such a dominant spell, a laning ability to have on your side of things, and always going to feel really good. But you do have great saves here, right? Against the Primal Beast, you can disrupt during the Pulverize, or even against the Rubik, just disrupt during the Telekinesis. Mind you, when you pick heroes like this, you are giving those spells back the way of the Rubik, assuming it is a good enough Rubik play, which it certainly is in this case. So there is a bit of hit and miss, but I suppose you could say that about any hero that Team Spirit are about to pick up.
Yeah, you always have to consider the Rubik, but you always have the initiative on Team Spirit. Like, even just the lane coming out should just be our Mira Shadow Demon with the Collapse Mars, and you've got the basic spear set up in that lane. You've got a lot of ways to be disruptive up against TA 2000. An Ursa pickup here now feels really awkward, as there's a lot of kiting coming out from the Shadow Demon. So you're likely not to lean that way. Perhaps TA 2000 looks for something like his Terrorblade, which can stand further back, although again, in lane you're tied into your Metamorphosis, which doesn't feel amazing. It can be a little bit trickier. Just go for the PL. So into the PL they go. Again, not the most popular, but we have seen it slip by every now and again, and TA 2000 has played quite a fair bit of the PL. There is some clear on Team Spirit, but as the game goes on, the Mars doesn't necessarily deal with the illusion spam all that well. Once you hit a hard timing here on TA 2000, you're pretty happy. You've got the Ags build up for some tempo as well, if you want to lean that way for TA 2000. And you don't care too much about disruption. You can always kind of just dance around as well. Your illusions being stolen by Shadow Demon aren't the worst thing in the world. And Quest go into the Ench. So you've got the PL Ench lane coming out. You have a lot of early aggression. As you mentioned last time we saw the Ench, we're seeing a move away from Impetus. It's just all about enchant and healing. And that means trading with the Ench is not going to feel comfy. Even if you manage to land multiple Shadow Poison stacks, Ench just pulls back, heals, and comes back in.
Yeah, I think the new... I don't want to say new skill build, because this has been... you tend to rotate skill builds a little bit as the time goes on with Dota 2, but I do like this style of skill build as well, because with Impetus you are kind of locked into just spamming Impetus a couple times during the laning stage. You run out of mana, you're going to need some regen, blah blah blah. A little bit different when it comes to the WE build on the end, which I think is just much more sustainable. As Team Spirit, they do go for the Bloodseeker pickup, which is going to be their answer towards the PL. You see, the Rupture going to be very annoying for the Phantom Lancer throughout this game, and you do have some very nice setup during the laning stage with the Shadow Demon and the Bloodseeker. Disruption to Bloodright, very, very easy to land. There should be a decent enough laning stage as well for Team Spirit here with this safe lane duo. Do I like Bloodseeker into PO is the question, Jonathan. I want to say no, but I also appreciate that Team Spirit need a way of dealing with this guy. And now, like, you've got Mars, which is nice. You've got Global Silence, which is nice against PO. Overall, though, late game PO is still going to be a huge issue if it gets to that stage.
And it will be. There's a argument for maybe Mjolnir build up here, or Radiance is a little bit too tight, I don't think, for a timing, but the burn, the mischance is pretty annoying for the PL, so if you get off in a good lane here for Yatoro, certainly will have a lot of impact. I am curious where they lane the Shadow Demon now. Like, what Mira and Miposh could kind of swap around the Silencer and the Shadow Demon, but you can get some good aggression in either lane with the Shadow Demon, so I'm just very curious which they prioritize. A faster lane for the Bloodseeker, or more oppression onto the PL with that disruption into Spear. Either one feels good. And for Quest, the one here I can see coming out here for Laurel on mid that should be annoying is maybe something like the Puck. You don't have the best lockdown for something slippery like the Puck or Quap here for Quest to deal with, so that is likely to be their next ban. I'd say the Puck is higher priority. Dream Coil kind of messes up with a Phantom Lancer and how he wants to dance around here. So it should just be a straightforward Puck ban for them. For Team Spirit, and keeping an eye out for what might want to run down mid. He's got a few options available if they're worried, although I don't see anything that really pops out. Maybe something tempo like, say, a Tiny with a fast blink could be pretty strong. Helps you take care of the back line. You can just try to hunt the Silencer or Shadow Demon if you've got the forward vision somehow, and there's the Tiny ban. Will it be a Puck ban for Quest or something like Quap? Either one's pretty annoying here. Leshrac instead, just ensuring a smooth time and not worrying about too much illusion burn here.
I think the Lesh is a perfectly fine ban to make. Final ban to come. Team Spirit's still looking to ban up maybe just the mid laners here of Quest Esports. Unless, again, they just assume it's a Primal Beast mid, which it still could be.
5 seconds remaining.
The flex is there at least for Quest Esports. You know, if these last picks turn out to not be the best for Quest, that, mind you, they are going to have the first last pick to make, so they don't really have the luxury of flexing too much. The Puck was banned out by Team Spirit. And Quest Esports, where do they want to go? Like, it does feel like you want a mid that can set a pace in this kind of game.
10 Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Oh, it is going to be the mid primal. Okay. I don't mind that, right? Because the Tide's just going to naturally do better in the offlane against the Shadow Demon Bloodseeker combo. I would argue, compared to, say, the Primal Beast, who needs to try and wait out that silence to onslaught away, the Tide Hunter just has Kraken Shield, so he doesn't really care.
Yeah, it's pretty oppressive for the Bloodseeker. It should still be a relatively safe lane to farm in, but you can't underestimate the output coming out from Tide and Rubik. Gush plus the Fade Bolt can be pretty annoying. Fade Bolt plus Anchor Smash means it's not a smooth time for you to farm up here for Yatoro. I'm a little bit surprised Team Spirit banned out the Puck themselves. Felt like that could have fit in. They'll go with the Quap instead that we were talking about. Still not the best lockdown from Quest to pin down Laurel. I do like what we're seeing. I love this flex coming out from Quest with Noob running the Primal Beast mid. Matchup against Quap, not the smoothest. You know, Quap still feels pretty good with the Shadow Strike spam, but Primal Beast can at least always charge away, can pressure in with charging forward with Trample, and apply some pressure onto Laurel. Mind you, there's some funky combos here Quest can do, Mike. They've got the good old Rupture Steal into Pulverize, which is always hilarious. If you can kind of get that done. You steal Rupture, so when Pulverize on top, you're like, they're dead. So that's always fun.
Well, why does that work? Like, why does Rupture keep doing damage through Pulverize? When
Well,
you're
if
moving
you
up
are
and
moving through the Z-axis, right? You are still going up and down through the Z-axis.
Okay.
It still bugs out. At the very least, you don't have the good old Hoodwink Rupture Pulverize bug, which just insta-gibbed everyone. That was always fun. I'm not sure if we've ever seen that in the pro game, sadly.
Oh, well, whatever. Well, it's Dota 2 physics. I don't know what to say anymore. We'll see how it all pans out. This is going to be a very interesting game, number one, between Quest Esports and, of course, the side of Team Spirit. Both teams currently tied in third place in their groups right now. So both teams kind of desperate to not just force a draw and find a 2-0 and move their way up through the group stages here of the Riyadh Masters 2023. We'll see which team that is going to be, and if it is going to be any of these teams, because it could just be a draw, Jonathan. Game one, though, will be a strong start for one of these teams to try and find that 2-0 victory if they certainly can, as we will be heading into the game rather soon, I believe. Though I say that, there has been some disconnections, so maybe some pauses to happen before we even get into the game. Players disconnecting from the draft screen, never a safe bet to make, but, you know, some people, they're feeling a bit frisky today. They'll disconnect now.
Yeah. At the very least, we have the draft done, right? So the worst thing that could happen is we'll Oh no, well, no, we're going in, so it's not too bad. Spoiler alert: we are loading
Holy
in, so
pog.
that is good. But
Yep.
at the least, when you're true to draft, I'm not as scared. If we have to remake, the draft is there. You don't have to see us as much, and we should be fine. This is safe, Mike. Good start. Nothing wrong.
All right,
No jinx.
let's head into it. Game number 1 between Team Spirit and Quest. Now officially, we do have a pause. We do have a pause.
You're stuck
Oh,
with
there
us
you go.
again.
Yeah,
Unfortunate.
There you go. Here we go again. They're saying good luck, have fun, but nothing spicy is happening. Don't worry, we're stuck in a pause right now. But both teams are smoked up. If that is any kind of action towards everybody. Oh, you're gonna go in game. All right, we're gonna go in game. All right, let's go in game and just stare at the smoke here.
Look at this. Stare
Here we
at
go.
noob. Look at that. You see the
Ooh.
particle effect still going and during the pause. It looks so funny.
Very pog.
Everything
nice
else is paused, but not the run of the primal.
Hold on.
Beast.
I thought you could. Why can't we go into showcase view right now? Can we not do that?
You
Like
hurt
I'm
the
trying to do
ones
that and I
you
can't do it.
What did I? I think it overlaps with the spectator hotkeys because
Oh.
in game the spectator view is what I, the showcase view is I. In game it's, well, in spectator I is buyback status, so there is
No,
overlap.
but there's a
there,
button.
Mikey.
There's usually a button, John.
Yeah, it's gone. It's been gone since the patch.
What?
Have you not read the patch? Have you not interacted with the HUD? It's gone.
Why
It's
did-
not there. It's
why-
not been there since the new patch.
Well, I haven't had to do any observing since a year or two ago, John. I can't remember anymore. Why would I read the observing
Even
side of
in
it?
game, you wouldn't have that little button. It's not there.
Well,
anymore.
why would I go into showcase view while I'm playing a game, John?
So you're bored. Because you want a challenge. Have you tried playing Lion in Showcase, trying to line up an Earth Spike? It's pretty funny.
Oh, I
I've
haven't,
tried.
John.
It's actually fun. It's actually fun. You're gonna grief your team, but it's pretty entertaining.
Okay. And to be fair with you, you're always griefing your team, so it's nothing too different.
And we're a 5-stack. They know what they sign into. Mind you, I grief myself by playing with boom.lane, so
That's
I
true.
suppose that's on me.
But you don't play with me, Jonathan. You never invite me to a game. You want to
Well,
explain
you've always
yourself live
got-
on stream?
Well, number one, your schedule is eccentric. Number two, I can't even schedule a podcast with you. You're expecting me to schedule a game with you.
Right.
You know?
What's number 3?
Number three, it's Mike LaPhoenix. You guys would know when you queue into him. You would completely understand. Trust me.
Yeah, I'm a nice guy, John. I'm very
You are a
PMA.
nice guy. You are a nice guy. I just don't like laning with you, Mike. I've got some core memories out there about our lanes. I remember you crying about the gyrocopter, and I'm there as a support. I'm like, what the hell am I supposed to do to help you? Just crying all the damn time. I just feel awful. And it's just like, all right.
Sad thing
Sweet.
is, this is not a joke anymore. This literally happened.
Not even a bit. It's not even a bit. Oh,
I'm
those
sorry
were
about
fun
that,
games,
John.
Mike. It's all right. I understand.
know what it was?
Dota 2 makes us monsters.
I'll tell you what it is, John. You weren't harassing. That's what pissed me off.
I was
getting
harassing. You were crying
were.
about your CS disappearing.
You
I was
had full
earth
mana.
spiking and right clicking.
You had full
That's the
mana by 2
line.
minutes.
Because you were also crying about me not pulling. Which is it? I'm one hero, Mike. I can't harass and pull at the same time. The camps were a
Alright.
bit further back then, too.
All
Oh,
right.
Mike
I'll give it to you.
Phoenix.
I'm a hard man
Mike
to please.
Phoenix. You
I'm a
really
hard man.
are.
Anyway, Team Spirit. They're fighting over the bottom boundary runes. There's double vision around this area, so Quest might still go for the fight.
begins.
Collapse gonna zone them out. Doesn't seem like they're gonna be able to make it, so there's gonna be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounties anyway. And while we're around, we may as well start with the bottom lane. Of course, you're gonna have TA2000 and Cowrie against Mirror and Collapse. What are you thinking about this lane? Like, should it just be an auto win because you have an Ench? In fact, I just realized as well, John, Mirror's playing the Shadow Demon, so you don't have that Bloodseeker Shadow Demon laning stage that I was expecting. But go on, the bottom lane, what do you think?
I think this is still pretty solid. You've still got the spear set up with Disruption, which is pretty solid as well. This should feel pretty decent for Cowrie and TA2000. You have to watch the level 2, level 3 spikes. Cowrie going for the early impetus is pretty nice up against Mars, to be fair. But the damage output just isn't as buttery smooth as before. Mind you, you might not get too much value from the healing and enchant, as Shadow Demon doesn't really care. Shadow Poison tends to win out trades anyway, down the line. TA2000 shouldn't be contested too hard. Lane control is really important. You want this to be in a position where the Mars can't just look for free spear angles with a disruption. So they've got to be pretty disciplined in clearing out and denying here, managing their lane, but they're doing a pretty good job on that already for Quest early on. So no early issues here in the first few levels.
No, certainly not. Not that mid lane. Lal and Noob going at it here in the mid lane, the Quap vs Primal Beast matchup. Now, it seems like it should somewhat favor the Primal Beast in terms of CS, but Lal obviously going to have the big advantage when it comes to harass. Lal trying to press that advantage right now. Noob not too threatened by it, but he does only have one Tango left to be absolutely fair. He's just fine for now as bottom lane. There was a little bit of action, but nothing to write home about. Perhaps we'll look at that top lane, John. Yatoro and Maposhka against Malik and Omar. Looks like a pretty standard kind of tied Rubik lane. Probably not going to die. Probably going to be the ones trying to be aggressive. But now Omar going a little bit too far. Going to cop a blood right and a last word, but is going to be just fine.
You know what's funny about this lane? I have one friend that I always lane with, and he always tells me to go for these kinds of heroes. He loves playing Silencer plus Bloodseeker. Let me tell you, just spamming out Bloodright plus the Arcane Curse is pretty annoying. Omar's already forced to salve up. Yatoro should have a stable lane. Again, you're up against a Rubik Tide. Anchor Smash plus Fade Bolt can be annoying, but not necessarily enough to really stop Yatoro from controlling the lane. Although you have to watch yourself here.
Yeah, Maposhka, he's going to cop it real bad. First Blood's going to go the way of Omar, and that's the kind of combo you got to worry about. Like, just the lift back into the gush is more than enough to kill a Silencer like that. As bottom lane, a bit of a dive. Kaori in trouble. Will go down to Mirror. Shadow Poison Smack's getting the job done. Bit of a trade across the map, though, certainly in favor of Quest. They do secure First Blood on their end of things.
And that's a nice start to come out for Malik. You have to be concerned about how fast the Tide finds his Vanguard timing, or even just a Meteor Hammer is going to feel pretty good here with regen on hand. The combination of Bloodright plus Arcane Curse is nice, but you're not really going to be looking at the Tide for that. It's a value point in Kraken, and just his natural durability means that it's not really going to be enough to scare him away. So you're really mainly trading with a Rubik, but it's also not something Omar minds too much. Still has one Tango, can always ferry out more regen, and he is doing a decent enough job of just wasting the mana on both these heroes from Team Spirit. Like, Yatoro only really has, what, one spell cast left with a Healing Lotus available, which he'd want to save for the HP. Does have some good magic wand charges, but it's now pretty controllable for the Tide approaching level 3 here.
Certainly his apologies about that, Jonathan. My just have to buck for absolutely no reason. As mid lane, Lal's going to get charged through the onslaught, but he's going to be just fine. Get the living bejesus out of me just then. Goodness.
I didn't actually hear it. I wish I heard it if it scared you.
Top lane, Noob's having a bit of a rotation with a full creep wave. They do clip up the wave though to make... Oh, he gets stunned. He got stunned by the Yoga Bruiser. He's okay. They glyph the wave. Oh, he's still going to get stunned? No, he gets the creep. He got stunned once, though. In fact, Lyle's going to jump in and try to capitalize off this. He's okay. He'll TP back to the tier 1 mid.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a greedier play going behind the enemy lines to try to clear out the wave, but forcing out the early fortify is nice. He is under now. And that's giving a little bit of a boon here for Yatoro to manage up top. And we'll have to walk back to the base and back to lane. Not the best feeling in the world for the mid. Lots of value for Team Spirit with a fortify there.
Certainly is. 1-1. Pretty quiet game thus far during this laning stage. The side lanes finding a kill each, but yeah, nothing to write home about. CS-wise, though, somewhat in the lead. Like, Lals had a very good laning stage on the Quap. Has a free Noob just maintain his position. In fact, Lyle's almost 2 levels ahead of Noob. He's almost level 6 now in the Quap. Will mean you might see a much earlier rotation from the Queen of Pain. And for Noob, this really does hurt, because level 5 is usually the time we see Primal Beast starting to move across the map. But as you can see, at this stage, just because of the XP disadvantage he has, he can't stay in the lane anymore.
Yeah, it's all down to that fortify play. You know, just hang around at camp, losing too much HP, TPing into your mid-tier 1, looking for more. You play that really greedily, and was punished nicely by Spirit. That sets some good tempo. Once this Quap hits 6, which Laurel is now, he can line up for a quick rotation. If he gets lucky with a power rune, something like a haste or invis, a good ambush could be set up here.
Could be. Couple rotations coming in from the side lanes to try and secure the power runes. Omar's going to move in as well, but Lyle looks to lead. No, he gets unlucky. It's going to be down bottom lane instead, but Mirror's already just secured it. I say unlucky, but he has great supports who are in position every time. Problem is, Collapse is going to get caught out. Bottom lane on the Mars. They know he's alone. Good presence of mind from Quest. Noob knows he's not going to get the power rune, so instead he makes the bottom rotation. Gets a core kill. The Team Spirit, they will trade Collapse for that power rune. We'll see what Lyle can make happen with the double damage.
Omar is still hanging around the area. Miposhka's hanging in the back. Might have been spotted by the ward, but doesn't seem like it.
Noob's coming back in. He's still only level 5, but he'll go for an onslaught right in for the Queen of Pain. Lyle, he'll get the Sonic Wave, but is it going to cost his life? Oh, it is. That's a big loss. Meanwhile, Carry does go down bottom lane along with Mira. Miposhka still being chased by Noob, probably has no way out. Pulverize will be there. Miposhka trying his best, but it's not going to be enough. Props to Noob. That's a big couple of pickoffs for the Primal Beast. And that was your double damage usage on our Quap that only led to a Rubico. It's not very good.
Not the ideal coming out here for Team Spirit. The fact that Laurel Sonic Wave doesn't clip the Primal Beast for a little bit of a pushback to get some spacing also just meant there was no real openings for Laurel to wait out for the blink. Just diving really far for the Rubik. Great pickoffs across the map for Noob, compensating for that early greedy play in the jungle, and finally securing themselves a pretty solid start coming out here on Quest. 5-3, 1k lead coming out for Quest. Not the biggest in the world, but they've gotten a lot of free room for Malik to manage the 1v1 lane up top. Tidehunter has the full Meteor Hammer, so even if you're not finding kill, you've got solo tower pressure just with his item build-up on Malik. And he's got the Ravage to threaten with as well if a teamfight can break out. Meanwhile, in comparison, like, Collapse, he's not getting as much. Phase Boot's up, Soul Ring not too far off. Arena's about to be up. That could be one launching point here for Team Spirit as they clump up.
We'll see if they do. But now they're going to take it easy, but the rotations aren't coming. Again, down to the bottom lane, sees Collapse. This would be a prime target to go. Is around the corner with Disruption to try and save, and he will do so. Yatoro even rotates, gets the Rupture onto the Primal. Noob's still going to onslaught TP away, might just make it in time as they've got no stun. They cannot stun him up. Noob will make it out. That's a four hero rotation down to the bottom lane that amounts to nothing for Team Spirit.
Just dragging down Yatoro means they lose their top. Malik gets all the space he needs to play with that Meteor Hammer. They go for the arena onto Kaori.
Try, Kaori goes down, but TA2000 gonna move in onto the Mars, should have his way with him. Still run up quite a lot, is not gonna find the kill. Drops to Collapse, he plays on the edge, but he makes it.
Yeah, they finally get something with that arena that they've been waiting for. Mira.
Moving in. Which is fine for now. Take it out.
Omar was looking for the cliff a little bit too far out for that cliff up, but it's just buying space out. TA2000's rushing into the Ags, already has the one Alacrity Blade of Alacrity up, and once the Ags is up, that illusion spam is going to be pretty overwhelming for the side of Team Spirit. It's going to make it harder to manage these team fights. The damage bouncing around is going to be significant, and you've got really good front line anyway to cover your bases here for the PL to play this back line. Just gonna stand back while both the Tide and the Primal Beast take point. And no one's answering Malik. Like, this Tide, sure he's been AFK up top, he hasn't used Ravage, but he's getting a ton of space out, farming for himself. And just applying pressure. That tier 2 already taking some decent chip damage out with a Meteor Hammer here.
Certainly is. The Tide Meteor Hammer always gonna feel really annoying to play against. Malik just doing a fantastic job of just remaining at this top lane and applying that pressure. Yatoro, I mean, he won't mind the creep wave constantly coming in because he's getting a lot of farm himself, but he kind of needs the farm right now. 3.9k net worth is not overly impressive on a Bloodseeker, to say the least. Chase onto Malik, goes for a Rupture. Malik's going to be fine to TP away. He literally just stands his ground. I'm not sure what the Rupture was about. Yatoro may be expecting a rotation, doesn't get one, but I suppose he's not going to want to fight anyway, so it's whatever. 60-second cooldown, he'll be fine.
And just wants a little bit more room to CS in the wave. Malik's been doing just too much with the level 4 Anchor Smash. And melee match for Tides feel good. No relief coming out here for Yatoro as everyone else is just trying to get some stacks up. They do have decent stacks being built up by Mir, although not the biggest amount we've seen from the Shadow Demon, as they commit onto Malik now.
They do. I mean, this is where you may have wanted the rupture, because Malik's going to turn around with the Ravage into the Meteor Hammer, going back in after Mirror. Giga Chat move from Malik. They're going to save with the disruption into the Sonic Wave. They'll get Malik down. But in the mid lane, they've lost Maposhka. They're currently losing their mid-tier 1 tower. They'll need to get in and address that. Looks like it is going to be fine to be defended, as Harry does lose his creep. And Malik, just no cares in the world, just pops the Ravage, says, come at me, bruh. And almost took one down with him, but not quite.
Takes so many heroes to come up top just to deal with that Tide solo pushing. It's a ton of space. You could argue the Team Spirit's getting the same space out for Collapse to get some recovery farm, for you to start trying to play that jungle, getting some stacks up on the triangle here. But you do worry about how much is given to TA 2000 early. Again, this Ags isn't too far off now, only 2 parts away. And all of Quest is just running around the map, causing havoc. It's starting to group up mid now with Malik showing up with that Meteor Hammer. Want that objective gone. With its Sonic Wave down for a little bit longer, a teamfight is not the comfiest, but they have Arena from Collapse if he can land it.
T1 mid tower though, still dropping. In come the TPs. Arena, oh, the speed. Bit off the mark on Malik. Malik tanking through, the damage output is going to get ruptured up. Still just tanking through. It goes for a Meteor Hammer. Malik, his job is not done until that tier 1 tower goes. He actually got it off in time, but the glyph was forced to ensure that it took no damage. At least you do kill the Tide again, but it's costing you 5 heroes every time to make that happen. Now
Just so
Lal.
much space.
Oh, Lal. Overeyes is out. Can they get the onslaught to follow up? They won't need it. Omar had the spear. That is a perfect setup from Omar. Malik will hand over the tip, and that tier 1 mid tower, it may just be as good as dead now. Mira going to try for a deny, actually gets it. Nevertheless, tier 1 mid tower going down, it's a pretty big loss for Team Spirit.
Yeah, it's huge. That means Triangle's more exposed to rotations. They scout out the stacks now. Noob can just go clear it out with a Blade Mail.
Dino Dance. There we go. He's Dino Dancing all over the Dire Triangle right now, John. We'll leave eventually. Collapse will say thank you very much for the assistance, sir. He'll take the farm for himself. In the end, they do not get the ancient stacks that were made. They only help Collapse take them. But to be fair, it looks like Lal wanted them in the first place anyway. Collapse just taking it as an excuse to take all this farm for himself. So Lal will jump in and take some at the last minute. It's all buying time for Yatoro to farm up. My only issue is Yatoro is still very far behind, and when you compare the matchup against the PO, it just doesn't seem like the best.
It's not the smoothest. It's certainly not that straightforward for the Bloodseeker here. You will be looking for really your Ags to kind of have that presence. He is just going for the BKB into the Mjolnir right after the Maelstrom. So wants some frontline protection, wants the static to kind of deal with the illusion spam. But it's not as simple as, say, the Radiance. To be fair, I don't think the Radiance would have allowed him to farm as much here for Yatoro. So the typical build-up does make sense. You do have some big item spikes coming out here for Spirit. The Blink is up for Collapse. It's going to be easier to nail multiple heroes in that arena. Going for the BKB next on Collapse after that Blink. But the space for Quest is massive. I mean, Noob is #1 in net worth on a Primal Beast. Going for the BKB now after that. I mean, he's been farming really efficiently. They've been using the space that Malik creates quite nicely. That is stalling out Malik's own timing, though.
It's the start that gets major. Like, the start of the laning stage was just so bad as Noob right on the edge hits the onslaught. Whew, that was close. Noob and Omar, the new tag team in Dota 2 apparently. These guys just making so much work happen across the map. And I think what really impresses me is how bad the lane went for Noob. The fact that he's top of the net worth, even though he's had that bad of a laning stage. At one stage he was 2 levels behind the Quap. He was just farming jungle. And now he's top of the net worth board.
I don't think the lane actually went too bad outside of that move. When he started to pull that creep wave into the camp, that's where things went southbound. But before that, he was equal with the Quap. I think you expected a lot more coming out from Laurel, but he didn't want to go for the Shadow Strike build, expecting some early levels in Uproar. You know, you get the free ticks, you get a lot of damage with your trample, but Noob just stuck to his usual Onslaught trample build. You know, he didn't get a single point in Uproar until this point in the game.
He's around on Omar. Omar in a good position though. Does break the smoke. In fact, he's fighting back. He's bought some time for his team to get over there. They'll get Omar down, and that'll be about it. Arena down, never mind, it's not about it. Cowrie is going to get caught. The spear is there, locking him in the arena, but Cowrie's still perfectly healthy. Will continue fighting. He's now collapsed. He's the big victim. He's being chased down by TA2000 as Noob does get Maposhka. Now the Ravage comes in. Collapse will go down as a second. And Team Spirit, they just had no gameplay. You might see the Rubik go down getting caught like that as a bad play, but it was perfect. Like, he was in the right position to protect his PL. And then they just move in and take 2 kills anyway.
I'm really curious as to what went through Team Spirit's mindset there. Going for the solo arena onto Cowrie. It's not an easy target to burst down. She has enough HP to cop through the initial magic damage. If you're not committing your quap in that jump, you're just not going to get the burst. And that just leads to the opportunities for these drawn-out fights where you can start spamming those Spirit Lances on TA2000. And this Ags rush does pay off, and you take these fights a lot longer.
Yatoro, he's been scanned out, John. A die triangle. He does have the help, though. Collapses around to break the smoke and does do so. Onto Omar, seeing the Rubik. Will go in. Get some damage off. Yatoro around with Maposhka, thinking about going for a rupture on Omar, doesn't do so yet. Noob is still sticking around, does go for the pulverize eventually, but the global silence going to ensure he cannot continue. So now Mirror does move in. Noob, he's got the BKB TP, he's fine. Instead, Omar's the one to eventually get caught and will go down. But that's a 5-hero rotation to get that Rubik kill. I suppose it is buying Yatoro space, though, to be fair.
That it is, and you force out the 9-second BKB of Noob very early on, not in the way he'd want to utilize that debuff immunity. So it's a nice win for Team Spirit. Not the biggest kill. If you are wasting some utility here on the side of Quest, you're stalling out to allow this Bloodseeker to at least have the BKB up and running, and forces a little bit of an issue for Quest and Control in that Noob is going to have to try to look for really good pulverized targets, and it's difficult when Global Silence is up. Still, Yatoro?
Yeah, getting caught out. Yatoro, he's the big one. Onslaught through into the blood right, but he's dino dancing. He couldn't care about the silence. Just dance, he says. Noob. Noob now on a monster kill streak. 8-0-0 on the Primal Beast, Jonathan. Having a fantastic game as mid lane Collapse trying to chase Cowrie. Will not be able to catch him. Cowrie's fine. They are going to try and at least go after this tier 1 mid tower. Cowrie just pulling the creep wave away, not allowing it. That's just going to be so frustrating. Like, this Edge can just do whatever the hell he wants. And it's not worth committing for this kill. It's just too risky while the tier 1 mid tower's there.
Just so hard to burst. Again, you're not going to be looking to run her down with right clicks. You're going to need full commitment from your quap. Laurel wants bigger targets than that.
Lol. That was a little bit scary because Noob, had he had the pulverize, I think would have jumped in for that. Luckily for him, it was on cooldown.
Yeah, just a little bit frisky. Might be able to spot out Cowrie now. Still not enough.
They had a bit of vision on the high ground, but it doesn't seem to really matter. It's just an end, that's the thing. Like, they missed the God's Rebuke now. They'll land the Spear in the end at least. Collapse gonna get him in the end. Noob moves in, pulverizes out. Yatoro the big target, but the silence was there. Malik, he's got the Ravage, but no blink. Collapse, he's gonna jump in for a 3-man arena, but there's your Ravage zoning everyone out. It hits 4 people, but they still haven't got a kill. Collapse is fine for now. Team Spirit, they're going to try and move in and help out. Lyle forced the blink away. Yatoro, he'll continue moving forward with the BKB, but he's dropping really low on HP. He needs to get out of there. He's too damn low. He's gone. The creeps take him out. Mirror down to boot. Meanwhile, Noob, going after another, is going to find the silencer. The Invis rune will not save his life. Sick. Oh, West. Yatoro died to the creep wave at the end. That's just so sad.
Nothing lines up for Team Spirit. Quest, the response is just too strong. The arena looks good. The instant lift back from Omar, cutting off the combination with the spear. The fact that you got the Ravage Meteor Hammer off to cut off Collapse a little bit longer, forcing a rush up the ramp to try and save. Get some positioning there. You had a good flank coming in here from Laurel. That Sonic Wave from the high ground. If they managed to connect more spells, might have been able to find themselves those kills. But again, Quest, their response, the way they execute as a team it's way too on point. Like, the individual plays they're doing together is just massive. Omar's been shining. Man, just that little lift back right before the spear can connect made it so awkward for Collapse to find any follow-through control. And that meant the Global Silence was just forced out in a position you probably didn't want to. You wanted to be a little bit more disruptive with it. And they just don't manage to nail their kills. 7k lead for Quest coming out. Still no deaths coming out here for Noob. Still the freest farm game we've seen for TA2000. He's going to have the Manta up. But at that point, the PL's not going to care for Global Silence or any of your control. Outside of perhaps a Rupture if you can land it on the real PL. That's easier said than done.
Big smoke out. 4-man smoke running right towards the bottom lane. Malik knows they're there. He just scouted out Yatura and Maposhka. So they know the whole team's around. This could be a huge team fight for Quest. They make the jump in. They've already found the Quap. Lyle's in huge trouble. Spear does land, but Mira is there to save with the disruption. Still TA2000 already making the gap happen. Onto Mira. He's going to be fine to TP away, but Lyle's the big problem. Lyle gets cut off by TA2000 and just gets taken down. Omar to take the kill. It's just... You lost your mid-quap again. Like, this is just not a great feeling.
Certainly not. Yator is forced to defensively use his Rupture just to cut off Malik from finding anything else. And that's just Roche open for the side of Quest. They run in, they know without the Quap taking this fight is very difficult. Blast is not in position to try and head down there as well. Not the quickest Roche in the world, but they've got the time here. On the side of Quest, Team Spirit not clumping around, and Noob's just making his presence known elsewhere. You might think that Roche isn't even happening right now. No vision here in Team Spirit. And Quest, and it's been such a smooth game for them. Sure, you were sacrificing Malik, but it's a sacrifice well worthwhile. They knew what he was doing on the Tide. They maximized that space, and the investment is starting to come through. All the cores, Quest on top in net worth. And the catch-up for Laurel, it's still going to take more time for this Bloodseeker to start to dish some damage. Like, once the Ags is up, you start to feel better with the Ags Mjolnir, but even then, it's so difficult to pin this all onto that one Bloodseeker trying to run around here.
Maybe they can find Noob top lane. Like, he's alone right now. Problem is, he still holds the tier 1 tower. Like, this is how Quest are winning this game quite easily. Like, this top and tier 1 mid tower that they've still got just held, just means that you can't force in the creep waves by Team Spirit, and they're just not able to take map control. It's just so annoying. Like, you see Noob alone at the top lane with a 902 streak, but you can't jump him because they could get to that T1 tower at any moment.
They've still got the map control on Quest Team Spirit. And their lineup...
Lal, he's going to blink to the south. Instead of going north, he goes south. I don't know about this one, Lal. He's going to blink again. The chase is on, and it looks like it's going to be enough. They didn't have the follow-up stunt. Lal, for now, is fine. However, Omar, of all people, is chasing him down. It looks like he's going to give up. They'll go after the tier 2 bottom tower instead. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Mira will just go down to Noob, who picks up his 10th kill of the game now on the Primal Beast. And even finds a nice arcane rune for himself. Why the hell not?
Radiant's top tower.
Well, they split out
Everything's
Lal.
slain.
He's underneath vision. They know he's there. Tier 3 towers being forced in the meantime. Are they going to try and cancel Lal's TP so he can't defend? Oh, they may, but the ward wears off in time. If that ward lasted 5 more seconds, that would have been a disaster for Team Spirit.
Still not enough to stop TA2000 though. Again, the illusion spam with the early Ags. With the Deso up, with the Aegis up. TA2000 is more than confident to just take this by himself.
That he is. Tier 3 tower gone for free. Spirit, I mean, Collapse is already out of mana. Just look at the HP. It's already so damn low. He can't do nothing. They'll go for the bottom racks for free right now. Nobody's contesting them. It's very hard to imagine a real contest here between Spirit and Quest with the way this game's gone. Like, how do you take this PL out twice is the real question. They're going to jump in. There's your lift up from Omar. Right into the silencer. Maposhka is down, but he does have buyback. And coming for the global silence again if he needs. Range Rax is gone. Best back in onto the melee barracks now. Nothing to stop them. The freest racks of their life thus far as TA2000 just continues. They are trying to just deal with the illusions at the moment. TA... He can go for a bit of a reset if he wants, if he doesn't want to sacrifice the Aegis. Looks like he will try and do so for a little bit. But they are going back for the melee barracks. They are not giving up. No need to. It's gone now.
I see Yatoro.
Uh-oh, Yatoro, he gets pulverized up. Global Silence will save his life for now. TA2000 trying to close the gap. Yatoro is going to be okay, but Noob, he's blinked forward, trying to find the Bloodseeker, but will miss out. Yatoro, he cannot afford to die right now, John. He's about 700 gold away from having buyback available, but Collapse has jumped in early. Malik, he's got the Ravage, but he may not have the chance to pop it off. There you go, Spirit, they've got one down, but now Lal's in danger. Blinking in very aggressively, he'll get lifted up. He has another blink available, but the charge is in TA2000. He wants to keep going for more. Now the Pulverize, they found Collapse with that, but it will be cancelled off immediately. This Team Spirit somehow get everyone else out of there. Quest, had you had the Ravage for that fight, you would have been laughing, but they do not have it. Malik going down allows Team Spirit the high ground defense. The game will continue.
They're hanging on Team Spirit. They've done a great job of just cutting off, making this really difficult for you to look for big pulverizes, holding on to that Global Silence, holding on to the Blood Right, just to stop that one-man control here.
Pulverize on a Mirror. They want the Shadow Demon dead. Mirror gonna survive. He will back off. Collapse, though, in big danger. Already half his HP gone. They'll just jump right in with the onslaught. Collapse still trying to run, but the Lancers will follow him down. He does have buyback. They will not commit it, obviously. They've got the backdoor protection for now. Some decent high ground defense as well with the Aghanim Scepter of Lal. It's constantly forcing this creep wave back, but now the lift back up on Lal. Not gonna matter because there's no to it. Malik, oh, that's a big Ravage. He found 3 targets with that. Lal, he'll be able to blink out in time, but Mirror will not be so lucky. At least you get the Quap out. That status resist from the Kaya Sandra was more than enough, as now Yatoro goes for a Rupture. Who was it even on? The A2000 it was. So he stops the PO from charging in. It's not too big of a deal yet, as now the onslaught into the Pulverize from Nerve, and Lal's been silenced up. Oh boy. The Blood Right stolen from Omar, not allowing Lal to get out of there. He's got no BKB available, so he couldn't purge it off.
This is getting oppressive. Let's keep it, you all. We'll try.
They're going to jump in. Collapse is going to try one last time with the arena down into the Blood Right, but nobody's dying yet. Nobody's taking too much damage. Yatoro, at least maybe he finds Kaori. Kaori trying for the Force Knife will not make it out. In comes Noob, though, with the onslaught. He did not connect. The Spirit, they might be able to keep this up. A spear back into the tier 4 towers. Noob, he is yet to die this game. Maybe this will be the first one, but it doesn't seem like it. He's still just tanking through all the damage. How can they kill this guy? He's got his BKB. He'll just TP away. Collapse, still trying for some spearbacks, but can't find him.
You have to appreciate how hard Team Spirit's making this high ground. They have managed to hold on to their mid-racks, only losing the tier 3. It does cost them a buyback, but it's not the biggest deal in the world. They're holding on. They have some scale potential. The big thing that's been enabling Team Spirit in these engagements is, honestly, it's been Disseminate from Mera. If you can land that Disseminate on the PL, the damage back with all the AoE you have is massive. It's just spotting the real PL is easier said than done. Like when you were holding bot, you lost half your HP here for TA2000 on that Disseminate, if he doesn't manage to dispel it off. So you have some tools on hand with all the AoE you have on Team Spirit, but the execution's getting a lot tougher. Now Quest are losing 1 or 2 heroes, but they're still more than confident to force an issue on the 4v5, try to see how far they can really push themselves here. They're about to hit the refresh on Noob. Just having that Pulverize, double BKB usage in the middle of these fights, it's going to be massive for Noob to just get that single target control they'd want on something slippery like the Quap or the Bloodseeker, and just clean up from there. And Team Spirit, I mean, they're hanging on, but they can't really make moves across the map. And it's still trying to catch up, trying to build up for Yatoro. He's almost got the axe at the very least here on the Bloodseeker. He'll have the barrier up, he'll have more AoE damage to tie into that Disseminate.
Big smoke out. Quest moving his 3 down to the bottom lane. They're going to see Lal, the telekinesis. It's going to hold him down perfectly, but Lal still blinks away. Noob trying to rush towards him with the onslaught, but no, it's cancelled. It's cancelled off. Instead, they'll go after Kaori down to the bottom lane. Kaori does drop. Spirit, they'll get away with something, and they will lose nothing for their trouble. In fact, that's enough gold now that you have the Ags up on your tour.
And this is massive. Just having that barrier to help Yatoro in the middle. having some way of healing back and holding on up front, having more AoE damage to play with, a good disseminate coming out here. It's going to be huge. You just need to be able to get that disseminate off in the right target, get some good damage onto the illusions, onto literally any enemies around you. And that reflect back is huge. It's a lot of pressure on Mira to try to get these saves and these offensive uses of the disseminate, but they've got the tools on hand, Spirit.
Big smoke out. They want to try and abuse the Blood Mist. Keep in mind, there is a Heart of Tarask on this PO now. But the Blood Mist may not care for that. It is HB-based damage. Look at this, though. On the high ground, the Twin Gates, they are just casually waiting for Malik to initiate. A nice bait coming in from Carry, and now the Ravage landing on 3 targets. Yatoro, he gets the BKB. He's going to try and fight through it, but it's not looking good for him. He'll heal up once. Can he keep healing through it? The Pulverize, it's too much. Yatoro is gone. Collapse is gone to Berg. Lal forced to just link out of there, but it's not going to be enough. Omar's got him. TA2000 on a triple kill. What a perfect bait by Cowrie. You love to see it. Zmira will drop to boot. 4 heroes down. Roshan completely open from Quest. That's teamwork right there. Cowrie had to trust his team, John, and he did not even die through this.
Oh, just too durable. On an inch, too mobile. And the initiation angles for Spirit, again, it's challenging. It's not the easiest thing to try to pull off to get the control on so many key heroes, so many dispels on hand, but how durable you have on the Tide and the Primal Beast, and even TA2000 with a heart. None of these frontliners are that easy to burst down. None of the backlines easy to reach into.
Mid lane, Noob's just going in by himself. He found the final piece of the puzzle, and that's Maposhka. That's a full team wipe. Malik will hand the tip over to Noob. Roshan does go the way of the Radiant Quest as TA2000 will pick up the Aegis and Cheese for himself. Was having a couple issues there with all the illusions. Eventually gets it though.
Nah, he had to drop an item. He gave Cowrie his Helm of Fire. Front slot's not being used. It's all fine.
Another heart too. Look at this, John. Noob. 4.7k HP
That
pulled
is
down
so
the Primal.
beautiful.
Wonka.
It's like it's so much damage. Imagine if we reached the 60-minute mark. Primal Beast with Giants Ring is fun. Not gonna happen. Doesn't look like this game, but if it did, Mike, it is fun.
The curse, Jonathan. There you go. Midrack's now under siege. TA2000 gonna get started. The PL's the least of your worries right now. Like, the Primal Beast is the much bigger target. He's 12-0-9. He's had so much impact this game. Like, who do you even aim? So that's the problem. Like, you aim Noob, but Malik jumps in with a Ravage. TA2000 backs him up. It just feels like Noob has to die. As Lal, speaking of dying, getting very low, will be okay, but TA2000 just casually jumping in, almost leading Mira. With the illusions themselves, taking out half his HP. Team Spirit, trying to deal with just the illusions of the PL. Yatoro building up the shield he's got with the Blood Mist. They get a nice spear off. Maybe they can deal with him this time. TA2000 dropping low, but in comes the cavalry, eventually moving in as Mira has already gone down. TA2000 still not dying. Resetting now. Moving back on a collapse. He's got one down. At least they do find the Aegis, but the Ravage is out from Malik, locking down 3 of them as collapse in the middle of nowhere. Yatoro, he's been left behind. You get collapse out, but Yatoro gets taken down. No buyback available. And Lal is still being chased.
Oh my god.
From a mile away. Cowrie takes him out. He bought back and lost half his HP. The impetus was still flying towards him. Goodness me.
And at least they got that kill on Noob.
I guess so. Happy days. On a collapse they go. Collapse. Will drop, it seems. He cannot get away from the nullifier. Meanwhile, TA2000. Oh, never mind, they call it GG. West Esports, a dominant game number 1 for them as Team Spirit. I mean, they tried their absolute best here, John, but I'll tell you, it just wasn't really a contest for Quest.
No, certainly not. Like, Quest were on point with their movement, on point with the space creation coming out from Malik, and the execution was just so clean, right? Like, even that last fight for Noob, where he died, he was like a millisecond away from popping cheese from the backpack. Like, he might have not died there at all if he just swapped in a little bit earlier. Like, the individual plays coming out from Quest again is just spectacular, and their team play is just insane. They know how to use this space each one of them creates. They know what to expect from each other in the middle of these team fights, like the connections in the spells, Pulverize into Spear in this example. So in sync. Every single one of Quest is just so in sync with each other. And it's just so impressive. Team Spirit's not an easy team to beat down. And this is a team that has managed to tie Gaming Gladiators and EG, one of the top teams in their groups right now. So, this kind of start for Quest looking good. Mind you, again, there is a good chance that Team Spirit rallies for Game 2, but from what we've seen in Quest in Game 1, it didn't even look too close here.
No, it certainly didn't. Quest, definitely a favorite, I feel like, going into the Riyadh Masters. Not so much a favorite in terms of their actual probability of winning, but more of a dark horse or an underdog kind of favorite. Is you're seeing a big ravage from Malik, who's been fitting very well with the team, I must say, as well. Props to Malik coming in last second after the contract debacle. So here we go. There was that big bait from Cowrie into the three-man ravage of Malik, just setting up perfectly against Team Spirit, who still managed to find Malik, but it doesn't matter if you lose your Toro and Lal and Collapse for that matter. Just everyone going down. Just great chemistry, great coordination from Quest Esports. And just trusting his team to be able to get that ravage off. Cowrie just walks in casually as, well, here we go. What was this, the last team fight? Maybe the second last team fight? They just could not do a TA2000. I think they got the Aegis off him, at the least. Just barely, which was nice. But that was about it. It just, nothing else was happening for them.
Yeah. And they get that kill on Noob, again a little bit late with a backpack cheese, but just too late at that point. With Yatoro so far forward being picked off in the movement, every single engagement from Quest was just this symphony of coordination. And for a team like Team Spirit, I think all they just need to rally for Game 2, shake it off. I don't think they're drafted in too many favors as well, considering the matchups, like this mid Primal Beast coming out with a flex of Quest. And the matchup for the Quap. Again, you said Noob lost out. He wasn't. He was drawing equal on mid until he got greedy into the camp. And that's how he got 2 levels behind, having to TP back to... He TP'd back to mid, walked back to base, then walked back to mid. That gave the 2-level lead, but before he played greedy, he was controlling that lane.
I'm kind of shocked by that as well, because I'm having a look at the post game. Like, at 5 minutes, they were only 200 net worth apart, which is a bit surprising, because, again, it was Lal in basically a free lane by himself, with 2 supports controlling all the runes. And Noob was on his own the whole time, basically, just doing jungling things. And I give it to him. A fantastic mid-performance here from Noob. I think if there was an MVP, you'd give it to him straight off the bat. Still with that, though, Jonathan, we are going to go to a break. And, of course, right after that break, we're going to have Game 2 between Team Spirit and Quest Esports coming right up. We'll see you very soon.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Riyadh Masters. Of course, it is MLP Dota and John Xfi joining you for this series between Team Spirit and, of course, the side of Quest Esports, and it is MLP Dota and John Xfi. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Game 1 going pretty dominantly in the way of Quest Esports, we'd have to argue. Game 2, give us a refresher, Jonathan. What do you need to see changed up here from Spirit to try and force a draw?
I'm not sure if it's really a drafting issue. Perhaps they had no easy way of handling the PL. They did go for the Bloodseeker core and trying to manage the Phantom Lancer, but you didn't have an easy way to just pin down and try to whack away at TA2000. He got a lot of space while they were focusing in on Malik as well. So I think target prioritization for Team Spirit has to be on point. And again, they have to prevent some of those illusion heroes from coming out. They did heavily target TA2000 going in with the second phase bans, but they left that PL and, opting to ban out something like the Naga instead. So it became a little bit tough to try to manage from a core-to-core perspective. I think beyond that, it's really Quest just having a great understanding of how to play together as a team. They knew how to coordinate off the back of Malik getting space. They knew what to expect coming out from Noob, how to follow through, how far they could push themselves for some of those pickoffs. Just really tight coordination with him and Omar in that game. So I think they've got to respect just how far Quest can reach and can kind of pull for these pickoffs. This is something you could expect Team Spirit to play as well. But again, like the draft probably didn't do them too many favors. I don't think it was really a drafting issue though. So maybe just taking care of some of those things like the PL, which are harder to manage, because their support duo didn't have the best stuns to handle something like the PL. They had the Shadow Demon coming out, which, it's not quite enough. Shadow Demon Silencer to pin down the PL, especially once Manta was up. TA2000 was just free to kind of run around in every single fight.
Certainly was. Props to Quest for pulling off that Game 1 victory. We'll see how the side of Spirit want to try and turn this game, or rather this series, around a little bit and see if they can force a draw here against Quest, because I'm sure that's exactly what they want right now. So we are going to head off into the Game 2 draft right now. Very, very good timing. It's first ban stage, Jonathan. Team Spirit, we'll see if they respect ban the Primal Beast. If anything, I would argue, because he had just a hell of a lot of impact. They are going to get rid of that Malik Darkseer that we've seen over and over again, especially through the play-in stage. So Malik will not have the Darkseer available, though. In props to Malik, like all the Ravages he threw out last game were just brilliant. All of them were just hitting multiple 2, 3, 4-man Ravages constant.
10 seconds.
And he was also hammering in the Meteor Hammer follow-up as well. He's just on point with every single bit that he had to execute on the Tide. So I'm curious to see what kind of changes we see here from Team Spirit, if there is any more adjustments in terms of bans here. We shall see. Quest not straying too far off. Same Batrider ban. Wouldn't be too surprised with the Undying ban. There's the Primal Beast ban. Noob certainly had a very fun game. In fact, again, in his first death, his only death, he probably would have survived if he swapped his cheese in just a little bit earlier. I believe, again, it was just a few seconds away, or if not, a few milliseconds away, as he did die. So, I do appreciate that from Team Spirit, but again, so many options. Like, if the Undying gets banned here by Quest, Broodmother is going to be an option for both sides. Stuff like the Silencer and Shadow Demon, which again, as a duo, probably not the best lockdown for the side of Team Spirit, but individually, it's something that Team Spirit has enjoyed, just having these wide controlling supports. And Quest will opt to ban out the Rubik instead, ensuring no sneaky steals can come out, as Team Spirit does have first pick overall.
Yeah, we'll see. Team Spirit. See what they want. First pick up. You want to prioritize, I believe. Last game around, it was the Silencer first pick that came out from Team Spirit, if I'm not incorrect in saying so. Well, or was it the Shadow Demon? It was either one. I believe it was the Silencer. See if they want to prioritize that again. They do not.
Ooh.
In fact, it's Lion. Well, but this
Lion.
hero apparently is first pick material now, out of nowhere.
Mike, it is a hater hero.
Yeah.
Here you pick when you want to hate in someone. It's like 3-1-1, the standard laning build. It's pretty annoying to deal with. My favorite is the 2-0-3 if you can get away with no Hex. And this does give Team Spirit more lockdown. Just having Hex on hand, just having your Shard here to help with some illusion heroes from Quest, from TA2000, it certainly does feel a lot better for Team Spirit. Oddly enough, Lion does feel like the successor to Pugna in the mana top-ups, if you were actually looking for that. But I love the response from Quest. Into Undying, into Snapfire. Undying, definitely not a hero that the Lion will enjoy playing up against, although you could argue for the Mana Drain build here against something like a 101, 102 by level 3. And that's when Undying starts to feel a little bit awkward, but it still isn't really a problem for Undying. You know,
somehow I knew that was coming up.
Yes, of course, it's all about the Mana Drain. It's all about that. I enjoy. Yeah, there's something about these Drain heroes. Hogna, I used to enjoy a lot of, you know, I tell you, the little animation just fills me with joy when you're topping someone up or draining someone down. Lion doesn't have a quirky animation while Mana Draining, it still brings me a lot of enjoyment. Like, I don't know what's up with that.
You know, it is what it is. Yeah, I'll tell you what, John. Like, if they buffed Mana Drain one last time, I feel like it might be viable.
Oh, good God. It already is viable. That's the thing. If it does get buffed, I'd be a very happy man, but I'd be questioning the balance changes.
You know what gets me?
It would.
They make it so the level 4 Mana Drain is so value, right? Because it doubles it from 60 mana per second to 120, right? So it's like, it's enticing you. It's telling you, please max me. Because when it's max level, it's ridiculous how much mana he drains.
Yes.
But the problem is, it still doesn't feel like enough. Like, even with the slow on top, it just doesn't feel good enough to max it. So what if you made it so Mana Drain, if you do drain all their mana, they get stunned. Like an Earth Spike just flies out and stuns them. How good would that be? You're telling me that would be amazing?
No, not Earth Spike style. You know, old Kotl with a Mana Leak. That kind of stun. That would be oppressive. I think that... You know what? I like it, Mike. Thank you. You're making Lion more broken. I would have fun with that.
I don't know if I want to say... I don't know if it'd be broken, John. It might just be viable at this stage.
It is viable. What do you mean? We've seen so many Lions. How can you keep denying it? It's more viable than your Earth Spirit right now, Mike.
Is it good?
Suck on that.
It
is. It's decent. It's situational. I can't say it's good in every game. I'll be frank. But it is very situational. In this case, it's... again, it's kind of alright. Undying still has a pretty good level 1, level 2. So you should still have a good lane. Quest can also flex their Snapfire. And they could still run it as support. They could run it as mid for noob. I like the response from Team Spirit to go into the Timbersaw, something more up-tempo here. They could give that to Laurel, could give it to Collapse either way. Probably leaning into Collapse a little bit more. As mid-Timb up against potentially mid-Snap does not sound like the most fun. We have seen that end up in the Snap's favor a couple of times now. And more core bans from Team Spirit. Quest banning out a lot of mids, and will take the Mirana. Again, just limiting Laurel's hero pool, taking care of the puck we were talking about the last game that was not picked up, although was banned by Team Spirit instead. And with the Mirana out, this should hammer in our Snapfire as that mid. It should just be a straightforward noob lane. The support duo of Mirana Undying, it's a little bit awkward in that your control isn't too hard. You know, you don't have a hard stun here. You don't have the easiest time to set up for the arrows, just with a Snapfire. Like, Cookie's there, but again, not the most reliable way to follow through with an arrow. So there is a lot of play here in terms of mobility for Team Spirit, in terms of having this Timbersaw zip in and out of fights, but the magic damage is quite significant from Quest anyway, so it might not be an issue overall.
I pick the Spirit. I'll have a think about this one. One of those games where you wouldn't have minded picking a POS 4 Rubik here for Spirit, but it was banned in the first phase, sadly, by Quest. I have a bit of a heavier think here from Team Spirit's end of things. Well, what other supports are we looking at, but potentially, like, with the Lion combo? I imagine you want to see a position 4 Lion, but it is a bit of a mixed bag as to where we see this hero popping up.
A Lion Timbersaw lane wouldn't be too bad for Team Spirit. Collapse can play off the back of that Earth Spike stun quite nicely. And again, just suppress Cowries Undying with a Mana Drain, so can be manageable.
Wow,
I don't think you're looking... They really are. That's all for reserve time. They will go for the Bloodseeker. I think it's somewhat fair in this game. It would have fit in for Quest themselves if they allowed it through. Just pick this up for Yatoro once more. It does leave a lot of Illusion heroes still in the pool. You know, Naga's not banned, so you could easily go for Naga. Again, you might be feeling more confident with Lion and Timbersaw to take care of the Illusion spam, but something like the PL just has way too many Illusions for a Lion to manage, and eventually gets durable enough that you don't really care for the Timb. They go with Pango as well. More Illusion clear from Team Spirit, locking in that Laurel mid very early on. Maybe a little bit of flex with Collapse, but it should just be our Laurel Pango mid. Pango versus Snap is manageable for Pango. It's not as bad as other melee matchups. Shield Crash, Harass. You can kind of go away with your Swash as well. So it shouldn't be too oppressive from Noob, but I'd expect the Snap to still have a slightly easier time in the matchup. I'm wondering though, like with all the illusion clear coming out from Team Spirit, Quest might not be the comfiest in going for like a PL or a Naga. They're probably just looking at a hard pick here for Malik first anyway. They still have options like the Tide. Tide into Bloodseeker lane again. Could opt for that.
They could.
Team Spirits turn to battle.
They will not, though. They're going to go down the Mars route themselves. So this hero obviously making a bit of a reappearance as of late. Let's get picked up. Does do pretty well against the Bloodseeker lane, right? You just... Any lane that wants to just rush you, the Mars is generally pretty damn good because you can block so much damage off, and obviously the spear back of the Bloodseeker is going to be very effective. I mean, the Mars Mirana lane are obviously pretty strong as well. Like, if you can land a spear into an arrow, it's just a guaranteed kill. Team Spirit now obviously focused on the position 1 banouts to come. They'll get rid of the TA-2000 Jug. I don't think it'd be the worst, like, Terrorblade game either. If you want to just get rid of TB or just a hard carry like that, then mind you, again, you kind of already said you have the mana drain for illusions. So maybe not. I want to say heroes like Slark might fit for Quest Esports, but it can be a little bit awkward against Timbersaw once the levels do come up. Because level 6 on Timber is pretty hard to play against the Slark.
Yeah. And a Bloodseeker as well. Just, you're not going to be able to re-entry to re-engage. There's an Ursa pick that could work here. Laning into Timbersaw is fine. Something that TA-2000s run quite a fair bit. The illusion heroes are still on hand. I don't think a TA fits too well here for TA-2000, unfortunately. And they're just focusing on some support pickups here. Shadow Demon Lichgon would have been pretty oppressive to have to deal with a Bloodseeker or a Timbersaw with Frost Shield up. And the disruption saves were pretty impactful when they do come out, so I appreciate the respect coming out from Quest. Team Spirit, looking for a support. More than likely, I'm a Poshka hero. It doesn't feel like they lack too much. You're probably just looking for a way to enable your Bloodseeker in lane. Maybe a little bit more teamfight control if you felt the need for it. In comparison, Arena Kisses is pretty oppressive from Quest along with good tombstone placement. We'll go with the Oracle, which ties in pretty nicely with a Bloodseeker and a Timbersaw. They both enjoy that secondary life being given to them. Bloodseeker more than likely lives through a lot of usage of that False Promise as well, as long as the kill comes out. So, pretty safe bet for Team Spirit. Another big save for them to have on hand. Just dispelling off the control from Mirana and Mars is also pretty nice here. Mind you, the one thing Team Spirit lacks is easy clear for Tombstone. So a good high ground Tombstone here from Kaori can be, again, pretty tough to deal with Arena, with the Kisses coming out. So there's still some big combinations from Quest. Just need to tie it up with something.
I mean, you've got Undying. You could also just run like a Drow Undying safe lane. Doesn't sound the worst in this kind of game. Yeah, you do have a bit of catch with the Lion Pango, but easier said than done. Like, it does seem like a decent enough Drow game if they wanted to go down that route.
Could be. The lane is not too bad, but it does become a pretty nice whirling chain lane for the Timbersaw for Collapse to play with. The Bloodseeker chases you down the back line, not too bad once the BKB's up. It's a little bit awkward, but it's not the worst. I feel like if you're confident in not being kited around as an Ursa with a BKB, and Ursa still fits in here, you can kind of fight the Bloodseeker pretty well 1v1. As long as you've got your Enrage up, even the Shard from Bloodseeker doesn't quite do enough, and the Ursa just overwhelms you. But it is also not the most straightforward Ursa game. They'll go with the Luna instead. So the Luna makes its reappearance once more. You know, the last time Luna came out, Mike, you weren't a big fan. It won out. Are you a big fan here?
I mean, I guess I kind of am, right? Because before the BKBs do come from Team Spirit, it's going to be kind of hard to run at TA-2000. Like, in the middle of a team fight, if your Tora doesn't have a BKB up, TA-2000 every time is just going to pop Eclipse. And it's like, well, you've got to run now. It's just... I think it is. I think it's fine. I don't think they have the greatest counters towards this hero. I think it should be a pretty decent Luna game. It looks kind of free for TA 2000 so far, though. Every time I say these things, to be fair, Jonathan, they end up happening the opposite way around, so I probably shouldn't say too much. I mean, Noob on the Snapfire as well, he's kind of a specialist with this mid-snap. So I think he's the guy I'm kind of watching again in this game from Quest Esports, because he's the guy that can really just start to pop off.
Yeah, that is true. I think the one concern I have for Quest is their lane. Like, TA 2000 early on, it's weird, because I feel like a Luna, if you do go for the Lucent Beam build, does really good against Timbersaw. But if you go for your Glaives and attack, and your Aura attack, it's a little bit awkward. Your range as a Luna isn't wide enough that you can safely just CS and not worry about whirling that. So Collapse can always just come in, get some free harass. Mind you, again, it's all down to how well Kaori plays in the lane and how well Mira can contest the line. So it's down to really skill build. Are you going to be going for your typical 3-1-1 here for Mira? Are we going to see something weird with a mana drain that, not too many people go for? I feel like the top lane for Team Spirit's pretty clear-cut as well. It's an Oracle Bloodseeker. You've got a natural root into Bloodrite combination. Mind you, trying to deal with a Mars is easier said than done, and the Mirana can be mobile once that leap is up. But it should be a lot more sustainable for Yatoro as long as Miposhka's positioning is on point. And you do have saves. And you've got False Promise, you've got the Fate's Edict to cut off a lot of that early magic damage you're looking for on the Luna anyway. And I'm guessing at some point you just kind of leave Yatoro alone, actually join these fights early with Miposhka to save the Timbersaw front line. So these early engagements can be a little bit more ratty for both sides, and I am curious. I feel like Team Spirit can get some early momentum here if they manage to work their cards right in the lane.
Let's see how it does pan out. Game 2 is officially underway, so we can head over to the game and see exactly how this one's going to pan out. 5-on-5 smoke to get things started. I mean, speaking of that safe lane of Team Spirit, the level 3 timings are extremely strong, I'd argue. Like with the level 2 Purifying Flames, level 2 Bloodrite, or even just the 1-1-1 build if you really wanted to. The level 3 timing, I think in particular, is what's going to be really strong of the safe lane of Team Spirit. Can probably say a similar thing for Quest, but not as much. Just more so that the Undying's really strong at level 2. I'll see how it all pans out. I mean, I don't think they're too concerned on Quest's end of trying to find kills in that safe lane. Just allow TA 2000 the space he wants on the Luna. But all you've got to do is this Undying. Level 2 is still pretty damn strong though.
Certainly is. Again, it's just down to mana management for Kaori. And whether or not Mira's just going to try to annoy him with the mana drain. And that's where things maybe go a little bit awkward. But as long as you pop your spells and have enough for Tombstone, should be pretty fine for Kaori into that level 2, level 3 mark. Not too much action off the back of that smoke, but they are still clumping up here.
They are. They're going to go for a fight. You don't really want to fight level 1 into an Undying, but to be fair, Kaori has not stolen any strength yet. There you go. He's going to double decay. Big scatter blast now from Noob. They're going to try after Kaori. He is dropping low now. Maybe they can get him. But Kaori, oh, he's gone. Just barely. Miposhka gets the final hit. First Blood will go his way on the Oracle.
Yeah, that does give information of that ward. No one should have had vision for that right click coming out onto Kaori, so they're going to get an easy D-ward down the line, but overall, a pretty nice start coming out from Team Spirit, securing the runes they'd want. Well, securing no runes for the First Blood, but you do get First Blood, at least. Not the biggest here to find it on. It's still a launching point, I suppose, with some early farm up. Taking a look at that bot lane, though. You do have, again, Malik on that Mars with Omar on the Mirana. Not the usual time that it's not too common nowadays to see that combination, and the early levels again for a Bloodseeker and an Oracle pretty oppressive if you're not careful.
Omar finally skills the leap up just to get away. Really didn't want it at level 1, but does decide better off it than just giving a kill back the way of Miposhka and of course your Toro. Another nice Fortune's End into the Bloodrite. It's a big combination. Again, level 2, level 3 in particular, is going to be where this safe lane duo of Team Spirit feels extremely potent. Level 3 more so, of course, with the level 2 Purifying Flames. So we'll have a look at the side lanes while we can. Up the side lane, Kaori dropping very, very low. Collapse having a great old time so far, moving in for another Whirling Death and does get the kill. There's one of the things with Undying versus Timbersaw is Collapse with that Whirling Death, he does deal a hell of a lot of damage. Especially against a strength core like, or strength support like Undying.
Yeah, he can get ripped apart really early on. Already off to a pretty rough start for Quest. 2 kills going the way of Team Spirit from the lanes. Top lane not going too smooth for TA2000 to just farm up in. But again, this is to be expected with this kind of draft. You still have this level 2 spike for Kaori to play with. But the early kills does mean that you're scaling up a lot slower than the side of Team Spirit would be. Mir can always opt for something like the mana drain if he feels like the additional control is not really worthwhile. Down bot, we're still seeing Chase across. And Pashka can threaten now with his combination, and they've been doing a great job of using that Blood Right just to zone out. Not the comfiest of times for Malik in this game. Still finding some decent CS, but not really stopping Yatori here. The mid lane's been a little bit more back and forth. A lot of harassment coming out onto Noob and Laurel. Laurel managing to keep up against the Snapfire, but Noob is starting to overwhelm. And Snap has an easier time managing the lane as his range core with lots of nuking potential. Still has to respect the output when Laurel does decide to commit with a shield crash, but not going to be major kill threats until we start to approach at level 6 or a rotation early on say the 4 or 6 minute rune here.
Bottom lane, they are still going at it. Slow down just a little bit. Omar and Maposhka were just trading so much harassment. No points in the arrow yet, of course, going for the Starfall level 2. Toro, just free farming on the Bloodseeker, which is very different to what happened last game. Malik, gonna cop another Blood right here with the Fortune's End setup, but they don't have quite enough to try and secure a kill onto Malik. In fact, they heal him up just a little bit with that Purifying Flames. He doesn't actually mind the interaction too much there with Team Spirit. Top lane. Akari just understands he can't really deal with Collapse at the moment, so just leaves the Timbersaw alone. As long as TA2000's hitting creeps, he'll be happy. Just trying to meet the creep wave in the middle, and Carrie's just trying to pull it away. And Collapse will get it, though. Just managed to make the meet, and takes all the creeps for himself. Very, very nice. 2-0 so far. That Quest have kind of resigned themselves to just trying to even out the lanes a little bit, because Team Spirit, at least for now, they're looking like a very different team during this laning stage.
They just have stronger lanes to start with. Better presence out from the supports. Much more trade potential early on. Even Noob down mid is... Again, he's having a good time in terms of CS, but the harassment from Laurel is still consistent. It's not the comfort. So the level 5 is up.
Mid lane.
It's gonna be a faster 6 for Noob as well. Without the roll, once you commit Swash on Laurel, it's gonna feel pretty awkward. And he's forced to walk back to base. No one dying, no TPs for the bottle refill. So it's him this time that has to make that back and forth journey to the base before coming back mid, and that's gonna give that early 6 here.
Yeah, it's a pretty big loss here for our mid lane of Team Spirit. Lol. This is a very different to what happened last game to boot, right? Like, he was ahead in XP by 2 levels at this stage. This time around, he's not so much. He's gonna fall behind in XP, and we know with the Snapfire, like, you hit that earlier level 6 timing, it's just so easy to set up a kill for yourself. You just land that cookie and the kisses will follow. We'll have to watch his back. As bottom lane, speaking of watching himself, Omar getting caught by the Fortune's End will leap out of the Blood Right, but doesn't have any more charges. Yatoro will be able to eventually take him out with the Bloodseeker. That'll be the first kill for Yatoro this game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Already off the decent start in the Bloodseeker again. Not getting contested too hard by Malik. Having a lot of room to just farm up. And great space creation and great harassment coming out from Maposhka overall. And this early start for Spirit is starting to ramp up.
They may have been in a spot of danger, but Carry, okay, at least for now, but Collapse is starting to move in. Still go for the fight as the Undying. Does have the Lotus and some stick charges up, so feeling confident. Meanwhile, middle lane, bit of a group up here from Noob and Omar. Omar still no points in the arrow though, but has a skill point that hasn't been used yet. So he could go for the arrow if he really wants it. We'll hold out for now. We'll be able to help secure the power rune here for Noob, and that's about all he wanted. Noob immediately off the back of that, he's level 6, he wants to go top lane. See if he can find this Timbersaw. With the kisses up, it's not too hard to get this done, but keep in mind, Collapse does have the level 1 chains up. So it could be a little bit challenging, but he does get the cookie in. Scatterblast will follow. Collapse, he's going to try and chain away, but there's the kisses to come. Noob just patiently waiting for it. And a perfect rotation here from our mid Snapfire.
Recognizing that opportunity elsewhere, understanding that pinning down Laurel not going to be as easy with a Rolling Thunder, just very close when they're trying to line up.
Yatoro's going to be very careful. Malik has the stick charges and the Lotus if he needs the Spirit of Mars, though now Malik going to cop the Blood Right himself. Be alright to survive, does use those 1 charges in the end. Still could try for Yatoro if he really wants to, but Miposhka is right behind him with the Fate's Edict. It won't be enough anyway. Yatoro just proving to be a little bit too tanky. We'll rush in after Malik. Gonna be okay as Kaori topside. Trying to go after Mira. Gets stunned up and does go down. Didn't have the decay in time to try and secure the kill. Nice little attempt there from Kaori, but doesn't really end up panning out.
Pretty good bait coming out from Mira, just dragging that and dying all the way back while reinforcements come in. It's a lot of time expended by the cores though for a support kill, and you end up with an even Wisdom Rune trade anyway, with Omar keeping her own here on Quest. Yeah, not the biggest losses for Quest, but some small wins coming out from Spirit early on. The lane's starting to get in favor of Quest though. Like the CS coming out for TA2000 is pretty scary. It's going to be a Luna with some early timings into Bormid Mask. And he hasn't gone into the Glaives, going for a mix with a Lunar Blessing and the Lucent Beam instead.
Mid lane, the arrow setup is there thanks to the cookie, and Lal, he can't get away. Rolling Thunder in time. This game around, Quest rotating supports in constantly, and it does pay off immediately as Lal will go down. Lal stuck at level 6. Noob about to hit level 8 on the snap.
Yeah, this is overwhelming from the mid. Noob already has that full Atos up, has a lot of right-click flying out, has self-setup. Heck, some respectable setup for the arrow to fly through now with Cookie and the Atos. They're stealing the stacks here on Quest just with Kaori and the Tombstone.
Yeah, he can commit the kisses for this if he really wants to, but it doesn't feel like he needs it. Yeah, the Tombstone's going to prove to be more than enough. A lot of gold going their way as Miposhka will go down at bottom lane. Omar able to take that one, but I think the stacks are just more important. I mean, maybe they can't stick around for the Ancients. I guess there's that. Kaori, his Tombstone is going to expire. Noob might just stick around, try to get it done anyway. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Omar, gonna see Mira, but does just leap away towards the bounty rune. Should be able to secure that just fine, as Mira is still chasing, but not gonna be able to get there. Top lane, Collapse, being hunted by a TA2000. No Eclipse up, but doesn't need it because he's got 2 heroes coming in from the side. Noob does have the kisses up to try and take Collapse down another time. Collapse going right into the corner, gonna try for a TP play out, but TA2000 is gonna see him in time. Collapse still trying to mess around, but the Rod of Atos is there from Noob, and no kisses are even necessary. Just holds out. Into the mid lane he goes, ready to defend the tier 1 mid tower. Again, another rotation from the mid snap, just working perfectly.
And the understanding here from Quest is quite good. The scan was there early, allow a little bit of an escape for Collapse, but he's forced to run up top, and this build from TA2000, going for the Lunar Blessing Max. The vision is pretty good as they go for the kisses.
Mid lane, Lal. Oh, maybe he gets out. It looks like he's gonna. Noob, now the one in danger, has to try and fight back, but he is surely down as he is healing up. He's surviving longer than you would expect, but not long enough. Yatoro even feeling the need to rotate to ensure his mid laner doesn't die another time. They will see Omar. Omar will leave the building eventually.
The stacks are still going.
Oh, but they are. Stacks again being taken. Ancient's getting low. Kaori about to drop to Collapse, but he is making a run for it. Does turn for another decay on the Ancient stack. It's Kaori buying even more time for himself. Will finally go down. They actually end up beating quite a bit of gold back the way of Team Spirit. Gets the Tombstone gold on Yatoro. Gets the Ancients. I don't know if you call that a win for Quest. It seems like Team Spirit are probably more than happy with that.
That they are. And they had some good wards to protect that high ground anyway. The triangle area was under vision. The A2000 trying to clear out stacks without any glaives was maybe a little bit too optimistic. He has the value point up now. So if they just waited for one more level, they would have had that pretty cleanly, but there's more time for Team Spirit. They're going for the smoke play out. They've got the roll ready on Laurel here.
Lane. Smoke is there. Move in. They've got the Fortune Send. Mars, surely no way out, and he is down. Lyle, be very happy to be a part of that one. Bit of gold to go his way on the Pangolier. Yes. Seems like they've seen enough. Go back out of that bottom lane. no interest in that area anymore. Now, Team Spirit, they are grouped up as 4 down at this bottom side of the map, though, so they could think about infiltrating that dire triangle. Pings were coming out from their end of things, but it seems like they're going to think better of. 12-minute power rune instead is more important as Noob gets caught. Mirror does steal the shield rune away. Arrow's going to connect, but now Noob, he's taking so much damage, and he is gone. Malik unable to help in time. Great kill for Team Spirit. Lau will take that one. A bit of revenge onto the mid Snapfire. And now Spirit, they want to keep going for more. They want that mid tier 1 tower, and they may just have it. Malik sticking around, is going to get rooted by the Fortune's End, but here comes Quest. They want to try and protect. Tombstone was dropped preemptively, but it is going to force the side of Team Spirit away.
Buy some time. Still a pretty big kill for Spirit to find onto Noob. That is the one big scaling core that you have to worry about. The Luna, it's much more tempo. And it's really the Snapfire getting off into the travels, into some like a Sanj Kaya early on that can start to feel oppressive, or the Gleipnir. They're targeting the right heroes here on the side of Team Spirit, giving Collapse a lot of space to try to catch up on this Timbersaw as well. And starting to play around with some of these early spikes. Like they do have a lot of output, but just line 6 every time fingers off, and they'll just recommit. Quest just back off, and mid's just gone anyway.
That it certainly is. There is a Hex out from Mirror. Not gonna amount to much. Mirror just messing around here with Cowrie. Bottom lane, however. Malik? No, the TP's cancelled.
Radiant are scanning.
No TP coming in to help Malik out. Malik could have thought about setting up maybe with a spear, but didn't have the arena anyway. Been a bit of a tough setup. Spirit moving around. Should have seen Cowrie rather warding in that area. Cowrie going to go for a run, but they are going to surround the Undying. Could be a very easy pick-off for them, but he does get the Tombstone Flesh Golem in time, so he's actually surviving through all of this. Even the Purifying Flames healing him up, and he's not going to die. Cowrie's alright. Collapse? I can't say the same for him top lane. Collapse is in huge danger. Meanwhile, Omar, on the high ground, will finally go down. But they lose the Timber in the off lane. While Cowrie is still chasing Maposhka. Will not find him. Now Cowrie in a bit of danger, but has all the vision in the world to play with. Will go for a run towards the west of the map. Gets purged up by Lal. Surely can't make it out of this. He does have a TP. We'll see the Fortune's End committed, but it's too late. Does go down to the damage of Law.
Malik is committed now.
In bottom lane, Fort, 4 hero rotating. They don't even need it. The finger will be enough from Mirror. No messing around from this line.
Tower is under attack.
They're starting to ramp up in the punishment here for Team Spirit. It is arguably space being created here for Quest. Ton of room coming out here for TA2000 to scale up on Luna. And some room for Noob as well to start to hit into these power spikes, just rushing into DKD now on that Snapfire. Still ways off until you hit that power spike on the Snap at the level 20. Still got a lot of output with your magic damage, with the kisses, and a well-lined up fight. We just haven't seen that wombo combo yet from Quest. Up until Malik has his blink for some easier arena setups is, I think, the timing we're waiting for the big kisses arena combos. And Team Spirit have been dancing around them up until that point. It's going to take a lot longer for those items to be up, with a BKB being queued up first by Malik.
Bottom lane, and they're looking at the Timber, but it's only Omar and Malik.
Cowrie?
Mid lane, he's just going to drop. Cowrie getting caught again, drops another Tombstone. Noob is going to be around to try and force a fight. Arrow actually connects on Lal. He never got the Tombstone down. The Tombstone is just still standing there. Lal is getting chased by 1 billion zombies at the moment. I say 1 billion, it was 2, John. A bit less than 1 billion. Nevertheless, I guess you denied the Tombstone gold away. But they do lose their Undying.
Yeah. Just playing a little bit far forward, trying to get some farm and EXP here. Cowrie is. It is, again, arguably some space coming out. You managed to clear out Bot with no deny coming out from Collapse. And they could try for the play a blink up on Malik.
Arena is also available. They just need a bit of vision. Noob's going to find him. Does go for the run of Atos. They may not even need the arena. They just need the kisses with the spear set up and the arrow to follow up just in case. Beautifully played by Quest.
Just 12
to 6, John. I mean, it's buying plenty of time for the Luna to just farm.
12 to 6, John. I mean, it's 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 12 to 6, John. I me And it is. BKB being worked on by TA2000 into the Silver Edge, so nothing too crazy in terms of build-up here. Into the Roche they go. They do have output with a maxed out Lunar Blessing, with an Undying around. Roshan doesn't take too long to melt. Even moves around as well with his own right, but being quite amplified by that Lunar Blessing. And we'll go for the move. Team Spirit. No wards up top, no vision to really sense that play. They are taking control of their bot area once more, but Aegis is going to be massive for them. Yatoro is around the area. He does have his BKB, but he's not looking to scout, and they might be able to find a nice kill on him first.
Roshan, I mean, they're going to try and get there, it seems. Yatoro, though, not realizing, gets caught out. Top lane, he's down. Now they'll realize Roshan was happening the whole time. Mirror is around the corner on the line. Has the blink up, but just can't really get within range to blink in. Roshan freely being given the way of TA2000. Even with the Bloodseeker kill on top, it just even better now for Quest as they're looking towards Lal, but they miss the spear. Lal should be able to Rolling Thunder away, but oh, he doesn't go for it!
Oh, man.
I thought he was mid-animation!
He cancelled. I think he didn't expect the movement out from Quest to mass TP for that kill.
Oh.
The Atos comes in. After Roche clears, they expect maybe movement up top, commitment onto the tier 1. So Laurel feels confident, but does get punished for that greed and trying to hold out in the ult usage. And now Quest bounce back. They've got control, they've got the 3k lead. They're scaling in. Yatoro still needs more.
What of Atos out, TA2000, Yatoro, he's BKB'd up, the false promise, it's gonna buy a bit of time, maybe he can just heal through this. They've got the Hex out on TA2000, they could be able to get this done. TA, he'll survive another day, he'll keep the chase on Yatoro, but eventually has to retreat, because Collapse is incoming. The Moonlight is gonna allow them to get out safely, though. They'll deal with the Tombstone instead. But Yatoro, he does get the mid-snapfire, does survive through the onslaught, and he'll be very satisfied with that.
It's a pretty big BKB usage coming out from him. First charge, 9 seconds to survive through the entire eclipse coming out from TA2000. And his right-click damage isn't quite enough to tear through something like the Bloodseeker here. Again, that combination with False Promise means that one kill and you're back to full HP on the Bloodseeker in this kind of game as they're chasing for more.
Omar, only one left behind. He has one more lead card with a mech to go. And they're not going to find him anyway. So TA2000 was there to back him up with the Aegis up just in case he needed it. He probably wouldn't want to do so into 4 heroes anyway, but... Well, meanwhile, Noob in the mid lane just taking the T1 towers. Just casually walks in. Little Shredder gets that done. Still a 3k advantage towards Quest. Props to Yatoro. He has kept up in net worth quite nicely with the Luna. Only about 1k behind TA2000 at the moment. Not too bad at all. Group up top lane though, Quest. So they want to try and move in. They're going to see Mirror first. Mirror immediately jump at a nice hex out into the Earth Spike and ensure they can't keep the chase up. Yatoro in the meantime also surviving Noob's onslaught as they do move out. Mudright was placed, silencing up the Snapfire, not allowing the kisses to come in as now Kaori is stuck in the stairwell, but Lal does not want to move in. He will immediately retreat away from that tombstone. The chase is on. Malik still trying to find a nice arena. Lands a spear onto Mirror, into the kisses, but no, the Fate Edict. It is going to protect the Lion just for another day. Quest are trying to retreat, but they've left TA2000. They've left their Luna. He's going to lose the Aegis. That's one life down. Can they protect the second? Malik will jump in, finding Mirror for Poshka. He's going to cop the arrow. He at least got the false promise in time, but he's taking way too much damage. Yatoro in the meantime needs to get out of there. Looks like he's going to be safe for now. Mirror has fought back, will try to save, does barely survive. Holy Mirror, I think it was like 40 HP he survived on. Couldn't have been an immediate tieback for him if he wasn't too careful. They'll survive, only losing the Oracle.
You lose both supports on the side of Team Spirit, all things considered. Not the worst outcome here, although...
Yatoro, I mean, not the worst outcome. Hold that thought, John, because it may just be the worst outcome.
Okay.
Noob,
oh, man.
He'll get the tips with the Rod of Atos set up into the arrow of Omar. That's a big one.
That is a massive one to give away. Noob, And we're starting to reach the point where level 20 is coming closer and closer here for Noob. His right click damage is going to scale up. No big steroid on hand, but can always just switch out an item build into maybe a casual Silver Edge if they feel the need for it. They want to prioritize something else for TA2000, although he is still going for the Silver Edge himself. Multiple Silver Edges wouldn't hurt in this game anyway. You did want that coming out for Quest. 13-11. Team Spirit, they've been showing a lot more fight, but Quest have still managed to equalize. 7k lead standing for themselves here. The scaling coming out from Spirit is looking a lot smoother. Mjolnir not too far off for Yatoro into the Ags. And let me tell you, the Ags with Oracle, that is going to be a very interesting interaction. Like, because your HP's on hold. If you technically heal during the HP hold, does your barrier recover? That I've never seen, so I'm really curious to find out once the Ags is up.
We'll find out. I wonder if the Ags comes out on Maposhka for once. I mean, I want to see this Oracle
I would
Ags
love
in
that.
I want to see it in action.
I
remember every caster says the same thing. In theory, it's broken, but nobody's bought it yet. Yatoro, mid lane, he is getting very aggressive on his own. Malik decided not to pop the BKB to go for the Arena Spear combo. To be fair, Yatoro had his own BKB anyway, so it may not have worked out. Yatoro feeling a bit confident in the mid lane, not getting punished though. But he's alright.
Ops Rupture, not the longest cooldown in the world. I will say, I have seen the Oracle Ags. Again, this is down to my one friend who tells me to run these crazy combos when we play Turbo. And I was playing Alchemist, but let me tell you.
Yeah.
It feels pretty damn good on an Alp. Now, not something you'd expect ever in a normal game, but if you can get that done, that BAT decrease is just an insane buff. Like, it's so insane. This is basically a balance change patch in an Ags.
Yeah. Except nobody buys, sadly. Mirror. Top lane. Gonna be okay. Actually missing the earth. A nice finger. At least commits the finger to cancel the TP, but is gonna go down. The thing is, none of that was necessary from the Lion. Now bottom lane, Lul's being watched by Noob. Bookie's going to be there to set up. Noob's got the helping coming from Malik. From the north is Malik. Going to jump in for the spear now, and Lul... Oh, boy. Swashbuckle on the spot is not going to help his cause.
I appreciate that play, but that actually helps Quest. With a TP cancel, Noob sees that opportunity down south. And that's a bigger kill. He gets level 17 now.
Grabs himself into his own tombstone, barely surviving Yatoro's damage output, as now the zombies will chase Yatoro down. He's going to be okay. Kaori, yeah, you need to commit a tombstone to survive that, but he's got the level 10 talent for the minus 15 seconds. Pretty short duration rather cooldown tombstone now.
I like this build on Kaori as well. He went for the blink just to get the blink tombstone and tomb.
I love it.
Just to save.
Why the hell not? What do you really need on an Undying? That's the item, like, it's always a question of item builds when it comes to this hero. He's one of those heroes that can literally build anything, and it may just seem viable.
Would you like a Radiance Undying, Mike?
No.
How about you said anything's viable. Divine Rapier Undying?
No.
Viable? Okay.
I mean, it's viable. You could build it. I didn't say I liked it.
Alright, I'll appreciate that. But yeah, just blink and using the shard. I think that is a very cool thing from Kaori. I much appreciate that. Not something we've seen too much of. But it is forward thinking from Quest. But man, even if you stall this game out in Team Spirit, your scaling, it is strong. You can never count out an Oracle and Bloodseeker and the Timbersaw up front with his own scaling on hand. But you do start to worry. You know, this Luna, sure, it's a little bit more of a tempo hero, but it does still scale pretty nice. You've always got the Divine Rapier to fall back to if things feel a bit southbound here for TA2000. You've always got your Snapfire to always consider here as well.
Yatoro's baiting right now, top lane. This team right behind him. Malik, do not show yourself. Does go in, trying to go after Maposhka. There's 4 heroes around. They're trying to burst down Malik. He's just so tanky. Malik survives through it, takes down Maposhka. He's onto Mirror now. Excuse me? Onto Collapse, they'll find another with a great arrow from Omar. Oh my goodness, Quest, come on now. Yatoro, he's forced to BKB, but he's gone. Malik, that's enough. He'll keep going. He wants a bit more. Collapse will cop the false promise here from Aposhka. The buybacks are there. They're trying to buy back, but Malik's got an ultra kill. Looking for a rampage. He will not land the spear, but he's going after Collapse. Almost has it. Collapse, he'll run away. Malik, about to drop, finally goes down. Collapse, though, in the end, he is going to drop to the Starfall as they move in again with the Eclipse, but the agents are taking all the damage. What? Look what kind of fight is this? Malik lost his mind, Jonathan. Malik just said, screw it, I'll do it my damn self.
That he does. He's got the Deso up in the Mars. Gets a lot of value from his damage output there. They instantly burst out. It's a 5 for 5. You know, with the dieback on your Oracle. That is a 5 for 5 in the end. Let's come out on top. A little bit better for Team Spirit. A lot of gold coming out there for Laurel. And they're going to be able to try to secure Roshan for themselves. Quest, maybe diving a bit too far forward into that chase on the left side of the map. Does get punished for it. A lot of small plays coming out there. The instant tombstone entombment from Calorie once the Rupture was committed onto the Luna. Just cutting off any gains for Yatoro, cutting off any way for him to build up with Turst in the middle of these fights. Still not enough with how far Quest do commit. And again, Roche opening up for Team Spirit. Quest, and they are respawning. It's not the fastest Roche in the world, but they're not making themselves up to that area. It should be a freebie for Team Spirit and should start to equalize a little bit more. They are still at the deficit, but they can bring that fight back as long as your supports don't get instant nuke down and you can play with that false promise. Quest have to be a little bit cautious with a really prolonged fight here.
Oh, what a game we have on our hands now. 10k advantage the way of Quest, but there's an Aegis up on Lal. Thanks to... Shout out to Lal, of course, for making that team fight kind of turn back the other way, allowing them the Aegis now, and... Well, here we go. We've got a game on our hands, Jonathan. 61% chance of Quest winning. Make that 57% chance now, according to Gaming himself. They're going to move into the North Team Spirit.
Oh, but... At level 20, he's inching closer and closer for Noob. He's going for the Daedalus into Satanic.
Let's see if it works out. Off lane, we might need to see that level 20 earlier, John, because the Tier 2 tower now under siege from Yatoro. It will be forced. Actually, one creep wave away from level 20 here on the Snapfire.
There it is.
He's got it now. There you go. This could be scary. This could be very scary. Omar, he's baited Mirror forward. Problem is he needs some help if it's really going to be a bait. He does go down. Yatoro getting Ray tossed up. Loses half his HP to one little shredder. That's just with the Chrysalis. Had it been a Daedalus, maybe he would have gotten a bit more. Still very scary though. Half your HP being removed like that, just casually.
Very balanced. Nice to see it coming out here. Just need that big crit, Noob.
Mid lane. Noob.
Oh.
What are you doing there, sir? Noob. Excuse me. You'll just go down. Lyle will hand over the tip. Thank you very much, Noob, he says.
TPing mid just to clear out, trying to get some farm. Maybe expecting everyone to still hang up top. Now Malik, all alone here.
Malik, he's going to try and survive this, but Collapse is on the chase. Poshka right behind him. Collapse trying to keep the vision up for a Fortune's End. We'll eventually get there, so Poshka should be able to go for the Fortune's End now and does get it. Malik can't play his way out of this one, I don't think. Should be going down, and he will. But Poshka will take the kill. And now Collapse has enough gold for a full Ethereal Blade, apparently. Mid. Lal's gone.
What?
Does anyone want to tip Lal? Lal just tipped Noob.
What?
Do we want to hand it back?
He was in the roll-up. Then
yes, he was.
He was in the roll-up. Then he canceled it. He could have just dodged all that damage.
Yes, he could have, John. He didn't.
This is a little bit strange from both teams. Those are not insignificant mistakes to make on Quest and on Team Spirit. Still favors Team Spirit overall. That leads down to 5k. Considering that they killed off Noob and Malik. But losing Laurel does allow some time for Quest to stall out for the respawns here.
Mid lane, Noob's going to TP back in. They've got a Nullifier now up on TA 2000. Keep in mind, Yatoro still has about 2 minutes on the Aegis, so feeling confident to try and move back into the Tier 2 tower. Quest, trying to set up. Arrow, gonna fly in. Oh, that's a great arrow!
Oh my god.
That is a great arrow. The Lucent Beam mini stun holding him down just long enough to take down the Aegis. Yatoro forced the BKB and run, but here comes the chase, Malik. He's in. Yatoro out of HP. He's going to cop the false promise. He'll survive a little bit longer, but he's going to go for the man fight. He needs the thirst regen. Can he get it in time? He'll activate everything trying to survive this, but there's no chance. No chance in hell. That is a very cheeky play from TA2000 and Omar. That's the coordination we're talking about. These guys are just, they're on the same page every time.
They are. The chase down as well. Perfect timing on the arena right as the BKB fades, understanding that the duration's not that long left on Yatoro. So all of a sudden that tier 2 push, they don't even find the objective. And Quest, that's going to be more than enough gold for Noob to find that full Daedalus. They're going to get their own push going. Remember, this is still a Luna draft from Quest. One small mistake, your high ground's going to be under siege.
Bottom lane. Spirit. Oh, they're in trouble, Malik. He's all over the map. Arrow flying in, not gonna land. Mirror gonna be just fine. Just barely. My goodness. Quest.
Is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
They're gonna be alright, but the tier 2 bottom tower is now gone. 8k advantage the way of Quest. Spirit not out of this game yet, but it is starting to feel a little bit worse for where, as time goes on here, this team is. The draft doesn't actually scale better than the Quest draft into the late game is now the question. Carry's gonna find Collapse. Collapse gonna try and move in. Collapse almost taking him down, but there's a tombstone grab again, saving the day for the Undying, as Collapse will be fine to just chain away.
That is an instant D-ward though, but Team Spirit smoking up while they've got vision. They've got information where this fight breaks out. Good forward wards here. Just watching between the tier 2 and tier 3s.
Team Spirit. Trying to move in. Here we go. Tier 2 tower. This time around we'll go up towards top lane with the smoke. Trying to maybe see if they can find TA2000 farming this area. He does reveal himself on the mid creep wave now, so they know he's not around. Mira still hanging around. I thought he might try for some deep wards, but doesn't have any available. Just gonna walk away. Seeing if he can find a straggler, but doesn't get so lucky.
Does have still that one ward below the high ground here, giving some good vision. It's not within the sentry range either for Quest, but Quest will smoke up. This is a little bit more blind on their part, only having the one forward ward right down in that bottom area. They might have taken a glimpse of Collapse, but doesn't feel like the big kill they'd really want here.
Waiting Quest to smoke. You'll see Collapse. Not exactly the easiest target to aim down. He still holds on to the cheese and the timber. They are going to back off. It's still a very close game. Like, one team fight could make it the Team Spirit do have the bigger advantage in this game. So Quest cannot afford to throw that away to Team Spirit. Mind you, leaving Yatoro to farm this long, like he's going to have a butterfly up very soon. Be a bit of a concern here for TA2000. Thing is, TA2000 is going to have a full Satanic up very soon.
You already have a full Satanic up in Malik as well. Had a lot of regen to play with the God's Rebuke up front. Roshan, 40 seconds away until we see that respawn timer. Team Spirit's starting to take position up top to get control here. And Quest, they've got a good smoke angle out, not under any vision. No forward vision here either from Team Spirit on this area.
Moving in, Team Spirit, they are prepped for this fight, but it could be a bit rough. TA2000 with the Silver Edge moving in first. If they can find Mirror, it'd be such a good start. In fact, they have, but Noob can't get the damage off in time. Rolling Thunder now from Lyle, but he misses absolutely everyone on the Initiate. Nobody's landing anything yet. Even the Kiss is not landing once onto Mirror. There's an arrow that lands, but nobody's around to capitalize. Now Omar, he's going to cop a rupture. He'll leap away with the Guardian Greaves, but it's not going to be enough. The Luna, or rather Mirana, is down. In comes the Eclipse from the Luna. Onto Collapse, but he eats the cheese and walks away. Now a double Earth Spike comes out from Mirror. He lands on Carry and does take him down. As well as yeah, Noob with the triple kill. Just jumping and cleaning everyone up. He's got the Daedalus. It makes enough sense, John.
They pour everything to just find those first 2 kills, but Noob's your big issue. Doesn't even matter that the Eclipse comes out a little bit preemptively from TA2000. You need to focus down to Snapfire. You need to stop this output.
Well, he's got it again. He's got the blink up with the little shredder if they want to try and jump in, and there was, 2 buybacks committed. Maposhka and Mirror are both back into this. 3v3 scenario. Collapse will move in. No Eclipse to worry about this time. They've still got the nullifier, but they've caught TA2000 and Mirror immediately just deleted by Noob. My goodness, Collapse trying to run, probably not gonna make it out if the nullifier does end up landing. They'll at least get the false promise to try and help, but Collapse has been arrowed up by Omar, still trying to chain away, but there is no escape. Even the tombstone just in the nick of time to ensure the TA2000 will not drop. And Roshan is now open for quest.
Dude, all those kills, Noob is just a few EXP points away from hitting 25. You cannot sustain that. Like, I was gonna say earlier on, if you just bought Blade Mails here, it might have been enough. And Blade Mail is still actually a pretty good play at this point in the game. Like a Blade Mail on Timbersaw plus maybe your Bloodseeker. You could just have Noob kill himself, but with his own Satanic build-up, that he could just immediately buy out if he wants to, it's not gonna be enough at that point. Let's see, a major win for Quest. Just a topsy-turvy team fight up top. Malik getting a really deep chase, popping a BKB early, still finding a decent arena. And no one focusing the snap. Noob just being very patient in backline with that blink. Buys out a full Hex first. Wants to insta-give people. And he's got so much damage. Universal type, man. Just buy any item you want. You're gonna have the damage. You're gonna have the crit output. What a hero.
He's in hard. He's a big boy. Refresher shot up as well, so double sight device, double kisses, double little shredder, which seems to be the big one right now. For Noob, he can literally just jump in and delete everyone. We might have the opportunity now as Malik. He jumps in with the arena, and now the little shredder Mirror, he's already gone. And now the double little shredder. Oh boy, they just disappeared.
That's it.
That's it. That's gotta be it. GG is called, but Plushka's seen enough. Malik and Noob just setting up perfectly, ending the game together. Quest, a convincing 2-0 victory against Team Spirit. Just hitting their timing and yeah, double little shredder. That's a thing when you've got that refresher shot up, Jonathan.
That it is. Snapfire, you know, it's a hero. Scaled really nicely early on. The timings of Quest, they had a really good understanding once more of what they had to do. A little bit messier in the early game. You have to give props to Team Spirit. They're finding a lot more openings. They're finding a lot of punishment. It kind of rolled sideways up in the... It's hard to pinpoint one occasion. One moment that does stand out is when Mira fingered the creep to stop that TP in. I think that actually caused more issues, as that gave a free kill onto them, onto Collapse down bot, because of that movement. Actually, Laurel. And for Team Spirit, again, they came out with stronger lanes. They had more early activity coming out from Yatoro, but they couldn't deal with the late game. Like, even that last fight on Roche up top, which we'll see in the highlights, I'm sure, later on, where the BKB from Malik came early, they were chasing really deep. You know, you force Eclipse out into one target and the Timbersaw manages to eat cheese. It looks awkward for Quest. But no one stops Noob. All your spells are used up, and guess what? Snapfire with Daedalus, with level 20 up. You just clean up, and off the back of that fight, he just gets 25. And then what do you do about that? Look, it's a lost fight into the 25 of Snap, into Aegis, into high ground. That's just GG.
And Noob's definitely arguably one of the best Snapfire players in the tournament right now. They just always seems to pop off when it comes to the mid Snapfire, as we are seeing Malik just popping off here with an ultra kill on the Mars, almost finding a rampage on Collapse, but couldn't land the spear to secure himself that rampage. It was still a fantastic fight that Team Spirit ended up turning back their way at the end. You see TA2000 eventually, I believe, does go down to Lal, who pops off at the end of that team fight. It's a complete mess. And here was the big one that looked like it should have gone Team Spirit's way. But eventually Quest, I believe, did turn this one. This was a very prolonged fight in and of itself because you had the buybacks coming up from both sides. A big earth spike and, well, of course, Noob just jumping right in the middle, just deleting everybody with that Snapfire. Just ridiculous. And we don't get to see the last one. They were already just deleted by this point. Unlucky. Doesn't really matter. Props to Quest. 2-0 victory for them. Again, a very strong performance against Team Spirit.
And that does bolster their chances of just starting in the upper bracket now for playoffs. And these two teams were tied up with that 2-0 scoreline for Quest. They are bolstered all the way up to a 1-2 scoreline in concession with PSG, LGD, and Evil Geniuses, depending on how their series goes. So, looking pretty good. Quest setting the foot right, going through play-ins, having a lot more matches to play can be exhausting, but also sets you up well, as we saw in the last TI with our last chance qualifier. So would not sleep on Quest at all. They had a great play-ins. They're looking great coming out here, finally getting a 2-0 up against a team that managed to get 1-1s up against Gaiman and EG. Not a small feat at all for Quest. And Team Spirit, they're not out of it yet. Their scoreline's still manageable. They just need to start to tighten things up. Quest really just danced around them, especially in Game 1. Game 2 was tighter, but still not enough.
Well, Don, good news is we do have another series on the C-Stream coming up after a bit of an extended break, but it's going to be a great series between Team Liquid and, of course, BBT. So we're going to have to go to that extended break, and, of course, right after that break, we'll be back with Game 1 between Liquid and BBT. We'll see you soon.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going to be going into our next series here between Team Liquid and, of course, BBT, and it is MLP Dota and X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. We had a bit of an extended break, but we are back here for our second series of the day. How the hell are you feeling, sir?
Feeling great, Mike. We had a fantastic first series here on the stream, a nice 2-0 coming out from Questwood. A lot of back and forth in that second game. I'm keen to see what happens in this one. Liquid up against BB This one has gone back and forth throughout the year. You know, BB Team has managed to get draws up against Liquid in both, what was it? In both the majors they were in, Berlin and Lima. They didn't manage to play against each other in Bali, but Berlin and Lima, they were both in the same groups, and they both went 1-1 up against each other both times. So I'm not too sure if that record breaks. I'm not sure if that shifts out here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see this going for a draw. But I also wouldn't be surprised by a 2-0 from either side. It feels like, at their best, each team can kind of find that 2-0. It's just a matter of who is on point in this series. You know, who has, I don't know, the better time waking up, perhaps, or small factors like that coming in. I feel like, skill-wise, this is pretty even across both ends.
I mean, this is the first series of the day for both these teams at the very least, so we'll find out who does wake up better, or rather on the right side of the bed. One of them's going to surely end up on the wrong side, or maybe not. Maybe both of them just put up the best series we've ever seen in the Riyadh Masters. We'll find out soon. We are going to have to wait, of course, for the draft to start in just a little bit, but before then, I imagine it is going to be a pretty close series. I think you and I both agree that there's a very high chance that we do see a draw coming up between these two teams. Example, I mean, Beppu beat Tundra yesterday 2-0. They beat Shopify Rebellion 2-0. BBT doing a fantastic job. Yeah, I mean, Liquid obviously not a team to be underestimated. Liquid constantly coming into those grand finals against Gaming Gladiators through the majors and all the other lands that we've seen as of late. But BBT, again, I feel like is the one team that actually put up a great fight against Game, and last time we saw that kind of grand final between those two. So I don't necessarily say BBT is the favorites, but at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if they were.
Yeah, I mean, they've got their foot up already with these 2-0s coming out in the groups. One could argue about the Shopify Rebellion one, as Shopify Rebellion's been a little bit more up and down. But the Tundra one certainly is a good mark here for BB Team. And again, it's been a little bit more rough and tumble for Team Liquid coming into the group stage here, getting draws up against Aster and TSM, which maybe sets the tone here, having to get a draw up against TSM. But to be fair, TSM has shown some pretty good improvements as well, so it's not fair to write that one off. But it's going to be an even one. Maybe slightly favored for BetBoom now, or for BBT, but we will find out. I'm keen on seeing it.
Be careful. Let's take it easy now. Yeah, I know I made the same mistake you just did, so we'll we've both made that mistake, quote unquote, right here. But BBT is BBT is BBT. We'll get into the draft very soon, as Game 1 draft has indeed begun. Team Liquid versus BB Team now officially underway. The Broodmother immediately being banned out. BBT, they'll get rid of the Timbersaw. Liquid, what else do you prioritize? Like, do you want the Chen removed? Do you want the Ent removed? Do you want the Undying removed? Are we aiming for those off-lane micro heroes like the Beastmaster, the Lycan, the Broodmother? Oh, well, the Broodmother was already banned, but you get my point. We'll see. Team Liquid, second ban.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm wondering if BB Team respect band, something like the IO here that Liquid loves to dip into. Just kind of cut off that big region source that a lot of teams have been prioritizing, opening up with something like the Lesh IO very early on, so wouldn't be too surprised if BBT and out. There you go, Undying and IO immediately banned out by BBT. Liquid will start off with a Snapfire though, so they get to pick up one of the most busted heroes this patch, it does feel like, considering a lot more of the universal cores have been nerfed to hell. Not Snapfire. She's still up there. She still has that really good ramp up from lane, has a lot of presence as a mid, as an off lane, and support. A lot of flex for Liquid very early on here.
Keeper of the Light are going to come out for BBT, though, into the Storm. So they are going back for this combination. So we know GPK loves playing the Storm Spirit mid, so it's no surprises that they want to go back for this. See, they ended up banning the IO themselves, so they didn't have that option available to them. And well, the Pugna support hasn't felt quite as strong as it used to, so no team's going for that either. Instead, just the Keeper of the Light will do the job. Why the hell not?
Yeah, it gets the job going for your Storm here. There's an argument for a Lion, Mike. Mana Drain Restore on allies. It's a lot better than Pugna. It's better than Pugna now. There is.
Is it though, John? You need to hit level 15. If it was level 10 talent, I'd say maybe. Level 15, it's too much.
It's a little bit long in the tooth, but yeah, it can still work. There's still value in it for sure. I don't think any team's ever going to pick Lion Storm, to be fair. But I always like, it's just fun because it's so funny. His shard interaction's so weird because if you do it in the middle of the fight, you actually do mana drain other heroes while mana draining your ally. You will still fork into 2 other heroes, so it's pretty funny. It is a lot of regen, but not completely viable. The Storm pickup for BBT, as you mentioned, GPK does love this here down mid. Having to try to deal with a snap mid from Nisha could be a little bit annoying. I love the response from Liquid, just going into the silencer here as well. That does protect your Snapfire pick from an enemy silencer on top of that. You should expect the kisses to go with no real problem here as long as you pin down the Storm. And it does give you a really solid lockdown for the Storm Spirit, forcing out something like the BKB build-up here for GPK, which can feel a little bit uncomfy for the Storm. You know, Storm Spirits tend to have to go for the usual Witchblade and the Falcon Blade, and usually into a Kaya Sange. Now you're going to have to try to fit the BKB in that sequence, and that does limit your scale up, your early aggression for the Storm Spirit. So I like the response from Liquid, just to force that itemization, and just to have really strong lanes. We've seen Silencer in a lot of dual lane setups. Silencer Bloodseeker is one. It can feel pretty strong. Like, the harassment the Silencer has in lane is pretty hard to fight up against.
It is. We'll see if Liquid do prioritize something like the Bloodseeker, or whether BBT are just going to go ahead and ban it out. Now they'll get rid of the Darks here, so Team Liquid get rid of the Lycan. And I think BBT have had the better time in the groups as of so far. I mean, we are only into day 2 of the groups anyway, so it's still pretty early. Liquid maybe just struggling to get things started, but we know how this team works. You know, they're a bit slow on the start, but they tend to take over pretty darn quick in various tournaments that they play, as we are going to see the Naga Siren now being removed by Team Liquid. BBT. See if they continue focusing on the offlane banouts. Zai's one of those players, right? Like, he's just been so consistently good for such a long time. It feels like half the time you need to focus on these guys' picks. Just in case he brings out something a bit too cheeky.
Preventing any sort of surprises here. Really dig into the reserve just a little bit here on BBT. Naga has been... Illusion Heroes have been popping back up, to be fair. Has had a lot of presence. Naga, TB, PL all have been heavily in the meta. I don't mind that too much. These are pretty big comforts for Pure. BBT, take care of the Visage, which also has been popping up. Zai is a bit of a menace on that Visage. So really heavily targeting that offlane right now for BBT, which is fair. Zai tends to set that tempo for Liquid after a strong start. There are more things for them to lean into. I wouldn't mind something like, say, the Underlord being left in the pool for Liquid. Zai can play with the Fiend's Gate quite offensively. Ties in quite nicely with your Snap, just having a bit of Malice to play with. Another bit of control for the Storm during the Global Silence. Liquid again emphasizing pure heroes, away with the Terrorblade. Maybe an argument for a PL this game. Not the best way of clearing it out from Liquid, to be fair. Like, a Snapfire can somewhat deal with it. Early on, once the heart is up, you can't magically nuke down as well. And you're going to be waiting for your level 25 talent for you to try to manage the illusion spam later on. So PL can still feel pretty good for BBT left in the pool, but gonna have to sit through their next ban first.
The final ban to come, BBT really thinking about it. We just another Zai here to be banned out again. I do think it's... Well, in fact, they banned out the Clockwork this time. Fair enough. BBT into the Older Titan. This hero has slowly been making a reappearance. I think it's a pretty damn good way of just cancelling off the kisses from the Snapfire. So you're still going to have issues here against the Silencer, but it is one way of dealing with the Snapfire, that's for sure. Obviously, the Elder Titan, just one of those heroes where you throw an Astral Spirit in, you get that magic resistance removal against the enemy, and with heroes like Keeper and Storm, that's a lot of damage to be taken.
It certainly is. Also gives them really strong lanes to play with here in BBT. There's a lot of aggression early on that a Kotl and Elder Titan can kind of do. You can even look for an early tri-lane with these 2+1 core, and you're pretty set for a good early first blood if you want to play offensively here in BBT, and we have seen them do that before. I like this pick. It fits their playstyle quite nicely, as you mentioned. Good way of picking up the back line on that Snapfire, getting some good magical decrease with your Storm Spirit and Kotl, and you don't worry too much. You really just want to get off to a strong laning start here for BBT, into the point where you've got enough chakra to enable your Storm. Enigma's been left alone, which is, you know, a little bit strange, as we saw a lot of Enigma in the play-ins, and Liquid does pick it up for themselves. So they've got this big option now for potentially Zai to just play in the off lane. He does love his Enigma. And just kind of scale up on. Always have the threat of the black hole ready. You don't have anything like the Silencer to worry about. There's no room for Rubik here on BBT. But able to try to steal those black holes. You can just go for that full black hole emphasis here. With a BKB up, you have nothing to pierce through the debuff immunity you will have on Zai, so it's going to be smooth sailing for like a and BKB if you want to go that route.
Oh, Gyrocopter comes out now from BBT, not something I was quite expecting. Because Team Liquid also choosing something I wasn't expecting in the Tiny. So two heroes that I wouldn't think were in the game come in here. BBT, more so the Gyrocopter, something I haven't gotten to see very often. It is very strong in conjunction with the Order Titan, though. Like, the 100% base armor reduction, you know, with all the physical damage the Gyro can deal later on, is huge. And as well as that, of course, the magic resist with the rocket barrage during the laning stage, the magic resist reduction, that is, from the Order Titan, is also pretty huge when you've got a Gyrocopter in the laning stage. So I do like it. If it is going to be an offlane Enigma to boot, John, the Gyro doesn't have too many issues with that. You know, Flat Cannon removing the Eidolons pretty quickly. Gyrocopter still one of the more lane-dominant position ones you can go for. I like it. I actually think it's a pretty nice Gyro game.
Yeah, it can pan out pretty well for BBT. A lot of early aggression with the Gyrocopter here. Maybe a little bit of awkwardness in scaling. Gyro is still one of those heroes that it can scale up, but we haven't really seen a Gyrocopter carry through ultra late game scenarios too recently. Still, BBT lining themselves up for a lot of early aggression. I'm wondering where Liquid goes with this draft. Are we just going to have a support Tiny coming out for Boxy? Are we seeing some flex with Nisha on a Tiny mid? Although Tiny mid against Storm is not a necessary swap out. I think the Snapfire lane for Nisha is still pretty easy going here. And I suppose there's always the off chance of like a mid Tiny, but and you should just probably stick with Boxy. An Enigma Tiny lane can still be rather annoying. It's pretty easy to set up for tossbacks with Malefice. It's not going to be the hardest thing in the world for Boxy to try to chase here. But again, into a Gyrocopter, that's easier said than done to look for that kill. So I love the setup coming out from BBT. Banning offlaners here, the side of Liquid, just ensuring Nightfall won't have the smoothest time taking care of that LC and Doom. BBT themselves respecting that Morphling of Mika or Nisha, if they do want to flex around. Again, always an option here for Liquid. What else are they worried about? Stuff like, I suppose something like a Faceless Void can still fit in for Liquid if it's not banned out here.
We'll see if they want it.
There
you go, John. Gets banned out. Very good prediction.
Easy.
Liquid. Yeah, easy indeed. Liquid. Yeah, take it when they come, Jonathan. You take anything you get. Liquid.
Take anything, Mike.
Final pickup. They do still have options like the Jug if they wanted to go down that route. Lifestealer might be kind of nice here if they wanted to go down that route. 20 seconds reserve time left to think about this one. Still needing a position 1, unless we're seeing the return of POS 1 Tiny, which I highly doubt.
Probably not. I feel like a Bloodseeker would fit in pretty nice. Bloodseeker Silencer lane's not the worst in the world. You can scale up into the Gyrocopter fairly okay. You can go for a Blade May build if you feel the need to. Instead, they go with a Slark, which has been left. That's a hero that's been under contention multiple times, and you have some AoE damage to deal with Slark, but it's not going to be the most straightforward. It can get on top of a Gyrocopter, make his damage output really meaningless, and build off pretty nicely. A Slark plus Silencer lane is also pretty damn strong, and slow setup for the Pounce can be quite nice, and the output of both Silencer and Slark in lane is pretty damn high. BBT still looking for that Nightfall hero on the off lane. not too many options left. I mean, a lot of the Zoo Heroes are still available. Beastmaster still on hand if they want that. Laning into Slark, not the worst. Into Silencer, pretty annoying. Arcane Curse cuts off your axe spam. But if you can somehow make it manageable, like you end up with a Beastmaster Kotl lane, that can be pretty nice. Even Beastmaster Elder Titan, also a lot of aggression early on. You want to go that route for Nightfall.
I will see. 15 seconds left. BBT. Not too much time left to think about this. Oh, it's going to be the Ench flying out. So either an Ench offlane or an Elder Titan offlane we're looking at. Oh, it's the pure offlane Ench. We've seen this though before. We did see this before. It was either Bali or before that. We saw it at some event. And Pure basically just carried the game on this Ench. So this offlane Ench, it can hurt a lot. And I think in fact we saw BBT playing this Ench on save. Was it yesterday against Tundra, I think? I was watching a game and Save literally just carried the game as a POS 5 Ench. It was kind of ridiculous. In fact, I say POS 5, it was a POS 4 Ench, but regardless, basically the same thing. It was pretty ridiculous damage output. I like this. I think it's a good way of dealing with the Slark in the laning state.
That it is, but you're not laning into the Slark for Pure. He is still going to have to deal with the Enigma, so you're not going to have the Gyrocopter to clear out the Enigma here. The lane should still be manageable for Pure. As a core, of course, you're probably just going to go for your impetus shots anyway. The core-to-core matchup is really awkward for a Slark. It does feel like you're going to need a break on hand, as you will just not want to deal with Untouchable. You're all right-click on Mika. So you're going to need to dig your way through that Untouchable here on Pure. Down the line, early on, the lanes are looking pretty well set up for both sides. There is a lot of aggression coming out for either one here, and I can see it kind of coming out for both sides, depending on how well these lanes go. I feel like this offlane for Nightfall with a Gyro can actually handle a Slark pretty well. That's not a safe lane for a Slark to get aggressive, trying to look for trades, trying to build up an Essence Shift early on. So I can see Nightfall just applying a lot of early pressure with a Rocket Barrage and a Homing Missile, and just ensuring that it's going to be a slower start here for Mika. So should be a fun one. This is a rather fun draft coming out from BBT and from Liquid. Like, you've always got this Wombo combo potential coming through here with Liquid, with the Black Hole and Kisses. And, again, no easy way of stopping that from the side of BBT. Once a BKB is up for Zai, then he is free to do what he wants in the middle of here. No one can naturally go for something that pierces through.
Of course, we did have a quick pause, which is why we were delayed into going to the game, but here we are. Of course, pauses are currently the worst enemy of BBT. We just handcuff their players during the pauses. That'd be probably the best way to go about it.
It's all fine.
Handcuff, blindfold, lock the PC, throw the PC out the window, anything. Anything, boys. Just don't alt-tab. That's the rule. Take the alt-tab keys off the damn keyboard.
That's all they need. No, Pure's not going to need tab anyway. It doesn't have anything to micro. I mean, you could micro with enchant,
Excuse me?
Huh?
How dare
Yes?
you? How dare you say Pure doesn't have anything to micro, Dan? Excuse me, John?
Dan? Who's Dan?
Oh, you know, I don't even know where Dan came from. I don't even know anyone called Dan. It just came out. All right, John?
Issues, Mike.
I'm not cheating on you, I promise.
Got a lot of issues, buddy. I can't help with that. I've got a lot of issues as well. So it's understandable.
I can't say anything in English without you calling me out.
I've got some terrible pronunciation. It's fine. It's a name. Where did Dan come from?
We'll talk about it later, John. It's in private. BBT, they're going to secure the bottom bounty. They get 3 for 1. Nice little net worth advantage here for BBT going into this game 1. Team Liquid won't mind too much. We'll start with the bottom lane, of course. Insania and Mika going to be up against Pure and Save. How do you feel this lane goes? Because it does feel like it may be a bit of a challenge here for Mika to sustain himself. Yes, you have the POS 5 Silencer, but this is against the Keeper of the Light and an Ench lane. Feels pretty toxic to have to play up again.
That it is. It's a lot of harassment coming out from Pure early on. I mean, it's very self-sustaining as well. Just a couple of impetus shots. You can always just blinding light forward and just keep that harassment going. Not going to be the best of times for Insania. Mika should be able to manage, but you're going to have to eat through a lot of regen. Already has a 2 set of tangos ready on Insania. And You are getting space out for Mika, but if Pure can start to land those shots onto Mika instead, starts to feel a little bit worse for wear. But Ken, you should expect this lane to be a little bit tougher.
Pure was trying to connect there onto Insania with an impetus shot, but loses vision. It was mid lane. You're seeing GPK take a lot of damage here from Nisha. We've seen the Snap buy versus Storm mid matchup enough times to know the Snap might just have an inherent advantage. Just that attack animation was so nice in that mid lane in a 1v1 matchup. GPK, he might need some help later on. Nisha might just take over as the levels do come up.
That he will. You can't really leverage your Electric Vortex power spike on the Storm here. It's not really easy to come up and Static Remnant the wave as well, as Nisha's always got great potential. Very straightforward for a Snap, and GPK is doing a good job of just equalizing in farm. Not going to look to dance around too much in that Storm matchup, and should boil down to a bit of a farming lane until power runes are up. Up top, you can get a little bit more trading done between these two. We've got Boxy on that Tiny with Zai. On that Enigma we've seen pop up quite fairly often. Nightfall on the Gyrocopter along with Toronto Tokyo and that Elder Titan. And you've got some play potential. Once you've got the natural order up, you can line up the Stomp, the Homing Missile. You've got a lot of hold. You have to respect the output.
That's a big avalanche. That's a huge avalanche onto Nightfall. But the Stomp does come in. Toronto Tokyo going to protect their Nightfall. Still sticking around. May pay for it. Ooh, 15 HP. He'll survive. And Zai's the one to go down. Toronto Tokyo ends up getting the job done. But my god, Nightfall, he was right on the edge there. That tree toss almost taking him out.
Yeah, just barely stays alive. Really good stomp coming out from Toronto Tokyo to break up that chase from the side of Liquid. And Liquid, I appreciate the aggression here, but have to respect that counter control. And not a lot of hold coming out from Betboom to stop the aggression. And Nightfall's just going to be topped up with tangos coming through here from Toronto Tokyo anyway. They're going to be more than happy. This is them taking that fight without the Rocket Barrage threat as well, or the higher levels than the Flak, which is when things start to get a little bit dicey and trying to gap close onto the Gyrocopter. And there's a lot of play potential over the Malefice.
This mid lane, GPK forced to go back for the Bounty Rune. It's just so dangerous. This top lane, Toronto Tokyo going to get jumped. Boxy does not have the toss. Toronto Tokyo going to be just fine to walk his way out. That mid lane matchup as well, like, GPK's really been copping it from Nisha. It's still an even affair when it comes to the CS sport, but it is getting to the stage now with that level 2 Scatter Blast and level 2 Cookie. It's just so much damage Nisha can pump out if he can land the stun. GPK, Cookie is there, Nisha not gonna have enough for the kill this time, but he's getting very close.
Eesh. It's not comfy. Like, again, the Storm has to go really up close to the wave, giving a lot of openings to Nisha for harassment, and he's just lining up. He knows GPK is not going to walk all the way back, cutting off his access into the water rune as well with his positioning.
He guessed this. You might assume GPK was still there. Cookie? Oh, it's not on the map. Nice attempt from Nisha. He might still go for the level 3 Scatter Blast if GPK is not too careful, but instead will go for the water rune.
Dire are scanning.
Oxy will secure the other. No water runes going the way of GPK means no bottle refill. He might just walk back to the fountain this stage. So he does have full mana, so he may as well go to the jungle for a little bit. But this mid lane is an outright win, I'd say, for Nisha.
Yeah. Just not getting the scaling we'd want here. The leveled scaling we'd want early on for GPK. Nisha's going to have 6 a lot faster. Kill threats always online with Snap once those kisses are up top, getting a little bit aggressive.
Gonna try into the Enigma. Zai can be fine. Insania now rotating over to try and help out as Toronto Tokyo gonna get avalanched by Boxy. They already committed the toss, so Toronto, he has some way out of this, but Boxy still chasing him down with the vision out, has the tree toss and will connect perfectly. Very nice rotation from Insania to ensure nobody drops from Liquid. Sadly for BBT, they get nothing out of this initiation.
Just a little bit of a deeper dive forward. Trying to get Nightfall some value to flax onto multiple heroes, but not enough. They have left Mika alone. They can't attempt onto the Slark early on here.
Still has the level 1 pound slow. I mean, they can slow his farm down, at least. Like, now that Mika is by himself, they know that he can't really farm. Nightfall, again, top lane is going to try onto Zai just a little bit. Meanwhile, GPK's being just hunted by Boxy. I love this from Boxy. Like, he knows GPK can't lane anymore. So he just follows him across the map, trying to see if he can find him on low HP. This time around, he will not get so lucky. But they're pressuring the mid-tier 1 tower with the siege creep timing of Nisha. He's got the level 6 up, so if GPK gets caught with 1 stun, he's as good as dead. He does not have his zip available. He's still level 5. Foxy's trying to move in. He will have the stick charges for an avalanche if he wants to try for this. But it seems like they'll play it safe. They'll just keep going after that tier 1 mid tower, and well, Boxy will just keep soaking XP from GPK.
This is not a good feeling right now for GPK. At the very least, he's managed to stall out. Well, one more camp should give him his level 6, or a camp and a half. And once that picks up, he's much more secure.
Yeah, Pure just gonna get destroyed down to the bottom lane. Nisha making a very unexpected rotation. Gets the cookie onto Mikke and allows a very easy kill for himself. BBT just have no response to this.
They're too caught up elsewhere. You can't really abandon any of your lanes. You're not in position for GPK to start rotating. He does have his 6, but no mana. Not going to get a top up anytime soon as well, so the Storm's left again of walking back to base, maybe clearing out a camp, giving a bigger advantage once more onto Nisha. He does have the double crowns ready, and going to have a really good timing into that early Rod of Atos for that solo hold. Overall, a pretty strong start for Liquid in the laning phase. Maybe slowing down a little bit with Zai's farm, but it's an enigma. It's going to catch up either way with the Eidolon spam onto the creep wave and in the jungle. Side of BBT starting to clump up a little bit up top, but so is Liquid.
Nightfall's got to be very careful. They'll jump in with the avalanche. Foxy has the toss back into the Eidolons. There is going to be a stomp from Toronto trying to help out, but Nightfall is still dropping way too quick and does go down. At least Toronto does get a kill onto Zai, but now the body blocks with the Eidolons coming in as Zai just going to hold him down. Toronto! He's going to try with the stomp to get away. He'll get every single Eidolon. Foxy's got the hand up. He's got a toss available, but needs the vision. Roshan, help me out, he says. He'll get the deny off in time. Nice play from Toronto. But it's still a huge win for Liquid. They got the position 1 gyrocopter. That's all that matters.
Doing a great job of just slowing down this ramp up for Nightfall. And still flash farm quite nicely in the jungle. While that's happening up top, there was a little bit of a rotation mid onto Nisha, but just don't have enough burst to deal with a snap. Again, double crown plus a bracer. So much HP on hand, not enough burst coming out from BBT. And that just holds up from any response up top as well. Not able to find any further punishment. So much space given out to Mika down bot.
This could be a big one, John. Nisha, he's by himself in the mid. There's going to be TP rotations coming in. You've got Toronto, Tokyo there to try and set up, but here comes Boxy, not showing yet. Now it does the cookie. Setup is perfect, but the stomp is there in time. Nisha, now the one being hunted. Oh, the scatter blast. It's not going to be enough. GPK with the raindrops does block out most of the damage as Boxy is still trying, but can't get him. Close, but no cigar for Liquid. EBT, they were ready that time around.
Just bring the numbers in. Got the damage out, but really good stomp once more. From Toronto, Tokyo, positioning that Spirit quite nicely in the middle. And not the healthiest mana pool to play with there, or snap. Just barely enough to try to sustain through up front. Maybe not expecting the multiple hero rotation considering the activity up top. They've done a good job on BBT to just slow down Nisha a bit, allow some recovery for GPK with these kills. Now only 200 gold behind. On Storm, just a little bit behind in EXP. The mid still falls.
GPK, he's going to land onto GPK. We'll zip away. Last word was out, but won't matter when you can just zip. Like I said, the mid-tier 1 tower is still down, which is a huge win for Liquid. Nisha's still top of the net worth board as well on the Snapfire. Sure, like your Rod of Atos timing got slowed down a little bit, but maybe it can slow down even more if he's not careful. Zip in, GPK got the Vortex off, but Nisha does pounce away from the Earth Splitter. They will not have enough, and they don't even get a power rune out of this. The Arcane Rune spawns bottom. So all that for nothing.
It's risky now. They can't afford to force another fight here on Liquid, knowing that few spells are down. Toronto.
We're on Toronto, Tokyo. Back to Japan, I think Jonathan is on Nisha. Gonna have the cookie. Tokyo. Try with the stomp, won't be able to get it. Should be an easy kill for Nisha. No problems.
And all this activity again. Onto mid and top. Like, this is just leaving a solo lane for Mika. You're still finding decent farm on Pure as well, but you're not really putting a dent on that Slurk. Nightfall is still farming confidently, and it is a Gyrocopter with a flak, so he's going to build up faster, but Mika is going to be allowed to hit that Echo Saber timing with not too much difficulty here.
GPK gonna narrowly avoid the gank in from Boxy. Pure's been very quiet this game on the Ench, but he's hit almost level 8 now on the Enchantress. Has the Rod of Atops very, very soon. Just needs the recipe now. Meanwhile, Mika's been doing a decent job of farming, sitting at 4.3k almost on the slot. There goes that T1 bottom tower. Pure will end up dealing with it just fine. Meanwhile, top lane, BBT have grouped up for a 3-man attempt. At top onto Zai, perhaps they will zip in. Zai, though, will have the assistance there, but it's not enough yet. They will get a mid-toss. Boxy, he's going to try to go for a run. The chase is on. Liquid cannot protect their Tiny. He will drop freely as BBT hitting 2 for nothing. In fact, they want Nisha. EPK, he won't go much further, though. He's out of mana.
Still have that sustain from Chakra, though. It's not going to be out of mana for too long. Nisha has to watch himself. Has Insania to back him up, but no GS here.
We'll get the haste. One toss from Nisha, but now he's going to be kind of surrounded. DP's in immediately from Liquid as the kisses are going to fly out. He's going to try for something. Going after save on the Keeper. Save will survive. Nice little attempt from Nisha, but not quite enough.
I love this gank squad coming out from BBT. Understanding you're running a combination with your Storm, you can afford to sustain with a Chakra at level 3 now, coming out from save. You're buying a ton of space out for both Pure and Nightfall to farm up, and the Jara and Ench, and your timings are lining up. Like, you know that it's going to take a lot longer for the Slark to have some impact, so you can afford to leave Mika alone. You've delayed these timings from Zai. He's still trying to go for the Solar Crest and the Midas. Has some room in his final now to farm. But you only really have one here to play with right now on Liquid, and that is Nisha. And you don't have the best lockdown for the Storm until that Global Silence is up. You're inching towards it for Insania, but until it's up, GPK is just going to be free to zip around like a madman.
Glad he certainly is. 4-6 now. 2k advantage standing for the Dire. Rotations up top. BBT again with the 3-man. Looking at Zai on that Enigma. Oxy's there as well. The zip is out immediately from GPK. Zai can do nothing to survive. Zip in again. GPK maybe going too far this time as Nisha's going to move in with the run of Atos. Hits the Scatter Blast. The toss up. GPK is still walking but can't make it out. The Global Silence will ensure he has no way out of this one. So not a bad fight at all for Liquid. Like, you lose your position 3 Enigma for a position 2 Storm. I think you take that trade any day of the week.
That you will. And Zai's been having a rough game anyway, not as high of a target as it would be on the Storm. And that is a pretty big commitment from the Global Silence, and seeing you just hit 6 as that fight freaks out. It's more than worthwhile to finally get something going for yourself here on Nisha, trying to catch up into his travels timing. And BBT still in the lead, still 2k up, still a lot of room out for Nightfall and Pure. And the Ags rush for Nightfall, shaping up very nicely here, right after that Falcon Blade, going back for the old school build, nothing too different here, into the BKB. And you've got the Atos ready on Pure. The moment the Ench does show up in these fights, with the Atos and the Impetus, it's going to be a lot of damage. You only really have Global Silence for your real hard control. Avalanche Toss, not the most reliable from a Tiny, at least until that blinks up for Boxy.
Another group up top lane. BBT now has 5 heroes. Boxy's going to avoid the gank. Gyrocopter Nightfall, he's got the Ags up now. They're going to head towards the T1 top tower, but Liquid starting to group up, thinking about a defense attempt. GPK will zip to the high ground of the Radiant Triangle, but finds nobody around that area. They've got control of the Watcher anyway, so you'd know if someone was there. T1 tower still going down. Liquid not looking to try and defend, but rather take the bottom tier 1 instead, as Zai is doing so. They even found both Wisdom runes with that, because Mike just runs up and grabs it off the Dire's side. So you do get a bit of an XP bonus out of this. Is now saved, move into Boxy. Rod of Atos is out from Pure, holding it down. Boxy gonna get cookied out by Nisha. They'll go for the call down. He will not connect though. Boxy is still duking them out, but eventually they'll have their way with it. Nightfall will take the kill. Do you want to stick around for a tier 2 tower?
You could. It's just a matter of is it worthwhile, considering all the space being given out to Zai and Mika.
GPK doesn't zip far enough. Decides to not go any further. Who needs a tier 2 anyway when you've got the mid tier 1 to take? Problem is, can you keep Nightfall alive down a bottom lane? Because Mika and Zai, they're watching him at the moment on the gyro. Backing off at the right moment, but that next creep wave might be a little bit too tempting for Nightfall not to take. They're even bringing a third hero now. Zai, he might just have to commit the black hole. He won't do so. It's just the Malefice and Global Silence, but it's not going to be enough for Nightfall to go down. So now the turnaround is here. Zai will get stomped by Toronto Tokyo, going down. GPK out of mana, but the chase is still on for Mika as they have the Chakra Magic. Mika still running. Might just make it up. He has the Shadow Dance anyway, so he's not going to drop. But they will protect the bottom tier 2. They'll find Zai for their trouble. And Zai seems to be just a constant victim of Liquid. Just 5 deaths already in the Enigma, just not able to have a game. Even queuing up the Midas already.
He's had that Midas queued up ever since the laning phase. He's just wanted to go into it after the Solar Crest and still not finding that timing. Really great punishment out from BBT. Just ensuring that the offlane momentum for...
mid lane, like you can't show yourself against this Storm and Coddle because it's just infinite mana coming in. Though as I say that, GPK getting tossed up into the cookie at Nisha maybe goes down and does. Like Mika showing up, Toronto Tokyo being targeted by the Slark, but is going to be okay to leave the area. Nisha will chase for more. It looks like they are going to spot out save with Boxy. Boxy does have the avalanche, but is not within range to land it. Now he will be fighting off save. We'll find another for Nisha. Ronovatos to land, Cookie to follow up, and eventually they'll pick off save as well. Great plays from Liquid.
That's big. Early activities to get out here for Mika, getting his first Gremlin Agi stack. His Ags almost done here. Just gonna go for the disassembly play on that Echo Saber to finish it up. He'll have the double pounces with increased range to have to deal with. And your hold for the Slark is also rather limited, as long as he plays smartly here with a Dark Pack for Mika. It's all down to jumps. Who gets the angle first? The Orchid up for GPK could simplify that process onto Mika. One good angle is all it takes before the Dark Pack flies on, and he got to control him.
You are. There's a bounce in for Mika. Problem is GPK is around the corner, and Pure gonna lock him down. Mika in huge trouble, is gone. GPK, he's got the Orchid up now, so you can't make those aggressive plays anymore. See, Mika did not know about the Orchid. He'll have to find out the hard way.
Good punishment. Really great reveal out from BBT. Just as the full Orchid comes in, instantly finding the kill. Knowing that, yeah, it's all about Dark Pack usage here for the Slark. You have to find that good tempo for yourself. They do take the gate across, but there is vision here from a Liquid to provide that information. They see that clump up top. Not going to force anything too hard as mid.
Nightfall's getting aggressive on his own with his BKB. He's going to find Box. Oh, no, he's not. No, he is not. Nisha. He saves the little shredder with the homing missile. Quick thinking from Nisha. Will save his support's life. And that is a BKB usage from Nightfall. That was his 9-second charge. That's something.
It's not insignificant, Bull.
Sounds a bit too late. The pounce was there first. GPK just immediately zipping out. Immediately with the voice lines to boot, as it seems like BBT. They'll go through the twin gates. This is being watched by Liquid, but it won't matter. They don't really have the plays to make the fight happen any longer.
No. So just a little bit too much committed out. Once the global silence is down, and you don't manage to pin out in the storm, GPK has a pretty free time dancing around here with the sustain. Just gonna have to let it go. Look for that tier 1 tower push. There is a lot of pressure coming in down bot, just with the enchanted creep coming out from Pure. They are getting some good split push going their way here. Not enough to really fully threaten as well. Still have that vision in play to spot any rotation back through the gate. BBT, pinks were coming out. They are still standing by the gate, but you could just go for the Roche instead. They've got the output with Nightfall early on here.
This is where things get scary though against the Ench as well, right? Because Pure's got the Ags up. The Sprink is now up. That's a 4-second cooldown, keep in mind. So his farm is going to escalate like crazy all of a sudden. And in the middle of these fights, again, this Ench can just deal so much damage if it's left alone. Roshan is indeed going down for free. Liquid, they do scan it out. It seems like it's going to be way too late for them to try and contest. Roshan freely going the way of BBT. Happily taking that, knowing the global silence was not available. Immediate TP's up toward the top lane here for Nightfall. He'll be on his own. The rest of BBT just going to stick around at the bottom side of the map. Start pressuring the tier 2 bottom tower. Just feeling very confident. Aegis up, Ags up on Pure. The next fight, it could be very challenging for Liquid.
What they really need right now is Zai's blink. Like, this Enigma has to have some impact. Zai has to be careful with his positioning. Can't afford to really show too far forward down bot. BBT looking for that quick shove in. Got the resources on hand. So close to that blink. Just 200 gold away. He even has the Philo Stone. Good old Zai. Saying that he's had a rough lane. He's getting some recovery. One good black hole. And he can actually just keep taking these fights. But it's difficult. Even the blink alone without a BKB, not going to be too safe for Zai.
Sunny doesn't feel that way. Liquid. Smoked. Looking for the opportunity. Blink still 100 gold away, but they're going in early. Boxy's going to start with Toronto Tokyo. They have not bursted him down yet. Toronto is extremely low and finally goes down, but Boxy may have to trade his life away for this. He will try to abuse the Shadow Amulet, but it is not going to be enough. Nightfall will take the kill onto Boxy. Pure still going. Kind of trying to abuse the Sprink. We'll back off eventually. Now the blink is officially up on Zai. See if Liquid want to try and smoke off this. But Zai has shown underneath the creep wave, so BBT, they may have spotted that, though maybe not. We'll see.
Yeah, it's still challenging. It still does feel like Zai needs that debuff immunity here to really be secure. A homing missile precast, a good stop coming out from Toronto Tokyo with the Spirit. Very safe to kind of go for those cancellations onto Zai. So still gonna have to wait a little bit longer here on Liquid. Mind you, as this game scales up, it's not the most awkward thing in the world for Liquid to try to scale into. You've got the snap you can fall back to. The gyrocopter is a little bit of an issue, for sure, and so is the Ench, in terms of how you pin down the Ench and the Storm with how mobile they are. It's going to be down to really good spell usage. Liquid has to coordinate as a team really well, which their lineup is known for, but sometimes it can fall a little bit flat when the execution's really that high up. And for BBT, it's much more straightforward. You can stand in front with your gyrocopter, you can have Pure just doing what he wants. As long as the global silence doesn't catch out GPK, you're in a pretty good position, and even then, GPK is already going for his own BKB. And global silence might not be enough at all to kind of stop that Storm from just controlling these fights now.
You know, they will. Liquid definitely backs against the wall right now. Motor Plus sitting at 63% in favor of BBT. Bit of a group up mid lane here from the dire end of things. We'll see the gyrocopter. Rotation, Radiant Triangle, but also for the 24-minute power room, but no, it does spawn up down pop. The regen anyway, not too big of a deal. We'll take the Radiant Triangle instead. Liquid are the ones that need to buy some more time, it seems, as mid lane Boxy just trying to deal with this creep wave. Thinking about it, but we'll see Nightfall, so decides better of it. You're very annoying against the Ench, because you can always send these enchanted creeps in to just push the wave very safely. Not much you can really do about it, apart from deal with the creep. Pure just keep sending them in anyway.
Just dragging the waves away.
Still hanging around this Radiant Triangle. Zai is indeed working towards the BKB now. Problem is the tier 2 top tower is going to be under siege. BBT are not playing a slow game at all. You can just go for this, go for the Radiant Tormentor. And the pings are out from Liquid. They want to die a Tormentor instead. They realize they're going to lose their own.
Yeah, Falls relatively quick. Full Butterfly now up for Nightfall as well. So even if your Slark is on top, the miss chance is going to be really annoying for Mikaden trying to rip apart the Chara in a 1v1. And don't even really find a Tormentor here.
Oh, Nisha. Nisha, he's a huge pickoff. BKB's been popped. Can he find a way out of this one? It doesn't feel like it. Nisha will drop. And BBT, they still have their Tormentor to take. They could go back for that if they really want. It just doesn't seem like they care for it.
No. They're in such a commanding lead, 8-13, 8k up. No sign of reprieve just yet for Liquid. They're still banking on just this good usage of Global Silence and Black Hole, and just scaling up with Nisha, but none of that's coming online anytime soon. Mika as well, forced to go into the Manta. Just wants an additional Dispel on Slark to prevent that control from coming in with the Orchid. See if it's going to be enough. BBT. So they do lose the Aegis, does expire. But, I mean, with all these items up in Nightfall, you're not scared at all. Even Pure. Like, I don't see any easy way of bursting down Pure here. Unless, again, you get a good Blink initiation from Boxy and some really great spell usage from Zai and Senya here.
Okay, he's a big target. If Liquid can find a way to just burst down the storm, it'd be huge. Keep in mind, he has his own BKB and a shield rune bottled up right now, so it may not be that easy. Big smoke up, Liquid. Going as 5. This could be the game-changing smoke if they get the initiation, but the toss is not onto Nightfall, and now Zig in from GPK right onto Zai, getting rid of the Enigma. Moxie still being chased by GPK. Moxie sticking around for a toss back again onto Mickey, but GPK still had the mana to zip away. In go the kisses, immediately cancelled on Nisha. He didn't pop the BKB in time. Mickey still trying another black hole. Immediately cancelled from Zai. Nisha, he's gonna drop. They're trying to do it Nightfall, but Nightfall just mans up through it. And Zai will die back immediately on the Enigma. Liquid are falling apart. They'll at least take down GPK, but there goes Mickey. The split Earth, or the Earth splitter rather, taking him down. Such a one-sided team fight from BBT. Liquid, they try their hardest with these toss-back plays, but just not enough in the end.
Just way too much on BBT to play with. That Orchid cancel on the Black Hole, massive Boxy.
Avalanche toss combo, trying to burst down Nightfall, but nowhere near close enough. I mean, you've got to try, I suppose. That'll be a mid. No contest, it's just gone.
They can stall just a bit with a fortify. Creep wave still on its way, but should still be able to find it. Nisha being back up, not a massive threat. No kisses. They'll find a melee, save the range. So not the worst loss for Liquid, but again, 9-18 for BBT, 16k up. Until this BKB comes up in Zai, it's just never going to be comfy. You can't look for any big black bolts. He tried. If he managed to catch the storm, that could have been played perhaps, but yeah, they're banking on this Wombo combo now for the side of Liquid. Or some really good... If Boxy, again, finds a good target to pin down, they can get some good chain control off. It's just difficult when you're this far behind, with all of these heroes being as tanky as they are. Doesn't feel like you have the easiest time in looking for that burst. And look at Nightfall, just going straight for the Satanic. Woody Ags up, the side gunner with Satanic pop. You're going to be hard-pressed to find that kill onto the Gyrocopter anytime soon. You've got so much scaling on BBT. Nope. Pure, still going back for that good old Gleipnir. Even more control coming out. No one can really deal with that Enchantress in the backline as well. And there's no easy solutions. It's all about just taking a good team fight, looking for a pick-off if BBT do split up, but they haven't. They've been very disciplined playing together as a team, understanding that they're really strong.
Box is going to sacrifice his life to try and creep skip. Or even take the Lotuses, like just trying to get as much value as he can. There's no real choice for Boxy. Oh, GPK, he's out of mana! Ouch! I think he was waiting for save with the Chakra Magic, but a save just not quick enough on the reaction speed, and props to Boxy for getting away.
Yeah. Snags himself a couple of Lotuses as well. Some utility in the middle, and Nikkei does have room to split push top, although...
Oh, walk it out. He has the Manta this time to purge off the silence. Okay, should be okay to get out of this, no problem. Let's have the double pounce available with the axe to boot, so... Much harder to catch this man. And the MKB up next on the slot. So just trying to get through the evasion of Nightfall, of course, with that butterfly. Be very, very necessary for Mickey, who hasn't had much of a game yet on the slot. He's 0-2-2. Can't blame him for that, John. He's playing Pulse 1. He needs his team to set up for a good fight. They just haven't had that yet.
No, certainly not. There is some weird place you can do with a Slark and Enigma, though. You could try for the Depth Shroud Black Hole, I suppose. as long as you don't get stomped up. That will relieve a lot of pressure on Zai. While the BKB is still not there and he's still 200 gold away. BBT looking for a smoke play out. They understand their early power spikes here. Are just looking for an opportunity. Roshan only 10 seconds away from the respawn here as well. They can look for one pick-off into the high ground or Roche. Either one's fine. Let's see. Liquid for their part, again, doing the same things with Boxy, just creep cutting where they can, ensuring at least a lane is shoved out, so some response will be forced out from the side of BBT. And just stall. It's the name of the game right now. Full BKB finally up for Zai. It's just a question of whether or not you can get those big black holes there.
At least now you've got no way of counting. That's the big positive. Unless the side gunner just takes him out in the middle of the black hole, like if he catches Nightfall, there's no other way really right now to deal with them. That and if Zai forgets to pop BKB. Apart from that though, he should be pretty safe. We'll see. Roshan is happy. EBT, they'll get away with this one without contesting it. I don't quite blame Liquid for. I don't even know if Liquid know this is happening. Even if they did, not the safest fight for them to take. BBT will grab it. Liquid, they're playing the long con right now. Like, they've got an Enigma, they've got a Slark, or even this Tiny will eventually transition to a Core. We've seen how strong level 25 Snapfire is. So they're just playing the long game. Speaking of that Snapfire, Nisha, he's gonna get caught. They do have the dust here. Nisha gonna force the BKB out, try and TP away, but do they have the damage with Pure? They do. The impetus doing too much. Nisha doing what he needs to do for his team, but it costs him his own life.
And that's a massive kill. Stalls out that level 20 that he's trying to soak up and pushing out these waves as well. Does have the silver red chop. So the level 20 is going to hit quite hard. Or a snap, if they manage to get the space going for that. But BBT just remove any opportunity for them to do so. A full hex up now for GPK.
Ouch.
Has the control necessary to hold down Mika quite safely, or even just preventing Zai from having a game. Does feel like you can sort of ignore the Slark for the most part. Without that full MKB, it's just not going to be a solution for Nightfall anytime soon, and just focus in on the win condition. If Zai just gets pinned down and killed before he can BKB, it's over.
Good. BBT rather. We'll move on to the high ground again. Tier 3 tower going to be under siege.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Get away with this? I mean, Nightfall's just casually taking it. Get a bit of a reset with the Satanic. It's 25 seconds without the Satanic at least. Oxy jumps in, no toss back, and now the Rod of Atos going to lock him down, but he does get him. The Rax, however, it cannot move. The BBT really take that. Liquid just not seeing the opening that they really need to make the jump in here. We'll let BBT take it. Down 18k ahead is this dire side. BBT, I mean, they could go back to the mid-range racks if they really want, but I do believe they are probably just going to head bottom instead. No outer tower standing here for Liquid, so this next high ground attempt from BBT, you've got to fight. There's no choice in the matter. Zai, if you could make a big play, it could be game-changing again. Boxy going to get a toss back onto the main target. They've got Nightfall. This is the one they really want. Can they deal with him twice, though? Nightfall, he'll BKB up. He'll just walk right out of there. He's going to be fine. That's the BKB down. Aegis still has 2.5 minutes. Nisha's going to jump in. There's your black hole. Zai with the global silence, locking down 2 of them. They're going to try and take down Pure. He's gone. They've got the first lap of the gyrocopter. DPK getting low, but will zip out. Nightfall, he's only got 1 life left. We'll try with the kisses. He's walking in. A toss back into the fountain. Not quite enough yet. Nightfall, can he man up through this? GPK, he'll zip forward. Nightfall, still pretty darn healthy. Is just not going to die.
What a stomp.
Not yet. The stomp was out from Toronto, Tokyo to buy him the space. Toronto, he's just so damn good. Here we go again. Nightfall's not done yet. He'll keep going. The Rax is just not lasting too long. More stomps come out. They've got to rely on these toss-back plays with Mickey and Boxy. Foxy's coming in again. We'll try another time, I think. Nightfall gonna get pounced here by Mickey, who does jump into the Shadow Dance, trying to get some stats going. Nightfall still very healthy. In goes GPK, in goes Mickey. They're trying, but now the toss out on a GPK. He's out of mana, but they can't do it pure. The bounce back is just too much. Nisha is still trying, but they are just melting. GG is called. EBT. This game one, I'll tell you what, John, they make it look kind of easy.
Yeah, hey, they make it look real easy. Start to finish, they apply a lot of pressure onto that lane of Zai up top. This Enigma just never had a game. Now, having to go for Solar Crest, Midas, the timing was really stalled out for the Enigma. It felt like the side of Liquid just were relying on those big team fights to come true. The lanes as well from BBT were just overwhelmingly strong. Like, you had to deal with an Enchantress lane for the Slark, not the easiest time. The Gyrocopter lane up against the Enigma is just naturally better for the Gyrocopter. The mid matchup was the one lane that you could really see Liquid shine in. Nisha had a pretty good time scaling up. He was trying to get some pressure out for his team. But again, at some point, just not enough. GPK works onto the Orchid as the backup of save for the constant top-ups, and that combination with Storm, the lower cooldowns and more mana, just so hard to play up against. Like, you see that black hole attempt from Zai. Great Orchid usage out from GPK, instantly cutting it off. Again, with a BKB, like, even Global Silence just wasn't enough. They lost way too much early on there for Liquid.
No, we saw it straight away as well. Like, just from the laning stage, just Zai was being targeted every single time they got a chance, and it really just shut down the gameplay of Liquid this game. You're seeing Nisha desperately trying to split push the top lane, trying to protect his team and buy a bit more space, but does get taken down by the impetus damage of Pure. And well, here's your last team fight. It's just the tossbacks, but this was the big stomp, I believe, coming in, landing onto 4 heroes. It's just Toronto Tokyo, he made so many saves this game as the Auto Titan. So much impact as this Pos 5. You've got to give him mad props this game. I think BBT in general, just as a unit, has played significantly better. Just showing how great of a team they are, because Team Liquid, they are not a weak team, Jonathan. This is a very strong team. But BBT just that much better at the moment in this game one.
They show up. They draft for their lanes really well. They get the counter pick in the Gyrocopter, which, you know, it's not the best here right now, but it does work really well up against that Enigma lane. There's just no presence for Zai. He can't really just focus on denying creeps. They were trying to get aggressive with Malefice and Avalanche tossbacks, but the constant response out from the side of BBT, understanding that you really do have to just stop Zai early on. And it starts to get a little bit shaky for Liquid. Like, he does have to set tempo with Nisha for the most part, and just never came out here. Keen to see what the adjustments are made, but BBT looked really dominant. Like, even from drafting, I think this was just an excellent way of thinking about the game, and I'm looking forward to how Game 2 goes.
Let's see how Game 2 goes, Jonathan. We are going to head off to a short break, and of course, right after that break, we're going to be back with Game 2 between Team Liquid and BBT. We'll see you soon.
حتاكل لين تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا مع الحشمة وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our game 2 here between BBT and, of course, Team Liquid. It is MLP Dota and John X Fire once again. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Game 1, quite a dominant affair, I'd say, for BBT. I think we can both agree on that. Team Liquid just not able to take off after such a disastrous laning stage for Zai. Game 2, what do you want to change up? I'm thinking it must be the offlane, right? Because it does seem like BBT have decided that they're going to just lock down Zai no matter what happens.
Yeah, it was just a rough affair for Zai. Going for the Solar Crest, pretty delayed timing, straight into a Midas, trying to go for the Blink, and the BKB. Every single one of those items were really stalled out. He had really not the best of times in his lane up top. There was an early kill attempt that looked like it should have worked out, but Toronto-Tokyo was just too on point with the saves. Eventually, this Gyrocopter matchup for an Enigma is just not very comfy for the Enigma. You can still play around with Maleficent and an Avalanche toss threat from Boxy, but it took a lot more finagling than it would for just the Gyrocopter to stand there, Black Cannon, clear out the wave, and keep farming. So I think they want to simplify that process. Yeah, finagling, you know,
nice
just
word,
I know how to describe it. Yeah, finagling. You understand what that means, right? It's you finagle.
Is that an actual word, Jonathan? Can I add that to the vocabulary or
finagle? I have no idea. It apparently is. Obtain something by devious or dishonest means. Not necessarily devious is maybe a word.
Devious is okay. Yeah. Not, I mean,
devious is alright.
Wasn't dishonest, Jonathan. Come on now. Anyway, moving
Sly.
on. Sly indeed. Game 2 draft about to begin. I think we can both agree. Look, I wouldn't blame it on Zai, because again, all the attention was on him. That's kind of the thing. Like, that offlane was focused the whole game by BBT, and they did their job. They understood if we shut down this Enigma, they're not going to have any gameplay. They're not going to have the team fight they're looking for. And, of course, Zai, I like to say all the time when we're casting Zai, like, he's been one of the most consistent players in Dota 2 history, quite frankly. Just consistently great no matter what year it is. So they just understand it. Shut this guy down and win the game that way. And that's exactly what seemed to happen for BBT. Interested to see what Liquid do change up those. We are going to go into Game 2's draft. The IO immediately removed once again.
Yeah, just don't want to deal with it. Liquid is a prolific IO team. Don't want to have to deal with IO strats overall. I'm wondering if Liquid themselves start to respect ban something like the Elder Titan or the Keeper of the Light in this game, as there was a lot of value coming out from BBT from running in both of those. And the stomps from Toronto-Tokyo were amazing. Save just connecting every single time with GPK. Still forced to ban out the good old Brood Mother, just in case, as that hero has been pretty up there in priority. There goes the Timbersaw as well from BBT. Will Liquid ban out the Undying or a different support is the question.
Think about it. We might just go into the reserve time for this the second ban out. And I think BBT probably one of the stronger teams in the Riyadh Masters based off the results we've seen as of late. There's the Undying ban out here from Liquid. BBT, first pick, immediately into the Snapfire, no hesitation. Okay, well, why not? If it's not, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Well, in this case, it is broken, but you still don't need to fix it.
Yeah. You get first pick, you snag the Snapfire yourself. Most mid lane matchups for the Snap works out, so GPK should have a pretty decent time. If that is the early mid pickup, again, there's still some flex on hand here. You could have pure run up in the offlane, you could still have save, play it as a support. Works in pretty much every situation here. Liquid Storm agreement on the other side here. And we have seen that Storm matchup. It's not the smoothest of times, but, Nisha just play that lane. Should be able to know how to kind of deal with it, what the shortcomings of the Snapfire are. But again, overall, you have a natural advantage on the Snap. You can cookie every time the Storm comes in to Remnant. You can go for your... And again, the Storm has to go to melee range to static. And Liquid will just go back to the Silencer as well. So now you have a stable way of stopping the kisses at the very least in the back line. It's not going to be the smoothest of times to get your full damage output here on the Snap. Even a BKB doesn't really save you there. So reliance on the kisses for mid to late game, not going to be as easy for BBT. But early on, like pre-6 of Silencer, you still have a pretty good time here in lane.
You absolutely do. Second pick for BB.
Radiant team back.
straight into the LC. I was about to say maybe we see like a Rubik pop up or something like that, but the LC, I believe, should be the offlane hero for Pure. We've seen Pure play a lot of LC, and he tends to be that very manly kind of LC where we like to watch. We'll have that available to them. So 2 cores coming out straight off the bat for BBT. Could still be a Snapfire support flex if they really want to, but we'll have to wait and see for that. BBT immediately into the Monkey King banner, not wanting to mess around with the MK, which could indicate that we are looking at a core Snapfire, because MK is one of the better heroes at cancelling off kisses if you don't have the global silence.
Also lanes decently into an LC offlane. In trade, pretty fine with the Jingu build-up. So just ensuring that hero doesn't have to deal with lanes that are a little bit tougher for that Legion commander. Liquid showing some respect for the combination with Skyrat Mage as well. Not wanting to have to deal with that silence onto their Storm. The dual Mystic Flare can also be quite devastating, as we've seen multiple times before. BBT taking care of the Lycan, and starting to look at the offlanes now of Zai. There is still the option here for the Enigma, of course. Beastmaster something there for Zai as well. So a couple more. That can only really ban one of those 2 here for BBT.
Let's see, Team Liquid focusing on some support bans for now, getting rid of the Skyrath. The Skyrath, one of the better heroes to have against the Storm, so naturally a ban out. We'll even get rid of the Ent, which has proven to be extremely potent in this current meta. BBT back to the position 1s, get rid of the Terrorblade. Heroes that tends to do better against the LC, just that high base armor means you don't care so much about the LC. Liquid. One more ban to come. Makes me wonder as well, like, does Toronto Tokyo want to go back for something like the POS 5 Elder Titan? He did a fantastic job last game, right?
He did. I wouldn't mind it too much here. And it's stable control, it's stable laning for the side of BBT. You have a pretty good combination with the duel and the split earth. You can kind of get that done as well. If you wanted just an instant nuke from quite a long way, outside of just the kisses here, of course. And I don't see that being a top priority ban for Liquid, considering that there's still a lot of cores left in the pool. Surprisingly, the Darkseer is left in the pool as well. So that's another option for Zai to kind of pick up here. We'll see. Digging into that reserved quite deeply. They will take care of the Naga, just ensuring that no illusion spam comes out from BBT. Liquid, what'll it be? I mean, they don't have the back-to-back pick, so they can kind of take their time, pick up another support or a little bit of flex with support and off lane here. No real room for BBT to try to snag some of those off lanes of Zai away at this point. So you should be free to just save the Zai hero for the last in this pick phase.
Don't think about it. No, they won't. Team Liquid. Into the Tusk, which is one of the boxy specials. I must admit, if there's any player I love watching play Tusk, it is Boxy. This guy just makes me sick every time I see him.
Yeah, he makes the hero feel really busted. He knows the tempo he has to take. He plays really aggressive in lane with it. I'm wondering what combination they run with Boxy and Zai. I can see the Darkseer working out pretty well here. They do decide to go that route for Zai. Again, you can't really snag the Darkseer on BBT's end. I mean, if you did, you'd be looking at what? Snapfire support with Darkseer. An LC mid instead for GPK, which up against a Storm Spirit isn't ideal. So you wouldn't really want to try to flex here. Just have to assume Liquid will pick it up. You have room for probably just your back-to-back support picks if you are looking to run the core snap. You can kind of hold on to Nightfalls here for last. You don't have last overall pick on BBT, but they can keep their cards close to their chest here.
I'll have a think. 1 minute 20 seconds of reserve time left here against Team Liquid. Oh, there it is. The Techies comes out. Okay. This is a hero that's kind of disappeared just a little bit, Jonathan. It hasn't been quite as popular after the recent nerfs, but still a pretty strong hero, I'd argue.
That it is. It's a little bit strange that Techies faded away. Doesn't feel like it got touched up too bad outside of the... I suppose the base attack speed was kind of massive in lane, but beyond that, Techies still does what Techies want to. And considering lanes here, something like a Techies LC lane's pretty alright. Techies for Toronto Tokyo up top is pretty fine as well. like a Techies into a Tusk and potentially the Darkseer, there's value for an early taser, for sure, just to stop that chase down with, say, tag team here. So it's already a good solution for some early aggression that Liquid might want to bring out. And BBT will just tie it up with a Batrider. So, some flex, you are still likely to look at maybe something like the save Batrider here. Batrider LC lane can get really aggressive early on. Just flame break back into overwhelming odds. You can run down most heroes. No self-dispels so far on Liquid's end. So you are fairly free to do what you want. You can ban out the Slark in the next phase as well. Unless Liquid just decide to pick it up. But I don't see the Slark being a high priority. Slark into LC lane is just rough overall. Should just be our Zai hero. Again, if you wanted to pick your Darkseer here, this is probably the time to do it. Will just kind of get washed out in bans next phase if you leave it for Liquid's end. So if they are looking for that boxy combo with Zai, it would be here. And Zai does love his Darkseer.
Opportunities available. 40 seconds left for Team Liquid to make this choice. Hard part is you don't know who the position 1 of BBT is yet. Makes it somewhat hard to go for heroes like the Darkseer. The combos are there. But again, going pretty far down in the reserve time. 20 seconds left. They'll go for the Drow Ranger. Something very, very different flying out. But it is a hero that does combo well with the Tusk. And as well as that, against the LC, you don't care for it so much. Very easy to kite out the LC during the laning stage and just harass the crap out of it.
That it is. I'd still say there's some play on BBT with some pretty good flame breaks if you can line that up here on save. You can still push that Drow out of position, but it is a lot more challenging for the side of BBT to look for that aggression. The Drow has been a hero that we terrorized for a while, but never got picked up in like Bali or Dream League 20. And it does come true. We've seen some Drow bans as well up against teams. So it's starting to pop back in. As you mentioned, pretty nice lane with Tusk if you will run the Tusk there instead and have Insania maybe walk up top with a Silencer. But you're never going to remove Boxy from that Tusk, so it should just be him. I don't mind that lane. Frost lane, thematically nice. Kind of saddening that fire element doesn't melt through the Ice Mine. You know, Batrider has a lot of fire.
That's true. Not the way this game works there, John. Sadly.
Fortunate.
Visage ban.
It did work like that for a bit, right? Remember with Cinderbrew? You had to have fire spells to ignite. Very specifically fire spells. That was a bit funny.
Yeah. And that made sense. You know, it was alcohol after all. You know, you need fire to light up the alcohol. Makes enough sense.
5 seconds remaining.
They removed it pretty quickly, though. BBT. We're going to remove another hero pretty quickly off this draft, this last pick of Team Liquid. So the Zai heroes again being the Visage removed. A lot of micro heroes have been removed. The Lycan also being out of here. I mean, you could still go for the Beast, but that hasn't been picked up very often, and it doesn't seem like the best Beastmaster game. They'll get rid of the Razor here, BBT.
Just ensure that they have a pretty smooth time for Nightfall. Something like a Razor Tusk lane can be pretty scary. So maybe just offering up something like the Darkseer here for the side of Liquid to try and pick up. And Tusk Darkseer lane is pretty nice. It does take like level 3 to really get online. Level 2 Iron Shell. Maybe a value point in Surge or Vacuum if you can vacuum them into the shards. Can be nice with a tag team. Liquid banning out the PL and the Slark, so taking care of some Nightfall cores. Core matchup up against Drow can always be a little bit awkward. She can kite around really nicely. You don't have the best backline jump on BBT. I mean, you've got 2 Blink Initiators in the LC and Batrider. I suppose Blast Off is there as well, though a Gust can just kind of throw you away. It's not going to be the smoothest time. Wondering...
Well, what is going to be the safe lane here? What do you want for BBT? Against the Drow Ranger? What are we thinking, BBT? There we go. The Medusa comes out.
Alright.
Would you look at that, Jonathan? She's back.
She is back, and she has been heavily nerfed, but if you do scale up, Medusa can still be a challenging target to pin down. You don't have the best ways of burning true mana here for the side of Liquid. At the very least, I mean, maybe an argument to be made for Diffusal Drow, but not necessarily something you'd want to see, eh?
The Darkseer you pointed out may not be a bad idea now, like against Medusa. That wall can be very, very annoying with the Medusa later on. They've only got 9 seconds to think about it. Liquid, they're going to go down the Tide Rat instead, so they're just going to go for the fight. Stable laning with the Tide Hunter, probably just not going to die to the Bat Rider Medusa lane anyway, but it's still going to be pretty annoying. Alright, so there's your 2 drafts, 2 very different drafts coming out from both sides, John, but did you have a preferred draft going into this game too?
It's hard to say. I feel like both drafts have merit. I think Liquid does have some really good early aggression. But you have some pretty unique lanes from BBT, like Batrider 5 with Dusa. It can get aggressive onto something like Tide. You've got good range to stand back. You can kind of play around with Flame Break. You don't really care too much about the Kraken Shell. You don't tend to level up Kraken Shell early on anyway. So you can still get your aggression going there. You've got the Techies LC lane to play with as well, which is decent enough, although again a value point in Gust can kind of throw off your initiation here with save. So there's a lot of back and forth. I think the tempo is a little bit better for Liquid. I can see them starting to group up a little bit better, taking these fights. You don't have top-ups for Nisha here, so like a self-sustaining Storm is not going to be as feasible in comparison to what we had from BBT in the last game. But the scaling for BBT is a little bit slower. You know, you're looking for some early activity from Pure this time around. He's not going to be able to just sit back and farm as he did as an Inch game, but if he does hit a good Blade Mail blink timing, as long as you jump the Drow or the Storm, you're pretty happy here.
We'll see how it pans out. I mean, Game 2 is about to get underway. Of course, Liquid trying to force a draw against BBT, and BBT looking for another 2-0 victory in the group stages if they can secure. We'll find out, because Game 2 has now officially started, so we can switch over to that and see exactly how things are going to go between these 2 teams. Liquid, obviously, starting today, they probably didn't want to get another draw going their way, but this is the best outcome they could ask for now. Good luck, have funs are coming out between these 2 as well. So, this Liquid still in high spirits. Sure, looking for some revenge here in Game 2.
Draw would be pretty big for them. Just kind of stay in the running in that top 4. Depending on other results, of course. But Bet Boom, if they find a 2-0 here, that really skyrockets their chance of staying in. Staying undefeated would be massive, of course. Even though it's early on in the groups, like a 3-0 here almost guarantees you top 4, I believe. At the least, you're guaranteed to qualify through, for the most part. So we shall see. The team's hungry, of course.
Vision's going to find Pure. He's by the tier 1 tower. So is everyone else, to be absolutely fair. In fact, Bet Boom seem like they want to go. The Vision from Liquid, though, is going to give a huge advantage. So we'll see 2 heroes at least. Nisha's got his hand up trying to bait them forward. They aren't going to take that bait yet. Nisha, acting like he can't see anything, is going to get jumped now, but has he gone too far? Liquid! Liquid were asleep! No one was ready! There was like a solid second that Nisha was just dying and nobody moved. Here we go. He could be in danger. Boxy with a great shards out, at least going to lock a couple of them in. Pure still man fighting. Will eventually go down and Boxy will accept his death. A 2-for-1 trade in the favor of BBT. And Nisha had full vision over that high ground, like he knew they were there. I'm pretty sure that was meant to be a bait. But Liquid just not finding the upper hand.
They take their time. BBT, they managed to plant themselves right behind the ward. I don't think I thought GPK showed in vision for a moment walking back and forth, but they managed to hide that information away from Liquid. End up on top. Mid lane matchup is again not the best for Nisha. And GPK played through this last time. Nisha should understand how strong a Snapfire is in this lane, but not gonna be smooth going. She's gonna have to try to work overtime to hit those timings, but can be rough. I think you have to just accept that mid's just going to be a challenge no matter what. Still taking a look up top here. We've got Pure and Save on that LC and Techies up against Mike and Boxy on that Tusk and Drow that you called out in draft. A really potent lane once you hit level 2, level 3. Tag team plus the Frost Arrows plus the multi-shot can make it pretty tough. You stand far back enough, you don't care for the overwhelming odds here.
Shards out on Save. Save going to be just fine. You do really want that tag team, and the snowball going to be very effective as well, of course, in initiating here for Boxy. Now Mike is just going to be very cautious not to get caught with his pants down, because you're almost at level 2 for Save. Basically 1 creep away, and once the blast off is up, Things can get very, very dangerous. The save now hits it, looking for the angle, not going to dive in. Mickey too close to the tier 1 tower, and Pure not close enough to get the overwhelming odds off. But they are looking for Mickey.
Yeah, they've got decent backline jump. Does have the value point in Gust for Mickey, so the blast off is not a guaranteed kill. Let's see if they do decide to commit too hard here inside of
He's very far forward now. Blast off is not committed yet. Pure still waiting. A double, but no, the Gust. Mickey still alive. Save is on the chase, trying his absolute best with the armor from the tier 1. It's going to be enough to keep him alive. They'll get Boxy instead. And that's not really something you're expecting the level 2 Gust to be leveled up by Mickey, but it does at least save his own life.
He understands what he has to do. Just mitigate some of that aggression coming out here from the side of BBT. Still a nice pickup for BBT to find. And managing to clean up. The Tusk having to sacrifice to enable that. But level 2 up for Boxy now. With tag team up, there's some counterplay potentially coming out from Liquid, but they'll have to try to stabilize their lanes. Which gives us a chance to look at the other lanes just a tad bit. Zai on the Tide along with Insania on that Silencer up against Nightfall and Toronto Tokyo on the Dusa and Batrider. And this is not a lane that you can underestimate too much here from the side of BBT. Like, Medusa can stand far back enough, play with a Mystic Snake. Not going to be threatened too much by Zai. You've always got the Batrider who can shove you away as well with a Flame Break. And there is a Silencer here, but Arcane Curse up against a Batrider who doesn't have Sticky Napalm doesn't feel as scary. And you can't really maximize, say, the Gush here from Zai. So you're not looking for too much aggression. Just try to impact Nightfall's farm and get Zai going on a stronger start than he did in Game 1.
I mean, he's getting very, very low, just healing up through the inherent lifesteal he does have with the Moment of Courage, barely making it out. Liquid not able to finish off the kill that seemed like it was just guaranteed against Pure. That's the Pure LC for you. Like, he understands he can keep fighting and just hoping for the Moment of Courage procs, and he did still have a Lotus in hand. Mickey again being targeted. Save, maybe going a bit too fast. Still has the blast off, but Mickey still has the Gust. So Save now in danger. Boxy will go for the chase. Pure is going to try and go after the Drow, but can't really reach. So he'll go back after Boxy, turning back around. Misses the overwhelming odds of the Drow, so now Pure is completely being kited out. Boxy doing a fantastic job of not dying through all of this. Can you get the kill? He's got no mana for the shards, but he's got the tag team. He'll have Snowball on a couple, but Pure secures the kill onto the Tusk. With the longest hit I've ever seen on an LC. Toronto Tokyo, in the meantime, will die down a bottom lane to Insania.
Finding a lot of back and forth. Nice plays out from Liquid to finally secure something up top. Although, again, you are still feeding Pure. Quite a few hits here. Bot lane for Nightfall going quite nicely. Losing Toronto Tokyo is big, but he gets his mana back. He has a Lotus to play with on that Medusa. And it's still farming up a Storm. All things considered, again, a much stronger start for Zai, which is what you want to see. You're not going to be able to stop that Medusa too badly here. At the very least, there's not enough space to really clear out and try to stack up here.
They try and Pure again. Save was there with the blast off onto Mickey to ensure the follow-up damage was not going to come out. As now Boxy in danger. Pure able to get the kill. Mickey unable to finish the kill onto Save. Mickey needs to run. Pure still chasing. Not getting too lucky with the Moment of Courage procs. But it will be okay to survive and does keep Save alive. That's massive.
This LC is just being given everything it wants. Like, Pure's going to hit level 6 at a good point. You can start to threaten the duel.
Mid lane kisses Nisha, really copping it. GPK. He hits the level 6 mark way before Nisha. Now almost level 7. Finding a solo pick off from the Storm will help you do that.
That's something you just have to expect. Again, the mid lane matchup. They picked the Storm into the snap. They knew this would happen. They had to have something in mind, but Rune Control, 6-minute mark, can they deny anything?
Okay, right off the mark! Oh, Nisha! Nisha's making the walk of shame by the looks of it. What a play from BBT. Toronto, he will drop for this, but who the hell cares? That's a long walk back for the Storm. He is still just level 5. GPK now level 7.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit scary with how much GPK is taken out. And you have some solution for the kisses down the line, but you don't want to underestimate even the right-click harass of GPK with the double crown and bracer up.
Pure.
That of Toronto Taku isn't the worst.
Toronto's there, by the way. Speaking of the devil, ensuring he's there to help out the LCs. Mickey is being just dived by Pure and Toronto, and even saved now with the blast off, landing on both. This BBT, this team, they're so damn good with the way they move across the map. They really are.
Their aggression's just so on point. They know when they're strong, they know when to play. They've got level 6 up now in Pure, so the dual wins can start to flow in. And for the side of Liquid, it's got to be a more passive game. You can't really connect with Nisha just yet, even if he does hit level 6. He doesn't have anything like his Falcon Blade or Witchblade lined up anytime soon. No natural top-up for him. Zai, he's going to have Ravage. At the very least, he's going to have his Meteor Hammer to kind of threaten, but how do you even contest Nightfall at this point unless you drag all your heroes in? Not going to be an easy thing to get done. Nightfall leaves a tier 1 token for some reason, as Action is lining up for top.
Just one Mickey again. They love hunting down this drown. She's so susceptible. Now with the duel up, Pure, he can actually get some duel damage going. A nice snowball from Boxy going to delay things just a little bit, but not long enough, as now Boxy might just be the secondary pick-off again for BBT. They will land the sticky bomb. Pure picking up a double kill. Zip in from Nisha, trying to salvage the situation. Pure, though, he's very, very tanky, moving in again. Has the press the attack, but will not get any procs at the moment of courage. Will finally go down, but now Nisha out of mana. Nisha doesn't want to die like this. Will at least zip to avoid the sticky bomb damage, but in come the kisses. Just, no matter what angle you're looking at, there's stuff flying in. Insane here. Not out of danger yet either. But they won't bother diving for the silencer. It's just a position 5. Or will they? They thought about it. Save will die at least. Nice pickup from Insania's end of things.
I don't know if you'd actually enjoy having all these kills on Insania. Out of the 6 kills, he's found 4 of them. And you'll take what you can get. Zai?
Yeah, they've got Jewel. They've got Jewel, and I believe they should have enough damage, and they will. Pure 7-2-4 against the Drow Tusk lane. Yeah, that's a very hard lane for an LC to win in.
That it is. But they just played their cards right in BBT. They outplay Liquid basically up top. And you know, they already forced Mika into getting that early gust. Still not enough kind of save. And Pure just playing on the edge, paying off every single time. 13-6 start. Liquid, the one thing they are getting is a little bit of a better start for Zai, but it's coming at the cost of Mika and Nisha also having pretty hard starts now. With this kind of lineup, you can fall back and try to farm up in your Drow, but you're going to lose a lot of map space. Just a constant pressure coming in now with level 6 up on save. Your objectives fall fast. They're grouping up to look for something here, but they had forward vision on BBT. Good ward right by the outpost, not being dewarded. This area by the crystals, no one ever checks. Gives so much for the enemy team.
Liquid currently 4k behind. They don't really have much gameplay at the moment.
Regeneration.
Just gonna sit back trying to get that XP and farm going. Toronto Tokyo gonna scout just a little bit in the mid lane, ensuring GPK can pick up the invis. Be fine to do so. Okay, sitting at almost level 10 now on the Snapfire, just having a fantastic game. Sword of Atos completely up, so you land that onto Nisha, he could be in huge trouble. Bit of a chase on Pure. Pure gonna back off at the right moment. We'll be just fine. Got that vision in the dire jungle to work with, so he knew they were coming.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
EBT, just, there's no pressure, right? Like, you've got a Medusa. Yeah, she got nerfed in the previous patch. It's still Medusa. If she gets complete free farm like this, it's going to be very hard to deal with her. And that she is. Nightfall has got no contest right now.
You can't stop for the tide alone. You're not rotating anyone to punish.
Foxy. Gonna find out the hard way. There's Rod of Atos up. Snowball is going to delay a little bit. I'll wait it out. Toronto still trying. Nisha going to zip forward. Foxy will eventually actually walking away. Toronto's the one to go down. Liquid protecting. That task is now the duel out. Pure. No hesitation. No hesitation against Nisha. Just commits the duel, seeing the storm zipping in. That's probably the one target you can't zip into right now. Pure is huge.
A little bit greedy coming out. On BBT, Toronto Tokyo moves Boxy away from the mine with a snowball, so they don't secure that kill. At the same time, Nisha he doesn't have mana to sustain long zips like that. Goes forward right into the LC. 30 dual kill wins now for Pure. 30 bonus damage for him. And a 5k lead, it's just way too much. Like, Nisha is just not having game right now. As the power treads up, just working into the Kai and Witchblade. They are getting a lot of room out for Zai. We have not seen this Tide Hunter at all commit the Ravage, so he's just working into the Blink, looking for that big team fight. It's almost reminiscent of Game 1 here, Mike, where, you know, Liquid play a slower game, they default back to farm, they try to look for these big wombo combos, and it's so difficult to try to hope for those big openings when you're this far behind and you're up against a team like BBT. They're not the kind of team to give you those big team fight openings you'd want.
They are not. 6k advantage. Liquid mid lane, maybe have a bit of an attempt here. Zai needs some help. He's got the Ravage, but the Jewel's going to come out and he is just gone. 40 Jewel damage now for Pure. This is before his level 10 mark, by the way, as Mickey is completely surrounded. Save. Throwing the old triangle with the mines. Techie is one of those heroes that can just solo you if he really wants with a nice blast off initiation. This time he had Nightfall, but next time he may just not need Nightfall with the way this game's going. It's mid lane. Tier 1 tower does drop. They are looking at Insania, who is thinking about pushing out the creep wave, but they are casually waiting for him to show. And there you go. Run of 8 toss out from GPK. Just the aggression never stops with this team. BBT are just never done.
Alright, it's just such insane space to give for Nightfall. All the attention has to go towards where the engagements are, but no one's punishing Dusa when its laning's been nerfed. You know, it was left completely alone. Liquid keep trying to try to counterfight with this movement out, but felt like they had so many openings to just punish Nightfall here.
Look at top lane. Nisha and Boxy, they're going to try and sneak around for the 14-minute Wisdom Rune. Something they desperately need right now. You need that XP bonuses, I think. They'll get away with this. Thing is, BBT, they're taking the bottom lane Wisdom Rune as well, so it's going to be a 1-for-1 in the end. Pure, they might run right into the LC. Like they will. Smoke is broken. They're going to try for this kill. Keep in mind the tier 1 tower is still standing, and Pure, he's been silenced, but he's manning up again.
Oh my god.
Oh
Blade mail.
My god, he's killed Nisha. Oh, Boxy can't do it. I mean, there's Giga Chads. This guy, left with no choice, he just turns. Come at me. On the tide, Zai joins in. Zai wants part of the fun, but it's not very fun for Liquid. He needs a TP out. Pure. He's gonna go for that jewel. Into the kisses. Bye-bye. I don't know, man. I play these LC heroes all the time, John, but this guy, he just makes it look easy. He really does.
Here's insane. Just the blade mail giving that kill. That is just an awful feeling for Nisha. Like they snipe the Wisdom Rune. They feel like, alright, it's 2-on-1. Surely we can get the LC. It's just not enough. You're so far behind on the storm. And Pure, the maniac, just stands forward. Nisha just respawned. Has to be careful being this far forward here. They've got the blink.
Yeah, they do. Blink is out. They've got the storm. Nisha is down.
Oh my god. Jeez,
I don't think Liquid are playing this incorrectly. I just think BBT is that good of a team right now. They are just that strong.
For sure. BBT's just... It's maddening. This aggression. The fact that Liquid are forced to respond every single time. They never contest the Dusa. And they give some space out for Zai to farm up, but what impact do you really expect when you're tied early on up against this ultra-farmed LC, ultra-farmed Dusa for this point in the game? Like, Nightfall's just going straight for the butterfly. You don't have a way of counteracting that with your physical hits. Even though the stat padding isn't the biggest on the Dusa right now. And once that full butterfly's up, Nightfall's just going to join in. And you don't have the solutions. You don't have enough magic damage to deal with it.
You need Nightfall? Oh, let's be honest,
no,
it just doesn't feel like Nightfall's necessary.
Exactly, but once he joins in, then it's really all over at that.
Yeah.
This Deuce is just uncontested, man.
I'll tell you what, yesterday as well, BBT against Tundra, I think, was on the mainstream, which was on the main stage. And couldn't help but notice Nightfall after a win still looked pretty upset with his team about something. I imagine this game around, if Nightfall opens his mouth at all after the game, his team will probably just slap him. But Pure will just walk up and be like, no, I'm the carry now. You keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, I mean his impact's there. He was in 3 kills, I suppose, out of 21.
That's very funny.
Decent
John.
activity from the Deucer. That's some high activity for Deucer.
More like a gifts towards the Deucer, I think, John. It's, he was at right place, right time. Anyway, BBT, 12k ahead now, looking down towards the bot lane, hoping someone's going to come to farm. He was just waiting in the tree line with GPK in Toronto, Tokyo, definitely hoping for a core to show up. Mike is not around the area, but they are patiently waiting. GPK, though, eventually just going to reveal himself. He's out the creep wave, notice nobody's there. 4-man smoke up, right through the Dire triangle, onto the other side of the map where they'll go to the Dire jungle. Keep in mind, Zai just bought his blink out. It is on the courier, so they have the blink ravage.
No, Mortimer, it's not
Thing is, they are quite split. Zai may get caught by Toronto if he's not too careful. Zai does at least have an observer ward, but the smoke is still there. They'll see him in the mid lane now. Zai, is he gonna get jumped? No, they found the drow instead. Mike, a quick gust is gonna save his life. The chase is on. Pure once the blink does miss out. Mike still kiting very nicely. Zai, he's got the opportunity. He'll throw the Ravage. It lands on 4 targets. Pure is down. This is the fight Liquid needed. But they've lost Nisha. Save, what a blast off out on a Boxy and Mike. They're in huge trouble. The Tusk. Oh, the sticky bomb. It lands on Mike. It hands the vision over. GPK, he'll move in, misses the scatterblast. Mike still kiting out. Run of Atos though, gonna lock him down. Surely he dies. And he's finally gone. The snowball forward. On a GPK, he's in danger, but with the Glimmer Cape, he'll survive as Boxy goes down. Zai's still chasing, but just can't do it. He'll just run in circles. Just spin, Zai. Just spin.
Jeez Louise. They
got Pure.
Finally,
That's good
they
news.
got some good punishment. That is a decent streak to find. But as mentioned, by the time Nightfall joins in, that's him without the full butterfly as well. He joins in, just don't have enough to deal with him. They have to pop the Ravage to stop the duel. They have to pop the Global Sounds very early on as well. So they're not able to connect in that big wombo combo you'd want here for the side of Team Liquid. And yes, they find 1 kill, it's just at a massive cost. They still lose out on Mike and Nisha anyway, I know.
Oh, Pure. Mid lane. Can they save with the snowball? They can. Insania's gonna survive. Pure maybe getting a bit too cocky. Does go down. Alright, Pure, let's calm down, sir. Let's calm down.
Yeah. Okay, that's a little bit more painful. That's a good pickup for the side of Liquid. At least for BBT, they don't bleed away any duel wins.
Nisha.
You'd have that phone.
You've got the blink on the Bat Rider, but no jump in. Nisha's okay. Mind, he does have the Kaya Sanj, so at least has 20% status resist right now on the Storm. Should help him survive just a little bit. Zaya's going to move in on the Tide. No Ravage available. He'll have to find his own way out of this one. Stuff going to land from Save. He's got the mines down as well. Zai really just has no play. He's going to ask for the Global Silence, but it's too late. He's down. They'll try to trade the Bat Rider at least, but a great cookie in from GPK. And now the lasso right onto Nisha. And Toronto is still walking out. He might die to the curse, but who the hell cares? In fact, he's going to live. He's going to live on like 15 HP.
No. That is disgusting.
It is.
BBT. Like, Global Sounds again. Just not enough, and that's a big team fight lost once more. Insania. This is second up.
Hands up from GPK. Wave him goodbye. Last off, not on the mark. Insania asking for help. It's going to come in from Mike with the gust out. Can they at least kill the techies? Just kill the techies.
Oh, no detection.
He just walks out with the Glimmer Cape.
Oh my god.
In their base. He found the exact right spot, like just between the 2 tier 3 towers.
This is disgusting. BBT playing such clean Dota. I mean, clean. I say clean. They're diving pretty far. They've been punished for some of these dives, but overall, beyond that, it's been very straightforward. And for Liquid, I don't know if I can confidently say there's scaling. There is some scaling here, to be fair. Something like an Ags up on Nisha down the line to open up these fights. A coordinated use of Ravage and Global Sounds in an offensive capacity, not a defensive capacity. can still lead to some openings here for Liquid, but I'm not seeing the opportunities. With how BBT is playing, there's just no big team fights that you can find on your own terms here for Liquid.
Top lane Zai, or excuse me, bottom lane I should say Zai.
Dire's bottom tower.
She pinged out by GPK, he's still moving in. Zai actually trying to meteor hammer the Tormentor, I believe. Or maybe just take the Watcher, excuse me. Zai, just gonna die. It was the Watcher, by the way, that he was taking. But he is gonna die. Tormentor will eventually get taken.
And so will the tier 2. Zai tried to meteor hammer the cliff. I don't know if he was scouting for wards.
No, I think it was
trying to do something. No, a while ago he was.
Pure. Oh, this is a big kill. Oh, he is going for the duel attempt. Pure.
What?
He's gonna die, but he almost got it. Insania will drop. Boxy will get lassoed. Had Pure won that, like this guy, he just doesn't care. He gave some 28 jewel damage to Nisha now.
Nice little boon for Liquid. Still comes at pretty big sacrifices to support kill. It's not the biggest deal in the world anymore. Tip comes out from save onto Pure. A little bit crazy.
He hits the moment of courage proc once or twice. He's just full HP again. That's kind of the thing with this LC. That's what he was hoping for. Nisha gonna get caught by the Rod of Atos. Oh, Zai, he tried.
Oh, no.
He tried with the Ravage. Maybe they could at least find Nightfall and make it all the worth it. If they could get this kill on the Medusa, Nightfall, he's out of mana. He should go down and they've got him. Alright, suddenly things are turning. Team Liquid, they found a big one.
That's one that is going to hurt the side of BBT. Gonna have to be a little bit cautious again about going pretty far forward. Not the rest of the team here. Start to play a little bit cleaner once more, but you are still 22k behind on the side of Liquid. That kill does help Mika start to accelerate here on the Drow. Has the full Ags up, so Hyperthermia is in play with Frost Arrows. And that can be quite impactful to cut off the tankiness of something like the LC here. Although,
Call out. They've got Zai with that. He may not have enough damage on his own, but he is setting up. And with the kisses, they will get the kill. So no dual damage. Won't matter too much. They still got the kill with the kisses out from GPK. In Liquid, though, even though they lost their tide, they'll accept the fact that they have some time. You know, Mickey's just... He's doing all he can to get that farm going. And as we saw, like, you catch the Medusa on her own. She is not invincible by any stretch.
not quite. Man pool isn't the highest. Again, not going for too much stat padding here on Nightfall. Instead, opting for more damage. Especially with that big Silver Edge pickup right after the Butterfly. Still, Roche is open here for the side of BPT. No forward vision from Liquid. They've got the output. Shouldn't take too long to clear out Roshan. With the secondary life ready to go on someone like Nightfall here, they can start the pressure onto the high ground. There is still one outer tower left for Liquid. I don't think the side of BPT will mind too much. You can just start to force this fight out. As long as they're not playing too fragmented on the side of BPT, it shouldn't be too hard to still play that same style they have been running. Still a long ways off and finding some saves here on the side of Liquid. Like Nisha, still working onto his Lincolns. Nothing defensive coming out from Mika, so if you do jump the Drow, it's going to be a pretty dire straits here. You do at least have the Blink on Boxy. You can always try for the Blink Snowball saves on hand. But that's all the resources you have. Have to be, again, very coordinated on Liquid with these Ravages and Global Silences in these fights. If BBT managed to force one spell out defensively, they can just take the fight. If it doesn't land the way you'd want to here on Liquid.
I have a nice item here. The shards on the LC is always going to feel nice against a hero like Drow Ranger. Like that's that plus 5 armor against the Drow is going to feel very effective if you can earn it on a few heroes. Okay. Having a decent game himself. 3-4-4 at the moment. Just so much pressure on his shoulders. Try and help his team win out this next team fight. It is Drow Ranger though. You are quite susceptible to just getting caught. He's got no defensive items either. BBT, they're going to move in through the mid lane. They have seen Nisha, I believe. They'd love the jump on the Storm. Toronto is going to see him. Lasso is there. He picked up the haste in time. Global Sunsman, no. The Jewel is out. A nice snowball save, Boxy. He's going to buy a bit of time for Nisha to try and get his way out of there. Great save from Boxy. He is still down for 40. And they do still commit the Global. But they needed to keep that storm alive. Problem is Zai, expecting them to go through the mid lane, did go for the creep skip, but he's gonna get caught. Like, even Insania was trying to help out. Limit Cape will only buy him so much time. The chase will continue. And Insania is gone. Oh, even Nisha's still around the corner if they could see him, but they don't have the vision.
Playing pretty far forward, playing under his ward. Don't think he can really snipe anyone here, solo. Gonna be a little bit risky, just looking for some farm. Free for nothing coming out here for BBT. Liquid, again, doing a good job of stalling. This fight's so far away from the push. They're not able to really commit onto the high ground on BBT. So that is stalling for time quite successfully on Liquid, despite the losses. They are giving themselves some room to breed. They're cutting creep waves with Nisha. Pure?
Pure just waiting, Nisha. Gonna get caught by Pure. Immediately. Not enough damage to get the dual damage off, but it won't matter. The lasso in time from Toronto Tokyo. Locking down the mid-storm again. He's down for 45. What do you do about it? This LC's just been all over the place. Same situation as last game as well, right? Like, you're just buying time for your side. The people will look at Nisha dying there and just laugh because they think he's out of position, but he does have to skip the creep wave. There's no two ways about it. You've just got to keep buying time as Liquid.
Yep. Keep stalling. Keep hoping that you can start to set up for a high ground fight with some itemization coming through. They will lose their Wisdom Runes once more. Map control in BBT's favor. Finding boat. A big one for GPK to pick up for himself, as he is just waiting for that level 20 now. And he's got the Daedalus already almost finished up with the Demon Edge only lacking. Once you've got the 20 for GPK, boy oh boy, you're going to have even more issues here.
Oh, Nisha? Zip forward? He's going to zip TP. He's fine. Only really do that once, though. Here comes the defense. Toronto's got the lasso back up, ready to jump in whenever. Would love Insania to start if he could. Get rid of that global silence. There's no buybacks on Team Liquid. One buyback, in fact, is on the map right now, and that is Pure. Kisses to fly out, just zoning them out, but Nightfall's got no creeps. The backdoor protection's gonna make it so these kisses are currently just wasted. Problem is, can they actually deal with Nightfall anyway? Zai gets jumped. Snowball will buy a bit of time. Back in on the creep wave. Oxy again saving the day for Zai. The Rack's still under siege, though. Getting through the mana pool of Nightfall, but he's got the Aegis up. He's got the BKB ready to go whenever. BBT, they're going to smoke right behind Nightfall, waiting for that big initiation. I think Toronto knows where Mike is, and he gets the lasso. Global Silence was there. Pure jumps in immediately onto the Drow Ranger, gets the duel off, but Boxy, he's going to buy the time with the snowball. It may be enough, but no, Mickey's gone. Boxy's gone a third. Zion will drop as a third. They'll buy back on Boxy, trying to help out. GPK getting low, but not low enough. Boxy might just be dying back immediately. He will snowball back towards Nightfall. Gets a blink away. Will survive. Now Nisha trying to just buy himself a bit of time. We'll get back towards the fountain. On Rax. He's already gone by Bepboom anyway. They've only got a range Rax left. On a Pure they go. They'll try to chip away at the LC. He's fine. Boxy. Not going to make a jump in. Nisha. He's got to be careful not to zip too forward. There's 4 mines just sitting there waiting for him.
I'm going to try to hold on. No Ravage, no Global Silence, though, makes this a really tough fight for the side of Liquid.
I was hoping the
BBT are still free.
Toronto, nice lasso, looking for the dieback on Box. He gets it immediately. Is Nisha going to try and zip forward? Pure won't get the duel this time around. But with Boxy down for 60, you haven't got the saves now in this duel. Make matters worse, you've got a Daedalus completed on GPK with a double damage room bottled. And the level 20 talent. So he's going to be hitting very hard this next fight.
That he is. Blessed by Gaben himself. Just needs to travel back up onto top. 2 Raxes down for the side of Liquid. This is some time for them to get at least the GS back up and running. Perhaps even a Ravage. Their defensive high ground fight can be quite nice, but again, just this trigger discipline out from BBT. You know, just putting Nightfall up front, not showing anyone else, waiting for these nice opportunities to go in for the Blink and Lasso. Making it so tough for Liquid to play this defensive fight for themselves on the high ground here.
Toronto looking for that Lasso attempt again. I think they saw Zai, but they weren't confident to move in onto the tide. The only buyback right now is Insania. He's the only one with it available. Everyone else doesn't have the gold for it. Apart from Boxy, who's on a timer right now. Liquid. 1 Rax left. They are going to try their best. GPK, though, he's activated the double damage. In goes Nisha, trying to chip away at the mana pool of Nightfall. Gets him down a half mana. BKB forced by Nightfall. He just wants the Megas. And he'll take the Megas. Nightfall, though, going to get punched up. Boxy trying to jump in. Nightfall completely out of mana. Boxy, though, going pretty deep by himself. They've got the Ravage of Zai, but he's got no Blink available. It's still on cooldown. Still, they'll try and chase down Nightfall. They've got to control him up. In goes the Ravage from Zai, trying his best to save Nisha. Nightfall still walking away. Surely can't get out of this. Zai desperately chasing, finally takes him down. But they've got everyone else, and GG's called. BBT. Just looking incredible here up against Liquid, securing a 2-0 victory. And Liquid, I mean, this is not a team to scoff at, but my god, BBT just had their number today.
That they did. The side of BBT made it look pretty easy, actually, up against Liquid. And starting off with the Snapfire, Nisha going to the Storm for that matchup. Considering what happened in Game 1 for GPK, it was a really rather slower game. I don't think the Storm could have ever bounced back there without the Kotl in that combination for BBT. And you didn't have any top-up for Nisha here. He had to stand back, play the farming game, pure, just a complete madman in the LC here. And this 2-0 victory, Mike, for BBT, it pretty much guarantees them to be first place at this point. It's very early on, there's still some really weird results that can happen, but I think just in the first 2 days of groups, having a 3-0 scoreline, 4-0 in terms of 6-0 in terms of games, it's looking great for them to have this ride into the playoffs here.
No, I agree with you. I think they've beat the harder teams in their group. Like, you had Tundra getting 2-0'd, and now you had Liquid getting 2-0'd. And, well, the rest of the teams they've got left are Talon, Aster, and I believe TSM, and later on Secret. So still hard teams to beat, but I'd say Liquid was probably the best out of all of those. And well, BBT, again, just having a very clean game, as we can see in these team fights. Just very well coordinated, this side is. I kind of made the joke that you didn't really need Nightfall this game, John, and I still kind of stand by that. It felt like the Medusa just was unnecessary in this game. GPK and Pure were just doing so much work. You see Mikke with a very nice juke, but ultimately just not proving to be enough. Now, I'll be frank, I don't know what Liquid could have changed in these games to change the result.
It's hard to say. Maybe, I don't know. I don't think this was down to Zai. Again, I think he did what he could on the hero. He was targeted once more, but I feel like the heroes he had also didn't have the best impact. Like, again, maybe something like the Darkseer Tusk lane would have ended up a little bit better, more pressure onto the Dusa early on. You could eventually get Dusa illusions. You can get some team fights going with Vac Wall. Maybe expect some follow through. Heck, you could start to bank on something like an Ags down the line for Nisha, but the laning starts were just really where it all boils down to. I don't think it was down to really anything individually that Liquid did. It's just that Betting emphasized their lanes so hard. And they play on the bleeding edge. Like, they really push the limits as to what you can get away with in your lane in terms of the aggression, in terms of the trades. I mean, you just saw Pure, right? In that one fight right by the Lotus Pool, pops Blade Mail, gets the kill on Nisha, and still lives through.
Yeah,
like, who else could... How many players can actually just stand there and be confident that their Blade Mail and HP is enough? Like, they just clean up so well. Again, pushing the limit on BBT for that early aggression. And it just leaves no options for a team like Liquid into the mid and late game, other than just farm. And BBT knows what to do up against farm. Just keep that pressure, keep the aggression, allow Nightfall all the space in the world to farm up just in case, but he's not even necessary.
It certainly wasn't. BBT, I do agree. I think this might be the team that probably ends up first in their groups, just by the way things are going. Currently sitting at, what, 3-0 now? After this 2-0 against Liquid, still yet to be defeated in a single game, so we'll have to keep an eye out on these guys, see exactly how they do go. Of course, for Team Liquid, that does move them into still 4th place, I believe. So they are still tied 4th place with Secret and TSM. Still within the safety zone, but obviously for an org like Liquid, you know, they've got a lot of pressure on their shoulders. They want to be a bit higher than that. So we'll see if they get another opportunity a bit later on. Still, we are going to head off to a bit of an extended break. But right after that extended break, we'll be back with some more great Dota on the Sea stream. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you all again very soon.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
could decide where I should remain, where I would hide, sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still, sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Riyadh Masters 2023 group stage part of the event. I'm Seeking Strike, and joining me is Winter. Winter, we've migrated streams today. How has that happened? We're over on the C stream today.
How would I ever know? I was just following behind you. You know how we line up back to back, in school? I was just the guy behind following the guy in front.
Well, we're following some phenomenal games that have happened earlier today on the C stream. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we have left in front of us and what's already occurred. We've had Quest Esports 2-0 Spirit, so Quest continues to impress. And Bet Boom, or I guess BB Team, as we're supposed to call them, has taken the 2-0 over Team Liquid. We're going to catch Liquid later on, actually, for perhaps some redemption and revenge over NA's finest Shopify Rebellion. But first up, Windsor, we have our own team, the Pride of Malaysia, Ghost, and JT, and the rest of Xtreme Gaming taking on 9 Pandas. You think this is going to be a 2-0? We were just talking about that. Was that a serious prediction?
I'm always serious. I thought you know me well enough. I don't like to joke around. When I talk about Dota, I'm 100% serious, except for certain special moments.
Right. like Omni Knight Carry, for example. but in all other regards, you're always very serious. And I'll tell you who's been playing like a serious menace this entire tournament. It's actually been JT. He's really turned it on. We talked about it very briefly yesterday about how the roster change may have breathed some fresh air into this stack. Now that you see them continuing, actually, I want to ask you a different question. I want to ask you, Winter, about the honeymoon period for Dota 2 teams. We saw this last year when Team Secret first made their change with they changed Ice for, why am I blanking on his name? Resolution and Zayats, of course. And these guys are really actually quite impressed. Ended up making it into the playoffs last year during Riyadh Masters. And now it seems to be Xtreme Gaming, changing Kaka and finding success again. What is it about the honeymoon period that lends towards a lot of success for these teams?
Zero history. I think that's the key thing. When you play with somebody for a long time, that's a lot of wounds, a lot of salt in the wounds. And if you don't deal with it, then it gets painful in the games. And sometimes there's just too many unsolved business. So it's better to just play with somebody else.
Unsolved business. I like the way that you frame that. Unsolved business. Well, there's a bit of unsolved business in front of us now. Xtreme Gaming taking on 9 Pandas. Xtreme Gaming with last pick on the Radiant side, and 9 Pandas, I believe, with first pick. I didn't quite see who won the coin toss, but we'll get to see now. Of course, the usual suspects, Winter, in the first phase of bans. You've been taking a peek at the stats just now before we got started. Anything that surprised you over the course of the first half of today, as we do jump into the second half of the day now?
Not really. Everything's still steady. Right now, Rubik, Snapfire are the most picked heroes still. With Undying, those are the 3 same heroes. So I think nothing much change from the first couple of days. I think overall right now I'm kind of a big fan of Enigma. I think the hero is actually it's not just an OG bias. I think the hero has a lot of potential.
But as an offlaner, right? Or have you changed your mind on that?
I don't know. Some teams, they insist on playing Enigma support, getting the stun at level 1, Blood Grenade. Some games I see it does really well, with a very strong core in your lane, like a Tide Hunter with Gush. But some games I feel like it flops. And I think OG showed that if you draft a core Enigma, and you can always have the option to go tri-lane and leave the Enigma alone and abuse the other offlaner. I think that's something that no other offlaner gives you, except for Enigma.
Okay. Well, we'll see if any team opts for the Enigma. For now, it is the very usual suspects. Winter, of the 4 banned heroes that we have in the first phase, they are all top 4 in the contested. It was per contest rate. 116 games, and these 4 heroes contested in at least 94 of all the games, and 9 Pandas waste no time to pick up the Enigma. If you're Xtreme Gaming, are you going to go with something like a Silencer here, something like that?
No Rubik. I guess Silencer is a pretty decent option. A lot of the Chinese teams just really like Silencer. And I'm not a big fan of Warlock. I'm a fan of Silencer, you know. So I hope they stick to that. Elder Titan is pretty good too. The Spirit, you get a lot of bonus damage and armor from the summon, so it's a pretty useful hero against Enigma in the lane. And on top of that, in the team fights, you can also cancel the BKB Black Hole with the Earth Splitter. Obviously, it's not as reliable as something like a bench swap, you know, or global silence, but you can definitely do it.
It can work. It can work, and it can act as an AoE denial as well for an Enigma, even through that BKB Blink Dagger kind of initiation. I just want to point out something rather interesting here, Winter. Of the 25 games that Enigma has gotten through in, he has been picked 23 times in the first phase. Can you guess how many times, OG? I'm just kidding. But yeah, he's always made it through on this first phase and does tend to be banned out or just kind of ignored if he doesn't go in the first phase. What is it about this hero that makes him such a, I don't know, such a main focus only in the first phase, and then more or less goes on to be ignored? Just for reference here, Winter, he has been contested in something like 75 matches right now, and in 66 matches, he's been only contested in the first phase. Either banned, 43 times and picked 24 times.
He's a very good opening hero for the draft because it doesn't really reveal too much of your overall strategy. That's number one. Number two, like you said, it's a flex pick. You can put him on a support role. You can put him on the off lane role. So it gives you a lot of flexibility in terms of the draft. I think whenever you're opening a draft, you think about heroes that can always give you those boxes tick, flexible, doesn't give anything away, pretty strong in the lane. I feel like Enigma just takes everything. And right now, the third box that I will take with Enigma is the abuse of the Twin Gate. Because whenever you play Enigma Core, you pull the wave back. So it gives you a lot of opportunity to gank the Enigma's lane. Because the lane is going to be at your tower. So the position 5 on the other side of the map can just take the Twin Gate whenever he feels like there's a kill potential. Just come over and kill the carry. It's not much you can do about it.
Well, this is probably... I'm trying to see who normally picks the Doom here for 9 Pandas.
It's a very classic opening. Enigma
Ramses,
and Doom.
Isn't it, actually? Isn't it usually Ramses that plays the Doom? Or 9 Pandas, if I'm not mistaken?
He used to play the Doom before when they did Doom carry back in the day. Right now, I'm not so sure if Doom carry is still a thing. I think offlane Doom is still pretty good.
Okay. I also just want to last point on the Enigma, just because he is such a focal point. Makes sense that 9 Pandas also pick him up first. Of all the teams in the tournament, they're actually the team that has sprung for the Enigma and have got their hands on him the most. 11, now 12 times compared to OG's 9. So we were kind of joking about OG and the Enigma. 9 Pandas, they're keen to pick it up as well and have played it 3 and 4. We'll see where this Doom ends up going, and that'll force the Enigma, of course, into a lane as appropriate. Any other big surprises in this draft? Silencer banned out, no surprise there. Beastmaster also gone, so 9 Pandas maybe trying to protect the potential for this Enigma to be a core.
Yeah, seems like it. Otherwise you wouldn't be using so many bans to protect that particular pick. Because if it's a support, I feel like you don't really care if you get countered or not, it's not as important. And for Xtreme Gaming, they have decided to remove the spirits, the Storm Spirit, the Timbersaw. Those are the heroes that can give Ember problems in the lane. And with their opening right now, Elder Titan and Ember, so they have a lot of synergy going on between the two heroes. Ember Spirit does abuse the Elder Titan aura quite easily with the slide chains, and obviously your Flame Guard and the Remnants and whatnot. So these two heroes, they are very, very scary together in the mid game. If you do not have any hero that builds the pipe, you're gonna run into a lot of problems.
And last point here on this Doom. Looks like so far this tournament, it's been Ramses that has taken the Doom into the safe lane twice, with Miero taking it 4 times, is what I can find here on the stats. And Taurus has played it the remaining 2 times. So this is quite the flex for 9 Pandas. These 2 heroes, Enigma probably 3 or 4, but the Doom can go almost in any lane, apparently.
Carry Doom, yeah. Guess it
Done it twice?
Yeah, I guess it depends on the lane. Which game did they do it from? Let me see. What heroes?
They did it in their match versus OG. Looked like 9 Pandas took it there. They did lose with it, but it might have had something to do with this Meepo and Razor
Meepo,
pick
yeah.
that I'm seeing.
I guess because you're dealing with Razor, so Doom carry doesn't really care about the static link. That might be the idea. Not sure if I'm a very big fan of Doom carry at the moment. As I think the hero just fits really well on the offlane role, and if you play him as a carry, I feel like right now he's not as strong as a carry because it's more difficult to snowball him from the start because of all the nerfs that he's been receiving in the past couple of patches. He's still a pretty good hero overall, but I wouldn't say that he's good to the point where you would want to consider putting him on the carry role.
Right, no longer S tier like Morphlane would, where you would just pick him and then figure out the rest of your draft around that. Skyreth Mage pick comes through from Xtreme Gaming. That one strikes me a bit curious, really. Given their support duo is probably going to be this ET Sky, it does leave a little bit to be desired in terms of, actual lockdown, doesn't it?
Yeah, no lockdown, but I kind of like playing ET Sky with Ember. Ember gives you the lockdown you need. Sky and Elder Titan has a lot of early game potential. They are pretty strong in the lane. They have a lot of burst damage together when they are roaming around, because Sky can abuse the aura as well. I mean, this is something that I always like to highlight a lot when somebody picks Elder Titan. You want to have a draft that can abuse the magic aura.
Right. That's a good point, yeah. The Spirit reducing that aura, and there's
Wow,
the Vengeful Spirit.
I think this is the first time this hero has been picked. He's he's an uncontested hero.
Looks to be that way, uncontested alongside 18 other heroes now. Bloodseeker immediately coming through from the side of Xtreme Gaming in response. I have to say, to the Windrunner more than to the Vengeful Spirit. That's quite a curious pick here. What about this draft is giving you telltale signs that Avenge would be appearing? Is it just this Searing Chains into Mystic Flare combo you need to save into it?
I mean, even if that's the case, I would argue I'll just pick a Shadow Demon to save, not Avenge.
Yeah, I mean, I would also kind of agree with your argument there.
The Venge, on the other hand, I feel like it's good if you have like a specific strategy around it. It used to be good with like in the day when Enigma went for all the aura builds and you're good grouping together and you're pushing a lot. He's also pretty good against Skyraf, because Skyraf doesn't have armor. You have the minus armor, so you can kill the Sky very easily in the game. I think he has pretty decent synergy with the Focus Fire in Ranger. You can buff her up. But overall, this hero is unpicked for a reason. Like, she's very weak in the laning phase, unless this is like a call,
I'm thinking it has something to do, I assume, with Nether Swap. Remember, this is the last time we really saw the hero was when the damage reduction was, I think it was like 80% or something ridiculous for that linger duration. It's still pretty decent, 30, 40, and 50% damage resist overall.
Did she get changed this patch?
In 733E you're referring to?
Let me check.
I believe so. I think 733E was primarily nerfed. Let me double check here. Yeah, primarily nerfs is what I'm seeing.
Yeah, no changes. I'm not entirely sure why, but Venge gives you like a lot of like team fight in general, because you have the aura, you have the shard, the double stun, and like you said, you have the save against the Ember Spirit Skyraf combo. So you definitely have a lot of value there. And maybe the reason why they wanted Venge is also the lane combination, right? The Venge plus the
Jug, I guess.
I was thinking more of the Enigma lane, but yeah, maybe not the Enigma, because you have also a Doom as a support.
Right. Well, maybe a Doom as a support.
Or maybe the Enigma and the Venge are the support duo.
Oof. Could be. And Xtreme Gaming, they're just JT's. You know what? I see an Enigma. I see a Venge. I see a Juggernaut. I'm not scared of these heroes with their incredible AoE and sometimes single target damage. Venge doesn't really offer any of that, but the Jug and Enigma sure as hell do. They picked that pretty quickly, very confidently as well. We're seeing more and more of this Meepo. First, I want to ask you, what is your thoughts about the Meepo this game in particular, Winter? And then we'll talk about the Meepo in general a bit more, if you don't mind.
I think it's a pretty good Meepo game. There's not much AoE to deal with him. apart from the Enigma, but Enigma is a support, it's not a core, you know. So I feel like the Meepo has has a very high chance to just carry the game on his own, you know. Like I feel like it looks like a pretty good Meepo game to me. Like Jog is pretty damn bad against the clones. I mean, Wind Ranger as well. Not, I guess Wind Ranger you can kind of, before he gets the Mega Meepo, you can kind of single one of the Meepos out and kill that particular Meepo with your focus fire. But once he has the Mega Meepo, then I feel like Wind Ranger doesn't really do much to him after that. I mean, Doom is kind of okay. I guess he can kind of doom him when they stack together. So
Yeah,
maybe
there's some weird interactions when you stack and with Doom. I can't quite recall, but I think you can still like jump onto the Meepo that's stacked up just to give them more raw HP. But then of course you're trapped there, as I think the Doom debuff applies to the stack of Mega Meepos. Can't quite be certain on that. Honestly, I haven't been super up to scratch with all of the Meepo interactions, given that until this tournament, it has been quite the niche pick.
Yeah.
But given the amount of extreme
It's
gaming,
not. No, I tell you, this hero is not a niche pick anymore. He's gonna
No,
be
I
like
know.
he's gonna be like Morphling. I think the hero is actually just really strong. Like the build, I can't highlight this enough. The build is what allowed Meepo to be strong. Because before you have to choose either you go for the blink, ganking build, the catching build, or you go for the Dragonlance stacking with Skadi. So you either have catch or you're really tanky. Right now he has Rod of Aethor, so he has catch and he's tanky. And on top of that, you can build the Mega Meepo, the Axe early. So you're very, very difficult to kill. And a lot of the counters that were good against you are not good against you anymore once you get the Mega Meepo.
Miro immediately tipped JT upon loading onto the
It's
map.
like
I
this
think
this guy, this dirty Meepo picker.
this Meepo player, JT, popping off the side of Xtreme Gaming as we will jump into game number 1 of Xtreme Gaming versus 9 Pandas. See how this one ends up going. Gotta say, though, that this support duos really, for both teams, don't inspire a lot of confidence. I don't know.
Why not?
You know,
Sky, Elder Titan. I
Look.
feel like they are very, very formidable. You know, they deal so much damage. Like I know, you know, they don't have the best catch. You know, but you have Ember Spirit and Meepo for that. So your supports don't really need to have the catch when you have Ember and Meepo on your team. I mean, I agree with you that 9 Pandas with Venge and Enigma, that's a little bit on the questionable side, you know.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I guess it also depends what kind of a build that we're going to see the Ember go for. There are some Ember matchups where you rarely see Syrian Chains until like level 9 or 11 sometimes. Hopefully that's not one of these games. But in particular, just like the catch onto the Jug, right? That spin is going to be a very powerful tool here. You're either going to need to land a silence on him, or you're going to need to kill him just with right clicks before you can TP out under the cover of the spin. See what ends up happening here. Maybe it's just like a stomp out from the lanes. You've always got that potential whenever you have a Meepo on the off lane, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, that's always possible, you know. Like, Meepo is really, really strong in the lane right now. Like, I feel like it's hard to stop him from farming. Yeah, sure, he can't really bully you to the point where he kicks you out of the lane early, but you also can't do much to stop him from getting his levels. And then once he gets his levels, he stacks jungle camp, and then what do you know, he's just farming faster than you. And we've already seen that how Meepo can also gank early.
See that top lane, by the way. It's in Q. He actually used the blood grenade to stop. I want to say just to stop Ramses from getting to the lane any faster.
Yeah, just to slow people down. I like to do that too. I feel like it's actually very, very annoying, and I don't mind wasting my...
Solo just dead to the level 1 Earthbind here. Okay, another use of the Malefice as JT might struggle to catch up here with that last tick. Healing salve canceled, but Solo is safe and sound for now underneath the tier 1 tower. Sinq going diving unnecessarily.
Yeah,
he's gonna die in return.
Yeah, he should just die. Like, that's what you do as Skyrock or Undying for that matter. Once you get the kill, you use all your mana and your HP, you just want to die to the tower and come back.
Bot lane as well, blood grenades being thrown. Miro making plenty of damage. It's plus 49 on this ET's damage. Ghost with the movement speed here already with that level 1 Thirst. Hard to run from him, and Taurus might just be up next as another blood grenade ought to just secure things here. Ghost healing off easily that creep wave damage, and it's an explosive start right now for Xtreme Gaming, Winter.
Yeah, this Bloodseeker got a lot of speed from the Enigma dying earlier, so he was able to abuse the Doom there, and to a point where they could also kill the Doom here. So actually definitely having a very, very good start to the lane so far.
Yeah, really hard to complain about the start that they've had. We'll check in on mid, assuming that they're not going to start fighting immediately back down bottom again. Paparazzi struggling just a little bit here in the first couple of waves versus the Windrunner of Kiyotaka. But he's got the bottle out, going for the stick charge next, or sorry, just the stick. And a nice dodge there on that particular power shot is going to help him out a lot in this lane. But again, my only concern, Winter, is when we'll actually start to see the points in Searing Chains. It will help the snowball continue rolling here.
Normally, I'd say probably level 8. Because you have 4 points in Slide 2 in the Flame Guard, and then you have the Remnant. So I think level 8 is normally where you get it. Some players I've seen save a skill point sometimes, just in case you need it. And bot lane, Miro once again getting run down by the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, nice use of the magic missile. Really DY doing a lot of this damage, isn't he? He's catching both heroes every time.
This lane is really tough for the Doom right now.
Top lane though, JT will fall. They get him with the spin and the Malefice Blood Grenade as well. Going in there for the kill. As Ramsey's sticking around pretty aggressively here.
Yes, healing
in Q. Yeah, you're right. He can't quite kill him. He's got the healing ward. Point. Bottom though, in trouble. Miro. Nope, he's fine underneath his tier 1 tower. A-okay, false alarm.
Yeah, he only has 6 last hit, Richie. He's having a hard time with Ghost. Wow, he's just pressuring him so hard right now. He has no more tangles and he can't really afford his ring. Okay, he just got enough gold for it.
Still with the thirst debuff. Gonna be struggling here a bit. Antara's able to heal him up a bit more with that tango, but things are looking a little rough right now for the side of Nine Pandas. We'll see if this ring really helps Miro turn things around in this lane. Top lane, they are making a play now for Sin Q as Ramses will utilize the spin to ignore that Earthbind. Sin Q, stick charges, keeping him alive a little bit longer here.
The fluffy hat.
Yeah, fluffy hat and everything. He's gonna deny himself? No, he's gonna deny himself after he picks up the rune, maybe.
Right.
All right, no, he's gonna die. Kiyotaka sniped him. Good shot, good shot.
Yeah, that's what mid-Wind Ranger does for the game. You always don't really think about that, you know, but and then when you die, you're like, oh crap, it's a Wind Ranger. I can't really do that.
Bottom. Down bottom, they might look again for a kill on Amiro. He's forced to continue fighting, actually, into Ghost. The TP is from Sin Q down bottom as Ghost with the movement speed easily outmaneuvering Miro. Allows DY to pick up the kill there as he can just heal off of the creep wave. That's going very swimmingly down bottom. Top lane, JT's just too healthy for Solo and Ramses to make a move.
Yeah, they're gonna need, I think maybe level 5, when you have 3 points in the Blade Fury, maybe you can try to go for a kill, but right now there's just not enough damage with the level 2 spin. And Shinkyu is back in the lane right now. So I don't really feel like they have much kill opportunity to get onto the
They're going to go bottom again? But this is going to be where Nine Pandas... Ooh, yeah, nice little advantage out from them. They've got this beautiful little ward right above the...
Solo?
Oh, hold on. Solo, he's dying first. Ooh, stick charges will not keep him alive. Y is going to be able to now turn back onto the Eidolons, but it'll be a nice 1-for-1 trade there, that time in favor of the side of Nine Pandas. But down bottom, this ward is about to expire, but that's what allows Nine Pandas to make that play. I love putting down this particular ward, usually a little bit further to the left, so it gives vision of anyone going up and down those stairs. That's what allowed them to know that both supports had gone through the twin gate top, and then they just make the dive easily down bottom. Nice remove. Paparazzi in the mid lane.
JT is here to save the day again.
Yeah, that he is. Might even look for a kill now. Earthbind, barely within range. He's pretty speedy as Kiyotaka especially runs out of the wind run duration. Ooh, the Echo Stomp just out of range. JT has died, though. Solo finishes him off alongside Ramses. Kiyotaka, in the meantime, able to TP away. One play out from Nine Pandas.
I was wondering where is the other meeple. Now I know.
He's dying the whole time. That's where he was.
Yeah, I mean, so far the lanes has been quite chaotic. Like early game, XG seemed to have like a pretty good start on both their side lanes, but right now, with the kills, I feel like Ramses is back in a very comfortable position in the lane. And mid lane, Kiyotaka definitely has a little bit of an advantage over the Ember, but not by much, you know. So it doesn't really matter a whole lot. It's all going to be about who gets the runes, you know, how well do they control the runes on either side. Supports are going to have to help the heroes get the runes.
Well, that first rune was a haste rune, but Antares was the one to I'll use the word steal, as he's the one to grab it. Neither of the mid laners getting their hands on that one.
Yeah, and
I think,
wisdom rune. So Antares is going to get ready to pick it up, one apiece. So not a 2-0 wisdom rune. That's what we want to see.
Wow, JT picks up the wisdom. He denies it away from Syndicate. He says, absolutely not. That's mine. I'm a Meepo, don't you know? I've got many mouths to feed.
I can't argue, you know, if my Meepo wants the rune, I'll give it to him as well. And Meepo is one of those heroes that can abuse the XP a lot, you know, and you get a little bit quicker in the levels. It actually matters so much more in the game. And right now, XG...
He's ticking down here. Now, Echo Stomp was ready, but actually didn't really need to use it. Ghost is going to be a bit too speedy in this particular occasion.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be last hitting and regaining his HP under the tower, so he'll be fine. And this period, we're going to see like it's going to be like a little bit more quiet. Like everybody really wants to just get their levels. Doom wants his level 6. Ember doesn't want to rotate without getting a rune. Kiyotaka trying to force the Ember Spirit to use his remnants, so he can't really have a lot of charges when he's moving around to gank. So
yeah,
I really
or
like
for
that
these
move.
8-minute runes. He's actually going to go aggressively now on Taurus. He's going to be able to scout the rune down bottom, but he's going to be picked off by the... I almost called him Tinker, pardon me, Meepo. Did anyone get the rune? Where is it? It's still down bottom, and JT will pick it up. More Meepos.
Paparazzi is still running and running and running, so he has to use all his remnants.
They will chase him away. TP's all the way back home.
Pretty big deal. You're forcing him to use all his remnants. So right now, maybe Nine Pandas can actually find a move, pressure the side lanes. They're going to refill a bottle of Kiyotaka. And let's see what they can do right now. I feel like they can just move to the side lanes to kill. Doom has a skill point save, just in case he needs to get the Doom. Solo is also almost level 6. You know, he's having a very, very good game. Yeah.
And the one thing I wanted to point out as well about Doom's game is his lanes has turned much easier ever since he found himself that Ogre Frost Mage, right? This Ice Armor is making a huge deal, a huge difference, pardon me, in this kind of a lane. Like that on top of the Vanguard, it doesn't really seem like he's bothered too much by the ET. DY in the meantime, he's kind of just, you know, started stacking, rotating around the map, refilling bottles. Seems like Paparazzi, I thought he was going to make an aggressive move. Not quite yet. I believe they have seen Antares and Kiyotaka on their own awards now. They're going to make an aggressive move. Kiyotaka joining the fray here with the focus fire. DY, yeah, interrupted by that shackle shot. Paparazzi at least able to trade away Antares with ease. Harun spawning in 30 seconds here, Winter, but they might continue to try and chase. Ghost actually came out of the jungle to try and finish off the Wind Ranger. Kiyotaka a bit too speedy there.
Yeah,
who's going to end up getting the Rod of Atos first? I think JT's going to get the Rod of Atos online first, isn't he?
More or less. They're probably going to get it at around the same time. Right now, Xingqiu has 3 points in the silence. I kind of like this build, this game. It's very useful against Juggernaut and Wind Ranger and even the Enigma. Oh, Shackle Shot.
Hey, Echo Stomp finds 2. The Shackle, pretty decent, but it's going to be the Arcane into the bottle of Paparazzi. Rotations, though, now from 9 Pandas are going to be able to net them the advantage in this scrap, even if they do lose Power Rune.
Yeah, Paparazzi gets the Arcane Rune, so he's going to be pretty happy about this. Has to just wait for the Remnant recharge before he decides if he wants to rotate around the map to help. But as of right now, they're pretty happy farming, you know, because the Meepo still doesn't have his Rod of Atos yet. They want to wait for that. And whereas Ghost, he doesn't really want to move as much right now. He wants to finish his Maelstrom, so it's going to be like a farming period for like 1 or 2 more minutes for Xtreme Gaming right now. And whereas for 9 Pandas, they're also pretty happy with farming, you know, they're very, very greedy supports, you know, Bench and Enigma, so everybody's happy getting XP and farm.
It's been a while since I've seen this one. JT just smoked up and poofing on top of the stacked Ancients.
He does that, I think almost every game I see him play Meepo, because you can't really do it without using the smoke, you just take too much damage.
Yeah. Make you move out from him, that'll net him the amount of money he needs for the Rod.
Right? Yeah,
he does.
Okay, game is going to begin right now for JT.
How important is this for JT to really convert on the first couple usages of the Rod of Atos? Is it like a make or break kind of an item here for the Meepo?
Not really though. It's not the same as getting an early Blink Dagger, because the Rod of Atos still gives you a lot of stats, so you're still like able to farm at a pretty reasonable pace. But it'll be nice to still get kills, you know, it's like a bonus, because Meepo is a very, very snowbally hero. Every kill you get just makes the game so much faster for you.
Got you. Well, and speaking of farming and making things faster, Ramses is going to do both of those things, as he does have not only the Mighty Mines buff, but also the Battle Fury now online. So we'll keep our eyes on this little Juggernaut as he does continue to farm away. I don't believe we've yet to see an Omni Slash, a Doom, or even really a Black Hole from the side of Nine Pandas, and maybe even not even a Nether Swap, really. So Nine Pandas keen to continue farming for now. I think Xtreme Gaming, they're going to have to... Well, actually, that might just change as they have smoked, right as I say that. Yeah, there's the Rod of Atos delivered for Kiyotaka. Seems like they are now going to look for a fight here, Winter. Paparazzi, he might be the victim here. Black Hole completely whipped. It's okay, it was played, swapped into it. It's not going to matter, though. Oh, my goodness gracious me. Kiyotaka, he is bleeding out to the Rupture. As Ghost, he's going to be pretty speedy now. Antares might get caught here. Yeah, and he does behind the... Astral Step, pardon me, as Ghost will collect the kill with a single right click.
I think he expected the bench to swap initially. That's why he just black hole on the ground right away.
Yeah, it did look real funny though.
And then on Pares, he did not get the memo. I'm like, oh, I'm supposed to swap, okay. And that actually cost them the kill.
Yep.
That was funny.
Yes, it did, Winter. Yeah, Solo, I think he just wanted to stay a bit further away, a bit more isolated. So maybe Sin Q couldn't catch him with the Ancient Seal,
he didn't
perhaps?
want to go so near. That's why. It was actually really, really good forward thinking by Solo. Imagine the Boomer having the forward thinking and the Zoomer did not agree. And did not get the memo.
For him, pardon me, standing back there, I might want to call it more like back thinking, step back thinking. Let's see Paparazzi yet. Gets off another Remnant. He's not going to be under any pressure here, especially as the Ancient Seal prevents the Venge from any swap shenanigans.
Yeah, and right now, Smoke, JT is here. They want to do a move right now with the Skyrath ulti. Rod of Atos with the Skyrath ulti. Easy kill on Kiyotaka.
Should be pretty easy here. Oh, good swap in the nick of time. This flare then for Antares. The solo TP's in, but doesn't have Black Hole. Can't really change much. Ghost. Ooh, about to let loose the Ruptured. Will be stopped by that Rod of Atos. Out of cast range. Ghost has just been rearing to fight all game, huh?
Yeah, you're a Bloodseeker. That is what you do. Actually, I correct myself. Even as other heroes, as a carry right now, this is what you should always strive to do. You have to help your team out whenever you can. Like, the farming patterns of a lot of the carries right now are very different from before. It was all about efficiency, before, like how you can clear like the 3 camps before the minute, so you can get to clear it again after a minute. But right now, it's more about staying close to your team, watching what your team is doing and how you can connect to your team. So you are sacrificing your own farm to help your team.
Seems like there's a couple of Xtreme Gaming heroes that are doing just that. JT also joining these fights rather eagerly right here on the Meepo and still finding farm at that. He's only being out-farmed just barely here by
That's
Ramses.
kind of a little bit unfair, Richie, because Meepo can do 2 things at the same time.
Yeah, well, JT's damn good at it, isn't he? That's the point I'm trying to make here. As they will try and sweep down bottom, but they won't be able to find anyone in time.
It's gonna see Ramses, but I don't. Yeah, there's no way you kill him.
Yeah, I mean, he has a spin and no mobility here on the Meepo. He will win the Lotus, though, at least for his troubles.
The small victories that matter. Winning the Lotus and giving him a high five after that.
The mental victory.
Yeah,
as,
you know what you should do? You stack the Lotuses together, and then when you catch him later and you kill him, you drop the Lotus in front of him.
Right,
this is what you wanted 10 minutes ago.
I stole all the Lotuses from you, and it made all the difference. Speaking of making a difference, something I haven't really seen a whole lot of is Miero been too active. Has his hand to Midas, has not managed to secure the bottom tier 1 tower still, and has just kind of been farming, taking a lot of safe farm at that Winter. Seems to be going for some auras, as the pipe is going to be in the quick buy immediately.
Yeah. Like I said, you have to buy pipe against ET, Skyrath, Ember. Like, if you don't get pipe, it's going to be so hard for your team to initiate you, in the early game. And so I kind of like that a lot. And he's also trying to scale as much as he can. I think this game is going to be a slow game, so the Doom should not just think about playing for his team. He also has to prioritize his own farm. It's going to be a very, very long game, judging by things.
I think they're going to make a move down bottom. It'll be hard, though, because there's an Xtreme Gaming ward right on top of them. In fact, they get the jump onto Ramses, and he just goes down. Paparazzi on the Maelstrom proc. A beautiful two-man shackle shot, though, may give Solo the opportunity, no, to turn things. Earth Splitter preemptively there, and he whipped the black hole. Antares, swap him in! Swap him in, Antares! Oh, no, it's all gone wrong here as Solo swapped into the Astral Step. The stun does catch Ghost now, and Kiyotaka starting to pump in the damage here, finds the kill, but JT is here to shut down this fight for the side of 9 Pandas, as Xtreme Gaming will clean up a 2-for-4 trade. No Doom in this fight.
I think he cancelled his TP. I'm not entirely sure what happened. I think he cancelled.
So.
He just decided not to go in, you know, because it looked like a really bad fight once Ramses got caught by the silence on Shinkyu. I mean, this is why he chose to max the silence this game, you know. It's just so good against this Jug, the Wind Ranger. Like, before he gets Manta, Jug is always going to be susceptible to this silence into the Skywrath Hour King, and just die in one Searing Chains. And well played, you know, by Shinkyu. Like a skill build paying off here.
That's looked quite convincing. JT even getting out right before Ramses is able to find him. UI is in a bit deep here. I think 9 Pandas have an idea where he's at. I don't think they have the catch to do anything about it, though. We'll have to let him loose.
I mean, right now, 9 Pandas, they have to, you know, take things more cautiously. They have to, I think they have to try to delay the game and wait for the Manta. The Manta is going to be a very, very crucial item for Ramses before he can actually join the fight. Because without Manta, it's just going to be so hard for him against the silence from Skywrath. And right now, they're using this time, you know, with when the Skywrath is really strong. And the Skywrath is always walking around the map with the Meepo, so both of them can basically kill anybody that they see.
Yeah, I mean, for the criticism I had of this support duo, Xtreme Gaming certainly not showing any difficulties for it at all as Ramses.
No.
He just dies again. The TP's not nearly in time. Earth Splitter even used just for fireworks there. Nero, his smoke will break. Oh, Astral Stomp will catch him, but they're onto one of the Meepo clones. He does have the Ag Scepter. Yeah, he assembles the Mega Meepo. We'll see what they can make happen. Solo is just here for emotional support as they have doomed the Mega Meepo stack. But this thing's got 2,000 HP and 31 armor. You're not catching it. And in fact, they might just turn around and still fight you. Yet, Kiyotaka, even with the DD rune, still looking to try and fight as he is bleeding. Force a TP away. Oh no, he had to cancel the TP. No way out for him. Ghost is cleaning up in the fight as Sin Q alive by the skin of his teeth. It's Xtreme Gaming dancing circles around 9 Pandas and yet another team fight.
Yeah, once again, man, Sin Q and JT, both of them, they were in the right place at the right time. They figured that Ramses might be coming over to farm. He is like the biggest kill you can actually get on the map right now. So they caught him in the game. This is so bad for his game, you know. The Manta is going to get delayed so much. I feel like 9 Pandas, they have to try to figure out how to make some space for Ramses. Either they make a smoke with the bench, the Anima, and the Doom ones, they have their ultimates up here and just try to go for a pickoff. Otherwise, I feel like the Jug is going to be in danger of getting hunt down again, you know. He's going to need another 2 minutes at least.
They have to make more space, right, by making aggressive moves, which they haven't been.
Yeah, even
right?
if somebody has to die, they have to do it for the Jug.
Or they have to be better at preempting these moves. I mean, you have pretty strong counter initiation, but it's not going to do anything against, you know, triple poof, right, into Earth Splitter with the natural order debuff as well as an Ember Spirit. Like, it's just too much burst damage. You can't be expecting to TP in and then turn the fight.
9 Pandas deciding to do. They are sending Antares to follow Ramses right now.
Yeah, so and I mean, it'll catch JT, that is, until... Oh, he's actually poofing in reinforcements. I thought he was poofing out. Okay. Not the best Earthbind I've ever seen, but it's fine.
The man has Aegis, Richie. He
doesn't
afraid. He is the king of the map right now, the Meepo. Like, wherever he goes, you have to run. Alright, the Manta is finally done by Ramses.
Yeah, but JT, he's going hunting. Ramses able to make it out alive. That's a big item for him, as you're saying. Do they have another silence? They do, right? They've got this blood right. So that might catch him, although I kind of doubt it if he's already getting the spin off.
A little bit more unreliable, but there is still a way. And right now, actually, they sense blood in the water. They know they are strong right now, so they're going to smoke again. They know Ramses has to be farming around the Ancients, so they're blocking off all the access right now, cutting.
Yeah, and they're going to smoke past this ward. Might just catch him yet again.
Antares.
Okay, the Tormentor does go the way to 9 Pandas. The swap on out. Ramses still in trouble. Didn't even get off the Manta style Winter. That's how fast they take him down.
Did the swap actually get him in range of the stun? I thought he actually had time to pop his manta off, you know. I think the sword might actually mess the timings off. Because he got caught by the Echo Storm after the swap.
He did. I didn't quite see the timing of that. That might have been the case.
Yeah, that is just another big setback for Ramses here, and JT right now using his clones to poke the high ground. Game is looking harder and harder right now for
But look,
Nine
he's
Pandas.
just back on the hunt immediately. He's going to recall the boys. Blink Dagger in 6 more seconds. He also has Fling, by the way. Keep that in mind whenever he... Or sorry, make that dig. Pardon me. Not really sure what he's going to be able to make of this. He is just hunting, though. Able to at least get out of the way is Kiyotaka as he takes the Twin Gate down bottom. Miro seems like he'll be able to find a nice tree and TP away under the cover of that one. But JT, he is relentless. This is the Meepo Prime down bottom, and I think he's got vision. Indeed, he does. Ooh, needs to connect on that Rod of Atos. Gleipnir first out from Kiyotaka, but the control is better from JT, and here are the clones. No way out of this one for Kiyotaka. Wind Run or not, Mystic Flare was ready for him there.
Yeah, Shinkill with the travel, so making sure that he can always be a menace around the map with the Meepo. They both are just so scary on the map right now. There's nowhere is safe for you. Antares, he has to work overtime guarding Ramses or guarding Kiyotaka. And right now, the game has become to a point where 9 Pandas can no longer fight, so you have to sweep push and just try to rat it out. And good luck doing that against a Meepo and Skyrath with travels, you know.
Meepo and Skyrath with travels. Yeah, I mean, it just ain't happening.
I mean, they're
is
just
it?
everywhere, you know. Like, there's nowhere is safe for you. You have to try to just gamble and try to just farm, because you can't afford to just sit and not try to do anything, you know. You have to go out and farm, try to get anything you can out of the map and put yourself at risk of dying.
Pandas certainly have mastered that aspect. 20-9, and Kiyotaka TPing back in. JT quick to make the jump on him, but Solo, the black hole with the Blink Dagger. It's going to catch 2 heroes there. The Meepo goes down. Sin-Q will follow. Could this be the turnaround that we've been waiting for out from 9 Pandas, as the Doom will catch now the stacked up Mega Meepo. Ramses freed up, but Silence still cannot get off the Manta style, but now finally able to do so. Omni Slash is out only onto DY. He's going to have to tank this one for the team. He didn't actually even die at the tail end of this. Eventually caught by the Magic Missile, will go down. Ghost able to get the BKB off to avoid the Vengeful Spirit's Shard Magic Missile. But a turning point here, Winter, for the side of 9 Pandas. Cost them every single ultimate that they had.
Yeah, and on this side of XG right now, it's time to fight again once they have all their heroes up. And that's a good side of having this kind of lineup. Skyrath, Ember Spirit, Meepo, they all don't really have cooldowns. And right now, it's time for them to go and take the map. They have a pretty good ward set up on the top side of the map, which will tell them that Solo's in the area. I think they should have already seen Kiyotaka when he was pushing the wave as well, so they're coming in here. I think he's gonna die for sure.
Ready to go on the hunt. We'll see if he can get away in time.
Oh, they can't catch him. Actually, he's just way too fast.
Wait, Miro canceled his TP again, by the way. He's only at the mid lane, but able to make it over in time.
Yeah, and he has a Crimson Guard done right now, so that's gonna be very, very helpful dealing with the right clicks from the Bloodseeker, the right clicks from the Meepo. So slowly but surely, you know, 9 Pandas are getting the items up to a point where they're slowly being able to contest the fights. And you saw how impactful Solo was in the previous fight.
Oh yeah,
and he's halfway to his BKB, you know, so that's gonna be a very, very big item for 9 Pandas, because there is nothing to stop the BKB Black Hole.
That's not true. You have Earth Splitter,
oh yeah,
right?
I mean, yeah, sure. Earth Splitter is not exactly that reliable.
Look, it's not amazing, but it would be a lie. Winter, look, I'm just doing it so that Twitch chat doesn't do it to you, okay?
Thanks a lot, you know.
Yeah, I got you. Anything.
I'm not here to spread this information. Earth Splitter cancels BKB.
It does, right? Because it forces your movement. I'm not sure if it issues a stop command, but exactly how that works.
Yeah, because it makes you move. That's why it cancels the black hole.
I know, like, when you get disrupted, the reason it cancels channels is because it issues a stop command when you show up at the disrupted location. Which is why it cancels, like, everything. Solo gets the blink out in time. Nice moves, and those reactions out from him.
He knows, save his life. He knows Richie is an important hero this game. He's not an Undying, he's not a Bad Rider, he's not an expendable target. He needs to get his items. He can't afford to die.
We're talking a spicy position as well. Keep you away from basically the corner of the map there. Rhythm's coming online for the rest of Nine Pandas now, as you're saying.
Radiant's middle
Board's
tower
still
is
lagging
falling.
behind quite a bit, but Zolo getting online, Kiyotaka. I mean,
And give that man a lane. They need to give Solo a lane right now.
it's more important even than Kiyotaka's farm, you would say.
Seriously, yes. Like, what are you gonna get on the Wind Ranger that might change the game right now? I mean, sure, you can also get a BKB, but is your BKB on the Wind Ranger as impactful as Enigma BKB? No.
Is it as impactful as a Doom Blink Dagger?
The Doom Blink is, yeah, it's pretty important. So the Doom also has to farm, unfortunately. So the Wind Ranger is gonna be dropped down the pecking order when it comes to the space on the map to farm.
Well, see how it goes as Xtreme Gaming now. Outside of this farming period, look at the wards Xtreme Gaming have in this top lane.
Yeah, they have a hex.
Relentlessly.
They have a hex on the Meepo right now.
It's a big item, and they've got a Mjolnir on Ghost. Paparazzi with the Lincolns now ready to make the jump in as they have found Solo. No way he gets up a black hole, especially since he's hexed up.
They found the
he's not
carry
going
Enigma.
anywhere either. He is taken down. 2 for none, and in fact, more trouble is brewing here. They will at least be able to get through Sin Q. Ramsey's able to TP away under the cover of the spin. It's going to cost 3 for the life of the 1 Sin Q support. Is that Antares getting the kill there by the looks of it?
Yeah, and top lane, Yotaka, he was under the wall. And look who's here. JT is here with the hex.
Oh, yeah. Yep, immediately makes the jump in. The poop's perfectly timed. Oh, the damage, Winter. Winterrun does get off, but he's not going anywhere. Killed off immediately. JT is a man on a mission, and that mission is to kill 9 Pandas. But look at this. Look at these wards. I mean, this ward's been here for already a couple minutes. The one on top of the Mighty Mines. There was a lane ward down as well. They've got this cliff ward now. Just everything over this top side of the map is death for 9 Pandas. They have not been able to keep up in the warding department whatsoever. Sin Q has got them pinned down.
Yeah, it's difficult to get hit in the warning department when your position 5 hero is an Enigma which needs to get his BKB. So the Venge has to do...
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, the Venge has to do everything on herself.
The Venge also has to babysit the jug, right?
Yeah, yep, precisely.
That's a good
I mean,
point.
she has an Aether Lens right now, so she has that extra cast range to swap. But then again, if the jug is ruptured, he's not gonna appreciate that.
Hero's gonna find a ward. There is no swap out for him. He's turned into a pig and killed off. Razzi, maybe thinking about making another jump, but we'll have to take it easy here. Keen to show off his Ag Scepter. Additional remnants granted by that as JT, the true carry here, taking down that tier 2 tower. That is the last outer tower that 9 Pandas had.
How close is BKB? He still needs 500 gold. There's nowhere for him to farm right now. There's one camp here. There's one camp there. But Juggernaut is farming everything else. Like, Ramses, you need to move aside. Solo is the carry right now.
This Basher's pretty clutch, don't you think, for Ramses? Got that now finished up.
But is that gonna win them the team fights? I'm not entirely sure, you know.
Maybe. I mean, look, he's got his 20 talent.
Okay, what
now,
are the
right?
odds? Tell me the odds of a BKB Black Hole winning a fight or a Basher on a jug.
Well, I would say there's a 50-50 chance either you bash or you don't and win the game, right?
You're so biased, you know.
50-50 chance that Solo catches, what, 9 heroes in the black hole with all the Meepos? Or he catches no one?
I'm pretty sure it's more than...
Simple maths. Simple maths. And it's simple maths that Roshan is dead to rights. JT basically able to solo him, honestly, and will claim now the second Aegis. The scary Meepo, man. Oh, and Vambrace. What an item for the Meepo, huh? Whoa, what's going on here, Ramses? That Earth Splitter will cancel his TP, but it wasn't in time. Would have canceled, though. Ooh, Solo. Oh, no, Winter. He's unreliable gold. Get out of there. Oh, JT. No. Yeah, he's got redundant roots. No way out for you, Solo. Down he will go.
I think that's the nail in the coffin. He won't be able to get his BKB right now. 40 seconds on the death timer.
I hear a Number Spirit popping off. And that's a Number Spirit now actually baiting Kiyotaka, and great swap out. Will save the life of Kiyotaka. The Earth Vines. It will chase after Antares. Oh my goodness, the Remnants, Paparazzi chasing for more. And now in trouble is Kiyotaka. He might just be dead, and he is. We've got buyback here on the side of 9 Panda. Ramses, though, hexed up and killed. He does not have buyback, Winter. This is it. That's certainly the nail in the coffin. Or at least it's being lowered into the grave as JT will collect a second kill. Sin Q's even chasing the vengeful spear back into the fountain as Kiyotaka will call GG well played. A beautiful lore-accurate ending. Actually, I believe it's the other way around with the Skywrath Mage getting chased away. Either way, Xtreme Gaming with a dominant game number 1 over 9 Pandas. And again, it's JT, isn't it? It's just JT.
Shinkyu. I think Shinkyu is the true MVP. Together, they are the MVPs, you know. Like the early game where he killed the Jug twice before the Manta was delivered. I think that was so clutch because of his skill build. If he would have actually maxed the slow, I think there was a chance that they would have not gotten the kill on the Jug, you know. So that is actually a big thing. And right here we see the start of the lane, right? We spoke a little bit about it, how solo he was low HP on top, so it actually allowed the Bloodseeker to have a lot of move speed, and he bullied the Doom and got the kill on the Doom because of that.
Yeah, big moves. I mean, this is early on when really the lanes were just so one-sided. The first really good move I saw 9 Pandas make was off the back of a ward that they had on top of the outpost, scouting rotations through the Twin Gate. Regrettably for them, it was really just that one moment that they had. It was the one bright spot. This is not particularly a bright spot, unfortunately. Paparazzi escaping here, you know, what could have been in a moment like that.
And that's a little bit unfortunate for Solo there. He was a little bit too ahead of his time, you know. Antares did not know what's happening there. Oh, then he, like 1 second later, he realized, oh, I'm supposed to swap him actually, and they couldn't get the kill as a result of that. And you see how the Mega Meepo, even though like he gets doomed, but he's just way too tanky. It's really hard to bring him down. Like the Meepo with this build is actually so freaking strong.
Yeah, no, because it's like a combination of him being universal and being able to go for these items. Before, like, if you just wanted to be a tanky Meepo, you had to go like Scotty or something. Like,
and
just
he
get
can abuse the Twin Gates as well, you know. And early game, he was like...
That's a good point.
He was moving towards mid lane when they were trying to kill the Ember Spirit before he got level 6. He was there to save him when Kiyotaka was trying to solo kill him. And after that, he was using the Twin Gates to rotate to the other side lanes to set up kills. I think this Meepo is just really, really strong right now. I'm wondering if it's actually just going to be like a first phase hero at some point, you know, for teams.
You think it's that good even?
Yeah, I mean, what can you do? Like, with this build, I don't really feel like Meepo has anything to fear in the game. As long as he has a good lane, he has an acceptable laning phase, he gets out with his levels, he doesn't get punished, then I feel the hero is just going to do his thing, you know, his job. You know, Meepo's going to do Meepo things. He has a catch, he's going to take control of the map, because there's just so much emphasis on occupying the side lanes, right? And Meepo is just excellent at that, and he can also, on top of that, catch the opposing team when they are occupying the side lanes. So I think Meepo has a lot of value in the current patch right now.
Funny, we don't see a ton of other like heavy rotating heroes in the meta. It's like you see a little bit of Spirit Breaker, Snapfire with BOTs, you could argue.
Tinker, I think Tinker is similar to Meepo, but Tinker is more risky to pick compared to Meepo right now. Like Tinker,
wild how we're at a state of Dota where that's an accurate statement.
Yeah,
usually Meepo countered by everything.
We
right?
just had a patch where Taki is his first pick, so I'm sure nothing is going to surprise me anymore right now.
That's true. And it wouldn't surprise me either if 9 Pandas moved to ban the Meepo in the first phase of draft number 2. That draft, folks, will be coming up here in just about 5 to 10 minutes. Make sure you stay tuned. You're watching the Riyadh Masters. 9 Pandas fall in game number 1 to JT's Meepo on Xtreme Gaming. We'll see what's in store for us after the break.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. that you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Tsunami.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Riyadh Masters 2023 group stage. Seeking Strike and Winter bringing you yet again another Xtreme Gaming game. This time, Winter, where they're still winning. I think they've always won game one when we've casted them. They've only faltered once to OG yesterday in their rematch, where OG managed to get their hands onto the Enigma and run it off lane. This time, when Solo runs the Enigma support, not to say like it was his fault, of course, but it looks the same as when OG try and run it support. That is to say, not very successful. A bit surprising, right? Because like I was saying, that's 9Panda's, I believe, 12th game with the Enigma overall. And another thing that's not surprising here, Winter, is how successful JT continues to be, not only on the Meepo, but just generally overall for the side of Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah,
Is
he
this,
he
go ahead,
looks very, very comfortable right now. I think before this, he felt like when I watch his games, I felt like he plays like somebody that's always worried that a shadow behind is gonna yell at him after the game. That's how I felt like he was playing. And right now he's free. He's playing and he's doing his thing. So you're getting the best out of JT.
Did you ever 'cause he's from Malaysia. He's in this newer generation of players though. Did you ever run into him on any of the stacks, any of the C servers?
Oh, I
At the
used to
Mamak
hate.
here?
I used to hate him.
Really?
When
Why?
I run into him, because he always just flames, back in the day, like 6 years ago, 7 years ago. Like he was always just raging in his games. But after that, when I got to work with him in a team,
Which team?
and
Name the team. Name drop him.
Geek Fam. When I
Okay.
got into Geek Fam, then I kind of like understood him a lot better, and he understood me a lot better, and a lot of the negative feelings went away. Like I felt like he was the player that actually took in my advice a lot faster compared to the rest of the players, and he was able to improve at a very, very accelerated pace. So I was really, really impressed when that was his first actual serious team, and after that after that it was history. He went to, I think, Mineski, then he went to China, blah blah blah. It's just everywhere. Like his people everywhere.
You're saying basically all his success is owed to you because he listened to you.
No,
back
no,
then.
no, that's not what I'm saying.
All right,
That's
I see.
not
I
what
see
I'm
where you're
saying.
going here.
That is not what
and
I'm
I'm guessing
saying.
people can contact you for coaching services at Winter Dota. Is this what this is all a ploy to get you more gigs? Is it?
I'm happy sitting down at home, casting some dotes with Mr. Sick and Strike,
I
Richie
almost
Garcia.
forgot my name there. I see. You had to check the call sheet. I see how it is. Well, into draft number 2 we go, where we'll see if 9Pandas have forgotten the walloping they've just taken from the Meepo. I mean, maybe not. They looked like they were maybe considering whether or not to ban the Meepo instead.
I want to see an 8th pick
They'll take out the
Meepo
ET.
win. Like, you just pick some support, open a draft, whatever, Rubik, and then 8th pick the Meepo and win the game.
So
Okay.
when you say, okay, never mind. The Undying, first pick for Xtreme Gaming. Once again, one of the more, I think, the most contested hero. Let me check.
I'll refresh
reload
my
stat.
page.
Yeah, thank you. If you have it open still.
Yeah, I have it open. Yes, Undying is the most picked.
All right.
Most
and
contested. 101 games.
we do see slight adjustment. I mean, the Rubik is still available. What's the other usual suspect banned out first? I listed them off. I rattled them off at the start of the ban last
Wait,
time.
was it Timber? Was it Timber or no? Let me see.
No, it couldn't have been Timber. It's the second most.
Bad Rider. Oh no, Snapfire.
Snapfire. Well, Snapfire is still banned. So Brood, Rubik, Undying. Okay, never mind. What's changed in the bans? I guess not much. Visage now for the side of 9Pandas. Another JT hero, actually, isn't it? I was just doing a little bit of a dive on his stats. But it's also a hero that the side of 9Pandas tend to actually run with quite a few
good
times.
at killing the tombstone. Pretty decent at that. I like this hero a lot right now because we always talk about how important it is to sit on the side lanes, you occupy the lanes, and you just keep farming. And Visage is also another hero that's really, really good at that. And you get to kill the towers very quickly on top of things with your birds, so you put a lot of pressure on the map, and you're buying a lot of the team items, so it helps the team move forward as 5. And it just gives you a lot of options to pick the other heroes, because when you have some hero in the lineup that builds all the shitty items that nobody wants, that nobody wants. See, I told you, I freaking told you. Okay,
Yeah, you told me.
Meepo is like, I think this hero is actually busted right now. Like with the build, he is actually so darn strong. I don't see like any obvious counters to him except for Enigma. And Enigma is gonna be always in the first phase picked or banned, you know? This hero,
Yeah,
right?
he very rarely makes it through into the second phase, whether that's because he's banned or picked. He's usually
look at the
contesting the
hero
first phase.
list.
Wait,
What other hero counters Meepo?
Earth Shaker.
I mean, sure, soft counter.
Soft counter.
Yeah,
huh?
he's a mega Meepo. Then what? You think he cares about Echo Slam?
I mean, I guess you got me on that one. Let's continue pondering a couple of Meepo solutions here for a while before we jump into anything else. Yeah, I mean, the ET's already banned out. Nine Pandas actually take the initiative there to ban it.
Invoker used to be. I think Invoker can still be a decent answer, but the hero is not entirely good. Sven is only good when he's split up. When they stack together.
Yeah, same thing with the Lesh could be said there. Timbersaw. How about a Timbersaw?
Yeah, Timbersaw sounds good. Timbersaw sounds good.
Timber's still in the pool. Well, we'll see if that gets banned out. I do want to turn our attention, though, towards this Visage Doom. Because the Visage is a one-time pick so far for the side of Nine Pandas. I've already exclaimed and gone out how the Doom is a hero that is generally played in a couple of different positions here for the side of Nine Pandas. Tends to be either Ramses or Mira, but I believe I did scout a game of Antares picking it.
It should be a 4 this game. I think there's a very good chance that this two opening picks that Nine Pandas have is their offlane for 4 and 3. Doom is going to be the 4, Visage is going to be the 3. I'm not entirely sure if they're going to be willing to flex the Visage like Tundra when they put Aoi on the Visage.
Right, yeah, that was dirty.
They're probably the only team that's willing to do that.
Well, we'll see what they're willing to do here. And again, I'll just say it just for the sake that, you know, because there have been a couple of carry bans already from Xtreme Gaming, the Drow and the Monkey. That Ramses has played the Doom, once before here in the Riyadh Masters, I believe in their series versus OG. So they didn't win that game, and funnily enough, it was against a Meepo, so I'm not sure if he's too eager to take it into the safe lane again. But we'll see what it ends up. I'm just saying it for posterity's sake. Pardon me. All right, next phase of bans now closing out. Like I was saying, 2 safe laner bans already from the side of Xtreme. The Drow and the Monkey King. I think these are picks intended to make the offlane Meepos early lane quite difficult, aren't they?
According to the stats, Elder Titan is the best hero against Meepo.
That's true. Yes, I did also see that.
And Elder Titan is banned. Oh no.
Yes, he was banned by Nine Pandas. Yeah, I brought that up earlier. And the Luna also banned out. Is Luna even a contested hero now? Has she been picked?
I think they just banned it because of the combo with the Visage birds.
Oh yeah, good point.
Yeah, I think that's
is Marcy under that line of logic? Is Marcy a consideration then? Would you say or no?
But they ran out of bans already. So yeah, if they want to, I mean, if Nine Pandas want to do that, that's definitely a chance.
I think that's some damn good analysis, Winter. They ran out of bans.
Marcy against Meepo, can that be a good matchup? Let me look at the stats.
Yeah.
Okay, Marcy is not on this list, so I guess Marcy is actually not that great against Meepo.
I'm just wondering because
the thing is like this Row of Atos Meepo, it's quite new, you know, like it only popped out I think a month ago or 1.5 months ago.
Right.
So I'm not sure if the stats that I'm looking, because it's an overall stat, right, in the pub games.
Yeah,
so
I'm looking
it's
at
gonna take
here.
some time before it actually correctively reflects on how strong the hero is. I mean, it says that it's Elder Titan, Lash, Troll is great against Meepo, Earthshaker, Sven, and Winter Wyvern. These are the top 6 heroes.
I've seen a negative win rate for an Alchemist, a Bristleback, a Brewmaster. What else is still a Lesh actually? Lesh, TB, Shaker, Enigma, Chen, Naga Siren, Sven. Even the Darkseer actually. The Meepos seems to have a little bit more of a difficult time against. Not really an option here for the Nine Pandas, but you know, if you guys are struggling from 8th pick Meepo in your pubs, you might be able to give that a whirl. Nine Pandas, they're going to opt for the Shadow Demon. We are starting to see more and more of these Shadow Demons take a point early. I think around level 4 of that Disseminate.
this was what I was suggesting last game, right? When they picked the bench to save the Skyraf.
Yep.
Ember Skyraf, and I'm like, why don't you just pick a SD and disrupt the hero instead of using swap?
Wow, Pango. Okay. No bespoke Pango counter. Xtreme Gaming, you know, from what I'm seeing here, Winter, they're really taking advantage of the heroes that Nine Pandas decides to ban out, right? Bloodseeker ban? All right, we're picking Pango. You get rid of the ET for us, we're 8th picking Meepo on you.
Pango's very good against the Visage Birds too with your Swashbuckle, and he's also really good at going to the backlines to get a hero like SD. So I think the pick makes a lot of sense. I think whenever you draft a Meepo, it's very, very important to have a overall unit lineup that protects the Meepo. So you see Global Silence being a very, very common team to be picked together with the Meepo, or a Tide Hunter, for example, with the Ravage. And here you have the Roll, you have the Tombstone. They also picked, what the hell?
Wow, they picked
Alright,
a Wyvern.
Is this like a draft based on stats or something?
I don't know.
What is the Wyvern good here for? I guess he's also good against the Familiars with your
Right.
Winter's Curse.
Also, Splinter Blast is good against the Familiars. The Cold Embrace is really good against the Familiars, right? Because it's essentially a save against all that physical damage.
But you have Wyvern and Undying support duo. I think you're not a big fan of support
Listen, Winter,
duos where they don't have any
I've been
stunts.
humbled. I'm not going to complain about Xtreme Gaming support duo until they start losing anyway.
I mean,
and then maybe I'll have something to say about
Undying
it.
Wyvern looks a lot worse than Elder Titan's Skyraf, at least for me.
Wow. Harsh words out from the Winter Chandler
Wait, they're
bin, but
picking Jug into Wyvern?
yeah, I didn't always think
Yeah,
this
this
was
guy's-
very good.
This guys don't really care.
Am I missing something about the way that debuff immunity works
I
with
think
Wyvern?
they just really value the hero because Jug is actually just a very strong carry right now. After they changed the talent, the level 20 talent, the Blade Dance, Lifesteal 50%. I think the hero is just crazy good late game. And a lot of the matchups are different right now. The heroes that used to be good against Jug, for example, like Terrorblade. Terrorblade used to have a very good matchup against Jug because you have high base armor and he omnis you. He doesn't kill you, he sunders. So right now, Jug can just fight the Terrorblade first because he doesn't have to start with Omni Slash. So when he's low, he Omni Slashes with the talent. He's up to full HP once he comes out of Omni. He's very, very scary late game, like Juggernaut.
Yeah, it's basically like his own Sunder now, but gives him another ability to fight, especially with the Swift Slash. We've seen how strong that can be.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what Night Pandas are looking for now in their mid laner. The Tinker ban, I think, is pretty heads up from Xtreme. Pardon me, missed my mute button. Because that is a Kiyotaka special, isn't it?
Bless you, Richie. Bless you. Yeah, and they don't have a lot of catch with the support, so a hero like Tinker could pose serious problems if you have a Wyvern and Undying. So I think it's a pretty reasonable ban for Xtreme Gaming. And they also removed the Puck, which is also very, very similar hero to Tinker, where if you don't have a catch for the hero, it can be very, very problematic. And the Coil is very good against the Pangolier, the Silence as well. So I think both the bans are very, very logical and reasonable for Xtreme Gaming and for Nine Pandas that remove the Slug. Slug's also a hero that has a good call-to-call matchup against the Juggernaut because he can never Omni-Slash you because of the Depth Shroud and your Shadow Dance. And the other carry against Jug that I would say has a good carry-to-carry matchup is like something like a Ursa, because you can always use your Enrage to tank the Omni-Slash and you have the Furry Swipes to out-man fight the Juggernaut. But they opt to choose to ban the Elk. I guess because the Elk synergizes better with their lineup. They feel like they need a carry that can be more active on the map with a stun, because your supports don't have any disable, so you need somebody else to set it up, and you can't really just rely on the Meepo with the Rod of Atos.
I wonder if you're just like, I don't know, but then the Sven and the Jug, thinking about like something simple like that, might be an option.
Yeah, Xtreme Gaming, they actually just need like a fighting carry. There's no Bloodseeker, there's no Elk. I really don't mind like something like a Chaos Knight to fight.
Chaos Knight, a Life Stealer maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
Good guess. I shouldn't have double guessed you, or second guessed you.
I mean, this hero, let me see, is this the first time? It's definitely not the first time, right? No. It's been picked. I think, is it Tundra that picked the hero? Let me check. This hero has been picked.
Yes, this hero has been picked.
Oh, sure.
Nine Pandas now need to get something in here. Their illusion control is not phenomenal, I'll tell you that. In fact, all of their AoE is basically reliant on I guess the Doom AoE
three
damage.
times. This hero has been picked 3 times and has a 30% win rate. So 1 out of 3.
You know what's crazy as well is before last round of games, Vengeful Spirit was uncontested. Now she's been picked twice. What? Yeah, wow. Lost both games, by the way, so don't pick her. Here, 9-Pad, this is what I would say, especially because you're looking for a mid laner.
So I guess you pick Lash because you have to deal with Chaos Knight and Meepo.
Yeah, you got magic damage through Cold Embrace as well. You're not really too scared of the Winter's Curse. Lash seems pretty good. Would you ever consider Timba here?
Oh, Timber's still in the pool? Sure, why not? Yes. Please,
Why
yes,
not?
please.
Let's see what Kiyotaka wants to go for then. I think he's got a couple of decent heroes at his disposal. Will it be? Could be the Ember. Ember was still in the pool as well. He feels confident in that one.
Yeah, Ember Pangle, a very, very good matchup for the Ember Spirit. But the Ember doesn't necessarily deal with like the Meepo and the Chaos Knight. At least for me, I think the laning phase is going to be great. So they're going to be like banking on the Ember Spirit, getting a good lane, rotating around the map. Because the last game they had problems with that, right? In the early game, they couldn't really move as well on the Wind Ranger. I think Ember Spirit is going to be an entirely different beast. He uses the runes much better than Wind Ranger, and less greedy compared to the Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger, you kind of want to farm more as a mid laner, so you don't really want to help your team as much. So Ember does provide a balance with the Visage core and the Juggernaut core, because both of those cores are kind of also on the greedier side. They want to have their own game, their own farm. They want to sit on the lane. So Ember Spirit, I think, fits the whole lineup perfectly.
I like that point. I'm curious to see how the Doom support is going to fit in here. I hope he just kind of ends up going for sacking his farm, sacking his position in the early game to get the Visage set up and going for aura items.
I think you pull the waves. What he needs to do here is, because he's playing against an Undying. Undying CK, that's a terrifying lane. So all he needs to do at the start is, I think he needs to pull and just make sure the Undying has to follow him, so your Visage can actually play the lane. You don't want the CK and Undying to be together. Then that's going to pose problems for your Visage. So he needs to keep one of them busy, ideally the Undying.
See how they look to get that done as you're about to jump into map number 2, where Xtreme Gaming are still doing very well on the day. A very heavy-handed victory in game number 1, and they've got JT back again here on the Meepo with some pretty strong picks
By the
overall.
way, Richie, so Antares has opted to skill Scorch Earth already. So he already used the spell. He ran out of the map quickly. He has a Windlace and Scorch Earth. So he really prioritizes in getting the wards out quickly. So I want to see what he does with the ward here. Because whenever you do this, you really want to use the ward well.
Look at his position.
Hey, wait, he's not doing anything.
He's scared because there's no vision. He could just be holding the cliff there. Doing a little bit of a dance. He doesn't know. 9Pandas, they've solo.
Look at his quick buy. I'm sorry to interrupt. Just look at his quick buy on the duel.
Yeah, 3-hand of Midas. Look, you need one for your left hand, one for your right hand, and one for your right foot. One for that big old tail that Antares has. I don't think he's actually going to build 3 Midas. He might go for 2 of them, though. That's something I would respect.
I mean, with your logic, he should have 5. You have 2 legs, 2 hands, and a tail.
True. That is true. I'm surprised as well. You would Scorcher at level 1. He has Windlace, and he's just bing chilling here.
Yeah, he's playing against Undying, so he has to do a lot of running.
That's a really good point. He's going to run through the Watcher, speaking of running, to try and contest here. As Xtreme Gaming
he got the rune.
Are going to be able to lose out on the rune.
Please.
Nice moves out from Antares.
Comment Antares.
Scorched Earth is out just to be able to increase his move
High
speed.
five.
Yeah.
Give him the high 5.
Nice move there. Antares asking DY for. Oh, come on, DY. There it goes. That's the sportsman we're looking for. By the way, check out this warding from Xtreme Gaming right now.
Wait,
you see
what?
this?
Yeah,
Both observers.
This must be a miscommunication.
You think? No, they're.
Why else would you? I don't know.
Maybe
I
they're
have no
gonna.
idea. I have nothing for you, Richie.
Perhaps they'll stack the hard camp a ton, and they just want to make sure it doesn't get stolen. Who can really steal stacks on the side of 9Pandas? Not really anyone, right?
Yeah, but Antares, in the meantime, he's going to be doing the pulling. So, like I said, against Undying, you have to be doing the pulling. I mean, we just have to come back to
DY is ready.
We'll just have to come back to the wards later. You know, I'm not entirely sure why they placed both the wards like this.
Oh, but DY, he lost a couple of the creeps, though.
It's okay. Antares can pull. Can keep pulling. Just kill the range, melee creep. Just continue.
No,
on his way.
DY pulled the creep lane over, but then I think he missed the.
Oh,
aggro.
he missed. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, sorry. I actually misunderstood
that's
you.
what I was pointing out.
Yeah.
No, that's quite all right. This is kind of a pretty big win. A little mistake there for DY because he went to go block the camp.
It's not a little mistake. It's a big mistake for the lane.
Why are you so dramatic, Winter? Why is this such a big deal?
I am not being dramatic. You know, like when the lane shenanigans are going on, you have to pull. Like as the other support, when you see the other guy pulling, you have to go in front of the lane and drag the other wave and meet the wave that the Doom is pulling.
And ward is out. Big charges, keeping him alive. 40 damage, not enough. And he's going to be able to make it out. JT liking the damage, even with that level 1 ransack. Can't quite get through Ramses. This is already turning out to be much better. Top lane as well. DY's courier does fall as he's going to be slowed by the Grave Chill, unable to really interrupt this next creep cut.
Oh, nicely done there by Miero, like going over there to make sure that the Undying got slowed. That was pretty important for the lane.
Let me tell you, I play a lot of a lot of supports, you know, in my pubs. I always try and go for some creep pull shenanigans, interrupt and contest the pulls. And the biggest difference that you can make is exactly what Miero did just there, right? Just offering a spell, being a little bit annoying,
Yeah, I mean,
dissuading the support.
The thing is, you're not doing anything anyway in the lane, you know? So it's good that you actually help the supports. But I'm afraid in our games, because we are plebs, none of the cores are going to help us. They're just going to be like, you're on your own. I have to focus on last hit.
6K games. I've got to focus, and then he misses the last hit on the
and then you're like,
everything.
You ping, you try to last hit the flag barrier creep, and then he misses. Oh, you don't get the goal, and then you're like, I should have known about the creep.
It feels so bad. You're like, should I just secure the range creep experience? And then you decide not to give him the gold. And then he misses it, and you're like, what's the point?
Yeah, the stories from the trench.
Oh, the trench never ends, Winter, let me tell you that.
Yep.
Never ends.
I'm with you on that. So right now, so because it's a wyvern on the Meeple's lane, so the laning phase is not as good as before, not as stable as the last game compared to a Skyra.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm watching Antares go for another creep pull. Oh, he's gonna see a courier as well. Oh wait, that's what is that Visage courier doing in there? That Visage courier thought it was a satyr. Get out of there, courier. You're not a satyr.
Oh, this time Ghost is here.
Yeah, but kind of an unfortunate reality rift. Randomness.
He got it. Yeah, you got it. Right, well done. Got the
action in the top lane in general. Okay, Blood Grenade thrown down. It's a huge soul assumption. Level 1 as well. Miero, he's going to have another one momentarily, but the tombstone is going to be erected. Antares getting the right clicks, has the kill. It goes towards Miero, but he will fall shortly after. Antares pulled back in range as well of the tombstone and will drop. Ghost collecting the double kill as he contests the creep pull.
Very well played by both of them. First to Ghost because he came over to help, and secondly to DY because before he died, he chucked Tombstone on the high ground. He just got his level 2, and also he chucked the Blood Grenade out as well before he died. So well played, DY. That's what you have to do as Boss 5 Undying, enabling your core in the lane.
And if we take a look at CS even, you know, you could see the Visage is kind of actually struggling a bit, isn't he? 11 and 3 down there as Ghost now, especially with all that space, doing quite well. Antares does TP over to the mid lane, and alongside Kiyotaka is running down DY. Nice combo there on the Syrian Chains, already level 2. Should secure the kill, pardon me. DY is making them work for it here. Could he potentially deny himself to the Satyrs? Not a chance. Already a full Orb of Corrosion on for the Ember Spirit, so that is one painful slight effect.
Yeah, Kiyotaka definitely getting a really good start at this game so far. So it's going to be very important for him because he's going to have to rotate a lot. He's going to have to help side lanes, especially like you said. Visage is kind of struggling a little bit. Level-wise, I think that's more of a bigger problem here rather than the CS. I think not getting as many CS on Visage is not as bad as being really low level.
Position where he does find himself to be struggling, to say the least. And we'll see how he looks to recover. Solo has rotated top lane. They're going to look to set up onto Ghost now. Already used the mana burn. TP is incoming now from Sinq. Off this cold embrace early on, and that's enough to actually stop this aggressive move in its tracks. DY has a tombstone, but only level 1. Sinq and Ghost both low on resources, so not going to be looking to turn this around this hard.
Yeah, that's a very solo thing to do. Every time 4 minutes to 5 minutes, he'll just use the twin gate and come over. especially during the catapult wave. Yeah, so
JT, okay, spin is out. Ramsey's
he
really
got the healing
actually
ward.
having me worried a bit. They do get on top of the healing ward. JT falling low to the tower. TP's incoming. The last tower hit's not nearly enough, though. Oh, the sleight of fist immediately back into the fight. Look at this Ember Spirit go. As Kiyotaka with the Arcane Rune continuing in this battle. They have now lost Solo. However, another Remnant up to the high ground, and he's right on top of Sin Q. Paparazzi using what little mana he had left to go for the Rolling Thunder. Ooh, unfortunate terrain here is not going to make his bounces any easier. Nero is under-leveled, though. Paparazzi nearby. Kiyotaka still very confident as he... Well, you can't avoid, actually, the Chaos Bolt. It'll still connect. But able to outmaneuver Xtreme Gaming there. JT letting off a little bit more than he could really chew there.
Yeah, that's a really big loss for him. So if you look at the net worth, it's actually reflecting poorly on him right now. I mean, that's also because he has a Wyvern in the lane, so it's not as strong. Ghost still going for the Visage here, Nero.
And might have him as well. It's a level 1 Gravekeeper's Cloak, so it's not very effective. By the way, this Visage offlane, going back for like the old support Visage. Back when the birds had their weird stacking damage thing, you know? You'd go for Rod of Atos when it was a projectile that slowed instead of the root. You'd go for Solar Crest. That was like the 2 items you got on support Visage. It's curious to see this build now back and popular yet again.
So if he's buying, I guess the reason why he's doing that is because Boom doesn't really want to buy the solar. I always stress the importance of having a solar on your team. And Q once again staying top, setting up a gang from Miro. This is bad.
Pickings.
This is really, really bad, you know, for Visage to be this far behind. He needs Kiyotaka to help. Like one rotation. Like, please, Ember Spirit, I need help.
I think that'd go a long way here, honestly. But Kiyotaka, I mean, he did rotate once, right? He went top lane, but he didn't really do much to alter the outcome of that top fight. If anything, he brought the Pangolier top lane. So we'll see what else they can get done.
The party there.
Okay. Antares is here, but it is a Shadow Demon and Doom support duo. So we'll see. They're going to look for Ghost, but once again, from behind is Sin Q. Ghost able to get off as well, the Phantasm. The Solo will create a couple of illusions of his own. Splinter Blast, not doing too much here to Solo as the illusion does give chase. Will allow him to tank. Reality able to catch up to Solo, and he's dead to the Chaos Bolt. They have identified the real Ghost, but hard to take it down, as instead they'll have to settle for the Observer.
They're wrapping around behind.
Yeah, and Paparazzi's got the Shield Rune active. Rolling Thunder, you can tank this tower for days, as Miro is going to try and actually get this kill onto Sin Q. Will lack the cast range, I believe, though. Oh, actually lacks the mana, has the magic wand, eager to find the vision, looking for the kill, and will not be able to get it. Kiyotaka says, thank you very much for giving me the vision. Picks up the kill onto Sin Q, goes with another kill there in the meantime onto Miro, as Solo... Yeah, he's in a world of pain now. Ghost continuing to tank the tier 1 tower, finds another kill in this top lane. That's his 6th kill this game for Ghost, but Kiyotaka at least finding something here. 2 kills of his own. And looks for Paparazzi. Can he really get this kill? This seems bold.
He has full embrace. Paparazzi should be doing that. And they don't really have enough lockdown to get the Ember Spirit. He has a Remnant.
Yeah,
I mean, this top lane, it seems like the 8 heroes are really, really happy playing here, and bot lane is like a PvP or PvE, you know, like the
PvE experience. Yeah,
two heroes are like, okay, guys, you guys have fun there. I'm just gonna hit creeps.
Kiyotaka with a quick little kill mid. Not really much to see there. You just kind of hit him with a sleight of fist, searing chains, and right-clicked him down. 10-minute rune spawn in. Kiyotaka very quick to pick it up with the DD rune, immediately going for the fight. Nice reaction from Sin Q, though, with the cold embrace. On the mana, but eager to still fight. Wow. Wow, that's a lot of damage. Maybe even too much for Paparazzi here. VP's incoming will force back Kiyotaka, as they do actually waste a little bit of Ghost time. Yeah, nice move there.
This Amber Richie is doing so much work this game so far. He is just making the rotations that matter the most for his team. He's gonna come in again, slide chains, 3 points in the chains. Paparazzi has to be careful here.
Yeah, is he gonna hit him with the Rolling Thunder? He's 1 hit though. I don't think he can quite catch up to him in time. Nah, he can't catch him. He has no remnants. This is far too dangerous. Although, DY, yeah, you're going to go down here a second time. You might even kill your Kobold as well. Look at that. He's going to kill the Kobold, Winter.
How dare you? The Kobold is an innocent creep. You have no right
He's done nothing wrong. Oh, and they're going to scout a ward because it chased them up high ground a bit too long. There's no ward there. Oh, it's on the other side of the river. Nice heads-up move there. Of course, creep, they de-aggro to you as soon as they really lose vision. So when he went uphill, he knew that the creep still had a ward that was scouting them. They've just guessed incorrectly on the side of the river it's on. Heads-up play there. Always thinking actively.
All the support players pay attention to all the small little vision things.
Yeah, of course. Careful
And
top
top
lane,
lane.
Miro. Yeah,
Rod
he
of
did hit
Atos.
level 6 with JT coming in with a Rod of Atos. Let's see what Miro can do here as they do throw the stuns towards the Visage. Familiars might just end up getting cleaned up here. They do have poofs at the ready. These things are not tanky at all as soon as they do lose the Visage proper. And Miro, I think he's lucky to get the one away. At least, you know, he can resummon them in 10 seconds, but his game here, Winter, it's been painful.
His game? There is no game for the Visage so far.
Not wrong. You're not too inaccurate on that, honestly.
I don't like to be so depressing sometimes, but he literally does not have a game so far. He has to rely on the Jug and the Ember to carry the torch of the game for him. You know, he's merely a passenger right now.
Yeah, more or less. Antares has Doom, ready to go, and almost actually enough already for the Blink Dagger. They might look to try and turn here on the Paparazzi. Sin-Q in the vicinity, though, would make that rather difficult. Rod of Atos, let's catch Kiyotaka.
No mana?
That's the defusal, so Kiyotaka out of mana. Let's have that Invis rune, but he's already utilized it now for the bottle sips. Giving chase is the side of Xtreme Gaming. Tombstone not going to catch a single thing as the Remnant is forced back, but Kiyotaka safely away out of the hands of Xtreme.
Yeah, very, very nicely done there, breaking some ankles there, Kiyotaka. So he's gonna go home safely. Had to use all his remnant charges, but that's okay. He survived. That's what that matters the most. Miro, in the meantime, he's happy, you know. Finally, I got some alone time.
Huh. Yeah, seriously. I mean, he makes very quick work of that tower, though, doesn't he? With the full solar pressed on mine immediately into the Crimson... Sorry. Yeah, the Crimson Guard, pardon me, for the Visage. So he is going to go for the auras. Lots of armor, lots of bonus attack speed as well for the Juggernauts.
Yep.
We'll see
Crimson
how
is
they take advantage of that.
fantastic this game. Everything is physical damage. The Meepo, the Chaos Knight, even Pango does physical damage. You're gonna need to buy a Nullifier to deal with this later. I guess the Chaos Knight can buy it. Can kind of buy it later. Not now, but later.
It's a decent late game item.
Yeah,
Again, though, I mean, this time around, Winter, JT is not popping off to the same degree that he did last game. Is that more? I mean, what's been the cause of that? Is it because of the mid lane?
No, the support.
Okay.
The last game he had a Skyrath. It's a lot easier because remember how they were moving together, and the Skyrath he was just like sticking. You know, they were brothers the whole game. Every time they get a catch with the rod, he just pops. He stick back, one kill. But with Wyvern, you cannot do that.
Astrun active. It's only going to be DY that Kiyotaka and 9 Pandas catch up here. Tombstone is set up. Miro is not going to be willing to lose his Visage Familiar here, especially as the TPs are coming.
Here comes Ghost.
They might look back onto the mid lane where Antares is trying to farm and actually has farmed up his Blink Dagger. Will come at the cost of his own life, however, most likely, as he does drop the Doom, so they're going to try and fight around this. Of course, he can just roll away. Disruption,
nice disrupt.
buy him a little bit more time, is going to burn some more time off of this Winter's Curse. Everyone's still alive in this engagement, actually. Xtreme Gaming now.
He has a
being
use
given
on
chase.
Ember.
Ooh, Scepter on the Ember Spirit as they do close the door on the Sin-Q. Save himself a bit longer with the level 1 Cold Embrace, but will die immediately after. It'll be a tower now for the side of 9 Pandas.
When was the last time you've seen a use on Ember? I guess it's just for the Meepo.
I used to see it when Queen of Pain was slightly more popular, and then Ember would lose his lane, and then Quap would get like a what's it called? Orchid, and then he would be forced to kind of go into that. That's basically the last time.
You still really hate to have to buy it, you know, because it just slows down your overall progression. You want to just there's so many items you want to get. You know, you want to get your Maelstrom, you want to get your BKB. So like having to stop to get a use, I feel like a lot of the players don't really like to do that. But this game is very understandable. He doesn't want to get like a solo killed by the Meepo, so he has a save to
and
deal
it's a
with
pretty
that.
decent dispel to have against these guys as well.
Yeah, mid lane.
Mango in trouble here. The Tombstone is dropped solo. Yeah, he might just go down to Ghost with the Armlet, with the Echo Saber. Easy kill despite Kiyotaka's best efforts on the Yules. And JT, he is starting to pop off a little bit. Miero's able to join him now in the hunting parties. They find another kill in the bottom lane.
Yeah, but because the Ember has gone for you, so he doesn't have a lot of damage right now. He can't really de-push as well. And Meepo is shuffling the lanes. The Pango is shuffling the lanes. And right now, because of that, they're getting the pickoffs with the Rod of Aethos. Because they're forcing 9 Pandas to deal with the lanes being shoved. And eventually, somebody's going to get caught.
Yeah, but, you know, Winter, counterpoint, Ramses is farming. I mean, once again, 2 games in a row, he's had a pretty clean start. 9 Pandas have done a great job playing away from him.
No Skywrath this time to ruin his game.
No Skywrath to ruin his game. I mean, there is a Winter Wyvern, which might be a little bit more troublesome. But, I mean, when does he start having a little bit more impact in this game? Or is his core-to-core just a bit too difficult against the CK?
I think he's just happy, like, farming. The longer you get to farm, you'll drag out the game. Match up against the CK is just going to get better. Like, CK is strong right now against the Jug when the Jug doesn't have enough damage to deal with the Phantasm. But the longer the game goes, as long as the Jug is farming, the problem will become smaller and smaller for him.
For a while, though, it seems like Xtreme Gaming, they're going to be the ones to move with confidence. I think that smoke might have been scouted. It should have now, as, yeah, the smoke breaks on the illusion. 9 Pandas still trying to find a favorable position in this team fight, but it's the good old toilet bowl maneuver here.
Oh, Ramses. Is he going to break the smoke?
The wrap around.
Oh,
it's
Ramses.
actually, I think, going to be Paparazzi. Yutake, he runs in. Ramses does break the smoke with the Omni Slash onto DY, but countered there by the Cold Embrace. In the meantime, the fight breaking off on the other side. The Doom onto Ghost as the Familiar stuns up the Meepos, as well as Ghost. A great deny, though, is JT able to deny away the Doom bonus gold. Kiyotaka getting to work now onto the Tombstone, but Ramses almost deleted by JT. Solo able to save him by a little bit more time with the disruption, but JT immediately gets to work on him following. That's going to be now the Winter's Curse onto Miero. They've gotten through his old familiars as well. Kiyotaka is starting to pick up a couple kills in this fight. At least it's a 3 for 3. That is until JT cleans up to pick up now his 3rd kill in the engagement. He is just free in these fights. Antares, though, eager to try and make something happen here. JT poofing away right in front of his face as now the Meepo Prime. Look, he's rotated him on through. Antares, he's in trouble. He's going to go down a 2nd time here as Paparazzi joins the fray and is able to assist JT in his ultra kill.
I mean, JT is just, once again, being a monster, you know? Without the Scarf, it's a bit slower, but he's still getting there. And at the moment, I feel like they don't really have very good answers of dealing with this Meepo. I mean, Jug is still fine, but he needs to get like a lot more items. You need to get to level 20, so it's gonna take another 5-6 minutes more farming to get there, you know? So 9 Pandas, they have to try to stabilize the game at the moment and try to create a room for the Juggernaut to get to that point of the game. And right now for Xtreme Gaming, they want to push their advantage. They want to choke them out. They want to just make sure that they get Roshan and they cut off a huge portion of the map, the Aegis.
Yeah, I mean, that Aegis should be a point soon. They might even be able to get a kill on a Kiyotaka. This would be massive, but Kiyotaka has the Remnant back and is going to be able to get back safely. He's playing it real safe as well here, isn't he? And putting down another safety Remnant before he collects his token.
I mean, he's 9-0 on the Ember, but because he went heals, you look at his net worth is actually not that high. For Ember, that's 9-0 because of the build, you know, because he went heals first. So his farm is slowed.
Yeah, he's very much been a space creator this game, right? Not really going for damage, not really playing too much as a core. It has the Maelstrom up now, as you just said, so that might be a little bit of a game changer here. It's only a 4K net worth lead in favor of Xtreme now. You know, Antares, he is on a hero that just kind of gets free farm. What they can make use of now is even Ramsey's eager to join this fight, but Roshan has now returned to his summer home down bottom. DY, good position to smoke immediately, breaks, has Tombstone ready to drop, has now gotten it down. See how 9 Pandas want to react to this. For now, they're going to try and take down the Tombstone in here. Fight breaking out onto Ramses, though. He's forced to use the Omni Slash on an illusion. That is not a good start to this fight. Tombstone has been taken down at the very least for 9 Pandas, but they're now without the Omni Slash, Winter. DY is being slowed to a crawl here, however, and killed off. That was a ton of damage. What in the world was that? He just popped. The man took 700 damage from Shadow Poison. Holy moly.
And that's the power of Shadow and Demon
All
stats.
right, the
Untires.
Doom as well. They do catch Tin but not before he gets off at least the Arctic Burn, so he is in flight.
Solo.
Nice save. Does at least buy Antares a couple more seconds. Doesn't make that much of a difference. Both supports now down for both
Ramses
sides.
is
Buyback
killing
immediately out. Ramses is on to Ghost. The spin not in time. It is in time. The Winter's Curse. He got the spin off, and it made all the difference. But now Kiyotaka forced to Remnants all the way out of this fight as Miro being chased down. Has Remnants in a couple more seconds. Looking for the TP out. Is going to be allowed to leave. Kiyotaka not as lucky. The roots just seem never-ending and permanent. 9 Pandas, they get the carry. They get both supports, but it comes at a quite the heavy cost.
Yeah, that's 1,300 gold for that Ember kill. 9-0 streak ended. I mean, that's the issue with like getting the yields, right? The yields doesn't really even like guarantee that survive, because you can use it to dispel the rod, and then you're gonna be setting up yourself for the roots, you know. So I'm not so sure about the build, you know. I feel like you need to just get PKD, you know, mail some to PKD. That's what I would have preferred to see. And as of the state of the game right now, actually they're gonna claim the rush, so they're gonna be in full control of the game at the moment, and it's gonna be up to 9 Pandas to try to once again rat this out, try to dodge the Aegis timing, and get Juggernaut closer to his level 20. He's 2 levels away right now, and Butterfly is halfway there.
He is getting there. Level 20 talent would be a big game changer, pardon, but he needs to not Omni-slash those illusions on.
Yeah, yes.
Not doing them any favors here. They are... Oh, that was just onto the familiar. Not too big of a deal. Scary moment all the same. Sin-Q, by the way, I think he has Orchid finish now? Yes, he does. All right. I mean, it gives a little bit of purpose to Kiyotaka's Yule Scepter now. It's a very strong item, of course, on the Wyvern. She is a universal hero, so is going to have a ton of damage here, even if she is holding on to that Philly Stone.
Huh. Orchid, yeah. Like, I think he just wants to play as like or like he wants to just do damage, but I'm not sure if I like it that much, because I feel like the job of the Wyvern in this game is to keep people alive. So I would have maybe
Embrace.
Yeah, I would have been much preferred to see maybe like all the 4-star, the Claimants, those even a Blink, you know. I think
even a Blink, yeah. I really like Blink this game actually quite a bit. You just stand even further away so Ember can't catch you. These might be in for some trouble here. There's the silence, which is going to apply immediately, but the Manta style in time. AT, they have got one of the Meepos. See what they can really make use of, because it's the Meepo Prime, so he's quite hard to take down. Also has Dig. So survivable, so tanky, this Meepo.
Yeah, you can never only stash the Meepo. It's either gonna dig or just become a Mega Meepo.
Yep. I mean, I guess becoming the Mega Meepo is the best course. The best case scenario for you, even, right? But even then, this thing's gonna have like 31 armor when he combines and 3,000 HP.
All right, Jack has to farm more. He needs one more item.
Yeah, it feels like he does. I mean, JT is kept up in terms of farm.
You know,
almost already has the Scythe of Vice already.
I think once he gets the Butterfly, he might actually have a good chance against the Meepo.
Even into the Scythe?
He has the Shadow Demon. Like, if Solo can save him every time, like, he just needs to save him, like, in the team fights. Just don't do the disruption on anyone else. And just wait for the Jug to get gone on. I think if Ramses is alive throughout the fight, he can actually just kill everything. So they need 2 things to happen. The Shadow Demon needs to make sure he keeps his eye on the Jug, and the Doom needs to get the Doom onto the Wyvern. So once these 2 things are there, the Wyvern cannot really use the Cold Embrace and the Curse against the Juggernaut. I think the Juggernaut will just clear everybody.
Bug. Hopefully it's a quick reconnect for JT. Hopefully it's a real bug and they just have to squish it. And then we're good to go here again. That's never ideal.
What is your favorite bug in Malaysia? The big old cockroaches we have?
No, I don't like the Lipas. Hak Lipas, thank you. Terima kasih. My favorite bug I've seen in Malaysia. Can I give you a different answer?
Yes.
Can I give you my favorite reptile?
What? That's okay, fine, whatever.
The monitor lizard for sure.
I did not know you actually like keeping those animals.
No, I don't want to keep it, but they look cool.
Have you tried touching one?
No, of course not. I'm deathly afraid of anything with scales. They're unholy and unnatural. That's why I stopped casting with Abo.
Just catching strays, you know.
Let's see how this one goes. I mean, for now, it's Nine Pandas kind of done it to themselves, haven't they, by banning out the ET.
Alright, heals.
Oh.
Dodge. Oh,
Does
he
dodge.
actually dodged it this time.
Easy peasy.
Yeah, I think JT probably missed the timing there. I feel like if you time it perfectly, once he comes down from the heals, you should be able to catch him with another end snare. He can't remnant away.
Yeah, I'm sure there is a timing that he can hit. I mean, JT's... Oh, hold on. Ramses. They might just Winter's Curse him here to try and open up for a fight. I don't know, because JT's not nearby. A 4 versus 5 fight potentially as the Yule Scepter is going to buy the December Spirit a bit more time. Really nice usage there on the side of Fist, but he does not have a safety remnant back. Avoids the Chaos Bolt. Oh, but Ghost pulls him back on in. And the Disruption is just not in time. There's the Doom now onto Ghost and Ramses as well. He's trying to hold back the gauntlet that is Xtreme Gaming, but he is focused down and killed. Xtreme Gaming, they even smoke up to get back onto this fight even faster. Nero running for his life. That is the Scythe of Vice now coming into play. Disruption will buy him a couple of precious seconds, but won't make a difference in the grand scheme of things. It's Xtreme Gaming winning yet again, Winter. Another big fight.
I have no idea what Ramses was trying to do there. Like, his team was fighting on the left, and he just decides to, okay, I see Undying. I'm running at Undying. And Undying got Cold Embrace, and they used the curse on Ramses, and he just died. I think he just needs to play with his team, you know, like with around the Shadow Demon. Like
Zantaris going down, by the way, to Paparazzi in the meantime.
Now Solo's in trouble as well.
Ooh, Solo. This might just be GG. Nine Pandas, the way that they tend to leave games is in situations like these. Not a hero in sight with buyback except for Kiyotaka. That is at least the... how does this work, actually? Oh, okay. I thought it was going to apply even more stacks of Shadow Poison, but it's coded very well. Xtreme Gaming just... Already, they've just punched a hole in this game wide open. Man, Pandas, they just don't really seem like they're able to respond. It's not coming together for them in these team fights, is it?
Yeah, I think Ramses is just a bit too crazy, you know, when he went in there in that fight. I think he just needs to be very, very aware of his teammates' positioning, who they should be going on. Kiyotaka, gonna get the root.
This could be a moment. This could be a moment
Mega
here,
Meepo.
and it is.
Oh, he didn't get the Mega
JT
Meepo.
taken down. No Mega Meepo, and Dig was on cooldown, at least for Meepo Prime. A big moment here for Nine Pandas.
Can they get, what can they get here? Roshan is not up, so the best thing they can hope for is maybe get like a tower spot lane.
Look at Sin Q. What a bro. He's trying to break the smoke here. He's going to be just a bit too late, but he has at least acted as an early warning system for the rest of Xtreme Gaming.
The sirens, the hurricane sirens going off right there.
Yeah, they are. Let's not throw this game, lads. Everyone get back. Shelter in place. Ghost? He's the only one that's outside of the base, but even then, look how safe they're playing it, Winter, as he retreats through the Defender's Gate. Try and follow me now, Nine Pandas. They will find nothing as they sweep across the entire map. Basically, Wisdom Rune to Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, they got a tower. Richie, they got a tower.
It's happened, Winter. Unbelievable. They can right-click the towers, and they've done so very effectively. JT is respawning now. I mean, that did cut quite a bit out of the net worth lead that's Xtreme Gaming were operating with.
They got like, what, 1.5, what, more than 1k gold for the Meepo kill.
You call that a Mega Meepo now.
And now JT's gonna secure the shard. Who's getting the shard?
Ghost is...
What? Huh? Oh, okay, the Undying already has his. Okay.
Yeah, it was like... between Undying and Wyvern and Zinq. Screw you. You're not getting your free shard. Absolutely not. Even though this Wyvern shard is pretty good.
It's so annoying. The Meepo has Dig. They have the shard from the Tombstone. It's gonna be so hard.
The bunker. Now they have the Chaos Bolts creating additional illusions.
Is that the name of the spell right now? Bunker?
I think it's called Bunker. It was called Bunker, isn't it? Yeah.
It was Grab Ally.
Tombstone gonna be cast on an allied hero to bunker inside. It was called Bunker in Ag's lab when they first released this ability, okay? I'm a real PvE gamer. Ramses is going to be able to jump on now to the Meepos. They are rooted up. Out goes the Mega Meepo now. That's going to be on cooldown for a whole minute now. He's actually going to unstack himself, but maybe it's a bait because Paparazzi rolling through this entire fight, rolling through the entirety of Nine Pandas. The solo is down, immediately buys back the Doom onto the Wyvern, preventing the Winter's Curse from coming through. As JT taken down a second time, DY will be able to bunker himself, buying Ghost enough time to get into the fight, and he murders, absolutely murders Kiyotaka. Now the Omni Slash comes out. Ramses will be able to repay the favor. Oh, the nice stomp. It was awaiting paparazzi there, and Sin Q is going to be able to at least get off the Winter's Curse. He is going to go down, not without at least taking one with him. A 3-for-5 fight. A miraculous fight for the Nine Pandas.
You saw what the Juggernaut did when he's with his team. And the two things happened, he was playing with the Shadow Demon. He got to use the Disruption to save. And they got the Doom on the Wyvern. So once the Wyvern is out of the picture, the Juggernaut is just there to clean everything. It's a very, very nice effort, by JT. He tried to split the Meepo when he was about to get Doom. And then Doom was like, okay, no, I'm not dooming your clones. I'm just gonna doom the Wyvern. So it was actually better for them to doom the Wyvern.
It was the right move. It was absolutely the right move. And Pandas, they're gonna be the ones going up the high ground.
That is definitely a good tip towards Antares. I think Antares played the fight so well. And Ramses on the Juggernaut. Scary, scary business right now.
Scary business. It is a tier 3 tower down. There's another fortify, of course, now granted to Xtreme Gaming for losing their first tier 3 tower. They get no more now.
40 seconds for Sean. This is gonna be big.
He is gonna spawn down bottom. Taurus is heading top. Is gonna go on over here. He might just die to JT though. I think he is. Getting a bit aggressive as he tries to farm up for his Ocarina Core. He does pop the BKB. Mega Meepo.
Fling!
There's the fling. Nice job there, actually, on the War Stomp. Throw the blood grenade on Taurus. Oh, no. They flung a Meepo at him, and down he goes. Down bottom, by the way. Fight might be breaking out here now. JT is going to be able to make it a 9 versus 4 as they're on top of Miro immediately. Good follow-up from Paparazzi. Secures the kill. Onto the back lines, though. DY. Oh, he bunkers himself. He bunkered himself following the Swift Slash. They don't have a basher either on the Pangoliers. Ramses! Wait, Ramses, what? Did he cancel his TP? Oh, there is a basher on Pango. Pardon me. Thank you, Yoza.
Okay.
Oh, goodness. I missed it. Oh, goodness.
Man, that is, this game is just all of a sudden back to square one again. Xtreme Gaming once again in the driver's seat.
Yep.
What on earth happened that they got caught out? The Doom died top. The Doom died top and they went in at bottom at the same time.
The plan was Antares. I'm Antares, right? I'm gonna push this top wave in. I'm gonna take the twin gate down bottom, and we're gonna fight. Smile, and then the Meepo was there waiting for him. Basically. And his team still decided to take the fight down bottom because they knew Roshan was respawning.
GG. Too bad. Unlucky. That is what we would say. Unlucky. Juggernaut is up in 30 seconds, so he probably does not have to use his buyback here, but he's going to be going up against the Aegis people. But I still believe in the power of the Juggernaut. He can still carry the fight as long as Wyvern is out of the picture.
Oh, they're immediately onto Antares, though solo barely alive. Antares, he's going down, dies to the illusion from the Chaos Bolt stun. Oh man, what a way to go.
Is this sponsor illusion? And your BKB?
Yeah, because you're debuff immune, but it still hits.
I guess so. I felt like, logically speaking, the illusion shouldn't actually spawn.
You're wrong, kiddo. Thankfully, we've got Ice Frog and not you balance in this game. Otherwise, Xtreme Gaming would have been short a Doom kill there.
Yeah, Ice Frog has done an amazing job in Dota. Can't really say I disagree to that. I've been enjoying Dota for so long because of all the amazing changes.
It's true. Ice Frog, he gave us the mighty, the sturdy statues. What a buff.
The sturdy statues. The Moonwells.
You remember the Moonwells? Click on Meepo. It's called Stalwart statue. Sorry. Oh, you mean the what were those? No, they were called shrines. Weren't they called shrines?
Yeah, I know. We also call them Moonwells.
That's a nerdy name.
Well, what? They literally look like Moonwells.
I have no idea what a Moonwell is, but go off, King.
Night Elf Moonwell.
I think I played Warcraft 3. I was too busy playing 1.6, I'll have you know. JT almost died, by the way, in the same spot that kind of set this whole thing apart. Maybe he overestimates this stalwart statue plus 2 armor buff.
He needs to give more. Plus 20.
Plus 20. It should scale.
Yeah.
True sight now.
It's like the
Flaming arrow.
neutral creep, right?
Yeah. Every 7.5 minutes, it gets a buff. Careful though, Xtreme Gaming.
That
they
would
are...
actually be interesting to the game, for the game, if you actually do that.
I think it would change literally nothing, Winter. Not gonna lie to
One
you.
out of 100 games might get affected.
Lane, careful, Ramses. They have seen him. JT, not too eager to make that jump in. Not the support of the rest of his team. He is trying to maybe bait out Ramses for like a Swift Slash or something, but of course, Dig, Mega Meepo. Ramses is gonna be playing this one quite patiently. How do you feel about the December build now that he's on to the Shibas? I think overall, you know, it's not the carry Ember that maybe we were expecting to see with a 9-0 start, but yeah, I think he's buying the right items for this game, honestly.
I didn't really like the use in the beginning, but right now I think his items, I think it makes a lot of sense. He needs the armor to deal with the Meepo's right clicks and the Chaos Knight, and the Shivas is also great at like just mitigating some of the damage that Meepo is doing to his team during the fights.
It's good for vision too when you're like hunting this backline Undying and Wyvern, right?
Yeah. For sure, you know. Right.
Okay, Ramses just walks into a Hex, has Disruption, had it the entire time. Spin, he's not going to get activated in time though. Ramses in trouble, does get the spin off though. Going to try and retreat back up to the high ground here. Still holding onto the Manta style, healing the ward is set up. Ramses healing up, out goes the full Omni Slash here, Winter. Bouncing around between this entire fight. He ends up onto the backlines, onto Sin-Q. Sin-Q taken down. Ghost, he might be next. He tanks way too much of his Omni Slash as Ghost is taken down. JT on his first life. He's fighting nearly alone as DY routed away from the fight. As JT, we'll see what he can do now. But against 5 heroes, he doesn't stand a chance, Winter. He is taken down. 9 Pandas successful on the How Grind defense as they rally together, take a fight, and wipe out Xtreme Gaming.
I mean, Ramses just showed the JT. I am the true boss. You mega Meepo son, you're not doing anything against me. Like, that's the power of the Juggernaut late game. He was so close to dying. Good save there by Solo initially to delay when they were trying to go on the Jug. And after that, he tanked a bunch of damage. And guess what? Omni Slash back to full, and he just single-handedly won that team fight.
He did 145
He
here.
did 16,000
What did he really?
damage? What the hell?
I lost my fight recap. I didn't quite see it.
16,100.
Oh no, I mean that number's a little bit busted, right? Because, no, he really did do that much damage. He did 15,000. The Meepo alone. Buyback now out from the Meepo. There's 9 Pandas. They did lose backdoor there for just a second. We'll be able to at least get through the 2, well, a melee Rax and a ranged Rax, top and bottom, or mid and bottom, pardon. Put the fear of God now into Xtreme Gaming, and for the first time in a long time, Winter, the gold, the net worth, even now the Dota Plus win rate dipping in favor here of the 9 Panda.
Yeah, the Juggernaut is just, like you said, you said the fear of God, but it's the fear of the Juggernaut. Juggernaut is the God in this game right now. He is the one that you have to fear, the one that you have to try to focus and hope that you kill him before he casts his R button. I think Jin-Q is basically the man that has to be sweating right now. He's the only one that can actually deal with the Jug.
He's Blink.
Yeah, he needs Blink. Like, he needs a positioning item, you know. If he's always so near in the team fights, he's just gonna either get found by the Ember or the Doom.
Yep. Yeah, simply put, we didn't even see a Doom in that last team fight, did we? Doom's level 1, by the way. I mean, I guess you don't really need the DPS, but... What is he? He's been taking stats instead on the Doom.
That's over the second point on Doom.
Yeah.
He just doesn't want to get the increased mana cost. I mean, it's 50% more damage at level 2. 50. 5-0.
Yeah, but it's 15 damage, 1-5 per second.
Yeah.
No change to cooldown, no change to duration. I mean, I don't know.
It's still damage.
Weird. But it's so much more mana. 75 more mana. I mean, well, we'll see. I mean, look, it's
Dude,
a serious choice.
he has 1,250 mana. It's not like he has no mana. Oh no, it's not 1,200. 1,200.
Juggernaut, I mean, you were talking about how he needs a couple more items. He's got those items now, Winter, and he has the levels up to level 25 already. course, it's the full right side talents taken here for the Jug, as we do tend to see these days. He is big. Titan Sliver as well in the hand. Really not... There's no tier 4 that he wants, huh? He's holding on to the ninja gear, I suppose. It's on his way in the courier. And go down with Ags, with Basher, with the 20 talent. Lotus Orb. That could spell trouble for, of course, the Juggernaut, as that's a quick kill on a DY. He's also caught now Sin Q, who is killed off very quickly with the Swift Slash. This is troublesome, Winter. They're going to go straight in the bottom.
Yeah, our friend Ramses, the Juggernaut, is on a rampage right now. He does not fear anyone.
He's starting to split push down bottom. Kiyotaka getting an illusion rune and he's going to be able to use the Yules offensively. Oh, they find the Doom now onto Paparazzi. That's just a Swift Flash. He's already dead. No buyback for him, Winter. Antara's eaten alive by a ghost, but his job is done as Sin Q
the curse is not good enough.
The Winter's Curse onto Ramses, but it's not good enough. Look who's dying in the mid lane. It's DY. He just bought back for this as well. Onto the cover of the BKB. Oh, Kiyotaka can't quite get out to him, but in goes the Omni Slash now. It actually bounced on over to EY, not onto the Mega Meepo, but JT making the jump now onto Kiyotaka as Ghost looking to pump into damage. He's getting pretty darn close and has the kill, but he leaves the Revenant and Kiyotaka buying back immediately into the fight. Ramses looking for a target to focus down. Now he's going to look forward to Meepo. The dig though, not good enough. Look at this, he's in and out of the fights as Ghost trying to get on top of Ramses, but Ramses, he's just stealing, life stealing too much. He's the sustain, Winter. It's too high, and JT, he's going to go down. That's a dieback for him. They've taken down the Meepo. They've routed Xtreme Gaming back into the fountain, and they're taking down the throne. GG is called. 9 Pandas. They will find victory here in game number 2 over Xtreme Gaming.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, that is the power of the Juggernaut late game. Juggernaut late game fears no one right now. He is just a mean-ass monster that you can't take down. He tanks every single damage that you throw at him, and then he clicks his R button and his full HP, and everybody dies.
Sometimes he clicks the F button as well, depending on what you have that down to on just the Swift Slash, and things get difficult. I mean, I had a feeling we were out for a different kind of Meepo game here for JT as soon as we saw that play that we just saw, that first highlight. Because a quick rotation, a quick kill there onto the Meepos, he does get slightly over-aggressive, and really just changes the outcome of this entire game from there, doesn't it?
Yeah, this Juggernaut just got to a point where he's just way too strong. We see here how Miero got, he basically got bullied from level 1 to level, level 8, level 9. He just got chased by the enemy team the whole time. And nice deny there by JT.
Yeah. I mean, there are still bright spots throughout this for Xtreme Gaming. Ramses, eager to join fights, solo, doing what he can here, but it was this stage of the game where we were questioning the Kiyotaka Yule Scepter, right? In terms of, well, he kind of just lacks the damage here, quite frankly.
Yeah, I don't really like it, I feel like when you're like ahead like this as the Ember, you just go Maelstrom into BKB. Like you are going to need the BKB no matter what against the Meepo. But he just went for the use, it slowed his Maelstrom timing. And after that, there was a point of time where he was 9-0, but his net worth was similar to the Pango.
Did allow him to be quite a bit more sneaky, though, didn't it? I mean, there's got to be some value there, right? Certainly.
Yeah, he did some plays, slide of this into use to, to disrupt the fights. But I don't think anything super major happened, with the use.
This is the big turnaround fight, isn't it? This is the last one where 9 Pandas really take control of the game. Look at this Omni Slash. Oh, not yet. First, there's a couple of saves. Then the Omni Slash comes on out.
I think somewhere about here, he got a...
Yep, there it is.
16k damage, Omni Slash, whatever.
Damage. Paparazzi dies. He's immediately on a Sin Q. Ghost is but a mere matter of just a couple of right clicks away. He even stops to kill JT. Rough fight here for Xtreme Gaming. From here, I mean, there's basically no way back in the game for them, I would say. After you lose a fight like that with Aegis, too difficult here. The spell casting for Ramsey is just too on point.
Yeah, I mean, I was praising Shinkyu a lot the last game, but this game, I think his itemization kind of make it really hard for his team. Like he had a really important job this game, which requires him to get saves against the Omni Slash. He needs to control the Jug with the curse, but without a Force Staff, without a dagger, without a lens, you're just not gonna have a a good time doing it. Like he kept getting jumped by the Ember, he kept getting jumped by the Doom. So like getting the Orchid, I'm not entirely sure if that was a good choice this game.
Yeah, and ended up kind of biting them in the butt, right? No repositioning items to make his life any easier. Antares able to find him a couple of times for those crucial duels, and eventually things really start falling into place for the side of Nine Pandas. They will draw Extreme Gaming in game number 2, despite a very one-sided game 1.
I would say that I still think that the Meepo is a good 8th pick. I think it was more about like learning and understanding what heroes to put around the Meepo. I think the Wyvern was still fine if he actually went for the positioning item build. So I think this game, it's actually a very valuable loss, in my opinion, for Xtreme Gaming. I think you would actually be able to pick up a lot of things from this game, and you would be able to understand that, okay, Meepo A pick might be a thing. These are the things that we need to do in a draft for the Meepo A pick. And moving forward, I think this loss is actually very beneficial for them.
Well, Nine Pandas certainly bounced back from that game 1 and really showed their stuff in game 2. Really great performance by Ramses, who, didn't really get to do the jug things he was hoping to do in game 1, but then was able to repay all of his anger and frustration in game 2 on those Omni Slashes, leading us to a draw here. But we are in the best of 2 group stage, so that's where we're just going to have to leave things for now. With Extreme Gaming taking yet again another draw here in the group stage with Nine Pandas able to muster back and fight game 2. We are going to be going to quite a long break here, Winter. We'll be back in just about 30 minutes. Live on this channel, Winter, with some NA Dota. It's Liquid taking on Shopify Rebellion. That will be a match for the ages, folks. Make sure you don't miss it. Live on this channel in 30 minutes. We'll catch you then.
حتاكل لين تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah.
to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still,
Welcome back, everyone, to the Riyadh Masters 2023 group stage coverage. I'm Seeking Strike, and joining me here for Liquid versus Shopify Rebellion is the biggest NA fanboy there is out there. It is Winter Dota. Why are you looking at me like that? You were just telling me about how good you think the Shopify team is, Winter.
I am the biggest NA fanboy because NA has Abed right now. Shopify has Abed.
That's true.
So I
They're
am
basically an SEA team. I mean, if Secret is SEA with
I'm
FTZ.
adopting them right now. Shopify, Secret, LGD. Wait, am I missing anybody?
Xtreme Gaming.
Oh, Extreme. Oh, yeah. Extreme Gaming. Damn.
There's another European team, I think, with a Southeast Asian stand-in right now, isn't there?
Oh, TSM.
TSM, yep, of course. Oh, we'll see how it gets going here as our first draft is about to get underway and is already live on your screens. Would you look at that? Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for some NA Dota. Taking on Team Liquid, though, this is not going to be an easy match for the side of Shopify Rebellion. However, Liquid, of course, you highly consider them to be in the top 3. You rate them top 3 in the world, Winter. Isn't that right?
Bad Boom, Gaming Gladiators, Liquid. Those are the 3.
In that order?
No, just random order.
Okay, just random order.
The 4th team, I feel like, could be Quest.
Fascinating. I mean, they certainly have been making quite a showing. We'll briefly mention the results of Group A. 9 Pandas sitting at the bottom, 2 and 5. But it's Quest in second place, 4 and 2. So they are playing phenomenal so far. Certainly backing up your praise right now, Winter. Jumping over to Group B, of course, where we have our matches. It's Team Liquid, currently, I believe, 2 and 4, according to the score counts I have. Bet Boom Team, or BB Team, as they're going by in this tournament, 6 and 0, completely undefeated, Winter. But it's Shopify Rebellion in a little bit more of a difficult spot as they sit tied down bottom at 7th place alongside TSM, their NA brethren, 2 and 4. So they need to get some wins here.
Yeah, they've not really shown a lot of different varieties. So far, they've picked IOLash whenever they're first pick. When they're 6 and 7, it's what Rubik's Snap mostly. But they're going for Snap Enigma this time. So they choose Enigma because Enigma is the classic hero you go against the relocate. You dare them to relocate into your big black hole, and you kill them both.
And you turn the fight from there. It's an effective strategy. Enigma, once again, at least in our games, Winter, tends to be quite the mainstay. Could be because we've had a number of OG and 9 Pandas games, the most popular Enigma teams so far in the tournament. As Liquid this time, they're going to get a stab at the IO-Lesh strategy instead on 4th and 8th pick overall. How do you rate these openings against each other? It seems like because of this Enigma and the way that Snapfire scales into the late game, I feel personally like you're gonna prefer the Shopify opening a bit more, or is IOLash just that good again?
Universal Hero Victory.
All right.
Nah, I prefer the IOLash. I think IOLash is just a very, very solid duo at the moment. Gives you a lot of sustain, gives you the map presence. You know, I value the map presence a lot at the moment with the bigger map, and anything that allows you to just farm and fight at the same time just feels a lot stronger at the moment. And on the other hand, I would like to see like some anti-mage against Leshrac. That is what I want to see.
We'll see what we end up seeing now. I wouldn't mind seeing an anti-mage as well. AM Enigma would be quite the explosive lineup, though, I have to say. We'll see if we actually end up getting
into
that.
Mana Void.
Oh yeah, that's what I want to see here. I don't know if it's what we're gonna get, but that would end up being quite exciting to say the least.
I mean, they have already a lot of team fight. So team fight department take. That's what you need against relocate. So the other things that you need against relocate is wave shaft. You also have it in the form of Snapfire. So I think overall it's a pretty well thought out opening here by Shopify against the IOLash opening. So we'll just have to see what they're gonna pair out with the Snapfire and Enigma. They've chosen to ban out the Zoo heroes, the Lycan, the Visage. Those are the heroes that work very well in tandem with the IOLash. Because IOLash wants to play a very fast game, so you don't want to give them the offlane heroes that can play fast.
Well, we'll see what else Shopify are going to leave in their hands as Team Liquid in response, maybe tipping their hand for a Pangolier at least. That's always what I think when I see this Bloodseeker. The Legion Commander as well, a Saber-like classic.
I mean, Bloodseeker is also really good against Lash because Lash wants to move around to do damage in a team fight, and when you are ruptured, you can't do that. So that's kind of annoying for you. And Legion Commander is also a hero I feel like it's pretty strong right now, and I see this ban. The main reason for it is because of I think Lash, because Lash you don't really want to deal with heroes that can stop you from moving around and doing damage, and with Blade Mail and Dagger, Legion in a team fight can just easily focus the Lash and take him out. I mean, obviously you have the relocate to save you, but sometimes it can be not very reliable when you're up against Black Hole.
I mean, even late game, right? Having a dual threat against your Wisp as he starts to be the main target can end up really complicating your team fight and making that strategy just not as viable. I like what you say about the movement and the AoE. I'd say like already this Enigma hero, he's a hero that does exert a good amount of AoE control, doesn't he? Even if he's a support, as long as he has a Blink Dagger, as long as he's not hard countered by a Silencer, does tend to have at least a little bit of relevance in terms of enforcing an AoE, right? And owning an area.
Yep, and I like this tiny pick. You get to displace the Lash. I think when you're playing against IO Lash, you have to find a way to murder the Lash. You have to split the brothers apart, the IO and the Lash. So Tiny is able to do that really well with the toss. You get to break the tether, you get to put Lash in a position where it could be really difficult for the IO to protect him. So I think Tiny makes a lot of sense right now. And on top of that, Tiny plus Enigma, 4 and 3. That lane is actually very scary. You saw this lane a lot in the previous patch, where you just deny the wave back, and then it gives Tiny a lot of opportunities to get the toss backs and you get kills. So just very, very easy and straightforward.
Okay, Liquid going for a blue lineup. We saw
anti-Marge.
We saw very similar drafts against Liquid, didn't we? With this, who were they playing against?
Yeah, it was Darkseer, Spirit Breaker, right? Lash,
Darkseer, Spirit Breaker, Lash, Io, and there was another blue hero to wrap it up. Was it Sven?
Yeah, Sven. It might have been a Sven.
It was. I mean, hey, it was a good lineup. It looked damn good against Liquid. We'll see what Liquid are going to pick here.
They're just like telling RTZ, pick the anti-mage later. We have Darkseer, we have Lash.
Is it a bait though? I mean, Liquid have 23rd pick. I assume.
I mean, if Liquid is worried about that, they can just pick SB because SB is good against AM.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it seems very reasonable to me. It's not what they're going to do. They're going to go with the Bat Rider. They'll blade.
It's similar here, similar to the SB. You have a catch, not global, but it works kind of the same way. And Bat Rider plus Darkseer, I think the lane is pretty scary too. And we talked a little bit about right now how people are playing Darkseer. It's not really necessary for you to have a melee partner to abuse the Iron Shell because you don't really need Iron Shell in the lane to last it. Your right click is so strong right now because you're universal.
Well, we've even seen a... Pardon me, Winter. We've even seen a handful of Darkseers take Vacuum at level 1 these days. It's still very rare,
Wait,
but...
what? That was a game against Oracle, I think.
Yep. And he still did fine in the game, right? I mean, he struggled, but I think it was because of other reasons, because it was a first pick Darkseer, so, you know, obviously their opponents had a couple of solutions already drafted out. But, I mean, it is a build that has a little bit more merits, right? Considering that Vacuum actually does damage now, decent damage that is at level 1.
Nope, there we go. Oracle against Darkseer and Bat Rider, the perfect pick here. Fate's Edict is also really good at protecting heroes that the Lash is going on. The only piece of the puzzle missing is somebody to cast your ulti on. Some tanky hero. I guess Snapfire is kind of tanky too with how you're itemizing. You're getting ATOS, you're getting Manta, so you naturally have a lot of HP, so you could just be a very good target for Oracle to False Promise. But in general, the go-to combos are like Death Prophet, Terrorblade, Huskar, you know. Those heroes that can just turn the whole fight around with a perfectly cast False Promise.
You don't see any value in something like still an AM here? You're not really liking because of that threat of that Rider?
I think if they wanted AM, they would have already picked it. But then again, with Shopify, they are very, very different in terms of picking the heroes, like the pick orders. Like most of the teams will just pick like the carry right there because you already see your lane, right? But most of the time for RTZ, even though he sees his lane, he wants the absolute last pick, or he wants to like ban a couple of heroes before he picks his hero. I think they kind of have that problem in terms of the draft where they over prioritize his hero.
Interesting. You call it a problem. Is that just because it gives Liquid a better idea of what Shopify have in mind? I mean, we see the
It
Monkey
just
King
gives
ban.
your opponent a chance to ban out the hero, because normally in this junction, right, at the 18 pick, you normally don't have many really, really good choices of the carry, because a lot of them are already banned in the first and second phase. So if you have that pick that would actually make a lot of sense, and you don't pick it right there, it's gonna be more or less gone in the last phase, because they get to ban another 2 heroes. So I feel like in most cases like this, I would just rather not risk it and just pick the carry. And you see,
Well, the
the last
AM,
2 ban,
yeah.
AM and Void, so now what are you gonna pick?
What are you gonna pick, honestly?
I mean, there's still, I guess, Terrorblade, but Terrorblade against Darkseer is pretty terrible. All the
Yeah.
illusion heroes are bad against Darkseer. So it
Slark
has to
is gonna
be-
suffer in the lane as well.
It
Pretty
has to
bad.
be some weird hero because it's Oracle. So it must be like some Sven. I think it has to be Sven. Because Oracle and Sven make sense.
That makes a lot of sense. Would you ever consider like a Jug in a game like this?
That's okay too. That is okay too. But I think Jug doesn't really need Oracle in the game. But Jug Oracle is a very, very dominant lane. And RTZ really likes strong lanes. So I think maybe you're onto something. The Jug Oracle could be the choice that I'm going to select.
Okay, well, they'll choose to ban out the Terrorblade themselves. Liquid, 23rd pick, likely still have to pick their own safe laner here. See what they want to opt for. A couple of safe laners already banned out. Monkey, Lycan. I mean, I'll just bring it up. Is this a Lone Druid game? Are you seeing Lone Druid potentially in the cards here?
No, probably not. Lone Druid against... I don't like Lone Druid against like a percentage damage spells like Enigma, Midnight Pulse. It kills the bear too quickly. And Oracle Disarm is very annoying for the bear.
Yeah. Ends up being absolutely brutal here. Well, for Mickey, he's been playing some Drow Ranger. He's been taking a couple
Draw
games
Ranger's
with the
nice.
Sven.
Draw Ranger's nice. I like Draw Ranger. It's a reasonable selection.
Isn't that another hero that can be tossed back? Doesn't she suffer from the same problems that this Lush does, though? The gap close? Which is kind of lacking on Shopify.
You can only toss one person, Richie.
True. I mean, you are right.
The Drow will give Lash armor, so that's pretty good.
I mean, other than that, I'm not seeing a ton of options.
Life Stealer to buff the Lash. I mean, that's something GG would do. Life Stealer Lash.
That's true. Would you consider a Templar in this game? No, just Razor. That was the only other hero that Mickey has been playing quite a bit of. Go with the Razor. So into this, I mean, I guess it's supposed to make the Tiny's job in his lane impossible, right? That's the idea behind the pick.
They are predicting a spend. That's why they picked the Razor.
You think?
Why not? I mean, it's possible. So then now you go Jug. I guess you go Jug. I mean, Jug is also bad against the Razor, but I think comparing Jug and Sven, I think I would rather be Jug.
Arteezy's only been playing the Naga. He's played a game of Lesh, Medusa, Faceless Void, and more. Now it's his turn to take a whirl on the Ursa instead, so he's gonna get that bonus damage. And what's wrong, Winter? That is a noise I've heard when something happens that you don't like. I've heard that before when we roll up to the Bakute restaurant and they're closed again.
Ursa is not the best hero right now. Let's just simply put it that way. Ursa and Oracle, I like the combo Oracle, because Ursa is a hero where if you can keep him alive for a couple of seconds, he can actually just turn the fight around, do a lot of damage with a furry swipe stacks. And he doesn't really care about static thing because you do damage based on your furry swipe stacks, so you don't care about Razor. But
can you fight into this Lesh as well?
I mean, the laning phase is like you get protected by the Oracle. I get it, but I just don't believe in the hero. I think that's my problem with Ursa. I feel like the hero is weak.
Yeah, I mean,
he's just way too slow, because they changed Battle Fury, so he doesn't really do much when he's buying Battle Fury. And then in the lane, he doesn't really have the strongest lanes after they nerfed the Earth Shock, so it costs a lot more mana. He's weak in the lane. He has a very weak and slow build up with Battle Fury.
Right.
He needs a lot of time. And he doesn't win his lanes. If he's strong in the lane, I think this hero has still some potential. But because he's not strong in the lane and he's slow, then it means that the hero needs a long time to come online.
Only 3 teams have picked this hero so far in Riyadh Masters. Secret, LGD, and Quest have all played it. It's only won once, with Crystallis actually taking it into the
sign.
Morph lane. No, not a good sign.
I mean, it's good against Morphling. I agree. I think against Morphling, it's good because you get to keep the stacks when he's shifting around with his ultimate. So he has a good matchup against Morphling. But here against Razor, I guess, like I said, he doesn't care the overall game. You know, I'm worried about Ursa's overall game because he's weak in the lane. He has a slow build up, so he needs a lot of time. So that means that you need your team to create a lot of space in the early game for you to be ready to fight and come online. I would say that with Oracle, he's kind of set up for that in the lane at least, and in the mid game, it's gonna be the Enigma, the Snapfire's job to defend towers, win fights with the Black Hole into Mortimer's Kiss combo, and you're looking to get a very early dagger on the Tiny. So those are the things that you want to happen if you're the Ursa. I think you don't really even mind if you have a slower start to your game, as long as your teammates have a good game.
Okay, just because you are gonna eventually
You
need a
are
little
gonna
bit more
farm
time.
no matter what. So
Yeah.
you rather have the good start on your team.
We'll jump into game number 1 now between Shopify Rebellion and Team Liquid. I was also taking a look at these builds that we tend to see on the safe lane Razors, and tends to be that SNY, that Manta style BKB after the early Falcon Blade. So, you know, this is still a hero that is going to want to join fights relatively early on.
Albert's good this game.
Albert is very good this game. You're also going to have this IO Lesh, and I mean, Nisha, you know, once he gets that Bloodstone timing, Shopify Rebellion, they have to have a plan ready. You know, we all know what this duo does. We all know how difficult it is to fight into it. They're going to all probably have a Razor probably at his BKB timing by then. Usually you see like by the latest 25-minute BKB for a safe lane Razor.
It's going to be a Razor running at you with a Darkseer with mech and all the team items, the pipe if necessary. So it's going to mean that their ball is going to come fast and quick. And if you're Shopify, you're going to need a pipe on Enigma. I think Enigma needs to play for the team and just, he can't afford to go greedy. If he goes greedy, he tries to get minus, BKB, rush it, I think they're just going to not have time for their heroes to come online.
The battle begins.
We'll see how it goes here. RTZ already forced to fight 1 versus 2.
Wait, you know
has
what?
Not... Oh,
are they going to try lane? Because they have Enigma, they're just going to try lane to help Ursa win his lane?
Oh, that could be. Abed mid lane on the Snapfire. Crit so far seems to be going top. I think he will. He did get the Observer Ward though, by the way, so Nisha's going to be playing without his ward mid lane.
Yeah, I guess you get level 2, and then you see if the Enigma needs you or not, and then you decide. I feel like Enigma's probably going to be fine alone. So you get your level 2 in the lane, and then you go Twin Gate, you go bottom, you make sure you just keep repeatedly killing the Darkseer off.
Yeah, that could work. Mickey level 1 as well. He's just going to go for the Plasma Field in order to kill off a lot of these Eidolons in the early game. So, I mean, I think that's the right choice.
Career! Oh, double kill.
Double kill on the Couriers with that big old tree, and Crit's cutting the wave. So
Perfect.
What a move out from him. Nice, a bit of regen and the early items from Mickey.
Okay, so he's gonna get the wave. I guess you don't share this XP with the Enigma. I think you solo the XP, so you get level 2 on the Tiny. I mean, he's already like kind of 1/3 XP already because of the couriers. So he can kind of, I guess he can share. Sharing is caring.
Sharing is caring. I think we've also seen a Snapfire mid into the Lesh mid before, haven't we? And it was this thing where like, it's a really quick back and forth. The laning stage is the laning stage. They both have a ton of magic damage and usually don't miss out on too much CS.
I think it should be Snapfire favored because you're universal, so you have better base damage to last hit creeps.
I think it is early, right? But out of the laning stage, it becomes a bit awkward in terms of whatever Snapfire's first item is going to be. If you're going to be a bit greedier, you want to go for the BOTs, right? Or maybe that's an option, right? Versus the Wisps to try and, you know, equalize on the rotations.
But going greedy is like not something that I want to do this game. I feel like he needs to get ATOS and play with his team as soon as possible. Because the Tiny needs the Snapfire. they both are gonna be like the gang squad, you know, the two-man gang squad walking around.
Right. And all of this is with the goal to build time and space, right, for RTZ to come online a bit more.
Yes, precisely. RTZ is the boss. He is the king, he's the sultan, and they are all the subjects.
Mickey, he's gonna drop for first blood. Saberlight just catching him out there with the the Malefice, pardon me, and Crit tossing in the blood grenade. Avalanche will secure it for Saberlight. It's a big opening here top lane for the side of Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, and right now, because of that start, Tiny's going to get his level 2.5. He's going to... What, is he trying to stack? No, he actually missed the timing. He's just trying to pull again. So he's going to try to just ensure that Saberlight gets the best start as much as he can. And then I'm fairly certain after that he's going to be looking to roam either mid. Mid is also a really good destination for him since, like you said, it's a Snapfire against Lash. It's a very, very highly contested lane. Both heroes are going to be spamming spells left and right, so people are going to be low. So Tiny is going to be happy to see that.
And a quick little avalanche to break the level 1 static link. Mickey still only level 2 here. He's going to start to really struggle, especially with now the lane equilibrium heavily favoring the side of Shopify. Saberlight having master control right now over the waves.
Yeah.
It's pretty easy for him.
RTZ is struggling. I mean, it's not surprising, you know, this hero is just not the best laner right now. He has opted to go for overpower and fairy swipe, so help him like in terms of last hitting creeps. But he can't also really pressure Darkseer. Darkseer is also like having a pretty decent time getting creeps.
I just dropping a heal onto Zai as well, very casually. He's gonna start to do some damage.
Ex-teammates, you know, this is my present for you. Take a heal.
Always remember the ex-teammates, right?
I will never forget every single one of my exes.
I'm sure your wife loves to hear that.
Don't worry, she's fast asleep.
Mid lane, we are going to get some rotations here mighty soon, I have to say, around the 6-minute mark. Careful though, Crit looking for a toss back, will now find it. Ooh, but good job by Insania, did not break the tether, so he's got plenty of sustain to keep himself alive to do that. Healing salve being forced out, but it's a Razor that's alive, which is going to continue laning and NCSing here.
Okay,
blood grenade thrown. Yeah, Insania will respond with one in kind. Ooh, the auto attack damage. The tree toss is just barely enough. Crit as well with the stick charges. Tosses back the ball. Saberlight ready to slam dunk onto Insania, but he gets a tether away. Nice moves out from Shopify Rebellion. That top lane is going swimmingly for them. Careful down bottom, though. RTZ could be in for a bit of hurt. They do have a level 1 vacuum at the ready to pull him back. They're going to decide to save it for now.
And that's the power of Enigma Tiny. The classic lane, you know. You pull the wave back, so the wave is always in the middle of the lane. I mean, that's what Tiny wants to play around. Whenever you're in the lane, there's always opportunities for you to set up a kill with your stun and your toss back.
Crit has done so much work in the top lane, right? I mean, there hasn't been an easy camp that spawned all game,
He's
I think.
really good at all these melee roaming heroes, you know. Whenever the patch is good on those Earth Spirit, Tiny, Nyx, Clockwork, position 4, like he always has a lot of good results on those kind of games.
Another courier kill as well for him as he's going to contest the 6-minute bounty spawn.
Right?
Number 3, yes, I believe so. He's got the ward down here. He's holding on to the control over there. He's going to deny the stack as well from Aiden. And now it's going to be the Arcane Rune which spawns top lane. Liquid with the ward, we'll see Abed bottle that one up. Not the biggest concern of theirs, but Nisha may be able to get, and should be able to get this kill onto Crit. Kiss is raining down though, a little bit of miscommunication here.
Okay.
I mean, but I don't think Abed's too upset. He activated the Arcane Rune, so he'll have another one in 80 seconds. Potentially a window though for Liquid to force a fight.
Yeah, I think mostly it's just to protect the Tiny. He doesn't want the Tiny to die, and like you said, he has an Arcane Rune, so he probably feels like he doesn't really lose a lot by doing that. And bot lane,
all down
RTZ.
bottom though. Yeah, the vacuum back. He needs help, and he's got Fly here, who is going to immediately actually focus onto the creep waves, allowing RTZ to get plenty of CS. There it is. He needs to. It's okay, you know. It's okay, RTZ. Don't worry. He's got those purifying flames, the edict as well to keep him topped up. 7-minute runes, Winter. No one making very aggressive moves here, not yet anyway.
One apiece. Like I said, that's what you want to see. You don't want to see the game snowballing out of control.
Yeah. Otherwise, Winter's going to start on his rant again.
Oh my god, why does Wisdom Rune grant double XP to the team that picks it up? It should only deny the XP from the opposing team.
It's too much. It makes my games unplayable.
I'm
Nisha.
level 4, 10 minutes in. What do you want me to do, Ice Bro?
He's gonna farm a big ol' stack though. As Insania, you know, it's always been one of the strengths of him, especially on Liquid back on the day when he was on Alliance. He just loves to stack, doesn't he? And he's going to be able to accelerate now the Nisha's game. I assume he's going to make his way now towards that Bloodstone quite shortly. Down bottom, Fly interrupted as he's trying to go through the Twin Gate. He's going to try and fight his way through this one. Decent damage now onto Zai, who still has that vacuum, as well as the Lotus, but they've dispelled him. Oh, and he couldn't get the vacuum up onto the high ground. Fly still will drop here as Boxy picking up the kill, but a nice toss. Tiny Airlines crit able to alley-oop Arteezy for another kill onto Boxy. Shopify Rebellion coming out strong from the lanes. And Saberlight, he has Black Hole. He might just go for it here. Indeed he is. Crit as well from the trees, rejoining the fight. Just now has Abatos at the ready. Mickey activating the Eye of the Storm, trying to fight through this one, but will be taken down.
Yeah, and that's a very, very early earn as well on the Enigma, so I'm happy to see it. Not going for greedy items, just trying to play for the team. And Tiny on crit. This guy has been doing amazing things for the first 8 minutes of the game so far. Everything is around the Tiny. Wherever he goes, there is death on the enemy
I
team.
hate to correct you, Winter, but he's been doing even better for about 9 minutes and 30 seconds. He started this game off with a D ward for his mid lane. He's been doing even better since before the Horn. My man has been making absolute moves here. Saberlight is completely free now in this top lane. He's got his Urna Shadows at the ready. Already, this Spear Vessel, and this is huge, right? Because this Vessel timing is crucial to shutting down this Wisp Lesh strat, isn't it?
They have to try to get Lotus, I guess. But Lesh doesn't want to get...
Is it?
Yeah, Liquid. Yeah, but Lesh doesn't want to get a Lotus. He wants his teammate, like the Darkseid, to get it. But it's too early for that. So they're going to have to deal with this very, very early Vessel from Saberlight. That could be very, very problematic, like you said, against the Eyelash. And Arteezy is here. He wants to participate.
He wants to party, and they're going to be able to find Mickey here, I reckon? No, he's going to actually get out of here just in time. It was a close one. Crit is giving chase, though. This is pretty deep. He's also inside the Mighty Mines. Gonna give it a go, though. We'll see if he can find the toss-back target. Mickey now completely isolated. Hit with the Urn of Shadows. Does at least drop the Midnight Pulse, but it will not stop Shopify Rebellion from diving a Tier 2 tower, which they still don't have the Tier 1 tower, and they're able to secure that kill. No TPs in response.
I mean, Crit is just showing a tiny masterclass right now. What you should be doing in the early game and how are you supposed to rotate among the lanes. So far, so good. And the good news for Liquid is Nisha has been untouched, so he's still farming very, very well. He has a regen rune in the bottle. So plenty of mana to use to clear stacks, and Fly is going to be in trouble here.
Yeah, we'll see if they force maybe the False Promise. I suspect he's going to try and not force it on himself. Plenty of heals, as they of course do lack the physical or pure damage at this early stage of the game. But Insania, I mean, he's found a lot of farm as well. He actually almost, well, still needs the recipe for the mech, but he's getting there towards his mech. And they've actually used Relocate to farm effectively, So it's been quite the period. Arteezy, he killed the enemy Kobold and dug up a friendly Kobold. What a time to be alive for him. Give him that money. Smoke Yank now coming his way, courtesy of Shopify Rebellion. This one might be pretty good. His eyes, we'll see. He is currently backing away. We'll see how he positions himself here. That's going to be crucial. If Crit continues to find these kills, this game is going to become very quickly difficult. Even more difficult for the side of Liquid. Oh, the vault.
Oh, he couldn't get dispel the end. For the Rod of Atos.
Or the Fortune's End. Rod of Atos is already done, huh?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, and right now, Shopify Rebellion is just occupying the Ancients area, so making sure the Lash that cannot have access in the area, so they are forcing Lash to go towards the jungle, the left side. Not so much gold.
On the ward, though, and Fly's ward may have been scouted as well by this Liquid ward. Really like Insania's warding so far this game. Might be able to prevent a death here. We shall see. Ox is going on a little bit of an interesting trip here, just to catch the Watcher, huh? Okay. Gonna TP out. Saberlight has no reason to believe he's up here, so
he found Nisha.
Chill. Now, there's the Rod of Atos, crit at the ready with the toss on
he does not want to be tossed there.
Insania. Oh no, he already relocated. He doesn't have to relocate at the ready. He's just used it, trying to pull Nisha out of the fight. He'll be A-okay for now. Zai has wall reptiles. Back wall will connect onto two. Black hold up from Saberlight. He immediately turns, but the relocate out perfectly timed from Insania. Boxy alive on a sliver of HP before Abed will finish him off with one last auto attack. The heal to make that the false promise indeed on the Saberlight keeps him alive. As Liquid, they have lost only Zai, only Boxy. Insania trying to keep Nisha topped up, but it's Shopify Rebellion who will be able to claim victory here over this tier 1 fight. Not sure about the tower though.
I mean, it's still 2 kills for them. They got the Ducks here. Like, even though they didn't kill the tower, but it was still a pretty good outing for RTZ, especially, you know, coming to the fights early. Being a part of the kills and the XP. I think Shopify is playing amazing so far, you know, the first 30 minutes of the game. All the early rotations by Crit, by Abed, everything has been on point.
Always been their biggest strength, right? The laning stage and their prowess in the laning stage here.
Yep.
Especially in the NA region. I mean, this is not a team you want to lose lanes against. And Shopify, you know, they didn't really win that top lane at all. Bot lane as well, more or less of a draw. But as a Darkseer, that's never really where you want to be. Nisha and Aiden, or sorry, Nisha and Insania are going to have to make a lot of work here. They're going to have to get they got a lot of work to do, basically. They have their work cut out for them.
I mean, that's normally the case when you draft IO Lash as your opening 2 picks. Lash is just going to soak up a big portion of your map, so naturally you have to repay your team, you know. You have to pay them the compounding interest that they deserve, you know, after you mopped up everything on the map.
That's right. Tease is about to start mopping up things on the map as well. He's finally, he has enough gold for that cornucopia. Courier being fetched to the secret shop to finish off his Battle Fury now.
What did Saberlight buy? Oh, he bought a Blink. Okay.
Wow, Blink and Vessel already at 14 minutes. He is farmed. He is very farmed here. Abed as well. He's got a bottled haste rune. I think Shopify Rebellion, they're going to make to look some money moves now. Maybe even ruin Nisha's day here a bit. Rod of Atos will find him. Aiden already getting ready on the relocate. It's just back to the tier 2 tower. Nothing to cancel it there.
He tried to blink in. Saberlight was close. He was close to cancelling it.
So difficult though.
At least they force it out. It's a pretty decent cooldown use.
That's that ward paying off that Aiden puts down earlier, right? Fly's going to miss it on the D ward and sees that one coming. Nice map awareness there and rotations to keep him safe and sound. We're going to start to see Arteezy slowly start to eclipse everyone, though, in terms of farm. This Battle Fury, it's a big farm accelerator for him. And the way that Shopify are currently playing, they've been doing a great job of making a lot of space, but Boxy might put an end to this. He's going to look for the Wisdom Rune. It's not there. Doesn't have any allies here top, so it's going to not be able to make use of this lasso. Never mind. This game is hard right now for Liquid. What moves do they have to make right now?
They don't have a blink on Bear either. It's tough, man. They need to farm the Bear either, his blink, but he has no space to farm. Darkseer is taking a lot of map, Lash is taking the farm, Razor is taking the farm. I mean, it's just the nature of the lineup. It's not enough for everybody.
Bit of lag. The classic thing where they both pause, but one of them also pauses immediately. Pro players, man, they're so good at pausing as soon as there's a bit of lag. 2 of them even pause at the same time, causing the unpause. Be good to go here soon, as soon as Liquid at least is relieved of any of their pressure. Bit of map drawings. That's yellow, right? So that's Fly with a couple of drawings there. What does that drawing say to you there? Are they thinking about Roche already?
No, he's telling somebody to push mid out, which is the Snapfire. Snapfire has push of travel. But Liquid is definitely decently strong right now. They have the Pipe and Magdon on the Darkseer and Io respectively, so the Lash definitely feels like he's strong. And the next thing they need is a Dispel for the Vessel.
It was the call to go, Roche Winter. You lied. Not going to be able to get that Flame Break to delay things, but Liquid are in really no position here. Even with the Bloodstone completed, like you're saying, until we get that Dispel, Lotus Orb being built now by Zai, things are going to be mighty difficult here when it comes to trying contesting and fighting into the Shopify roster. He does need to, let the Eidolons tank. Fly even jumps in there to tank a little bit more. finally disarming that Roche, and it's going to be first Aegis now for Abed.
Liquid, they're still posturing heroes across the map, speed farming, and they're gonna have to hope that the game allows them to do this for the next couple of minutes more. They're gonna need time to get, like you said, the Lotus on Zai. That's gonna be a very, very crucial item. And meanwhile, Shopify Rebellion smoke up. They don't want the split push to keep going on.
Well, they might find Mickey. Crit with the Blink Dagger, immediately jumping on a perfect placement as well on that toss back. There's going to be plenty of damage for him to boot. Abed claiming that kill, I believe, with the Scatter Blast, but everyone helping out there. Midnight Pulse, Vessel applied, clean kill from Shopify.
Yep, this is going to allow them to keep putting pressure on the map. They have pretty good wards on both the top and bottom area. Then one in front of the tier 2 tower at top, and one just outside the tier 1 tower. So it's gonna give them excellent information about where Liquid is trying to hide. You know, these rats, where are they going? We need to hunt them down.
It's true. They're fleeing across the lines, you know, off the boat into port, finding farm where they can. Paint a little picture for you there, you know.
Yeah, I like that picture. You know, that's how rats travel across the globe.
True. It's true. You know what Shopify needs to do? That there's these little inventions where they put like spikes on the ropes to make sure that when you tie up in port, they can't be stopped. Speaking of ropes, how about a lasso? Haven't seen one this game and won't for the next 30 seconds as Boxy is finished off by Abed.
Wait, you're right. When was the last lasso?
Never. Never. The last lasso was never. Haven't seen a lasso. We've seen one wall of replica, which, you know, fair enough. I think we've maybe seen like 2 static links all game as well from Mickey. It's just, I mean, it's not been a game where Liquid have had any aggressive moves to make. And credit to them, right? They realize this. They're split all around the map. They're finding farm where they can. I think Insania has just been tied to the hip with Nisha. I don't think he's broken this tether for the past 10 minutes. He's just been attached. Oh, I mean, now he breaks the tether, of course, but you get what I mean.
Brothers in arms for the whole game.
Arming him up, giving the little gas station. Would you call it Wisp the gas station, or what would you call him here?
It's kind of the gas station and the bench. I don't know.
Bench.
The safe. Relocate is like a better version of the swap.
It was maybe like a little pit stop then. You know, very mobile.
But you change your tires.
Change your tires, refill your gas tank a little bit. Not fully, right? Because it's got to be fast, and then back in you go. See that?
And right now, Saberlight is deciding that he's going to be greedy. He's gonna go for the BKB. So blink BKB.
I thought it was gonna be a Midas. Okay, that's fine. I think that's fine. Is anyone going for aura items though on the side of Shopify? Doesn't seem like it. Yeah.
And they have a Tiny. Tiny doesn't want to buy aura items.
Tiny does not want to buy the aura items. Do they need aura items? I mean, obviously against the Lesh, I believe the answer is yes. But do you think this can come back and bite them in the butt, Winter?
I mean, if they are winning this much right now, you get to a timing where you have triple BKBs on your cost. So then the auras doesn't really matter, you know, because then you can survive the magic damage by popping all 3 BKBs, and you black hole the Lash and the IO, and the Ursa's just gonna kill everybody.
It's true. TZ's got Fly back here for support, emotional and false promise otherwise. As I think they did the first Tormentor already. Yeah, Crit got the first Tormentor. You were probably hoping for this one on Oracle now, actually. Since they've moved Reign of Destiny to the Shard, I think it breathed a lot more life into this hero. I think Oracle's a lot better than, you know, his pick rate would otherwise suggest. I don't think he's, like, that top tier, but especially considering that Darkseer, you can kind of just first pick him, and there are teams that do just first pick him. I think he's better than, you know, again, his pick rate suggests, and his Shard change is big for me.
Yeah, double Wisdom Rune for Shopify. I mean, the 21-minute one isn't as game impact, like the 7 and the 14 one. Like the 21-minute one isn't that bad, you know, because the supports already have enough levels to move around and do their job. And right now, Liquid, they have BKB done on Mickey. But can they fight with it? Okay, so they also have Dagger on Boxy right now. So
That's
probably
big.
probably time to look for some smoke plays.
And I think safe to say, right? You're looking for Fly with that initial disable, or maybe Arteezy if you think he's far away from his team. But considering that Fly is basically cosplaying a Wisp right now, I don't think that's a safe bet.
He has a blink soon, so once he gets a blink, it'll be quite hard to target him. I really like the blink on the Oracle. Like when you're playing against Bear Rider, so you have to stand so far back,
Oh,
and
I see. Okay.
it becomes like a game of cat and mouse, you know, between the Bear Rider and the Oracle.
No, I like that line of logic there. And I also like that Wisp is the one to receive the shard. Does help out this lineup a little bit more, that spell lifesteal that you now give on the tether. Just super good. Super good.
I mean, can you believe it? I left is 0-0-0 22 minutes in.
I mean, and he's had Bloodstone for a while, so long now that Winter he's got a full Yules, and one component away now from BKB. He's another 1500, and he's there.
Yeah, I mean,
Aegis has been reclaimed. The
it
time
just shows you how well Shopify had played the first 20 minutes. You know, the Lash has no openings to go on.
It's a very good point. I mean, it is 10-1. Arteezy's about to finish up his own Nullifier, by the way. That is a big item here in this game, especially against the Darkseer. Against you're right. I mean, against I was just gonna say Darkseer, but yeah, I mean, you can surge up anyone. The Ion Shell buffs. What else do you remove?
Yules, the Yules from the Lash.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pull him back down. You can actually look for a kill onto him.
Come back down, you disco pony. Enough of dancing in the air. You face me right now.
Face the consequences. Pretty good wards as well out from the side of Liquid, especially considering how well this game is going. This is a dangerous moment, though, because if Shopify are able to make this smoke play out and sit on the enemy side of the map, those two wards that Liquid have placed down just now aren't going to feel too great. See how they can go, though. Good defensive wards from Liquid. They are going to see that ward get placed down, so Crit's just going to break the smoke. Takes him a year to take down the Sentry ward. There's the Observer. He'll get it done.
Why are they not finishing the BKB? He's so close to the BKB. I'm quite worried about this smoke, you know. I'm always nervous whenever I see a team, they do a smoke, and you click on their Enigma or whatever initiating hero, and he's about to buy BKB, but he hasn't had it yet, and they're making a smoke. They're like, oh no, disaster is about to happen. I've seen this movie way too many times.
I guess it could be they're afraid of letting Liquid farm too much. Is there a timing upcoming here on this, I guess, Razor maybe, on this Lesh, where, you know, eventually they're going to have this big opening? Maybe they want to fight before Lesh gets his own BKB?
Yeah, but at the same time, BKB Black Hole, there is only one way to cancel it, which is the Lasso. Not very reliable against the BKB Black Hole.
Yeah, all right. That's a good point. But you have Fly now, right? With the Blink Dagger. Level 2 falls from us already. That's a big deal. That cooldown reduction is massive. Not to mention that cast range. Getting levels on Oracle, you know, get your level 6, and then let him get a little bit of experience, because it really does make a difference later on in the game. Easy did show mid just now. That might give Liquid a bit of confidence now. They will smoke up. TZ is going to pass underneath yet another Liquid ward on the way over to his team. Liquid with very good intel right now. Lines being drawn on the map as RTZ will now rendezvous with the rest of the squad. Liquid seem hesitant to chase into the fog of war. They'll have no choice, as you say. Roche is up. They have to make a move. Oxy with Blink Dagger. Mickey with SNY as well as that BKB. Nisha as well with his BKB. Darkseer with a Blink. Big items, and the Lotus, All right, but the fight's breaking out already. The Yule Scepter used aggressively onto Arteezy. Mickey as well, kicking off the fight. Where's Fly with the save? In he goes now. The False Promise is good, but Mickey, into the black hole. Saberlight, nothing's here to cancel because he has the BKB active, but the reload out saves Mickey for now. Fly being focused down by Zai and Nisha, as Saberlight no longer under the cover of the BKB will fall. Boxy is falling low, but really nice Lotus Orb will save him in the nick of time from the Kisses residual damage. Ursa being tossed around the fight. Arteezy is still full HP. Now finally being focused down here. Has the Nullifier, has Blink Dagger, but not going to be able to find a single kill. Liquid, they're tap dancing all around Shopify Rebellion. They're just about to quadruple their kills, and that's the gem. An ultra kill for Nisha. And the game swinging wide open here for the side of Team Liquid.
And Liquid is like silent tiger, hiding in the corner, waiting for the right time to strike. And they chose their moment, and they got a huge reward from it. A gem and a 5k gold swing at least.
And a Roche, probably.
Yeah. I mean, this is as good as it gets for Liquid right now. I mean, Saberlight just a little too impatient there with his BKB
with the black hole. I didn't really see where that Ursa was as well. After he got that false promise, I think he backed up. It just kind of broke down from there. The initiator's already gone in. Your Snapfire has a Daedalus already here for Abed, but it's just simply, without the 20 talent, not really doing enough.
Yeah, if Archeezy and Saberlight, they were on the same page, he blinked in and he black hole, Ursa kept going and then just stand his ground and fight. Maybe the fight could have been different. But at the end of the day, it was a pretty risky black hole there by Saberlight, and it did not pay off for them. And right now, they're gonna have to deal with a Lash with Aegis. I mean, it's still a BKB black hole, which can only be stopped by a lasso. So, I mean, Shopify by no means are out of this game. They're still with a lot of opportunities to win. It's all about finding the right ones and taking them.
Not even sure, to be honest, without cast range increases, if Batrider can catch an Enigma.
It depends on where the black hole is placed, right? Because if it's in front of him, you can always blink behind the Enigma
That's
and
true,
get him.
yeah, that's true.
The only way
tight,
the only way I see it being hard is if somehow the Enigma is so near the black hole because he casts it just right next
if he
to
casts it on
himself.
himself. Yeah, and it's going to be pretty hard once he gets his Lincolns online. That is Saberlight's next item already. Pretty good item, not only for himself to be basically invulnerable in these black holes, but also, as we've just seen, Arteezy could use a little bit more of some defensive items.
The Giga Chat play will be just to get Refresher and ignore the Lincolns.
I mean, we all know Saberlight is a Giga Chad, but maybe he's going to decide to continue on the Lincolns instead, because I do think that's quite the item from this game. Fight breaking out as Mickey get jumped. Shopify really unable to nuke him in time as the stun is there for crit. The double up as well onto the vacuum just to secure the kill. Well worth it. That's 700 gold for the side of Liquid just with a tiny. Reload back.
Nisha's running in, galloping in. Nobody can stop this Disco Pony right now.
Have we already gotten to this stage of the game where Shopify have lost control? I mean, they've played such a flawless 24 minutes. Can it be that it's just all for what? All for nothing? All this easily? This quickly?
That's a BKB black hole still. There is hope. There is still hope for NA Dota. This black hole
out as well.
This black hole is going to shape the fate of
NA
Dota.
But there's a jump as well. Fly immediately blinking in, saving the life of Abed. He's being controlled. Picky back up to the high ground, but Mickey already sapped 92 damage away. BKB and False Promise forced out of Team Liquid, but they got a little bit out from Liquid. Out from Shopify, I meant, but they also got a little bit out from Liquid. That's the BKB second usage, I believe, out from Mickey. These fights, Winter, do they get much easier as these BKB durations wear down? Or do you suspect that Shopify will still have the same issues regardless of BKB duration? Not really something we talk about too much.
It'll definitely help. The Tiny doesn't like to play against BKBs, right? So if your BKB is low, the Tiny is going to be able to get more toss back, displacement, catch heroes off, and give his team a lot of breathing room in the team fights. And the longer the game goes, I would definitely favor the Shopify lineup with the black hole.
Really, especially with like the early blink black BKB.
Yeah. I mean, unless the Razor somehow decides I'm getting Abyssal Blade.
Not that crazy. He picks up a Defiant Shell or something like that. Hell, maybe Insania will pop to get one this game. I don't know if we'll quite have the funds for that. We'll see. I'll bet as well. I mean, I think Shopify's next big moment is going to come on this Arteezy BKB, which he's just finished now, by the way. It's in his stash. And the Abed level 20. He's had this Daedalus already. Maybe even like an item earlier than I'm used to seeing on these Snapfires, although his farm is very good. It's hard to say.
Yeah, normally you have either... I guess you have Manta.
Yeah, that's true.
He has to TP back to defend the base right now.
And he's so close to 19. Really, level 20 is what he needs. Boxy already looking for the jump in. Has the blink, has the force staff, and the gem of true sight as the kisses. Level 3 kisses will be utilized to force Liquid back. Well, there's not too much of an impact there from Shopify.
And the game
hand was forced.
The game is gonna be on a knife's edge right now. Like still anyone's game. I think for Shopify they've just acquired the BKB and Ursa.
Yep.
They just need to be patient, wait out the Aegis, give Saberlight enough time to decide when to jump in. Do not rush him. I think this is something that we don't talk about a lot. You know, you don't want to rush the person playing the initiating hero, especially an Enigma. You want him to play the team fight with his own pace.
How the hell did I guess Arteezy got the shard there? What?
Huh?
How did Arteezy get the? He really got the Tormentor shard?
Everybody had shard?
No, only Enigma and Tiny did. So it should have been between Oracle and Snapfire. What? How did he get the shard? I guess maybe he was just barely more poor than Abed. Okay, fair enough. That's probably what happened. He was probably just a little bit more poor than Abed, and then he got the shard, so his net worth shot up. Fair enough. You almost got me on that one, Mr. Frog, but that's an amazing get for him, isn't it? This second
shard
it used to be second
of
Roche.
Destiny. Oracle needs it. Why do you do this to the support player?
It's. I mean, look. Normally, I would be completely in agreement with you, my friend, but Arteezy, he needs this shard. He needs it.
Does he need the shard, or does he need the shard?
I think he needs it. I think this hero still definitely needs this item. Liquid will be able to at least pick up the enemy observer ward, but going to be unsuccessful on this initial attempt. Maybe they still find Saberlight? No, they're not going to chase that far.
Did he change his mind? Is he still going Lincolns? Oh, he changed his mind. He's going Lotus. Why? Just buy Refresher and carry the game. You see, he's scared, you know. Some of the games, I feel like he has like a bad experience. He tries to carry, and then Arteezy is like, no, you need to make space for me. And now, when the opportunity presents itself to Saberlight, he has to be the Giga Chat and carry the game. He's thinking about it twice. Oh no, I don't want Arteezy to be mad at me. I am buying a Lotus for him.
Well, they're so close to Abed. Okay, he finally has level 20 as well. So be on the lookout for that little shredder now. That's a big power spike here for the side of Shopify. BKB now in hand for the Ursa Warrior.
Nisha, where's Io? Where's your brother?
I'm sure they'll reload in to save him. Shopify, they're off the map for a while. Bot lane's about to start shoving in, so it's about to be plainly obvious that Shopify are out on the map. They still actually might end up finding someone. Ooh, the ward set down. Crit kicking this one off. Arteezy immediately out of Mickey, and wow, Saberlight wasting 0 time. BKB and the black hole. They wanted him dead. If this is a fast Roche, though, Winter, that might be the right move. That might be the right move.
I feel like he was dead regardless, yeah. Whether he used the black hole or not. Maybe just better safe than sorry. It's gonna be a long game anyway, so I think overall in the grand scheme of things, it's fine. Roshan is going to be up in 30 seconds, so you are not going to have a black hole.
Well, maybe it's up in 30 seconds. That's the problem.
Yeah, maybe.
Right?
All right, maybe.
It's
Sorry.
not a guaranteed spawn. I mean, it'll be top. Shopify, they might look to push one more tower there, but Saberlight, he's been pretty trigger happy on the black holes, hasn't he?
I think he should not be that trigger happy. He needs to target. I feel like the Lash especially. His black hole is going to be the game-defining spell in this particular series.
It's a fast Roche and Liquid. They're in position to take it already.
Where's the Roche?
He's top. It's nighttime. He's top. And look where Liquid are. And look at where Shopify are. And then look at Liquid again. And then look at Shopify.
There is no black hole, so they can't contest.
They can't. They're just holding a ward. Now they're going to make a go at it. I mean, maybe if they can catch Mickey. No, but he just TPs to the outpost. And Roche is just dying the entire time. This is a refresher shard.
Who gets the refresher shot? Razor?
Probably Razor, right?
Or double wall. Darkseer.
I still think you give it to Razor, personally.
Double BKB on Razor is
yeah,
so imba.
Yeah, I mean, it's still that good, right?
Shopify's like, what the hell happened? They
don't know what to do.
They stole it under our noses.
How could they? They made him black hole. Now, Shopify, I mean, they're just Their only play is just to hold a ward and hope that they find someone here. Top lane is shoving in, mid lane is shoving in. Liquid not giving them the light of day.
Dire's middle tower
I
is
mean,
under attack.
meanwhile, Shopify is making camp in the jungle here. 5 heroes just waiting, trying to fish for a salmon jumping out the river here.
Like a bear, like the Ursa warrior in spring. Trying to get big enough before the winter hibernation, which is technically what you do in fall. That's fine. Shopify, I mean, it's not going to work. Liquid, they're not giving them any chances. Black Hole is ready again, though. So Shopify, they don't need to necessarily take a fight, you know, camping out like this. They seem really comfortable camping. They're going to move back from ward to ward. They're like little campfires in the wild. But there's the jump on in. Toss on back. Oh, perfect jump and initiation. But the disarm here, the Heaven's Halberd finally dispelled. Able to get off the wall, but shouldn't really change the outcome of this fight. I think without buyback, Liquid are not going to force things here. They still have this Aegis for another 4 minutes.
Black Hole is ready right now, and Saberlight is queuing the refresher. Finally. I think late game, you get a refresher on Enigma. Enigma is just going to be able to win every single fight on his own.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets there, right? Still needs a bit more for those cornucopias. As Liquid, they have scanned Shopify's camping grounds.
This is
a park
where-
ranger to get him out.
This is where they are hunting the salmon.
That's where they're hunting. Liquid are gonna come in. Oi, mate, you got a license for this camp?
Yeah, we are allowed to fish 10 salmon a week.
Have their fishing license ready to go. Have that ready for presentation.
10
because
king salmon, 10 king Norwegian salmon.
I think Arteezy wants more than just 10 a week. How many CS does he have to
You
take
are
it a peek?
only allowed 10 a week, RPC. I'm so sorry.
He got 375 CS. He's eaten way more than 10 salmon, but Liquid, they're smoked up. It's time for the examination of the campsite here, and Fly, he actually got caught by the Stormcrafter of all things. That's what canceled his Blink Dagger, so he's going to end up Stormcrafter canceling the Blink. That's incredible. Small opening from Liquid, but they will be able to evict the squatters that were Shopify Rebellion. You know what it was? You know, Arteezy just really loves those cliffs. Made the rest of Shopify camp around him.
The man has some date, you know, on the cliff I think once every season it happens to him.
It's the destiny, you know. Some would say, you know, Fly, he gets no reign of destiny, but Arteezy's destiny is worse. We'll see if they... Where's the buyback here? I suspect that Shopify, they're going to try and be patient, especially with kisses at their disposal. Trying to nuke the wave. They do have the... the toss back! It's really damn good as well. The stuns, they're just going to blow right through Nisha. That is Aegis. Crit as well with a beautiful avalanche to prevent the counter initiation. Black Hole is at the ready. Reload, preemptively used just to make sure he gets out safe and sound. They're setting up. They see that portal from the companion cube. And Insania is probably going to be in for a bit of a rough time. We'll see what Liquid have planned now on the counter initiation. It's a simple little tether away. But Shopify, one toss back from Crit. He's still making the plays. They have repelled Liquid from the high ground.
Temporarily. They're going to smoke out. Let's see.
Smoke up. And Nisha's just disconnected from the rest of the team.
Saberlight is going to have to show his midnight
in
pulse.
good position here. They seized the Tiny on the ward as well. Nikke thinking about making the jump on in,
Zai?
but they found
He's in
Zai
trouble.
yet again in the river. The stuns. No, he gets off the cheese in the nick of time, but Arteezy saves. There's the Black Hole. He's on the 2. It's a thing of beauty as well. Nikke, he's going down to Arteezy, but he doesn't really have enough damage that fast enough. The Hex is going to be now reflected at the very least. A secondary one as well, thanks to, I believe, the Refresher Shard, and that's our Tor down. Liquid now continuing to run over this fight as Fly is going to be ran down and finished off by the auto attacks. 2 buybacks? No, just the 1 buyback. I can't believe Zai made it out of that one alive. Shopify Rebellion, now they're going to have to buy back here, at least on the Ursa. This is a game-ending threat.
There is no Black Hole. Where is your refresher?
I believe it was Insania who had tethered Zai who committed the cheese.
Yeah, that was a cheese. That's 2 cheeses just now.
They had 2 cheeses. Right, now they're going to go bottom. Shopify used to have 2 lanes with barracks. Now they're going to have only 1.
Yeah.
As the Fortify does come out. Abed doing what he can, but not yet really at that level 25. They did find Crit. It's a huge jump. He does have buyback, though. Vacuum did whiff from Zai. 25-second opening here, but Saberlight does not have enough money. He just fought back, not anywhere close to the Refresher Orb anymore, Winter. Liquid. See how much more they want to push here. Maybe for the Megas? Maybe for the game? What's the call here? The call seems to be for the throne. There is no Fortify anymore from the side of Shopify. McKay, a little bit left, a lot of it left actually on this Eye of the Storm, and Nisha as well with the Diabolic Edict, really getting to work. 5 seconds left now until RTZ respawns, but he's going to come back without any tier 4 towers by the looks of things. This is now coming out as there's going to be the buyback out from Crit. Saberlight trying to stop whoever you can find, but it's only going to be on to Mickey, who's immediately going to look to turn. RTZ finding an opening, the bash, but he's disarmed. BKB now is going to go on through, but he's actually hit by the Lasso. Fly not in position to save him, finally able to hit him with that Dispel as Zai, deep behind enemy lines, drops the wall. That'll slow RTZ to a crawl, but it's Nisha and Mickey forcing Shopify back into the fountain. For now, Shopify, everyone alive. The buyback out from Crit, and they're immediately back onto the Ancient. That's now the dieback of Crit. Nisha lifted by the Yule Scepter as Mickey kiting around Arteezy. Zai looking to shut down this game. And Shopify Rebellion throwing whatever they have left. But the Ancient, it's going down. Liquid, they're going to be able to take game number 1 at this rate. Shopify doing whatever they can. That's all the buybacks left in the tank, with the throne undefended will fall. Liquid will take game number 1 over Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, what a game, you know. Like, Shopify played a flawless first 20 minutes, but Liquid played a flawless 21 to minute 4. So it's not how you start, but it's how you finish.
It'd be like that in Dota, huh? I mean, the first 28 minutes, it's just gonna be a Crit highlight reel, isn't it? He did everything perfectly here.
I really, after the start, you definitely deserve to win the game. But that's just how Dota is, you know. Sometimes you just have to suck it up and just, even though you did what you could, you had a perfect start, you still can't win the game. You just have to accept it. I mean, it just came down, like, I feel like it came down to like the black hole, like a couple of black holes miss, and his itemization. You know, I feel like just needed to rush the refresher instead of getting the Lotus Orb.
You needed to be greedy. You called it greedy, though. Oh, sorry, for Zai, is it? Wait, who? What, Lotus Orb on who? Sorry.
Oh, the Lotus Orb on Enigma. I think he should just get a refresher right away.
He didn't go for the Lotus Orb, though. He went for the BKB.
Yeah, BKB, Blink, and Lotus. He had Lotus on Enigma.
We did, pardon me. My Dota was glitched. Yeah, I mean, yeah, fair enough, actually, on that point.
I mean, these are all these are the first fights. This is the first time I think Liquid won a fight. The Black Hole wasn't too good. He was impatient, and they lost the fight. But 3 heroes died, and this is when Liquid started to actually recuperate and come back into the game. And they also lost a gem, you know, in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, losing the gem is just the cherry on top of the perhaps Sunday, so to speak. Decent Black Hole here and a good fight overall for the side of Shopify, but you know, unable to really convert this into like the late game that they really needed. The buybacks come through, and Liquid, you know, forced them basically to capitulate after this one, after they threatened for the game and just outfight Shopify.
Yeah, I think
without the Black Hole, you know, the Tiny, he was great for the first 30 minutes of the game, but without the Black Holes being on point, or having 2 of them at least, there just wasn't enough AoE. It felt like this Razor, this lack of damage, lack of control. I think the Ursa could have pumped out the damage. He had the Oracle to back him up, but it was just these heroes were running around uncontrolled in the fights constantly.
Yeah, I mean, just a very typical problem with Shopify. You know, they're just so good in the early game, so damn good. You know, everything they're doing in the early game is just perfect. You know, you can't even find a fault if you try to look at the replay 10 times, so there's nothing wrong in the first 20 minutes, you know. But minute 21, the clock passes the middle point, and that's where everything starts to roll back, you know. All the good work in the early game starts to get undone, you know. Saberlight is sweating, you know. Oh no, I need to make space for Arturo. I need to go Black Hole. Then he misses a Black Hole. He's impatient. Things fall apart. And then
they
he's
can't
scared.
contest the Roche,
And then he's like, oh no, I have to buy a Lotus Orb. I need to protect RTZ. But in actual fact, he just needs to be the Giga Chat, buy the refresher, and carry the game.
There it is. That's the coach talk that Winter would give here if he was the coach of Shopify Rebellion. We'll see what Bulba has in mind for the boys. as Shopify will be beaten back in game one after a phenomenal opening. But Liquid, like you said, they play the better 28 last minutes, and it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish in the game of Dota 2. We're going to see now how teams get off to a start in game 2 of our best of 2 group stage series. Stick around, Seek and Strike and Winter on the call with you guys. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back after a short break for game number 2.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Welcome back, everyone. Riyadh Masters 2023 group stage resumes now as we are about to wrap our second day of the aforementioned group stage. I'm Seeking Strike, and joining me is Winter. Winter, I believe we have one more full day of group stage together, don't we, right? Yeah, we've got one more full day, so still a number of games to be played. But after this loss, Shopify Rebellion, I don't want to say shaking in their boots, considering it is Team Liquid, but they got to start finding some wins here. It's not looking so amazing for them right now.
A lot of fundamental problems, when it comes to the mid game. They seem to not know what they need to do as a unit, how they're supposed to play the map, who is supposed to farm. They look confused, like a bunch of lost kids in the woods. They run into the house with the candy, like Hansel and Gretel.
Right. Not a
And
lot of
they
moves to be made
should-
at that
can
point.
can we eat this house? And they get tricked. They walk into the house because the granny invited them in, and then there you go. Game's over.
Game's over just like that. Yeah, I mean, not sure. I believe the scorecard I had wasn't fully up to date, but it seems like their standing is a little bit better than I had initially given them credit for. But still, I think a team of this caliber is going to be looking for another win here as they progress into game number 2. They've yet to actually find a 2-0 decisive win against Liquid now after losing game 1. Of course, that'll be impossible. They were 2-0'd by BB Team. And the rest of their opponents, Asters, Secret, and Talon Esports, no real lightweights in there either, right? So I wouldn't say there's any free wins here. And if you're going to go the execration method of never winning any games in your best of 2 group stage, well, it didn't really work out for them all year long. Didn't work out for them in
firing
play-ins.
shots at SEA.
Come on, I mean, I'm doing it to get Shopify motivated. They gotta light it up now. It's gotta start working.
Yeah, can you motivate Abed's Snapfire?
He got close.
it's-
I mean, he was
it's
motivating to
banned.
me.
It's banned. You don't need to do it anymore. Okay, they banned Rubik, they banned Snapfire. Time for Saber Light to play some Enigma again. I just feel like he's scared, like some games he's going to Giga Chat, and then Easy can't have enough space to farm. And some games he's playing too much for the team. The last game he had an identity crisis after buying Blink, BKB, and obviously he started the game out with a Vessel. All he needed to do after that is just understand that the only way they win a team fight and secure the game is with the Black Hole. So he just needs to get refresher so he can fill one time.
Do you think Shopify and I guess more specifically Saberlight will have similar issues, that identity crisis as you call it, on a hero like the Timbersaw, considering that he kind of just has the one build he usually goes for?
Timber is pretty difficult. You only
Explain,
can
elaborate.
play. You only can play the hero. I mean, you can play the hero different ways. Obviously, you can fight some games, but overall, to abuse the hero, I think you need to be able to play him like a core, like a carry. So you buy Sage Kaya. You start with a Vanguard first, and then you go Sage Kaya. Then after that, you can go Octarine Core. You go for all the builds that allow you to do damage in the fights. But I do feel like after the nerfs to Timber, some of the games, I think that you should buy the pipe if your team needs you to buy it.
Yeah, I mean we've seen a number of Timbers quite reluctant to do that though, right? So that's why you do bring that up. It seems like it's never been.
Why
super
do you
fair.
want to do it when you can be the boss in the game? That's what they always feel. I'm owning.
so.
I'm having a good lane. I'm a universal hero. Which universal hero wants to buy pipe? None of them. They only buy pipe because the coach is yelling at them. Can you please buy a pipe, please? For God's sake, buy a pipe, please. Can you buy it?
Well, we'll see if that'll end up being what Bulba says immediately following the draft. For now, Shopify revealing 2 cores here, and it's extremely likely that's the Arteezy hero, of course, on the carry Naga. So 4 and 8 on 2 cores. Winter, how are you feeling about that? And what do you think Liquid have to respond with?
Partner, pick partner, lion, counter the Naga. Those are
The
the
illusion counter. You're looking for... but I guess you can't really go with a primal anymore, can you?
I guess you still
Mid,
can because you
maybe?
put primal mid. Yeah, you can still pick primal. Primal is I feel the hero is busted. The hero is actually so strong.
Right.
Like the fact that you can pulverize a BKB hero, that's too much. That is too much.
Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah, I mean that could prove to be troublesome here. We'll see what they consider in the bans. First, the Darkseer just has to go, right? Zai played a pretty decent game, but it's more about the threat that it now has against when you do play the Naga Siren. Fortunately, Grimstroke is like unpickable these days. I think they really messed with
Please
his
don't
ultimate.
remind me of that hero. That hero is gone.
real bad,
He's
bad.
gone from the game. His laning phase is non-existent. He's too slow. he is
5
useless.
seconds remaining.
He's not very good. No, I mean I'm gonna be forced to agree with you there, and the stats support you.
He's one of the 18 heroes uncontested so far, right?
I believe we're
Six.
not. I believe we're not quite at 18. Let me go ahead and hit this with a refresh real quick. 18 heroes, actually, you are correct, and he is certainly one of them. No other hero really surprised me. I guess the Witch Doctor is a little bit surprising. The
Why?
AA, no one's
Why?
Do
Do you want to see some core Witch Doctor?
No, I want to see Witch Doctor back in the support, but I think his problem is his cast ranges just feel awful once you leave the laning stage, and that's all we need to say about it. Omni Knight carry as well, we haven't yet seen at this event, Winter.
Omni Knight carry?
Yeah, just, taking a free shot while I can. We won't see the Bloodseeker either here for the side of Shopify, as that's going to be another hero they yet go to remove. And the Legion Commander, who can excel in lane against Naga, especially when Naga really wants to go for the, mirror image build, as most Nagas do, so they can actually farm. Legion does kind of shut that down pretty easily. So heads up bans here from Shopify, but bans all focused at really protecting the Naga Siren, aren't they?
Yeah, they're banning the cores, so the supports are available. The Pugna, the Lion, those are very, very juicy heroes right now. I think because you have a Bat Rider, I think maybe it's better to have a Lion and Bat Rider duo rather than a Pugna Bat Rider duo. Because then you have more catch in your arsenal, and you have the burst when he lassos a target.
Radiant team pick.
There's the Primal. I mean, it just is a good hero, right?
Yeah, good hero against Naga. Pretty decent against the Timbersaw.
Ah, yes, the classic. Liquid actually banned it out in their last game.
Pick
the Storm for Abed and give him the gas station. Give him the coddle.
Is Coddle even like a gas station? He's more like just a snack, right? A sandwich, you know. Tea time, you're hungry, you need like a small bite. Okay, here you go, a chakra magic.
That's true. That's true. I mean, maybe in that way, like the Wisp can even be a better trickle feed gas station. But I mean, you do want something to still accelerate the Storm's game, considering your other core is the Naga Siren. So Shopify will, go back to basics. The Storm pick comes out immediately in response here to that
this is a
Primal Beast.
Liquid special, the CM. They really like picking CM into Naga. Like CM is good against Naga because you can use your freezing field in the team fights and you clear out the illusions. And because you get armor from freezing field, it's oftentimes difficult for the Naga to kill you with right clicks. So this hero is very, very good against Naga, and Frostbite against the Storm. That's also very high value. The issue with this hero is her laning phase is a lot weaker at the moment. So you're going to have to rely on your core to help you out in the lane. Because CM is always very reliant on the laning phase going well for her. She's a very snowball support. You don't want to go into a weak lane, For example, like if you are laning with, say, CM and... what's a weak lane? CM and Morphling? That's a terrible lane, for CM.
Yeah, because she kind of just gets ran down. Like that is a threat that she has.
You want lanes that can kill the opponent.
That's where she excels on the aggressive. Because otherwise, like she's got no HP, very little move speed, and made out of paper.
I swear, if they nerf her move speed again, I'm done with the hero. One more time. I can't. My heart can't take it anymore.
Most sane Crystal Maiden player.
I refreshed the patch log and I went, no, please, no CM. I click on CM. No, not again.
Not again.
No,
not again.
No.
Her base strength -2. What? Ice Frog, why?
Apparently, she has a very high win rate in pubs.
She is pretty strong. Yeah, she tends to, like you say, like in these kill kind of lanes, which I feel like a lot of pubs tend to more just naturally build for strong lanes. Just because it's easier to snowball from there. She does tend to be a little bit overpicked, I think. But excited to see her in the hands of almost certainly Insania here. This Bat Rider likely to be another support, so that support duo. We'll see how that one goes. And interesting Necro ban here.
It's very good against the Naga in the lane. And good against the Timber. Because they are expecting Brute to be like probably a safe lane carry. And right now, Crit, what is Crit gonna play? Like looking at the lineup, they need like ideally a position 4 hero that can initiate. So they're still Tiny, There's Spirit Breaker. What else? Rubik's Band, Disruptor's Band, Cloudworks Band. Yeah, I mean at least those two are available, Tiny and Spirit Breaker. There's definitely options for him.
What else he would want to really consider? I mean, both of those seem realistic options. Anything more you'd want against this Broodmother that's in Crit's wheelhouse? I mean, he has been playing the Clinks a couple of times. I don't know if you really want to go for Clinks this game.
No, I think no.
Okay.
It's too greedy, you know. And Clinks and Keeper of the Light support duo. Tell me more. Tell me more. No
that,
stun Dota.
He's played a bit of the Skyrath Mage so far in this tournament, but I think that is suffering from the same problem
this
you
game.
just noted.
Not this game.
Radiant
I think
Not
Lion's a reasonable option. But I like Spirit Breaker the most because you need somebody to hunt the spider down. I mean, I guess you already have Storm. I guess you already have Storm to deal with the Brood.
But well, I think you're right. You can probably use another backliner here, and it's the Veno.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Not a fan of the Veno, are you?
No. What? Veno is position 5, so it's a +4 Keeper of the Light, I guess.
I assume so. So it's crit on the Coddle and then fly on the Veno with the Naga Siren. I assume they just the goal is to just make this Broodmother's lane hell, because Naga is amazing into the Broodmother. Like, she completely kicks the spider out of the lane. It's pretty brutal.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it's Shopify just highly prioritizing the laning phase, you know. I personally feel like the lanes were already strong enough and they just needed to go for somebody that has catch. And right now, okay, a watery, slippery hero. You have no stuns apart from Electric Vortex.
Right. A heavily nerfed Electric Vortex at that, especially in the early levels.
Yeah, Morphling against Timber, so even though they nerfed the Aglim stat still.
By 25%, by the way.
It is still good. I swear, it's still good.
It's still good, but I just want everyone to temper their expectations. If you're just coming back from, I don't know, joining this match randomly from the morph we saw at Bali. But they took the stat gain from 40% to 15% on Universal Heroes. So, you know, temper your expectations, but it is still really good.
Some may say 15% is still too much. Too much.
I think those would be the Universal Hero lovers like yourself, Winter. On this 5 Veno, though, you're not feeling it here. Is it the support duo, or is it just the fact that you think Shopify are focusing too much on getting this Naga Siren started?
Too much for the lanes and not a lot of synergy. When you have Timber on your team, he wants his teammates to have stun, so they set up for Timber to kill. And Veno has no stuns. Keeper of Light has no stuns, you know. You have Electric Vortex. That is it. And obviously, people are gonna rage at me if I say, "Oh, Naga has a net."
It's true. Yep.
Yeah, but that's not the main thing, you know. You want some Earthshaker, you want some AoE stun, so your Timber can go in and burst heroes, and that is what Veno doesn't provide you with.
Yeah, lots of damage, lots of DOTs. The slows in the early game can be very impactful, and of course, you always have those Plague Wards for the Vision, which is going to make, of course, Fox's game a bit more difficult once he does get that Blink Dagger. But yeah, I mean, I'm always big on the support duos. I think this one leaves a little bit to be desired. Shopify Rebellion, but it should be good in the lanes. And I have no idea what Xayah is going to be able to get accomplished this game. This Naga lane, I mean, even without the Veno, is difficult on its own. Foxy, I mean, do you just dodge the lane here? Do you go for some laning shenanigans early on? Maybe you throw Insania down here to ease things up a bit into the Naga?
I like that idea. CM likes to lane against Naga. I think that's probably gonna be what they do here. You have the Bear Rider with the Morphing. I think that makes a lot of sense because Bear Rider can be more of a body compared to a Crystal Maiden Morphling lane. Remember, we just talked about a lane CM Morphling. Oh, that's not a lane you want.
That's not a lane you want. And then Liquid go, actually, Winter, that's a lane.
Yeah, I mean, Morphling sees Timber. I want to be Timber too, you know. I can kill the Timber.
The battle begins.
Give me some pure damage.
off with a couple of auto attacks out from Crit. But it does seem like CM will be heading down bottom here, so looks like that's what we're going to end up seeing.
Oh, Insania, surprise!
Blood grenade, TPing away.
Oh, that is a sad TP.
TP to lane. Of course, not a whole lot of HP on this maiden hero, so even if she's only at, a third HP, a bit less, she'll have enough eventually.
It's probably better to die there, actually.
Really? For first blood even for the Naga?
Yeah, I mean, right now, what can you do? Yes,
I guess so.
He only has 2 Novas remaining because of the mango.
He's just parked these illusions here, and now he'll finally sick them onto Insania. They were just parked. Not microing at all, focused on securing those first early CS in this lane already. I think we're going to start to see signs of why this one is not really favorable for someone like Broodmother. Top lane, though, it does leave, plenty of magic damage and harass into the Saberlight Timbersaw. I mean, look, I'll bring it up now, Winter, but I do want to come back when we get to that stage of the game. But this support duo, particularly, in order to get that momentum going in the mid game, I am also a bit dubious of that. With the Storm Spirit, maybe there's moves to be made there, but it requires Abed to have a good lane. So we'll see how that starts to get going. For now, first couple waves, pretty good for him. No complaints, I think, to be had.
He's gonna have a good early start. Storm against a melee hero, just a fun lane for Storm Spirit in general. And later he has the Chakra magic to boost his game. So I feel like the Storm, regardless, is set up for success here.
Boost his game and boost his farm.
Oh,
we'll look now for a kill, onto Insania. Yeah, I think he's going to go down. RTC securing it with the auto attack underneath the tower. Now has the Venomous Gale, so I've got to stay pretty close to tower here to make sure he doesn't also get gone on.
In the end, he still died first blood, you see?
I mean, yeah, but he didn't give that bonus gold earlier to RTZ.
I know, I'm just
you're just trolling.
Oh no.
They're going to go for another kill. Here he just TP'd back in. Oh, nice surround here as well on the Naga illusion. It is not a welcome gift. Zai trying to find the deny, I believe. He's going to be left empty-handed there as well. Aiden walking back to lane, still level 1.
CM, this is not what you want as CM. I mean, this is all because of the fight.
No, are they actually just going to kill Zai as well? Okay, they cannot. The Silken Bola missing on that auto attack. 9 stick charges. Zai was okay. He was fine.
Yeah, but he's going to have a hard time farming right now. And his first CM is walking back to the lane with 280 move speed.
Swift as the wolves of Ice Rack.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Ooh, I think he just barely got out of range of that Venomous Gale in time. He will be A-okay as Insania does return to the lane to make sure that they take care of those illusions. Top lane, once again, Timbersaw, or rather Saberlight on one of these heroes that can
get action.
Wouldn't get action.
I need to help my CM.
Yeah, but he's already eaten the Lotus here. Fly might be in for a bit of a rough time here, as it seems like he will go down with Boxy collecting on that kill.
It's an expensive kill. CM has no mana, no blood grenade left, and then you only kill the Venom. So
she is at least level 2 though, and finally has the opportunity to unblock the camp here. So can look to try and make Zai's lane that much easier with some creep pulls.
4-minute rune. Let's go.
Gonna go to Liquid and Boxy pretty much uncontested. As Boxy already rotating over to this mid lane. Crit has spent a little bit of time already stacking, so we'll keep our eye on that Radiant Triangle for the stacks. Oh, is Abed just... No, he's not just dead. He's unable to tank that tier 1 tower this early on.
Thank you. And how is Saberlight doing here? 17-5, Morphling is 23-3, so Morphling is still getting ahead in terms of the CS, but Timber is still trying to keep up.
Yeah, and I reckon he won't have too much of a difficult time. 2 points in the reactive armor now on top of the Ring of Health. So I don't really think Mikke is going to be able to harass him out of lane. The question is, of course, outright clicking him with that insane base damage that the Morphling has and can play with. Seems like Liquid, they've done well to play with the lanes to make sure, at least the Morphling's going to have a decent start. I think that my next question for them is, come power rune timing, what are you going to do to try and stop this storm from becoming just a menace? The Twin Gate rotation. Oxy is going to have to wait for Roche to go through. He's going to make yet again another play for this bottom lane. They're already setting up. Actually, this time the targets are TZ. Crit at the ready there with the blinding light. Did not catch Boxy, however. Maybe they weren't expecting him. Zai is falling and will go down. TZ actually collecting the kill with the illusions, but Liquid fighting for more now as the supports taking on each other. Just slow to a crawl here, though. That
1 second,
thing really ruining things for him. Is now Insania might be in some trouble. Going for the TP out. The supports lack the right-click damage. Once again, it's another support.
Wait, is he gonna die?
Boxy's not gonna deny him.
Insania?
Yep, he's gonna die.
Oh my god, that is so sad for CM, man. Now he has no TP again, and Zai.
No TP, and
where's
they're
my
gonna
support?
look again
Where's
for Zai. The blinding light is gonna make this typical insatiable hunger in just a second, Winter, but it's not gonna make a difference. Now Zai has no TP. All right, Nisha, don't worry. The boss is coming. He's got all this strength gain, and on the primal beast as well. Nisha, he's gonna come flex some muscle down bottom, or just plant the ward. He's here. He's ready to kind of stop this lane from snowballing into something even worse.
This is really, really bad for the CM Brood lane. Both of them are going to be so far behind. So Nisha has to go overtime. He has to try to somehow find a rotation right now, like doing a good amount of damage onto Abed with his spells, and has a regen rune that he just picked up, so he's going to be able to regain the mana easily. TP score 20 seconds, so they have to play a bit safe on the sidelines until the Primal has the TP ready again.
Well, there's level 6 now for Saberlight, so he can actually start being a little bit more threatening into the face of Mickey. But I think the strength of this Timbersaw pick has already more or less paid off, right? It's freed up Fly as well as Crit to just kind of rotate around the map, start stacking the camps, refill Abed's mana, fight down bottom. And ultimately what this has led to is just, and as we more or less expect, Vander farms Broodmother.
Yeah, he's gonna have to play catch up at this point. Like, he has to just wait for Nisha to rotate and try to get some kills on his lane. That's not much he can actually do right now as the Brood, but just sit and chill, Sometimes when you're behind, you just have to accept that you are behind and just be patient about things. Forcing things...
They catch that, beautiful smoke break by Crit. He had the ward up, so he's going to break the smoke. And Saberlight is going to also play quite defensively. Worse off for wear there onto the Timber, but they ended up catching that smoke just barely with the Observer ward they have placed down, so that smoke gank is stopped in its tracks.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Abed still has a DD rune, so let's see what he can actually do with it. He's the only stun they have right now on this team. So
he's true.
They're gonna be relying on him heavily to make rotation successful, so you can see like the supports just hugging around him at the moment.
Thor is able to get out of the way of a potential death. I'm not sure how he ended up there. I guess he just pushed the wave and then went through the twin bait to continue farming up top. It's a pretty cool move. Oxy's going to give chase through the twin gate, so there might be some action down bottom here, but Thor's a rather hard kill here. Support still in the mid lane with the DD rune active. Abed he's starting to make some pretty quick work of the tower, and I really just don't think Winter Liquid are in a position to defend against this. The slow siege will take down the tier 1.
Yeah, huge trade-off here for Shopify. I mean, I say trade-off, but they didn't actually give anything away for Liquid. It's just a straight-up win.
Are we going to see the same thing here, where Shopify play a phenomenal 20, 25, maybe even 28 minutes, and then Liquid just, do the right moves during those 18, 20, 29 minutes, and eventually come back and take the game? Like, what signs would lead us into that all too familiar kind of direction, Winter?
We'll find out soon. Depends on how the Storm is going to play the next couple of minutes. Because the Timber is definitely going to want to sit at top, to farm, So everything that's going to happen is going to be centered around Abed on the Storm Spirit. That's why you can see Crit is already babysitting him 24/7 top lane. I just got back to the lane, says Saberlight.
Saberlight, he's going to be taken down. Artur in a wild goose chase here for Boxy, who's going to try and deny himself, but those creeps are sleeping. will not be roused by the little Bat Rider auto attack there. Okay, kill for a kill. Obviously, a little bit more money into the pockets of Artur, but some pressure, and most importantly, space for Zai, who does now have the Spiderling army amassed, and he's going to be able to farm a little bit more effectively here.
I mean, you see the supports of Shopify. The moment Abed decides that I want to farm, they don't really have anyone to play with. They're going to teleport the Venom in. Abed,
he's playing with this Arcane Rune as well. That's going to be the noxious play, but they just don't have a stun here. Not enough damage for him to take down the fountain? Not even close, Winter. That occult bracelet, 10% magic resist. Thank you very much. Does Nisha?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's the problem with Venom and Keeper of the Light. No stuns. So they're gonna have to just try to accept it and play the map. They have to keep farming because Venom is good at farming jungle, so you just have to abuse it. Same goes for Kotal. And you try to use your network to fix the problem that you have. No catch.
That boy crit, turn that Vit booster into the basher. Get that Abyssal Blade up and running. We saw during the Bali Major, but no, okay. The support's looking to rotate top lane along with Abed. They'll find the courier of Nikke, but I think they'll be hard pressed to find the man himself. Since he his mighty minds.
Bot lane, RTZ, Oxy's here.
Does not have the points for Song either. He's not saving any skill points, but Abed rotating in, puts down Boxy. That'll scare away Zai. Unfortunately, that'll stop any sort of push in its tracks as well. Saberlight, after Abed was poking around in this top lane, may be able to get a little bit more aggressive and finally take down this tier 1 tower, especially with Abed returning through the gate. A little bit of lag. Oh, all right, come on, boys. There it is. Good job, Saberlight. Mid lane, Fly is probably going to die. I assume just a quick little pulverize. There's no TP on the Storm Spirit. I think he's just going to go down. Let's get off the Gale. That'll severely reduce the amount of damage that this Trample does. With Pulverize does come through. No stuns on the Coddle to really stop this is Fly. He actually lives through it. A little bit of a fortuitous pause timing there. I think allowed him to make sure he guaranteed got off the Gale. Alive there. Now a shield rune for Nisha. All right, so you're going to have a, 2,700 effective HP, a bit higher. Primal Beast running around in these fights. Is this something for Liquid to fight off of, or they just have to play it like last game and just wait, basically, for their time?
No, I think the Primal is he's a very powerful hero in this stage of the game. He should definitely use the runes to kick people out of the top and bot lanes, the side lanes, and help the Brute and the Morphling to solidify their position in the game. And Morphling is going to have like a pretty good target to turn into the Timbersaw. So I feel like the Morphling has definitely a lot of potential this game. The Brute is like he had a bad laning phase, but so far he's already recovered. Looking at the net worth right now, 5.6k net worth. I feel like she's just as good as
Just fine. Yeah, I mean, and it looks like on this push the tower will go down. Shopify don't seem interested to defend the tier 1 tower. So, mission accomplished. A couple minutes late. Considering the start that Zai had. Shopify, what they make out of it, of course, is quite a farm Naga Siren. Artur is already basically got the Manta style ready to go. This courier notwithstanding, but everything's looking pretty good. Shopify will rotate and farm their way back down bottom. Liquid respond well. They will retreat and farm their way on back. And Pendulum, that is the farming mechanism of Dota, swings back and forth again. By aiming to disrupt it now with the smoke. Nisha, shields are active. We'll see if they can stop what's going on. Likely not here. We'll see. Aiden nearby will connect onto the Frostbite. Okay, lasso on through as well. Abed in trouble. Oh, wow, the crowd control is perfect. The Pulverize will take down Abed. Only 2 supports down for that in exchange for Liquid, so a very good trade for them, all things considered.
Yeah, losing a Storm there is not ideal, for Shopify Rebellion. Like Storm needs to keep scaling, keep getting items. Like he needs to be getting the hacks this game, because they don't really have a lot of stuns. So he needs to have a very good game. If you don't have catch, the Morphing is gonna get to a point where he's just gonna be such a big problem in the team fights. That was a pretty good ulti there by Insania.
Oh yeah, it was. I mean, him rejoining that fight as well. I want to even commend Boxy's use of the Flaming Lasso, even if it's just effective for the stun, right? allows the Primal Beast the time to really get in position, do his damage, and prepare the trample. It was really, really effectively done there from Liquid. Definitely showing why, you know, they are easily top 3 material. I would echo your sentiments on that for sure.
And Zai is going to get a BKB very, very soon, you know. So he's going to be ready to join his team at the moment. As Morphing still needs a couple more items, you know. He's going to get the Manta soon. But after that, he's going to be thinking of whether he gets the Axe next or he wants to get the Lincolns to make sure that he doesn't get caught out by the Storm. So he's still going to have to get his next couple of items. So he's going to be busy wanting to farm. Whereas Liquid, they're going to be wanting to play around the Brute and the Primal Beast, since the Primal is going to have a BKB up soon. So the double BKB timings on Liquid is going to be very huge.
All right. I mean, especially with all the magic damage, right, that Shopify have.
Yeah, what can you do against the BKBs? Nothing.
Yeah. We're just going for the Butterfly next. Take a look at the builds. Usually you see... I'm seeing most Nagas in this tournament of 8 games have tended to prefer Manta first, which Arthur's nailed that, into Heart and then Butterfly. Do you see a reason in particular why he wants to go Butterfly first?
Normally when you go Butterfly, you are thinking about ending the game. Hitting the buildings and ending the game, and I'm not sure if that's the case here. I mean, the Butterfly is great against the right clicks of Brood, the right clicks of the Morphling. But I do feel like getting like the Heart is better for the team fight, so we get a Lasso to Fly.
Lasso and a quick pick off there as Fly will fall to Mickey. Nice jump in there. I believe that would have been Boxy's Blink reveal if I'm not mistaken. Well, that's going to be effective at shutting down the push that was heading top. Abed and company will have to look elsewhere for a little bit more farm. I mean, he's even starting to get a little bit territorial here. He's starting to butt heads with our tour. This might lead to action in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, you know one thing the Butterfly would do for Naga is it will help you farm faster compared to getting Heart.
Yeah, Heart's for the illusions, right? To make them
team
a bit
fight,
tankier.
you know?
The team
like
fight.
you're just way stronger in the team fights because you can go in, you go out, you tank for a team, you cast your song, and then you go out, and then you regenerate, then you come back in again.
Abed will find Nisha. Nisha holding on to the BKB charge for now. Will now force it. He's going to go for more. Insania, another pretty decent ulti there into the Pulverize. Another combo that they just nail here on the side of Liquid, and Abed, he's dead again. It's the same thing. I mean, Liquid, look, I commended them on the first one. I'll do it again, but at this point, if Shopify, they don't make that combo any harder, I'm going to run out of compliments for Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get what they are trying to do here, being so aggressive. I feel like they already got the whole map to farm. They're going to force a TP out of Foxy. And the next natural thing to do is, after you get the map, is try to plan how you can get Roche. You already have a Solar Crest on the Venomancer. So
could this be Abed kind of struggling to really connect with his supports? Though we were talking about, obviously, the kind of lack of synergy here between the Coddle
I
and
think it's the
Venom.
lack of direction in the team, you know. After winning the early game, they just struggle to find their next couple of moves, you know, what they should do. Sometimes I feel like you don't have to do anything. Just farm, control the map, and go get Roche. It's just as simple as that, you know, instead of like they were trying to be very aggressive all the time.
Arthur, he is in some trouble. And just dead.
No.
Nope, he's just dead. Smoke play out from Liquid. We'll find him. He stopped at the Lotus Pool for a quick dip, and then ended up, and instead of TPing out anyway, maybe an alternative for him. The death of him. Lotus, sorry, make that not Lotus. Boxy pulling back at least Saberlight for a bit with the S&Y, the Kayan Sans rather. Doesn't last very long. Mickey, this is without the Ag Scepter, so not as many stats stolen. Saberlight canceled his TP. Shopify making the call to fight here as Abed does show up. Fly is going to fall now to the waveform of Mickey as now Nisha chasing Saberlight out of this fight. We'll be able to catch him now with that Pulverize. Nisha easily tanking through that Chakram. It barely even does anything to him there. Abed still pretty full on the mana now as Nisha will be falling a bit lower now, popping the BKB. The root now onto Abed, and no, Winter, not again.
I have seen
Liquid.
this story 3 times in a row. The same movie.
It's like that's how many times Liquid lost to Gaming Gladiators in finals in the majors. It's incredible.
Episode 1 of Lord of the Rings, Episode 2.
Episode 2, Episode 3, always the same ending here.
And the Return of the Kings. Frodo always succeeds.
Yeah, that's true. He always that movie doesn't ever change every time I watch it. Hopefully for Shopify it does, as at least this time they finally take down Insania after yet again a third successful kill onto Abed. There's just no save for him.
They just need to go get Rosh, you know? I feel like it's just that simple. You push out the lanes, use your solo quest, get Rosh, put the Aegis on the Storm, then play aggressive after that.
Well, the butterfly's up now for Artur.
Yeah, let's get Rosh.
So he's
go for Rosh.
Looking a bit more aggressive now here already. Make a 300 gold shy of finishing up the Ag Scepter. Zai will be jumped by Abed. Still can Bola, making this kill a bit more difficult as Zai forced the BKB and TP away. Will not get the tower. He will save his life. Nisha finding the backline supports here. They're going to try and force the BKB out from him, especially as Artur
is in
the vicinity. Blood grenade
5
is
seconds.
there. Does not have cooldown. Right for 3 seconds, and that'll be the death of him. Saberlight jumping in, finding a kill here. His second this game, and a big one on the Nisha.
Yeah, Saberlight still chasing. Yes,
Abed's still chasing as well. Abed across the Lotus Pool. In the meantime, Insania able to evade death for now, but will be caught up with Boxy, making it out alive. Insania will not be as lucky as Saberlight collects now yet again another kill here. The 3-1-1. Arteezy showing up to these fights very confidently. Does end up making quite the difference.
All right,
here.
they're gonna figure out Rosh. They're gonna figure out Rosh. Nice. And finally, they're finally gonna use the banner to get the Rosh.
Maybe it's because they don't do it that fast. I mean, they absolutely
it's pretty fast with Naga. Come on, Solar Crest and Naga.
Yeah.
Look at the Rosh.
I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I was just looking for a reason, but we'll finally take Rosh down.
Stop finding excuses for your NA friends. Sometimes you just have to admit they could have gotten the Rosh a lot earlier.
They could have gotten the Rosh, but Abed has it now. 21 minutes in, 5-minute Aegis now supporting him as he does go for the Kaya and Sanj. He's actually about to finish that up now. Then immediately into Scythe of Ice number 2 of the team, because Crit has already started his. His will take a while longer, obviously, but Shopify at least aware of the control issues that they have and are looking for ways to amend it.
Yeah, immediately Crit TPs over to Abed. He knows that he just needs to follow him right now. Storm wants to play really aggressive.
Liquid with a D hero, and they might look for a fight here. Boxy immediately making the jump in. Insania, just not in position. I think a bit too far away, out of range, really. Let's connect on that Frostbite.
And they didn't really think about the Kaya and Sanj, so you have status resist. That's why the Lasso didn't last long enough.
That's a very good point. A little mistake there from Liquid, as for once the ending to this movie is different, Winter. Thank goodness. I'm starting to get bored of it, you know?
That's why it ends at the 3rd episode.
True. Boxy. He's going to be able to evade Abed for now, who simply just has plenty more mana.
No.
No way.
Oh, no.
Way. All right, that's only the Aegis down. They almost get through Mickey. He does use that Manta Style to buy a little bit more time. Mickey falling low. They have the Vestal applied to him, but he's managing to fight through this one pretty effectively. Zai now with Crit falling on the back lines. Arteezy's going to go ahead and pop the Song of the Siren now as he looks to try and isolate this fight. Shopify is still confident they can take it. 5 versus 3. They like those odds. Insania may be the first to fall as they finally get through that Glimmer Cape of his. Everyone else from Liquid safely making it back up to the high ground. That was the Aegis as well out from Shopify.
It's definitely not worth it at all. Morphling is laughing all the way back to base. Now I have my Aghanim Manta. I am going to be really, really strong. And he's going for the Silver Edge next. I guess the break is not really that valuable. It's more about like the invis and you get the crit, you know, so you're gonna do a lot of damage in the fights. Like this item has been really, really good right now because the sentries got nerfed. The supports don't really have sentries all the time, so those invis items are just very, very annoying to deal with.
I think as well, he was morphed into the Timbersaw, I believe. And even though he couldn't really kill the Naga illusions because of the butterfly,
Nisha?
he also had the Ags upgrade, so he was fine there. Nisha does not have BKB, and will just simply die here. Very eerily similar mistake that he just made in the triangle about 3 or 4 minutes ago, which led to the Rosh in the first place.
Very, very careless there.
It's uncharacteristic of him, as the sentry is going to just miss out here on the... Oh, no, they're going to find it with the second sentry. going to be pretty painful here. What was otherwise a really good opening for Liquid after they removed the Aegis is going to result in more map pressure, more control now swinging the way towards Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, I mean, the Naga is already starting to eat up the map, you know. At some point, it's going to be like illusions on all your lanes, cutting out the waves, and you can leave the base. And that's when the Storm is going to be able to have
He has Scythe of Vice here. I mean, not here. It's actually on his courier. He's got BKB, most importantly, which will allow him to escape for now. We've seen how crucial lack of BKBs have been against this team, though. That's really, I want to say, what keeps Shopify in this game is the BKB downtimes on the side of Liquid. The only thing that they've really not been perfect on here is Shopify, still without the Aegis, do look to hunt. But Scythe of Ice #1 finished in the game, and it's on the Liquid side. I just want to reiterate that, Winter. Zai fully recovered, if there's been any question about that, and has now the Scythe. So Scythe #1, Abed going back for his now, and of course Coddle still quite a ways away from it.
I feel like they should get also another Scythe in the Naga though. I don't really like that he's queuing the Lincolns. I think the game is going to come to a point where I feel like it's already at the point where because dodging all the time, you know, and they only have one catch on the Storm. So I feel like as the Naga, you also want to itemize catch so that you can actually break the deadlock.
Would you consider an Abyssal ever, or just the Scythe is just a better choice for you?
Hex is just way better. Abyssal is melee range.
Zai being hunted. He may pay the price here. No BKB for 15 more seconds. Nisha waiting in the trees. He's going to choose not to jump in here.
Yeah,
has to let his ally die.
You look at RTZ's mana. This is why you want to get the Scythe.
I mean, yeah, that's a good point where you are spamming out these mirror images, these mantas. It's pretty expensive.
Okay, he changed his mind. He's buying Scythe.
Okay,
nice.
there it is. I think he realized, damn, bro, what the hell? I can't spawn. My mana's gone. I have no mana regen. Crit, and he snaps his fingers. There it is. It's the mana refill.
Then he gives RTZ the shush. I need to mana the Storm. You're no Storm,
Give
yeah?
mana.
What's the meme again? Storm, I know.
Kotal, give mana. Give mana, Kotal. And Gartur.
Get your own mana, Arthur.
Second in line. It's a hard life out here right now in Shopify Rebellion. The mana rations. I mean, look, poor Saberlights had to go all the way back to base. He's like, man, this is some BS. I have a Coddle on my team and I gotta go back to the fountain. Are you freaking kidding me? Even Fly is getting more chakra magics than I am. He will grumble. I mean, he is also going to be building a Scythe of Ice. That'll be Scythe of Ice. Currently #4 queued up on the team. Fly, in the meantime, he's remembered that auras are very good. He's got himself that full Pipe of Insight finished.
So they have aura items, they have catch, they have damage from Timber and Storm and Naga. They have everything they need. Time to go when you get all your Scythe of Ice.
Yeah, and I mean, it'll be a while until you get all of them, but those are going to be pretty big moments here, especially into this Morph, who does not really have a defensive item, like no Lincolns. There's a couple of Glimmer Capes on his supports, so that might be enough. But
I think he should get either a Lincoln or BKB next. Lincoln's probably the best.
I think he probably wants the damage first, though, right? He's finding the stats, but getting that casual crit from the Crystallis and the Silver Edge end up being a really big difference maker. Nisha will be jumped. Can they blow him up here this quickly? Nearly on the 30 HP. Oh no, the combo yet again. Not like this. Abed, surely he doesn't go down. Scythe of Ice, but saved by the Song of the Siren now. Is the fight about to be reset? Also catching Mickey with this. They're going to focus on Insania first. He's a trivial kill. Nisha without a BKB also falls quite quickly despite the heart of Tarask. Liquid being routed away now from the tier 2 tower as Abed makes the call. They want to try and get through Mickey. He finds a waveform away, but the push is relentless. Being pulled back underneath the tier 3 tower is Saberlight, but he's just in a more comfortable position now to take down Mickey. Mickey trying his best. He's morphed into the Timbersaw, but even with the Ags, he's not strong enough. He will go down. Zai now with his BKB active does get Abed out of the fight, but Abed topped up yet again with the Chakra Magic. Insania gonna try and do what he can, but RTZ, he is unleashed in this game. That is all 3 cores down here, Winter. Shopify Rebellion, they've just blown this game wide open and are ready to do so to the base of Liquid.
Yeah. This time Shopify able to use their advantage from the early game with the right openings, force the high ground, and RTZ is able to right click the buildings. That's the best thing he wants to do right now. Hit the buildings, get reactors, end the game.
End the game, I mean...
Yeah, unfortunately for Mike, he kind of overestimated how strong he was, and his mob still on cooldown for 1 second. I think he kind of maybe forget to put that into consideration, and he just died right away in the team fight when he went in.
Yep. Nisha has his BKB up again and will be able to clear through the creeps and the illusions. The damage is nothing to snub your nose at. Liquid certainly with fewer buildings now, although they did not micro the illusions onto the ranged barricades, but with 140 HP, those things are going down relatively soon. Not to worry.
Yeah, so off of that win, RTZ changed his mind. So instead of getting a Hex, he went straight to Skadi, which is a good item against the Morphling.
Yeah, that's an item.
He probably feels like since they already break through, so the catch wouldn't be as big of a deal. And Storm almost has the Hex.
Yep, Storm's almost there. Saberlight's almost there as well, actually. He farms these Ancients, and he's got Scythe of Ice #1 for the team. Abed now, he says, hey, let me get my Scythe of Ice. And he has Scythe of Ice #2 for the team, right behind Saberlight. So double Scythe of Ice incoming now against Liquid. You have that full Silver Edge. Ag Scepter on the Morphling now as well. It's been the initiations have been pretty difficult for Liquid, especially when the Song of the Siren is that effective. It catches all 5. Difficult to turn that around when you're Liquid.
Yeah, Saberlight smoke right now. He still has a shield rune for 20% of the remaining time.
Yeah, not too long. I do wonder if Liquid are thinking about trying to sneak a Roche here, but it feels pretty difficult, especially now with Shopify having a pretty decent position. And in the lane, once again, Hex #1 onto Nisha. They've lassoed the illusion on the side of Liquid. Shopify Rebellion, they're going to go ahead and let things settle now as they look for engagement #2. There's Scythe of Ice #2, this time onto Zai. He does receive a little bit of assistance now from his allies. The Song of the Siren, it's going to reset this one in a major way. BKB available for Nisha, but Zai's will expire, and he is minced meat. That's a dieback for him. Aiden as well has been found and killed in the trees as Mickey trying his best to fight through this one. Has the Mantis style. Oh, he needs to use it soon, and will. The Scythe of Ice again onto Nisha. His BKB no longer available for him for use as Mickey has gone down. Nisha barely able to escape. Fox not as lucky. Shopify Rebellion. This time, they've got things. They're fighting on all cylinders. On the Storm Spirit, of course, for them. They look amazing in game #2.
Yeah, if I manage to get everything in order, one stun, no problem, we can always itemize for it. This game, I feel like Shopify, they really understood what items to get on each and every one of their members, and team fight items are secured by Fly, catch items secured by the Stormman and Timber, and Kotal has a 4-star, and Vessel.
This is like Shopify probably at their peak, right? Win lanes, draft on focus on winning the lanes, and then utilize your advantage, win a team fight early to be able to get the items and the net worth needed to, make up for your shortcoming. This draft lacks catch, not with 2 scythes it doesn't. As we've just clearly seen. Soon to be, I don't know about how soon, but Crit may consider one soon as well.
Yeah, you have to remember at one point they considered buying 4 scythe.
Right.
Stupendous. Dire's top tower is under attack.
At this point, what Liquid has to do to win the fights is they have to get... I think they need to get the lasso on the Kotal. I feel like the Kotal is a very big problem because he keeps giving chakra magic to the Storm. Like if you don't kill the Kotal, then the Storm just keeps getting mana back.
Yeah, that's true. And then he just becomes impossible to catch, regardless of your Scythe of Ice or not. Okay.
Morphling has to turn into the Timber Saw. Rider has to get Kotal. I think those are the 2 things that you can start the team fight with.
On the hunt, they're going to immediately destroy the ward, so Liquid, They're going to try and hold here. Ward on the cliff here as they do make the jump in. Slice of Ice onto Insania. They're going to try and counter-initiate now onto Saberlight. He did get that morph off onto the Timber as well, as Abed this time is the one on the cliff. Insania still alive. As soon as the song ends, though, he will take down Boxy. He's next to go as Nisha pops the BKB. Mickey running around in these fights, trying his best to outfight him, but Abed, he just constantly has this mana. Zai, he's going to be now on to Fly, but another Scythe of Ice here stops Nisha in his tracks mid-onslaught, and he is going nowhere. Abed pulling him up to the cliff. How do you like the view up here, my friend? As you can see Mickey die underneath the tier 2 tower, and Liquid forced to throw in the towel. Shopify Rebellion, they win a very Shopify game. Okay.
Yeah, they managed to come back.
They bought 2 Midas, sorry, I'm just laughing. They took me home to buy Midas.
They managed to come back after losing the first game in a pretty disappointing fashion, dominating the early game, and this time around they were able to dominate the early game and get the correct itemization and close out the game. Slight hiccups when Abed kind of didn't feel like he knew what to do. Like, he was quite confused. He was like playing really aggressive, like feeding away kills, like dying to the CM and the pulverize, when they should have just utilized the solar crest on the Venom to just get Roche.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the team TPing home very quickly to buy Midas is pretty funny, but does ruin the post game stats, unfortunately. I mean, but again, it's the way Estini calls it, right? Who had to play a lot against Shopify as the coach of Nouns in the NA region over the year. I would say Liquid just got Shopify'd here, didn't they? Just kind of like they draft for lanes, and then they win a fight or two, find the net worth that they need, and buy all the items they need to win the game. I mean, for me, it's just tried and true strategy for Shopify. They look comfortable in this kind of game, especially on that Storm Spirit,
Good laning phase, good itemizations, and yeah, after the itemizations to fix up the weaknesses of the draft, they were able to close out the game. So just well played to Shopify.
I think for me, it's the well, as we look at the play of the day now. But this is from the previous series, wasn't it? What are we looking at here? We casted this game. Ah, yes, the big old Omni Slashes coming through the bunkers, allowing 9 Pandas to take it. I mean, yeah, I would say that just about wraps up our day here over on the C stream now, is where we're at, Winter. With Shopify, managing to equalize, they find a 1-1. They show that they can still take games, and even if they can't find 2-0s quite yet, tomorrow's a new day for them where they do have 2 more rounds, 3 rounds remaining, I believe, for groups A and B respectively. That's to be finished out over the next 2 days, so still plenty of time for them to impress.
Yeah, this is like what Quest against Spirit.
This is a 2-0 for Quest, and you can see why. Amar who? Look at this Malik guy pop off. I mean, sure, he dies here, but an ultra kill for the team. That's one way to start off the fight correctly.
I mean, that's a Luna in the game.
Well, Luna in current year. I mean, okay, Spirit turned this one around, so I spoke too soon. But still. And our save of the day. What's this one going to be here? Oh no. Come on, this can't be the save of the day. Oh, guys. Oh, no.
They saved the Ember Spirit, so it is the save of the day.
They did, yeah. Yeah, they did. Not really what they wanted there, obviously, but pretty good moves from the side of 9 Pandas for them, especially to equalize in game number 2. Exciting stuff here. Exciting stuff on the day, Winter, as we do wrap ourselves up yet again for another lovely day of Riyadh Masters 2023 group stages. Be honest with me. Were you expecting Shopify to be able to win game 2 after the way game 1 ended?
Are you kidding me? They picked Storm Spirit. Of course, Shopify is gonna win with Storm Spirit. How can the Storm Spirit let them down? The tried and true, the Blue Spirit, the Storm. When in doubt.
And it looked very, very good in the hands of Shopify Rebellion as they will draw Team Liquid to close out our day. Folks, we won't keep you here too long. We do have other channels that I think their games may or may not still be going on. I think that main channel is still going because we had some long games earlier. So make sure you guys check out streams A, B, and D. As for now, it'll be myself, Winter, on behalf of production and the Observer, signing off for the day. Thank you guys so much for joining us. And we will see you tomorrow when the Riyadh Masters returns for day number 4 of the group stage. Until then.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Akhi, I'll try, Akhi, I'll fight for us.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
to stand still, if I had a say.